Beneath the frigid winter sky, as snow drifted down, ferocious monsters appeared, born from the mystical power that governed this world. This very same magical power brought forth countless demons and demon layers, while also giving rise to awakened humans, blessed with extraordinary strength. The SSS rank demon, King Belfort, possessed all 5 elements. He was challenged by the world's strongest awakened team, God's Legion, led by Baidi. In his 10th year of leading the team, he gripped his greatsword without a hint of fear, charging straight into the monster horde. God's Legion, prepare for battle, he roared. This is the 100th high-level demon den we've faced. The system displayed the information. In God's Legion and Anlock, the L-rank lightning-type assassin, Anlock charged forward, a confident smirk on her lips. Understood. This mission is an L-rank purge. Then the team's L-rank ice-type mage, a young boy named Han Shaolin, called out, "World of Frost." He shouted, "L-rank is the highest difficulty. But after this mission we'll get a short break." A deep voice rang out next, "Guidance." It was Loon, the L-rank astral-type support, using his enhancement skill. Guidance, strength plus 200, speed plus 100, gravity increased 100-fold. When Baidi touched the giant stone slate in front of him, the entire space exploded in a cloud of dust and smoke. He landed hard, his presence undiminished, his face as cold as an indomitable war god. The 10-direction annihilation technique shattered the earth and rock. A glint appeared in Baidi's eyes. The captain of God's Legion, an L-rank core-type swordsman, declared loudly, "The SSS rank Demon King Belfort has been completely eliminated." After felling the Demon King, Han Shaolin stretched and clicked his tongue. "Damn, it's over so quickly again. That's no fun at all." Enlock, standing beside him, laughed. "I'll go with you later, to clear out a few demon dens for fun." Loon, next to Baidi, asked coolly. "This mission had the highest rating, yet they sent our entire team." Baidi, "Don't you think this was completed a little too easily?" He glanced at the fallen monsters before them. Baidi calmly wiped his sword and replied, "According to the report, this Demon King was special. It possessed all 5 elements plus a hidden skill." Suddenly an arm wrapped around him from behind, accompanied by a gentle voice, "Captain, we have a short vacation after this mission. Are you planning on treating the team to a feast? And there's our private date too." Biddy shyly turned away. He pushed Anlak's cheek away, stuttering, "Yes, the usual place in Chengdu." She crossed her arms and smirked. "I couldn't even land a sneak attack." "I hate that." Han Jae-lin chimed in. "You really don't understand women at all." Suddenly, Baidi's gaze sharpened as he glanced behind him. "That guy still isn't here." Loon flinched slightly but quickly answered. "He said he was going to clean up the mess behind us. But when we were fighting Belfort, he didn't make a move, did he?" And Lak shrugged, her voice teasing. "He's always the one who complains the most. You know that." Han Shaolin put his hands on his hips and added, "But normally he's also the laziest." Just then, from behind the 4 of them, a strange figure appeared. Silent and unnoticed, he raised a hand to the sky, creating a dangerous aura, and whispered with a smirk, "Purge mission commencing." The moment he finished speaking, a bullet tore through the air and pierced Han Shaolin's head. Before anyone could react, the other 3 froze, their eyes wide with absolute horror, watching him lie motionless on the ground. Someone screamed, "Shaolin." The man from before spoke in a chillingly flat tone. "This is the true mission the god bestowed upon me." Baidi clenched his teeth. His shoulders shook uncontrollably. His entire body was racked with tremors. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't lift a single finger. He stammered, desperate. His body felt utterly bound and paralyzed. The man's voice rang out once more. "For the past month, all your meals have been laced with a paralyzing powder." Baidi glanced behind him, and before his eyes, a colossal tree sprouted from the ground. Its entire form pulsed with a green light. The branches twisted and grew rapidly larger. It was the forbidden divine vine skill. The spreading vines wrapped themselves tightly around the remaining members. The man's voice dripped with gloating. "To wipe out the strongest team among you, how could I not have a thorough plan?" Even as his body was squeezed tighter, Baidi bit down and demanded, "What's wrong with you? Are you out of your mind?" And Lak struggled, screaming, "What the hell are you doing?" The vine's effect causes the enemy to lose consciousness, temporarily disabling their defenses. The man declared coldly, "This is a divine decree, the L-rank purge mission, to exterminate all of you." Suddenly, the vines tightened further. Baidi screamed in panic, and Lack, Lucy, but the two had already passed out. Static electricity shot out from the vines, aiming straight for them, right in front of him. Fresh blood splattered, and Baidi's pupils constricted in horror, and Lack coughed up blood, writhing in agony. The vines continued to spread relentlessly. Only Baidi remained barely conscious. His suppressed rage finally exploded. He roared in desperation, "Why? Why are you purging us? The God's Legion has never overstepped its bounds. Which God is this? On what grounds are you treating us like this?" Suddenly, the strange man knelt on one knee, looking up at Baidi, who hung suspended high in the air. He spoke in a mocking tone, "Former captain, are you still so naive?" His figure vanished in a flash. He shot forward like a whirlwind. Unleashing a full power punch, he struck, tore straight through Baidi's body, and he roared like a wild beast. "Does a god need a reason to kill you?" His hand was drenched in fresh blood, yet his face remained cold and emotionless. Blood poured from Baidi's mouth. He gasped in pain, "What about you? Aren't we comrades after more than 15 years together? Aren't we like family?" The man ripped his hand from Baidi's body. He smirked sinisterly, "Comrades? Family? You still don't understand why I'm doing this? From the day we first met, the god had already set me up to be a pawn. You were all just pieces in the game." With those words, the vines released Baidi, and his body fell limply to the ground. In his ear, the man's voice echoed, "To earn your trust, I've been acting out this play for all these years. Even I find myself disgusting." The man pointed a finger straight at Baidi. Baidi's eyes filled with horror. A loud bang echoed, and his head was blown apart. Blood splattered onto the man. Looking at the agonized corpse before him, he muttered, "May 22nd, 2025. All deaths confirmed. L-rank purge mission complete. Finally I can rest." But just as he turned to leave, Baidi's eyes suddenly shot open. The bullet through his head should have killed him, but his body trembled slightly, as if life still lingered. An unknown amount of time later, a strange voice echoed in his ear, "Hey, let's make a deal." Baidi slowly opened his eyes. He realized his body was bound by iron chains. He asked blankly, "Where is this place?" Darkness surrounded him. Then, from the void, a man's chuckle rang out. He called out softly, "Hey, handsome." Baidi's eyes widened in shock as he stammered, "You're Belford. You're not dead." Belford cleaned his ear and snorted, "Excuse me, Demon King? How could an SSS rank like myself be so weak? This is my spiritual space and the Naip Nation. That is my true life." The man cut him off. "Don't ramble. Get to the point. I can tell you're consumed by the very same hatred that burns in me. So I want to make a deal with you. My hidden skill, life regression, can send you far into the past. It'll give you a chance to atone, to change everything. Do you want it?" Baidi lowered his head, silent. The image of the lovely Anlek, her radiant smile, appeared in his mind. His eyes darkened as he remembered Han Shaolin, that troublesome kid, and Lucy, a trustworthy teammate. Happy memories with them flooded his mind vividly. Then, the demon's cold smile appeared, haunting him. His teammates fell one by one before his eyes, and he was powerless to save any of them. A burning hatred overwhelmed his reason. Baidi gritted his teeth. He yanked his hand free from the iron chains and roared, "I want to kill him, and that whole damn pantheon of arrogant gods." Hearing this, Belfort curled his lip in a triumphant smirk. He burst out laughing. "Oh, an answer just as I expected. That's enough. Then let me help you this once." Belfort opened his palm, materializing a blazing red heart. He said, "Consider this a little welcoming gift from me to you. Take this new heart." Baidi frowned and asked, "But why do you want to make a deal with me? What's the price?" Belfort looked straight at him without answering, only smirking. The smile radiated danger. Suddenly, his vision went black. He didn't know how much time had passed. A familiar voice echoed faintly, "Baidi. Baidi, don't sleep anymore." He dazedly opened his eyes. The woman in front of him saw that he was awake. She slammed her hand on the desk and yelled, "Hey, Baidi, get up this instant." Startled, he realized this was the year 2005. The nation of Dai, a vassal state of the Holy River Kingdom, at Awaken Junior High School. Baidi stared in shock at his own young hands. He mused to himself, a realization dawning. I've actually returned to the day before the awakening. What, Baidi? Huang Laosher, still groggy, snapped. Baidi, I can tolerate you cheating in class, but are you seriously sleeping through the afternoon right before the awakening? Get to the back of the class and stand there now. He looked up, utterly bewildered, and stammered, Miss Huang Lishi. His jaw dropped in disbelief. I'm back in junior high. I've truly been reborn. Is this Belfort's power? It's unbelievable. The faces of his classmates, unseen for nearly 25 years, appeared vividly before him once more. Obeying the teacher, Baidi silently walked to the back of the class. Huang Laosher slammed her hand down on the desk. Her voice boomed as she continued the lesson. All of you, pay attention. She paused for a moment, then explained in a serious tone. In this world, there are 5 types of elemental powers: lightning, fire, cloud, core, and star. Each person can only accommodate one type. For instance, I possess the cloud element, the rarest type. Huang Leshi continued her lecture, her tone serious. When the 5 elements combine with each person's body, in different ways, we are divided into 3 types: combat, utility, and special. The combination of the 5 elements, with different roles, creates countless, diverse classes. The strongest guild group in our school is a perfect combination: a star mage, a cloud warrior, a core chanter, and a lightning assassin. You students, those with the potential to awaken, are already superior to millions of others. From a young age you've been surrounded by praise, living glorious lives. But today is the most decisive day, she emphasized. Currently, there are nearly 100 known classes, divided into 4 distinct qualities, from lowest to highest: green, blue, red, and gold. Each person only gets 1 shot at awakening. This afternoon, your class will reveal your true potential. Your class will dictate your future in this world. After class, Baidi headed out to the schoolyard. His eyes scanned the familiar scenery. A rush of emotion filled his heart. How nostalgic, he thought, the place where I first awakened. Suddenly, a kid, falling flat on his face nearby, caught his attention. A kid with glasses? Baidi wondered from behind. Then, a burly guy approached. 2 equally thuggish-looking cronies accompanied him. The guy glared down at the kid on the ground, and cackled gleefully, "A bunch of losers. You can only rely on awakening external powers, and you still dare to get in my way. You think just because you're about to awaken, you can act all high and mighty?" He stomped hard on the poor student's hand. Then he arrogantly yelled, "In the eyes of someone like me, who's awakened a rare red class, you guys will always be nothing but small fry. This is Hong Changshang, E-rank star assassin, background unknown." A thought flashed through Baidi's mind. Hong Changshang, he mused, this bully. In my past life, he constantly picked fights with classmates. It was like he had some kind of genetic disorder for it. He just loved starting trouble for no reason. Suddenly, a stern voice rang out from behind. "Hong Changshang, that's enough." It was Huang Laosher. She frowned and questioned him. "This is a school. Are you trying to rob someone?"
Huang Changshang
was holding a wad of cash he'd taken from the kid. He smirked and laughed. "Oh,
Huang Laoshi.
He's the one who wasn't looking and ran into us. What's so unreasonable about him buying us each a cup of milk tea to make up for it?" He leaned in close to her and whispered, "Trying to defend your student? It's only because you're somewhat good-looking. Otherwise, we would have gotten you kicked out of this school long ago, believe it." Huang Laosher didn't even spare him a glance. She rushed over to help the kid up. "It's only because you're somewhat decent-looking. Otherwise, we'd have had you kicked out of this school long ago, believe it." Huang Laosher just ignored him, rushing over to help the kid up. She asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Hong Changshang burst out laughing. He turned to his cronies. "Let's go. Out of respect for the teacher, we'll let this slide for now." But then his gaze suddenly snapped to Baidi. He slapped a hand on his shoulder, deliberately shoving him hard. He growled, "What are you looking at? Get out of the way. I'll be back later to see what a joke this bunch of chickens turns out to be." The bullied kid, still trembling, stammered an apology to the teacher. I wasn't careful. Huang Laoshe comforted him in a gentle voice. It's not your fault. But seeing that gentle attitude, Bai Di thought to himself, Huang Laoshe really is a typical teacher. A sharp tongue, but a kind heart. Back then, after I awakened, she helped me a lot. A voice called out from a distance, drawing the attention of all three. Huang Lishi, it's your class's turn to enter the awakening chamber. She stood up, her eyes sweeping over her students. Huang Laoshe gave a stern reminder. Everyone, remember this, when you enter the moment of awakening, you must maintain maximum rationality. To avoid getting hurt, Bai Di followed the group of students to the assembly area. He was lost in thought, reminiscing. This world has two types of awakening. The natural type, like Hong Tianshang's, it occurs in those with strong constitutions. An innate talent, it usually explodes forth during a surge of emotion. The other type is through the awakening space chamber, the fruit of countless scientists' labor. Within that space, emotions ignite and adrenaline surges, unleashing one's latent potential to awaken. But everyone gets only one random awakening. A student stared at his body, shouting with excitement, I awakened a blue class. That's a great rank. Hearing this, Huang Laoshe's eyes shone with pride. Go home and rest. You must be exhausted. Bai Di stood silently, without a word, lost in a torrent of confusing thoughts. Awakening a class is the only chance to change one's fate. Huang Laoshe called out softly, Bai Di, it's your turn. She crossed her arms, looking seriously at her problem student. Pay attention. Don't act like you do in class. You need to focus, understand? Bai Di replied confidently. I have my own plan, he thought to himself. The memories of my past life are still perfectly intact. In his previous life, he awakened as an E-rank core warrior. His average green grade quality led to him being bullied. Only when he advanced to S-rank did he discover the rare core element within him. What profession will I awaken this time? Stepping into a strange dimension, Bai Di swallowed nervously. He waited anxiously to see what rank he would be assigned. Sweat poured endlessly from him out of nervousness. Suddenly, the system displayed a notification. Awakening system has detected an error. It had detected 5 types of elements. A terrifying power enveloped his body, stunning Bai Di. What is happening? His body burned hot, and the ground shook as if in an earthquake. Infinite awakening system activating before his eyes. His body stats appeared, along with information provided by the system. Because your body contains all 5 elements, you can choose any element or profession as your initial profession. When you accumulate enough of one element, you can randomly receive a new profession for that element. Bai Di shouted in confusion. Wait, what does that mean? What's this about accumulating elements? His voice dropped to a whisper as he pondered. So, in other words, not only do I get to pick my initial element and class, but I can also unlock new classes later on. They could be green, blue, red, yellow, all sorts of qualities, even special classes. The system confirmed. Correct, but you can only select your initial class. Subsequent classes, however, will be random. Just then, Belfo's image flickered into his mind. That familiar, knowing smile echoed. That familiar, knowing smile echoed once more. Then allow me to help you, just this once. Bai Di clutched his left chest, a sudden realization hitting him. He suddenly understood. So this is what he gave me. The infinite awakening ability. The system then prompted. After you select your initial class, the element bars will be reset to 0. Please choose carefully. Meanwhile, outside, the other students were growing restless, whispering what's taking him so long. Just as they voiced their impatience, Bai Di finally emerged from the awakening room. A young boy cheered, he's finally out. Teacher Huang smiled, her voice gentle as she asked, what class did you awaken into? Bai Di sighed, his tone a bit evasive. I'm so sorry, I'm afraid I've disappointed you, ma'am. I awakened as a strength-type warrior, the lowest green grade class. Hearing this, Teacher Huang's voice softened, tinged with sadness. Oh, is that so? But she immediately placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. To console him, it's all right. Even if it's a green grade class, this world has still produced many extraordinary talents before. As long as you don't give up on yourself, it won't let you down. Bai Di frowned. You don't need to console me, ma'am. Teacher Huang shook her head gently. I know you're feeling unsettled right now. Just get some rest. Awakening must have taken a lot out of you by D. Just before he could leave, a mocking laugh rang in his ear. Hong Guangxin arrogantly mimicked her, sneering, as long as you work hard, the world won't let you down. Really, teacher? For someone so capable like him, how can you even spew such toxic positivity? Bai Di's face darkened, his eyes turning to ice. Huang Laoshi looked equally displeased.
Hong Guang tin con tin, ma'am.
That's simply not how reality works. A green grade means you're practically at rock bottom. He leaned in close to Baidi's ear, grinning delightedly. This is just how the world is. God only ever chooses the strong. The weak only deserve to be humiliated. Baidi's pupils constricted sharply. The word God echoed endlessly in his head. Huang Laoshi cleared her throat with a warning, her displeasure palpable. Why are you here again?
Hong Guang tin weren't the best stop.
Continuing to spew his biting remarks. You understand, don't you, teacher? A green grade profession means, from this point forward, you'll be stuck in the back row. You know why, don't you? Society is exactly like this. Those without abilities, without a background, and without a future will always be stuck in the back. Fairness has abandoned them. The strong seize better resources, and they only grow stronger and stronger. These green grade weaklings are utterly doomed to a tragic fate. From the instant they awaken, destined to be mere low-level grunts, nothing more. Among the awakened, what is this nonsense? About changing your life through hard work? A green grade turning into a genius? Do you actually believe that bullshit? It's just like when a person is born, their very life and future have already been decided for them. This school for the awakened is merely a miniature version of the world itself. Isn't that the truth? If you're a green grade, you should just accept being a total piece of trash. A green grade, leeching off a D-rank school? Why don't you just pack up and go home? Instead of squandering the government's resources? Unable to stomach Hong Guangtin's cruel words any longer, Baidi reached out, crushing the cup in his hand, splashing the water right into his face. As he wiped the water from his face, Hong Guangtin gritted his teeth in fury. Damn it, what do you think you're doing? He waved his hand dismissively, his voice cuttingly cold. I don't want to hear you talk. The other guy merely smirked and cursed. You son of a bitch, you bastard. You're asking for it.
Hong Guangtin snarled.
He swung his arm, aiming a punch straight at Baidi. Huang Lishi was horrified, but couldn't stop it in time. Oh no, that's the Thornstar Strike, a standard attack for a star-type assassin, but its power is massively boosted. Hong Guangtin roared through clenched teeth.
You vanity.
But Baidi remained calm. His eyes flashing, he drew his sword, and blocked Hong Guangtin's attack with the skill. Parry. Hong Guangtin's eyes widened in shock. Then he suddenly gritted his teeth, a look of pure fear on his face. With a single swing of his sword, Baidi sent Hong Guangtin flying. He crashed to the ground, before the stunned eyes of everyone present. Hong Guangtin coughed up blood, his eyes filled with terror as he looked at Baidi and trembled, asking what's going on? The surrounding students erupted in chaos. What was that? How did he do that? What just happened? Baidi tightened his grip on his sword's hilt, slung it over his shoulder, and said coldly, this is the profession I chose. A light sword from a core assault warrior. Attack +20, evasion +20. Hong Guangtin refused to accept it. He struggled to his feet and laughed loudly, putting on a brave face. That was just a lucky shot. So what if you dodged a little? I have a rare red-grade profession, a world away from low-life trash like you. But Huang Laoshi noticed something was wrong. Looking at Baidi, she thought, no, that couldn't have been luck. He used the ultimate footwork of a warrior, parry, when taking the strongest hit. This skill not only blocks the damage, but within 0.09 seconds, surpasses the limits of reaction time, to reflect the damage back at the opponent. She was astonished. My own master practiced that move for 15 years, and still hasn't perfected it. He just awakened, and he has zero combat experience. How is that even possible?
Hong Guangtin rao.
Absolutely refusing to accept defeat. Are you ready to die? He drew his bayonet, the signature weapon of a star-type assassin, and yelled, attack +30, speed +30, you worthless trash. I'll make you kneel before everyone. Baidi kept his expression stone cold, thinking to himself that he had his own reasons for choosing this seemingly weakest class. For words, from birth, a person's fate seems to be sealed. Only many years later, Do people realize what a grave mistake that was? A system displayed the information for parry. Use a weapon to block, reducing more than 50 of damage. Based on timing and judgment, if timed perfectly to negate 100 of the damage, there is a chance, within 0.09 seconds, to completely reflect physical damage. Back to the opponent. The sword in Baida's hand flashed, a stark contrast to the murderous aura.
Puring from Hong Kuang Tin.
The crowd whispered, "Are they really going to fight?" The school strictly forbids using awakened powers for personal fights, especially with so many people watching. Hong Kwang-tin's father is a high-ranking official, and his uncle is the principal. As for Baida, he just comes from a poor family with no connections. The bullied boy with glasses panicked. If he accepts the challenge and fights here, he'll be expelled. "Miss, what should we do?" Miss Hong hesitated for a moment, but quickly stepped forward, standing between the two. Her voice was gentle as she tried to persuade them. "Everyone just awakened today. In the future you could be teammates. Don't be rash. Let's stop here." Hong Kwang-tin roared, his voice filled with fury. "Are you kidding me? This bastard just arrogantly challenged me. You think I have to stop just because you say so?" He pointed directly at Baida, declaring it's useless. Even if he gets on his knees and begs for mercy now, fine, I'll show him the insurmountable gap between the chosen and a total loser. Miss Huang's face turned pale as she thought asterisk. He's right. The huge difference in quality lies in their attributes. Asterisk by D. Level 1. E rank core type warrior attribute bonus plus 100. Strength 53, stamina 61. Elemental power 8, speed 41, luck 26. Elemental power 11, skills parry flash step. Green tier quality maintained at 100. Meanwhile, a blue tier class gets a 150 bonus. A red tier class gets 200.
Hong Kuang Tin level 1.
E rank star type assassin attribute bonus plus 200. Strength 62-2. Stamina 22-2. Elemental power 10-2. Speed 75-2. Luck 21-2. Elemental power 10-2. Skills backstab. Ambush explosive strike. At the moment of awakening, the attributes of a red tier class are double that of a green tier 1. This gap in power seemed impossible to overcome. In terms of background, Baidi was completely crushed. The boy with glasses looked at him and sighed internally. "Are you that bored that you have to go and provoke someone so much stronger? This kind of trashy person is truly despicable." The boy with glasses mused, "But to survive in this chaotic society, we must learn to stay away from trash. If we can't avoid them, we must learn to endure humiliation. Only flexibility can ensure long-term survival. A direct confrontation is a foolish choice. It only leads to greater humiliation." Hong Guangthin didn't want to wait any longer. He lunged forward using his explosive strike skill. Strength plus 32. Critical hit plus 20, lifesteal plus 15 miss. Hong couldn't stop him in time and could only shout, "Baidi, be careful." She trembled, thinking asterisk. Should I try to block it asterisk? But parry consumes too much stamina, and Hong Guangthin's attack is powerful. His speed is just too fast. It's over, I can't block this one. Hong Guangthin swung his arm wildly, roaring, "Let's see where you run this time." But Baidi showed no fear at all. He tilted his head contemptuously and wondered asterisk. "Run? Why would I need to run?" Asterisk just as his hand was about to connect. Baidi shot forward, activating flash. Step speed increases by 50 for a short duration, depending on reaction time and proficiency, combined with a shield bash. When speed reaches 100, the flash effect is triggered, bypassing obstacles. Baidi's body instantly appeared behind Hong Guangthin, leaving him completely disoriented. His jaw dropped asterisk. When did he get behind me? Asterisk as the thought crossed his mind. A surge of pain erupted through his body. Hong Guangtin clutched his stomach, coughed up blood and collapsed to his knees. Baidi didn't even look at him, just cursed silently. Trash belongs in the trash can. Baidi walked away coldly, leaving the scene behind him. In his ears, astonished whispers buzzed endlessly. "Did you see what just happened?" "I didn't see a thing. I think Hong Guangthin fell on his own." What happened? Did he trip? The boy with glasses chuckled and muttered, "How did he just fall over like that?" Miss Huang was momentarily stunned, thinking to herself asterisk. This time even I couldn't see clearly. What happened asterisk? Behind her a female student rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought as she analyzed the situation. The moment Hong Guangthin, attacked by D, activated his flash step skill, a high-level warrior skill combined with a shield bash. But what did he actually do? How did he injure his opponent all in a single instant? Could he really take down an opponent so easily? With just one move, this girl was the class president. Chi-in realized it. By D had not only mastered the basic skills of a warrior, but he had also integrated them into actual combat. With masterful skill, her eyes narrowed with suspicion. Asterisk. He even calculated everything in that split second. Asterisk. The students nearby were still in an uproar. What's going on? What's wrong with Hong Guangthin today? What's wrong with Hong Guangthin today? Bai Di didn't even do anything. How embarrassing. Chi-in watched Bai Di's departing figure, wondering to herself asterisk. Did he avoid attacking in front of everyone, just to keep from breaking the school rules? Bai Di, what exactly happened to you? Asterisk. Bai Di had walked a short distance when the system interface appeared beside him, displaying important information. Experience gained, received 50 class experience points. Level 1 experience 50 out of 1000. Elemental accumulation received 50 points for inflicting serious damage on the opponent. E rank star element experience 50 out of 10,000. He glanced at it and nodded slightly, thinking asterisk. Just as I expected. Fighting accumulates class experience. Defeating an opponent with a star element grants elemental points, but 50 points is too little. Asterisk. I need to start grinding dungeons as soon as possible. Asterisk. At that moment, Hong Guangthin struggled to his feet, roaring in a hoarse voice, "Don't you dare leave." He grabbed the sword from the ground and charged at Bai Di. His only thought was asterisk. "I'll kill you." Asterisk. But before he could even touch him, a stern voice boomed from behind, making Hong Guangthin freeze in his tracks. That's enough. The speaker was Hong Liang, the dean of the high school division at the Awakening Academy. He said coldly, "Don't you think you've made enough of a fool of yourself?" Hong Guangthin stammered, "Uncle." Bai Di glanced at Hong Liang, wondering who this person was. Hong Liang's sharp voice rang out again. "Everyone is tired from Awakening today. Stop standing around watching the show." The students, though reluctant, began to disperse. A whisper, "It's the Dean of Instruction. Let's go," he commanded sternly. "Today marks the start of the weekend. Go home and get some early rest. Tell your families about your awakened class." Upon hearing "go home," Bai Di's face suddenly went deathly pale. Hong Liang looked down at Bai Di, his voice stern. "As for you, don't you know that fighting is strictly forbidden on school grounds?" But Bai Di didn't hear a single word. He stared with wide eyes, his thoughts in turmoil. "I was just reborn, so I didn't react in time. Wait, if I've really gone back 25 years, does that mean everyone is still alive?" The Awakening Day, May 22, 2005. But something else happened. Seeing his strange behavior, Hong Luang called out impatiently, "Hey!" But Bai Di spun around, cursing under his breath. "Damn it, how could I forget about this? This is the most important thing of all." Finishing his thought, he dashed off, leaving only a faint shout in his wake. The boy with glasses watched his retreating figure. Hong Luo Wang furrowed his brow in anger, and pointed at Miss Huang. "Control your student. I'll let it go today and won't pursue it further." She bowed her head respectfully. "I'm so sorry." A moment later, in a private office, Hong Guangthin rubbed his stinging neck, and gritted his teeth. "Damn it, if that punk hadn't gotten lucky, there's no way I would have lost to him." Hong Luang slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Nonsense! Do you even know what that kid did when you rushed him? He used an advanced skill, Shield Bash. More importantly, just before the collision, he identified your weakest point and delivered an incredibly powerful strike that completely broke through your defense. That sequence of moves utilized a warrior's basic skills to their absolute maximum potential. Even I, with 15 years of battlefield experience, I'm not sure I could do the same." Their fight was like a professional martial artist, using fundamental techniques, toying with a highly skilled elementary schooler. "That kid is anything but simple." Bai Di ran without stopping, his face set and cold. He clung to a single thought since his rebirth. Aside from taking revenge, there's one more crucial thing he must do. He has to stop this from happening. Standing in front of a tall building, he wiped the sweat from his brow, breathing heavily. All the memories of the man who terrified Bai Di in his childhood flooded back. He gritted his teeth in determination. Even if it kills me, I have to stop this. May 22, 2005, 1807. A man sat on the sofa watching television. He slapped his thigh, roaring with laughter. "This is killing me," he exclaimed. In the kitchen, a woman was washing dishes. A young boy pushed the door open and stepped inside. The man spoke. "Oh, you're home? Why are you back from school so early?" The boy stood there, his fists clenched tight. His eyes were fixed on his kind mother. Behind the glass door, tears welled up. "Mom, you're still alive. Thank God." She started using sign language. "I made your favorite hot and sour noodles." Bai Di pressed his lips together. "Supressinha sob." He forced a smile and signed back. "Mom, I want to eat sour fish soup today." She continued to sign. "Let's have it tomorrow. I've already made the hot and sour noodles for tonight." Before she could finish, he quickly cut her off. "Mom, please go buy it right now. I'm really craving it today." Seeing her son plead, she smiled fondly and signed. "All right, I can never say no to you." As she turned to leave, Bai Di rushed to follow her. "Mom, let me go with you." Suddenly, the man on the sofa spoke. "Your mother can go alone. What's wrong with you today? Kid, coming home without even saying hello to your dad. Isn't today your awakening day?" Bai Ling Shuang stepped in front of Bai Di. He braced a hand against the wall, a cruel smirk on his face. "Come on, tell your dad the good news." He was a level 26 L class, an electric-type warrior, boasting a 400 ability attribute bonus. He reached for a bottle of liquor on the shelf, then burst into loud laughter. "I even left work early today just to celebrate with you." Without a trace of fear, Bai Di answered directly. "I missed it. I didn't awaken today. It was just bad luck." The whole awakening process ran long, and they didn't get to my group. Hearing this, Bai Ling Shang's reaction was immediate. "Then why are you home so early?" he continued, scoffing. Dale's son said he awakened a blue-colored class, like father, like son. Both useless. Those words were like a dagger etched deep into Bai Di's memory. Bai Ling Shang kept his arrogant expression. "Son," Bai Ling Shang said, "I awakened a red-colored class at the very least. Back then I had no resources, and still managed to awaken a red class. And now I work myself to the bone to provide for you, pouring all my hopes into you." He pressed his forehead against Bai Di's, growling out each word. "What is your class?" Bai Di remained silent, his head lowered. In that moment, Bai Ling Shang's class power activated. He saw his son's class. Bai Di said coldly, "I still haven't." Before he could finish his sentence, a bottle smashed over his head. Bai Ling Shang stared blankly at his son, his voice a low growl. "Green, what was the point of pretending to be so diligent at school, just to awaken a trash-tier class like that? Were you trying to disgrace me?" Bai Di looked up, his expression completely empty. The man in front of him was a fake awakened, and also his father, but he was also a violent monster, who couldn't control his temper. Just as that thought crossed his mind, a fist slammed into his body. Bai Di thought to himself, "It's been so long, I had almost forgotten what happened on my awakening day." He vividly remembered May 22, 2005 in his previous life, when Bai Lingcheng learned Bai Di had awakened a green-colored class. He was so humiliated he beat him without mercy. As always, his mother shielded him with her own body, but Bai Di was too weak and terrified then. The man vented his rage on his mother for a full hour, breaking her leg and hitting her head, which eventually caused her to suffer a mental breakdown. All he could do then was cry, his tears mixing with his blood. And now he was being struck down just like in the past. He thought to himself, "I just awakened an E-class core warrior. Even though I chose this class for its special traits, it needs time to become powerful." Bai Lingshang clenched his fists and shouted, "Get up!" Bai Di looked at him, thinking, "He's a red-colored A-class. awakened with extensive combat experience. He's nothing like that weakling Hong Kwang from school. Bai Lingshang grabbed him by the hair and growled, I really made a mistake. Bai Di's eyes blazed with impotent fury. I can't possibly win against him right now, he thought. Bai Lingqing was enraged. He smashed another bottle of liquor over his head. I should have never let your mother give birth to a thing like you. Bidinu. Bai Lingqing had deliberately waited at home for him today. He wouldn't stop until he saw the outcome he desired. But one firm thought flashed through his mind. I absolutely cannot let Mom stay here. Luckily, I already got her out of the house. Right at that moment, he heard the crash of something breaking. Bai Di whipped his head around in alarm. He saw his mother, Nguyen, home much sooner than he'd anticipated. She trembled at the sight before her, the bag in her hands dropping to the floor. He screamed in his mind, Why? Why are you back so soon? Were you worried I'd be hungry? Earlier, Nguyen had thought to herself, I can't let my son be hungry. The weight in Bai Di's chest grew heavier and heavier. The moment Bai Lingshang saw her, his attention shifted and he bellowed, So you're back. Gaze upon this trash you bore for me. A man eyed Bai Di suspiciously. I heard you were the very first person to ever evolve your class. A green rank, usually. You'd need to be at least A-class blue to evolve. How did you manage it so quickly? To jump from green to platinum. That's a 1 in a million case. So tell me, why are you imprisoned here? This place is for death row inmates. Bai Di bowed his head, silent for a long moment, then replied in a chillingly cold voice, That man deserved to die. How dare you kill my mother? His eyes turned utterly lifeless and cold. As he recalled that chilling moment, Bak Lin-shang's gaze shifted from his mother to him. A cold wind swept past. Without a moment's hesitation, he violently flung Bai Di behind him. The loud sound of crashing furniture echoed. Bai Di braced himself on the floor, coughing up a mouthful of crimson blood. An awakened one, even without using skills, he was many times stronger than an ordinary person. A normal person couldn't have withstood that blow. He struggled back to his feet, telling himself he couldn't collapse now. Mom was still in danger. Nu Van witnessed the heartbreaking scene, and ran to him, letting out a silent scream. A mother's raw instinct took over. She rushed to stand in front of her son, desperately trying to protect him. Seeing this familiar scene replay itself, Bai Di's heart filled with fierce defiance. Bak Lin-shang slammed the door shut and spun back, and his sharp, cold gaze fell upon the mother and son as he roared, Are you really trying to get yourselves killed? Nu Van, he snarled through gritted teeth. The day I found out you were pregnant with a son, I was so incredibly happy. I thought the Bak family's chance to finally rise up had finally come. His hand reached for a nearby chair. Those two bastards couldn't produce a son, but Bak Lin-shang did. He dragged the chair screeching across the floor, got right in her face and bellowed, The Bak family is counting on me to bring honor to our ancestors. Nu Van gazed in utter despair at the man she once called her own, who now raged like a savage beast, intent on destroying them both. Bak Lin-shang roared in fury, and he just had to awaken the most useless, a green-rank profession, a good-for-nothing who can't even advance. This is all because of your jealousy. Nu Van stood protectively before Bai Di, just as Bak Lin-shang raised the chair high, ready to bring it crashing down. Suddenly, a brilliant green light flashed. As his speed hit 100, the flash effect activated, bypassing his foe and sending the chair flying. Bak Lin-shang stumbled back, genuinely surprised. Bai Di stared him down, eyes sharp and resolute. Don't you dare touch my mother. Bak Lin-shang eyed the tear in his sleeve, then laughed loudly. Interesting, isn't it? Behind him, Nu Van was a chaotic mix of panic and heartbreak. Bak Lin-shang cracked his neck, his expression emotionless yet brimming with interest. All grown up, are we? Good. He slowly stepped forward. Bai Di faced him head-on. He calculated he had to stop him first. He needed more time, but just then, Bak Lin-shang lunged forward like the wind, aiming straight for the tip of his sword. Bai Di tightened his grip on his weapon, ready to unleash his parry skill, choosing the perfect moment to nullify 100 of the damage. But Bak Lin-shang was simply too strong. As fast as lightning, he snapped the sword in two, shattering Bai Di's defense, and landing a thunderous punch on his chest. Bai Di coughed up blood, but his eyes never left his opponent. Even with his defense utterly broken, The chasm in their strength was just too vast. His bones ached as if they would shatter.
Wu Lin Shang ruared relentlessly.
You rebellious brat, you dare fight back against your own father. He activated Black Thunderclap. His movement speed surged, making each of his blows with an electrifying shock effect. Nu Ven watched her son writhing in agony, enduring a storm of brutal punches. Her heart absolutely shattered. Bak Lin Shang leaped up and growled, "You're getting way too ahead of yourself." Bai Di endured it all stoically, telling himself he absolutely couldn't dodge. Bak Lin Shang grimaced, "You've got some backbone, but it's useless with such a weak profession. You'll be beaten to death sooner or later anyway." Bai Di showed no fear, staring straight at the man who had murdered his mother in his previous life, vowing that this time, he wouldn't let that tragedy repeat itself. Bak Lin Shang sneered, "You think awakening is so wonderful, don't you?" Just then, a frantic knocking echoed from outside the house. Bak Lin Shang, lost in his furious beating, didn't seem to hear it at all. He picked up the metal chair and swung it hard, yelling, "Don't you know who the goddamn boss around here?" Nu Ven hugged her son, holding him tight. The person outside got no answer, and started pounding on the door insistently. "Open the door now." The mother and son trembled in pain. Bak Lin Shang lost his fierce enthusiasm, and cursed under his breath, "Damn it, who dares to interrupt me right now?" Bai Di immediately recognized who was outside. "They're here." Filled with blinding rage, Bak Lin Shang threw the door open and roared, "Who the hell is knocking?" Two members of the investigation team stood coldly at the door. One of them frowned. "What took you so long to open the door? What were you busy with?" The speaker was Lin Gang, the vice captain of the Red Rank, a class spirit perception inspection team. Beside him was Tran Kim Vu, a blue rank class spirit perception investigator. As soon as Bak Lin Shang saw them, he went silent, his anger instantly turning to confusion and fear. Vice Captain, why are you here?" Lin Gang held up a wanted poster. "We received a report that the wanted criminal, Snow, was spotted near this building. We're checking every unit. Have you seen anyone suspicious in the photo?" A masked figure flashed a provocative grin. Bak Lin Shang forced a laugh. "This guy's on TV every single day. If he showed up, I'd have reported him already." Lin Gang suddenly looked past him, spotting a Nu Van, sorrowfully cradling a bleeding Bai Di. One hand supported him, while the other gently touched the wound on his head. Without hesitation, he asked, "Hold on, what happened to your son?" Bak Lin Shang clapped Lin Gang on the shoulder, and whispered, This idiot wasn't careful. I told him to buy some vegetables, and he managed to fall." But from behind them, Bai Di's clear voice cut through, "No, he beat me that morning." Bak Lin Shang's face darkened and grew heavy. 18 minutes earlier, after realizing he'd been reborn, Bai Di had anticipated this event and planned it carefully. The first step was to file a false report. "I saw someone who looks like that Snow guy online walk past the Afuta Diet building." But before going upstairs, Bai Di had made the call from a shop across the street, reporting the tip about Snow. If the security team received the tip, they would mobilize all their resources to investigate. Who knew the inspection team would arrive so quickly? But it was enough time, and Lin Gang, with his sharp and clear mind, could easily distinguish between the words of a child and a liar. He looked coldly at Bak Lin Shang. "Is what he said true?" Bak Lin Shang frantically scratched his head. In confusion, "He's just joking. Why would I ever hit my own son? It would break my heart." But Bai Di cut him off, his voice clear. "My arm was hit with a chair. My head was hit with a wine bottle. And this was from a punch. That's from being kicked. Every injury on my body can be examined right now. An awakened one, violently out of control, intentionally harming another person." He emphasized the divine law. Chapter 8, Article 4 regulates the management of the awakened. A perpetrator who poses a danger. He must be arrested immediately and detained for 15 days in the awakened prison. Ling Gong and Tran Kim Vu were absolutely stunned. Bak Lin Shang snapped, gritting his teeth in fury. He roared at Bai Di. Before he could finish, Ling Gong sharply cut him off. "I am Ling Gong from the Monitoring Division. I'm arresting you in accordance with the law. You have the right to remain silent." Bak Lin Shang instantly flew into a blinding rage. He tried to lunge forward and attack. "You son of a bitch!" Tran Kim Vu reacted quickly, restraining him and urging, "Calm down." If you resist, we will use force. No further evidence was needed. The two men dragged Bak Linshang right out the door. He was still stubbornly cursing at Bai Di, shouting, "You just wait, be quiet." The whole house fell silent after they left. Bai Di softly called out, "Mom." The word had barely left his lips when Nu Van rushed over and hugged him tightly. Seeing the profound worry in his mother's eyes, he quickly reassured her, "Mom, it's okay now." In her warm embrace, Bai Di let out a quiet sigh of relief. "This time, I managed to protect Mom, and I have 15 days. But amidst his mother's choked sobs, he smiled and whispered, "Don't worry, Mom, this is the last time." He told himself he had enough time to get stronger. His fingers clenched unconsciously. This fight wasn't for nothing. I've stolen the key to his safe. That year, Bak Linshang didn't hesitate to backstab his own comrades, to steal that item, the very thing that took him from E rank to C rank. Waiting for his mother to calm down, Bai Di separated from her and approached the wooden cabin. A secret compartment hidden within the wall that Bak Linshang always kept hidden, even from his own family. In my past life, I only found out about it after he died. With this, I can grind dungeons all by myself. Right now, only dungeons help you level up your class, but they're all managed by the gods or the guilds. The only dungeons Bai Di could enter were the ones at school or this hidden dungeon. I know about it from my past life. The difficulty level? Completely unknown. His eyes burned with fierce determination. I must surpass everyone, and quickly. A hidden dungeon, a place where monsters dwell. It allows class holders to accumulate experience, level up and boost their strength from E rank to D, then C rank on May 22, 2005 at 10:02 p.m. Inside the supervisory team's detention room, a loud commotion suddenly erupted, startling even the deputy chief of guards. Another team was also dispatched, but they found nothing. Was it fake news? Tran Kim Vu grew suspicious. But whether it's real or fake, since it's related to the rebel Snow, we can't let our guard down, especially on the day the team was founded. Snow appearing in the province is a huge deal. Tran Kim Vu asked, "I heard the captain came back early. Is that right?" Ling Gang cut him off. "That's not something we should be discussing." Behind the bars, Bak Lin Sheng slammed on the door, shouting, Deputy Chief, give me a break. It's my first mistake. I won't do it again. I heard the deputy chief's wife is about to give birth. My brothers and I own the best birthing center in the province." Ling Gang shot up, his eyes stern. "Are you trying to bribe the inspection team? You used to be a guild member. How did you end up like this?" After speaking, he pushed the door open and walked out. Bak Lin Shang clenched his fists, his vacant eyes following him. Tran Kim Vu was happily organizing the bribery documents, and you were caught. You're not just going to be detained. Get some sleep. Tomorrow, you're being transferred to the awakened prison. Now be quiet. The door slammed shut. The anger inside Bakulin Chung transformed into a burning hatred. Early in the morning, while Nu Van was still sound asleep, Bai Di's room was already empty. He'll be released in 15 days. Before that, I have to get stronger and fast. Dungeons are the only option. These can pop up anywhere, concealing hidden chances to level up. Most dungeons exist as parallel dimensions, accessible only through a mysterious void gate. Bai Di quietly clutched his weapon, moving forward. Once explored, most dungeons are quickly taken over and occupied by various guilds. They're teeming with countless magic beasts and valuable resources for upgrades, making them the ideal spot for the awakened to forge and enhance their power. But beware, dungeons are exceptionally perilous. For standard dungeons, teams can only venture inside once the government has fully explored them. Back in my previous life, this very dungeon was uncovered a year later, right when the demon race invaded our world. An F-rank dungeon, for example, typically demands 3 E-rank awakened. If it's an E-rank dungeon instead, it calls for a team of 5, 3 E-ranks and 2 D-ranks. Given the current timeline, this dungeon is 90 guaranteed to be F-rank, the lowest level hidden dungeon Bai Di could access. Before him, a mysterious spatial gate shimmered into existence, the very entrance to an untouched, undiscovered dungeon. Bai Di stepped through, not a moment of hesitation. Grave dangers lurked deep within the dungeon. demanding coordination between elements and classes, to even stand a chance at victory. But in this moment he truly had no other choice. He was cornered, with no other option available. He was dead set on becoming stronger, all on his own, and at the absolute fastest speed possible. He strode into the mystical new dimension. Instantly, a notification flashed into view. Entering dungeon. Danger level, unknown. The moment he stepped inside, Baidi was struck by a piercing, icy cold. The entire landscape lay blanketed in white ice. This must be the dominion of an ice-type magic beast. He risked moving forward, but before he'd gone far, a colossal, slumbering magic beast materialized before him. Around the ice bear, countless skeletons lay piled, the grim remains of those who'd entered before. An E-rank, level 8 primeval ice bear hibernating. Suddenly, the crunch of footsteps, and a low growl echoed from behind him. Baidi instantly whipped around, realizing the grave danger of being discovered. This is just an E-rank dungeon. Have they not found me because they're hibernating? Right in front of him, an E-rank, level 2, bloodthirsty forest wolf charged at him like a storm. Baidi quickly drew his sword. He sighed to himself, thinking, even a single wolf is stronger than me. He quickly stepped back, and the wolf's attack missed. Before he could recover, it lunged again. He raised his sword to block, but the beast didn't stop, kept aiming right for him. After a moment of dodging, the wolf paused as if gathering its strength. Baidi immediately seized the opportunity, swinging his sword, and cutting the beast in two with a single slash. Blood stained the white ice red. He stood his ground, looking at his sword. The A-rank weapon, Kunwu, hidden in Baklanshang's safe, wasn't sold on the open market. It was a perfect complement to his current combat power. Kunwu was forged from sharp Kunwu stone, capable of cutting through iron like mud. Strength plus 150, agility plus 50, stamina plus 100, life steal plus 20, defense penetration plus 20. But this magic beast's defense is quite high. Even when aiming for its weak spot, took 3 or 4 hits to take it down. Baidi's side. He was fighting off the cold. His heart suddenly recalled the victorious days, when he was still at level 1. A system notification popped up, displaying his E-rank class data. He needed to kill about 20 more wolves to level up. Gained 52 class experience points. Level 1 experience, 102/1000. He accumulated elements. By defeating an E-rank cloud-type magic beast, gained 50 cloud element points. 50 tenths, 000 obtained. Snow Wolf Fong obtained. He calculated that to go from E-rank to D-rank, he needed to gain 10 levels. The very next second, low growls echoed out. A pack of snow wolves had gathered before him. They were all E-rank level 2, bloodthirsty forest wolves. Baidi, the cloud type, gave them an icy stare. The scent of blood must have drawn them straight to him. He remained completely unfazed. They're trying to encircle me the moment they appear, he thought, determined not to let them gain the advantage. He unsheathed his Kunmu sword and charged right into the fray, unleashing a critical hit on their weakest points. He executed a continuous chain of agile dodges and brutal counterattacks. Critical hits landed again and again. He plunged fearlessly into the middle of the wolf pack, his sharp gaze absolutely focused on one final, decisive move. He shot forward like a lightning-fast arrow, activating a devastating finishing blow. The entire pack crumbled under the relentless continuous damage. The system immediately flooded him with notifications. Successfully killed, bloodthirsty forest wolf. Gained 52 experience points. Obtained 18 snow wolf fangs. With the pack dealt with, only the alpha remained. The bloodthirsty wolf king. An E-rank, level 4 cloud-type magic beast, still standing imposingly before him. Though it was just the pack leader, it was noticeably larger in size. Baidi didn't flinch. He hadn't been the least bit intimidated by the entire wolf pack just moments ago. What was a single one like this to him? He tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword and lunged forward like a swift phantom. He swung the steel blade, absolutely relentless. Each slash was like a tearing whirlwind, ripping away its silvery white fur. The alpha beast collapsed almost instantly. His massive body trembled, then went completely still. The system immediately lit up, signaling the successful kill of the bloodthirsty wolf king. Received 56 experience points. Received 1 snow wolf diamond. Baidi stood firm amidst the blood-stained snow. Sweat soaked the back of his shirt, and the corner of his lip curled up in a slight smirk. At this rate, advancing to D rank is only a matter of time. The system continued to summarize his status. 1094 out of 1000 experience points. You have leveled up to E rank, level 2. You received 12 additional attribute points. Please proceed to allocate your points. He reached out and touched the button. His ragged breaths mingled with a dry, weary laugh. He'd only taken down 2 wolves, yet his body was already this exhausted. An E rank stamina really is so pathetic. His gaze swept over the 10 glittering snow wolf diamonds scattered on the ice. A wave of regret washed over him. I have to find a dimensional backpack, otherwise I'll have to wastefully leave behind so much. Dropped loot. D bent down to pick up a diamond. Memories of his past life rushed back, like a cold, swift stream. Most dungeons were controlled by monopolistic guilds, making it difficult for unaffiliated awakeners to progress. This thing, the Snow Wolf Diamond, is one of the strongest types of crystal, used as a material for crafting special weapons. The market price fluctuates around 10,000 yuan. He stuffed the stone into his pocket and continued walking, his mind racing to find his next target. To get a chance to face high-level monsters, the only way is to join one of the 5 godly guilds. The Academy for the Awakened, which is affiliated with the guilds, was established to select outstanding talents. Most students yearn to become distinguished graduates, favored by the guilds. Being expelled from the 5 guilds means having your chance to rise up extinguished. You might be stuck at C rank for the rest of your life. After being kicked out of the guild, he was forever stuck at that level, grinding alone. But progress was as slow as a crawling turtle. Moreover, the harsh cold here was draining his energy more and more. D glanced back. He spotted a pack of snow wolves stalking him in the distance. An idea flashed in his mind. Without hesitation, he immediately lured the pack to chase after him. As he ran, he swung his sword, cutting down trees to create obstacles, to block their path. The crashing trees startled the beasts. In the branches, a giant serpent suddenly appeared, while the wolf pack also looked around in bewildered panic. Just then, D froze. His breath plumed into white mist in the freezing air. He mused to himself, the quickest path is to handle this right here. Soon enough, he stood in a valley, teeming with creatures from the level 4 forest. A cloud serpent, an E-rank cloud-type monster.
Suddenly, a sky-shaking explosion
startled the entire pack of beasts. Only D remained utterly calm. He glanced toward the source of the commotion. That should be enough to rouse all the beasts, including it. A giant paw slammed down from above, crushing several snow wolves. It happened in an instant. It was the newly awakened primordial ice bear, an E-rank cloud-type monster, level 8, currently in a berserk state. It attacks randomly with an additional 20 damage. D stared intently at the information that appeared, silently weighing his options. In this state, the primordial ice bear doesn't distinguish between friend or foe. It only knows how to charge in and slaughter. And just as expected, any monster that got in its way, the ice bear savagely crushed. Taking advantage of the chaotic moment, D moved like a ghost, delivering a precise, finishing blow. Successfully killed a bloodthirsty forest wolf, received 52 experience points. Successfully killed a bloodthirsty forest wolf, received 52 experience points. You received 2 snow wolf fangs. Successfully killed a cloud serpent, received 56 experience points. Received 1 cloud serpent fang. After each clash, he skillfully retreated, watching from the sidelines and waiting for an opportunity. As long as he dodged to the side and found an opening, he would immediately rush in. Every single time, the primordial ice bear threw a terrifying punch, and he would seize the opportunity to take down the panicked beasts. Successfully killed a cloud serpent, received 56 experience points. Successfully killed a bloodthirsty forest wolf, received 52 experience points. 3 cloud serpent fangs obtained, plus 2 snow wolf fangs to the loot. D let out a quiet chuckle, a glint of pure satisfaction in his eyes. Even if these E-rank beasts were ferocious, they had absolutely zero intelligence. Before long, he'd leveled up to E-rank level 4. granting him another 12 attribute points. The system's voice chimed in, "Please proceed with point distribution," but he wasn't about to rush back into the fray. The primordial ice bear, you see, wasn't just drawing the monster's attention, it was also saving him a significant chunk of stamina. However, to actually snag those experience points, he still had to deliver the killing blow himself. As he landed, the pack of bloodthirsty forest wolves immediately let out a growl, instantly marking him as easy prey. But Baidi calmly crouched down, regulating his breathing to recover his strength. Even with the primordial ice bear's aid, his body was utterly exhausted. It was time to initiate the next phase. The fierce battle had pushed everything to its absolute limit. His stamina was almost completely depleted. His eyes darkened, a cold glint appearing, as he swept over the monsters before him. It was all part of his master plan. Beneath the monster's feet lay sharp, cold spikes waiting silently, covered by only a treacherous thin layer of ice. His stamina was almost completely depleted. His eyes darkened with a cold glare, sweeping across the monsters before him. It was all part of his carefully laid plan. Beneath the monster's feet lay sharp, cold spikes, patiently waiting, covered by only a fragile, thin layer of ice, ready to shatter into oblivion at any moment. But when the beasts identified Baidi as their prey, they charged forward with reckless abandon. He had calculated this moment with utmost precision. Swinging his sword, he stabbed it hard into the ice, then whispered softly to himself, "How about you all join me down here?" The surface of the ice immediately cracked, then shattered spectacularly. The panicked beasts froze, stopping dead in their tracks, not daring to move an inch after the battle. Baidi always meticulously observed his surroundings. This wasn't just a frozen lake, but a precarious ice bridge, spanning between two treacherous cliffs. In a sudden flurry, numerous monsters plummeted, screaming, into the deep abyss. The system immediately flashed a notification. Successfully vanquished a bloodthirsty forest wolf. Received 52 experience points. Successfully vanquished a cloud serpent. Received 56 experience points. Baidi calmly strode out of the chaos, his demeanor as cool as if he'd never fought. The system's data summary announcement resounded. You've leveled up to level 7. A rank. Received 12 additional attribute points. Please proceed with distribution. You've acquired 13 snow wolf fangs, 2 snow wolf diamonds, and 8 cloud serpent fangs. But before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, a massive dark shadow loomed from above. The primordial ice bear and a few other monsters were charging straight for him. But thanks to his meticulous plan, most of the monsters had already been annihilated. With what little stamina he had left, he just needed to deal with these stragglers. This was the fastest path to leveling up that he had chosen long ago. He earned the title One Against a Myriad, increasing all stats by 10, when facing a multitude of enemies. Looking at the beast before him, Baidi merely smirked, but a question suddenly flashed in his mind. From the very beginning, every dungeon has had a reigning leader, the E-rank Dungeon Lord, the brutal Lion King. Level 10. With all the earth-shattering commotion that just happened, was it still not enough to wake it up? Why hasn't it shown itself yet? Suddenly, the primal ice bear whipped its head around, its ferocious eyes locking onto Baidi. 2 forest wolves snarled, lunging straight at him. In that very instant, an unusual chill swept past. Ice magic struck with lightning speed. Baidi frowned, taking a few steps back. His instinct screamed that something was deeply wrong. My thinking was off. He nimbly dodged, his feet constantly retreating. It wasn't that it hadn't woken up. It had simply been lurking, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. But the ice bridge had shattered behind him, leaving him with no path for retreat. Behind him, a bottomless abyss loomed. The mindless demonic beasts, caught off guard, were instantly frozen by that magic blast. Their bodies were rendered immobile, like statues. It had patiently waited for its enemies to be exhausted before striking, unleashing a perfect, inescapable trap. Baidi's expression darkened, his gaze heavy. The magic blast had hit him, and frigid ice spread rapidly. Baidi watched helplessly, as the ice gradually encased him, his eyes fixed on the deep abyss before him. The ice bridge, it turned out, was a trap it had set himself. It only needed to appear at the last moment, to effortlessly claim its victory. How could a low-level cave like this hide an overlord with such cunning intellect? Suddenly, system information immediately appeared. Overlord Brutal Lion King Level 11. D-Rank Cloud-Type Magic from the Demon Layer. Overlord Lord Kong Lin Level 11.
D-Rank.
Along with 2 underlings, a Cloud-Type Battle Demon and Vice General Demon Ape. Kong Lin Level 10. E-Rank. They surrounded Bai Di. The demon ape looked at him with a sinister gaze, a cold glint of light flashing, accompanied by a malevolent smile. The ice had already reached his head. Only Bai Di's eyes remained exposed, bewildered, but without a trace of fear. I'm completely frozen solid. At this rate, my body temperature will drop fast, he thought to himself, gritting his teeth. Suddenly, Lord Konglin waved his hand, giving a clear signal. A giant ape immediately charged forward, a cunning, triumphant smirk. Bai Di was trapped within the ice, watching helplessly as the ferocious ape leaped up and swung a powerful blow. But in that very instant, the layer of ice shattered, revealing a prepared Bai Di. Seizing the opportunity he had waited for, Lord Konglin suddenly realized something was amiss. In an instant, Bai Di unleashed a crushing blow, pulverizing the demon ape. The system promptly issued a notification, successfully parried at the perfect moment, negated 100 of damage in 0.09 seconds, chance to fully reflect physical damage. Back to the opponent, Bai Di struggled to his feet, breathing heavily. He had calculated he'd need to use all his strength to break the ice, and it had consumed too much of his stamina. The system updated again, activating Awakening. Use all energy for a chance to instantly escape. A controlled state, but consumes a large amount of stamina. He wiped away a trickle of blood from the corner of his lip. Bai Di tensed as he analyzed the situation. For Lord Konglin to unleash another powerful magic spell like that, it would need time for a cooldown. His lips curled into a slight smirk. His ice-cold gaze was ready for the next move. Bai Di watched Lord Konglin intently. Its arrogant demeanor made him grit his teeth. I have to take it down now, before the situation gets worse. Clenched its fist, and immediately summoned a pack of wild wolf bears. From the void, the sight made Bai Di's blood boil, and he ground his teeth. The ferocious primal ice bear advanced. Its identity was clear: Primal Ice Bear, Level 8, E-Rank, Ice Type, Demonic Beast. Cold sweat unknowingly trickled down his forehead. Core Type was supposed to counter Cloud Type, but with his stamina depleted, facing both of Konglin's demon apes was already a challenge. Now, with this pack of beasts added to the mix, he couldn't help but hesitate. The situation grew even more suffocating. As one of the demon apes took the lead and charged, Bai Di swiftly raised his shield to block. The attack was sudden, but he silently admitted to himself that his chances of victory were almost zero. Before he could recover, the second demon ape lunged forward, coordinating with its companion in a relentless, brutal assault. Bai Di was violently pushed back several steps, but his eyes still burned with defiance. No, I refuse to submit. I can't just give up without a fight. Just then, the colossal primal ice bear joined the fray, its sheer presence utterly overwhelming. It slammed the ground, unleashing a terrifying shockwave. Bai Di was forced to dart away like an arrow to evade the blow. His gaze remained fixed forward, unwavering, resolute even as his mind grew weary and strained. His body trembled violently in the biting cold. The demonic beasts continued to charge forward relentlessly, with unyielding, savage ferocity. Bai Di's stamina had reached its absolute limit. Lord Konglin's lips curled into a smug, cruel, contemptuous smirk. Without a moment's hesitation, he waved his hand, unleashing a violent torrent of ice. A horrifyingly cold blast of air rushed directly toward him. Bai Di was utterly horrified, unable to comprehend it. How could Lord Konglin's skill have cooled down so incredibly quickly? His eyes flickered for a brief moment, losing their usual calm composure, but they instantly turned ice-cold again, as if he had made a grim, final decision. He told himself, in my past life, I was used to facing countless hardships and trials, but through all those harrowing encounters with adversity, he had honed his keenest instincts, his ability to sense even the smallest glimmer of opportunity. Now he had only two choices before him. First, stay and fight, with his stamina already completely depleted, enduring the devastating damage from the ice magic, and facing these high-level demonic beasts. The survival rate was practically zero. He decisively leaped into the gaping abyss below. The moment he moved, the blast of ice slammed into him, binding his legs instantly, and turning his entire body into a solid block of ice. Lord Konglin was utterly stunned, unable to comprehend his desperate intention. The wolves and bears looked up in stark surprise at the scene. Bai Di plummeted into the deep abyss like a speeding bullet, his determined gaze locked onto a target far ahead. In the very middle of the abyss, another demonic beast watched in eerie silence. Its cold, unblinking eyes followed his descent. But far away in a cozy, warm room, Nu Van's brow furrowed in impatience. She pushed the door open, sighing to herself. Goodness, still sleeping in like this every weekend. But then, she suddenly stopped short, surprised to find the bed neatly made. It was Saturday, May 23, 2115, 7 a.m. at the Zua mansion. She picked up a piece of paper from the table, skimming the note that read, "Mom, I'm going to a friend's house. I'll be back late tonight. Please don't worry." Nu Van clutched the note, and a cold wave of unease washing over her. "This isn't right," she murmured. "If little E were going to a friend's house, he would have told me directly. He wouldn't need to leave a note." She put the note down, her eyes brimming with worry. "Little E, what's wrong? Ever since you came home yesterday, you've seemed like a completely different person. Why do I have such a terrible feeling about this?" A crimson trail of blood dripped from a bandage onto the icy path. A patch of the frozen river ahead was stained a vivid red with fresh blood. When the ice bridge collapsed, nearly 100 demonic beasts were swept into the abyss. Bai Di struggled, clinging desperately to the cliff face. Trudging through the raging blizzard, his mind was in turmoil, but he had only leveled up to level 3 back then, which meant only about 60 of them had been killed. That means the other 40 are still lurking somewhere. He shot down into the chasm like an arrow. Bai Di had already calculated this. There had to be a river at the bottom of the chasm. When the layer of ice shattered, he struggled to land on the soft snow. Planned. Jumping into the chasm was his only chance of survival, but breaking through the ice again had nearly drained all of his stamina. Low body temperature, continuous blood loss, a state of utter debility. But more than that, the fall from that terrifying height into the frozen river had severely injured his body. Have I reached my limit? Suddenly, a demonic beast loomed into view. It opened its maw, revealing 2 razor-sharp fangs, and slowly it began to close in. It was the terrifying Glacier Overlord, a monstrous level 9 E-rank cloud beast. But in another scene, a hazy figure materialized. A warm voice chimed, "You're back, kid. Aren't you going to join me for a drink at my place?" Enla greeted Bai Di with a radiant smile. "Bai Di, come give me a hug." Tullum chimed in excitedly, Boss, let's sneak out tonight for some foie gras." Luchuan, as always, stood before the bulletin board, his voice full of curiosity. "Bai Di, what does this data mean? Come help me take a look." And Ru Yun, with her unwavering kindness, asked gently, "Does the wound on your head hurt a lot?" Bai Di's soul seemed to plunge into darkness, facing Lord Konglin's treacherous smile, who bared his teeth in a challenge. The contemptuous being growled, "Yusti." The comrades who had once betrayed him also looked at him with scornful eyes. "Yusti," they repeated endlessly. "Yusti, you're nothing more than this." The comrades who had once betrayed him also looked at him with scornful eyes, repeating, "Yusti," they repeated endlessly. "Yusti, you're nothing more than this." Bai Di clenched his fists, determination boiling within him. "I have no limits. I cannot have limits." All the regrets from his past life burned inside him like a raging inferno. As the Glacier Overlord prepared to pounce, Bai Di, without a moment's hesitation, grabbed its sharp fangs. The beast's eyes widened in stunned terror. He looked straight at it, his voice as hard as steel. "I will never let that happen again." Gathering his strength, he gripped the beast's head tightly. "I've already lost everything once. I've already died once." Seizing the opportunity, He launched a powerful kick. His resolve was like iron. The kick tore through the air, knocking one of the glacier overlord's fangs loose. I will absolutely not die again. With a decisive blow, he kicked the beast back. He then collapsed, propping himself up on his hands, panting, utterly exhausted. But as the glacier overlord roared and charged once more, Baidi's fighting spirit erupted like a blazing flame. He stood tall, his voice calm but chillingly sharp. Only a desperate situation can activate a job advancement. His gaze calmly locked onto the beast, choosing to solo the demon den, luring the demonic beasts to leap into the abyss. It was all part of the plan. Behind him, the pack of demonic wolves continued to howl madly. The glacier overlord, having lost both its fangs, roared in fury. Baidi had relentlessly pushed himself into this desperate situation, just to reignite that intense feeling from his past life. But because he had overcome this great desperation, the adrenaline in Baidi's body exploded to its maximum. That feeling, that surging wave of adrenaline, had returned. Adrenaline rush activated, job advancement, but due to insufficient conditions, job advancement has failed. However, you have learned the high-level skill, core skill of the Holy Swordsman. But Baidi remained unusually calm and composed. Even though it wasn't enough for a job advancement, he had unexpectedly acquired this ultimate skill. Ahead of schedule, he swung his sword decisively, his voice deep. Now, I'm gonna wipe you all out. His eyes were sharp, unwavering, ready for a new battle. The glacier overlord sensed the challenge and roared in anger. Meanwhile, the tundra bear behind it couldn't hold back any longer and charged forward aggressively. Brother Baidi spun around, executing a perfect slash in midair. He commanded, "Purify," as the skill deployed. He looked up, his eyes sharp. The demonic beasts were sliced in half by an invisible blade. Collapsing instantly, the system immediately announced, "Successfully killed a bloodthirsty forest wolf, received 52 experience points. Successfully killed a tundra bear, received 64 experience points. Successfully killed the glacier overlord, received 66 experience points." He raised his hands, still blazing with power. His eyes swelled with pride. Obtained 1 bloodstone, 1 tundra beast hide, 2 prideful bear bones. You've leveled up to E rank, level 8. You've gained 12 additional stat points. Please allocate them now. Domain of Purification effect activated. Fatigue removed, stamina restored. Obtained 16 snow wolf fangs, 16 snow wolf crystals. Baidi clenched his fist, his eyes blazing. Obtained title, Wanderer. Ice resistance plus 100. Freezing damage reduced. You've learned the ultimate skill, Domain of Purification. He gazed up at the steep cliff, whispering softly, "It's time to come back for you." Baidi walked with effortless ease, wiping his sharp blade, lost in thought. Now at E rank level 8, he could truly feel his superior strength. Defeating E rank foes was now as easy as flipping his hand. The biting cold no longer made him shiver. Domain of Purification, an ultimate skill, could accumulate all damage taken and release it in a single devastating burst, wiping out entire hordes of enemies. But to activate it, he had to accumulate enough fatigue and damage. Fortunately, thanks to this skill, his strength had been fully restored. Baidi gripped a small ledge on the cliff and carefully began to climb. The system chimed again, activating Domain of Purification's effect, removing fatigue, restoring stamina. As he climbed, he worried, thinking to himself, "I don't know how long I've been in this demon den. I have to get back quickly, or Mom will be worried sick." A snowy wind howled through the air. The base's building stood silent, shrouded in the blizzard. Inside, Lord Konglin sat enthroned, before 2 rows of demon servants. Dozing off, it sat with its eyes closed, as still as a statue. Suddenly, a faint sound was heard. One of its crimson eyes cracked open, flashing with a cold light. A strike came down from the roof of the base, startling the resting demon servants. Awake Baidi landed, his voice as cold as ice. "We meet again." At this moment he had reached level 10. The peak of E rank, successfully killed tundra bear, received 64 experience points. Back in the real world, it was 11 p.m. on Saturday, May 23rd in the year 215. At home DUA, Ryun stood by the window, her heart burning with anxiety. "Where on earth did you go?" She wondered, her worried eyes staring into the darkness. Why haven't you come back after so long? Please don't let anything have happened to you. Inside the demon den, the sudden noise jolted Lord Konglin awake. The attack from above sent the demon servants into a panic. A few of them immediately jumped to their feet, watching warily. Before them lay the corpse of a primordial ice bear. It was now just a giant fur rug, lying motionless in the middle of the base. Bai Di stood proudly atop the bear's carcass. His voice was icy. We meet again. All around, the corpses of defeated wolves were piled high. The Lord of Konglin, sitting behind his demon minions, remained still. It pointed a finger into the air, and let out a contemptuous laugh. Without a moment's hesitation, the demon minions charged. A ferocious one lunged forward, striking a powerful blow. Bai Di's eyes blazed with hatred. He swung his sword, parrying the attack, before delivering a slash of his own. A decisive strike, successfully defeating one Konglin demon minion, gained 70 experience points. Fresh blood sprayed through the crimson screen. He caught the shocked gaze of the Lord of Konglin, could no longer sit still. It roared and shot to its feet, swinging a massive club. Magical energy erupted violently. As the Lord of Konglin issued its command, an ice storm onslaught was unleashed. Bai Di charged forward defiantly, not a hint of fear as he met the magic. His body's immunity automatically activated. Ice-type resistance effect activated, minimizing all freeze damage. Seeing him charge straight at it, the Lord of Konglin scrambled to its feet in a panic. It hastily pulled a stone staff from its pouch, as a horde of demon minions immediately rushed forward, forming a living wall in front of him. Bai Di growled in a low, cold voice, I just need to take care of you, and I can level up to D rank. Flash activated. Speed increased by 100. He instantly pierced through the obstacle. In a flash, the Lord of Konglin's staff-wielding hand was severed. He gaped in shock, staring at the blood gushing from the wound. The Lord of Konglin screamed in agony, its eyes blazing with fury. As it turned back to Bai Di, he met its gaze with calm determination. He coldly uttered a single word, farewell. With just a few sharp slashes, Bai Di chopped the Lord of Konglin into pieces, successfully defeated the cloud-type magic user. The level 11 D-rank Konglin chieftain gained 1,000 experience points, successfully promoted to D-rank core warrior. The demon minions behind him were terrified, not daring to advance. D-rank core warriors gain a 100 increase to all attributes. Currently at level 11, gained an additional 12 attribute points. 10 items are waiting to be collected. Sufficient cloud element has been accumulated. A new class is about to be unlocked. Bai Di was stunned, thinking to himself, I was so absorbed in the fight, I almost forgot about this. Sufficient cloud element has been accumulated. The system flashed a brilliant red notification. Successfully obtained the E-rank Cloud Mage class. You can switch classes at any time. Looking at the system panel, he mused, even though it's only E-rank, it's a red tier class, marked with an asterisk, but it comes with a whopping 200 power enhancement. This put it on par with his current D-rank core warrior class, and the surprises just kept coming. The system continued to flash new messages. Obtained D-rank Mage Weapon, Monostone, bonus, 40 points to elemental power, bonus, 40 points to spirit power, and magic range increased by 50. Obtained D-rank magic pouch, boasting a maximum capacity of 20 items. The demon minions could only stare blankly, as Bai Di busied himself, meticulously looting every item, from the Lord of Konglin's corpse. A subtle smirk played on his lips. Alright then, looks like there are still a few stragglers left. Successfully switched to Cloud Mage mode. His excited voice rang out triumphantly. Time to try out this brand new class. I've never played it before, so let's see what it's like. Meanwhile, in the real world, it was 5 a.m. on Sunday, May 24, 2115. Back home in ZUA, Ru Yun sat on a chair, her face etched with worry. When Bai Di quietly pushed the door open and stepped inside, her eyes immediately shot open, their corners still wet with tears. Bai Di spoke softly, Mom, I'm sorry I made you wait. Overjoyed, Ru Yun hugged him tightly. He then asked gently, Mom, have you been waiting all this time? You haven't eaten yet, have you, Mom? I have a suggestion. Would you like to hear it? Let's move out and leave him for good. Bai Di had already planned this using the D-rank magic pouch. Besides the necessary weapons, he had brought along more than 10 of his most valuable items. Downstairs from the building, a man was carefully examining a diamond. He brought it up, muttering, this one's worth 800 yuan. I'll take it off your hands. Bai Di cut him off, his voice firm, 18,000. The man was stunned and yelled, "Are you kidding me? You're demanding that price for a diamond like this?" Bai Di replied calmly, "If you don't want it." Just as he was leaving, the man frantically called out. His voice was urgent. "Wait, you can't just demand such an outrageous price. 2,000 yuan, and I'll take everything you've got." Bai Di shook his head, firmly stating, 5,000. The man grimaced, 3,000 for everything. He insisted, "I can't go any higher," but Bai Di calmly raised the price again. 6,000. The man looked visibly annoyed. "Why are you still hiking the price up?" "Fine. 7,000. Alright, 7,000. Just don't go any higher." Bai Di calmly took the money. Feeling utterly satisfied, he remembered his past life. He'd known many brokers who specialized in magic ores, so he knew the true hidden value of these items. With the substantial money he'd just received, he could finally afford to rent a decent house for his mother. In his past 3 lives, his mother had never known a single day of true peace. In this life, he only hoped she could finally live a peaceful, worry-free life. The real estate agent was beaming, shaking his hand firmly. "Boss, you really get straight to the point." The contract was signed surprisingly quickly. 3 months' rent, paid in advance. 15,000 yuan per month. Water, electricity, and management fees are all included. At 8 p.m. on Sunday, May 24, 2115, in their new cozy rented house, Bai Di smiled, watching his mother hum softly as she cooked. It had been so long since he'd seen her, with such a relaxed, carefree smile. The house was settled, and he had also leveled up to D rank, and acquired the Cloud Mage class. But that guy was still stuck in prison. He couldn't afford to let his guard down. Not until everything was completely resolved. He couldn't act recklessly just for revenge. Tomorrow he had to go back to school. On his arm, the bracelet he had just put on was a very special item. A D-rank weapon, the Stone of Magic. A stone containing immense magical power that can be polished and worn. Elemental power plus 40, spirit power plus 40, and increases magic range by 50. He clenched his fist, his spirit soaring. Now it's time to go find that thing. At the same time, in another place. It was 8 p.m. on Sunday, May 24, 2115. A group of bodyguards trudged wearily behind him, constantly fawning over him. "Young master, you've improved so much yet again." A girl hurried over with a bottle of water. "Brother, you should take a little break." Zhang Sheng slapped the water bottle away, yelling, "While we still have time, let's head to the next monster den to train even more." He was arrogant and smug, thinking, "I bet no one can progress faster than me." At this point, he had successfully leveled up to an E rank, a level 3 stellar assassin. He eagerly awaited the simulated combat test, thinking to himself, "I'll show everyone who the real genius is." At the same time, and Luo stood in her house, quietly, looking out at the city as it sank into the night. Holding some documents, she murmured, "The new batch of awakeners. This time, not a single one has a gold rank class. It seems there's nothing to look forward to." In this simulation test, at 7 a.m. on Monday, May 25, 2115, in a cozy rented house, a simple breakfast was neatly laid out on the table. Ru Yun sat and watched, her eyes filled with joy. Bai Di ate hurriedly, speaking as he chewed. "Mom, why didn't you wake me up?" She smiled gently. "You were sleeping so soundly. I really couldn't bear to wake you." She gently stroked his head, comforting him. "Eat slowly. It's okay to be a little late sometimes." Bai Di let her pat his head, silently agreeing, "That's right. How long has it been since I've slept so peacefully?" And he'd never had such a peaceful breakfast with his mother before. Suddenly, Nu Van tapped his shoulder, startling him. "Huh? What is it, Mom?" She gestured, her eyes twinkling with a smile. "Is there anything you want? A toy? A book? Or some kind of electronic device?" Bai Di chuckled, a rare childish tone in his voice. "Are you suddenly trying to give me a gift? What for?" She pointed to the calendar on the wall. "Next Friday is your birthday." Seeing May 31st circled in red, he suddenly realized, "Ah, so that's my birthday?" He lowered his head, to look at the plate of steamed buns. His heart suddenly felt heavy. It's been so long. In my past life, after Mom died, there was no one left to celebrate my birthday. Gradually, I even forgot about the day myself. Taking a bite of the bun, he asked himself what he desired most. Glancing at Nu Van's radiant face, he smiled. I already have what I desired most. Baidi quietly chewed his steamed bun. A fierce determination flashed in his eyes. The next objective is clear. Eliminate him at the Awakeners affiliated high school. From a distance, a teacher's teasing voice echoed across the schoolyard. All right, you little chicks. I'm sure everyone got enough rest last weekend, right? The combat instructor tapped lightly on his desk. His voice dropped, full of authority. Next, you will enter a hellish training phase.
Simulated combat, sur lit.
No one is unaware of the importance of simulated combat, right? The teacher spoke sternly. The Awakeners affiliated high school, we are directly under the Divine Guild. The Guild is always closely monitoring your every move, and this simulated combat is the first stage for you all to shine. After your awakening, this battle will serve as your middle school graduation exam, and the entire process will be broadcast live. More importantly, the most outstanding student will have the chance to join the high school division. On the spiritual journey, that is the only opportunity each year to have direct contact with the Divine Guild. The teacher continued, the school will select the most elite students from both middle and high school to go to the Sacred River Kingdom, the headquarters of the Divine Guild. Standing in line, Baidi frowned upon hearing this. The Sacred River Kingdom, the place where I met my master, and also the birthplace of that very person. But there was never any connection between my master, and that individual. He only joined the Divine Guild after I had already become a member myself. To find him, the fastest way, is to get a high score on the simulated combat exam. Then use that to get into the spiritual journey. A student next to him shouted excitedly, the simulated combat is this Friday. I'm both scared and excited. My blood is boiling. A nearby friend with glasses hesitated, his voice full of worry. I heard we have to enter a monster den this time. Can we really do it? The combat instructor slammed his hand on the door next to him, his voice firm. All right then, let's begin the official training session now. Come on, first stage, physical conditioning. He pointed to the gravity room. Everyone, 10 reps of change of direction runs. The student in front of Baidi enthusiastically told himself, time to get fired up, man.
I'm gonna do 20 reps.
Meanwhile, Baidi stood silently, frowning as he calculated something. A long line of students filed into the training room. Baidi looked up, straight at the teacher, his voice calm but firm. Sir, I don't want to use this training room. Hearing this, the group of friends in front turned around in unison. Surprised, the combat instructor frowned, his voice laced with annoyance. Baidi, I heard about your conflict with Zhang Shang last weekend, but don't think that beating one person in your class makes you so great that you can slack off on training. Ignoring the teacher's attitude, Baidi got straight to the point. I want to undergo a more specialized training course. Baidi's unexpected request left the combat instructor stunned. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Specialized? What do you mean? He frowned, his voice full of doubt. Are you saying there's a problem with my training methods? Baidi answered calmly, his voice measured but sharp. All awakeners absolutely need physical training, so using the gravity room isn't inherently wrong. However, specific agility drills like change of direction running are only suitable for classes focused on speed and coordination like warriors or assassins. Not everyone needs it. He paused for a moment before continuing. For people like mages or necromancers, the elemental chamber would be far more effective, helping them train their control over elemental power. Everyone has their own unique attribute points and habits, so training should absolutely be personalized. Hearing this, the teacher's face flushed red, and he growled, Are you trying to teach me how to do my job? Qian stood to the side, observing quietly, and thought to himself, the training method he's describing is identical to the model once mentioned by Master Dongyang of the Divine Guild. That model was only announced recently. If it weren't for the tape my dad brought home, I wouldn't have known about it. And yet, Baidi shares the same idea as someone like Master Dongyang. A panicked student next to him pulled Bai D's arm. Hey, Bai D, even if you really have an opinion, you should show the teacher some respect. He's the most respected instructor in our school. You can't just say things so bluntly like that. The combat instructor suddenly placed a hand on Bai D's shoulder, calling his name, making the friend beside him jump. But instead of being angry, the teacher burst out laughing, his voice cheerful. This training method you mentioned, that I find it quite interesting actually. It's true, I haven't been thinking it all through. The friend with glasses sighed in relief, muttering, thank goodness. Thank goodness. The teacher returned to the main point, his voice serious. But our school has too many students on short notice. Personalizing training for every single one of them is very difficult, to be blunt. The simulated combat is essentially the middle school graduation performance. If you mess it up, a student's future could be ruined. He paused, lost in profound thought. So, as a teacher, should I decide your futures for you, or let you forge your own paths? This truly was a dilemma. Standing beside the teacher, Bai D felt a surge of gratitude. In his past life, despite his tough family situation, he was fortunate to have met dedicated teachers who helped him grow up and stay on the right path. With that resolve, he looked up, his voice firm. Please trust me, sir, for this graduation performance. I won't let you down. The teacher crossed his arms, observing him carefully. All right then, tell me, how do you want to train? You awakened as a core-type warrior, right? Bai D nodded, then pointed to a sealed room. Sir, could you set the elemental suppression in the elemental chamber to its maximum level? Two nearby students exclaimed in unison. The elemental chamber. Bai D awkwardly made an excuse. That's right, even though I'm a warrior, I want my abilities to be more balanced. I want to challenge my weaknesses. But inwardly he gave a bitter smile. How could I just tell everyone that? I also want to train as a cloud-type mage. Ching Gum eagerly chimed in, her eyes sparkling. Teacher, I also want to practice controlling elemental power. And coincidentally, I happen to be a mage. The combat instructor rubbed his head and sighed wearily. Oh, for heaven's sake, do whatever you want. Just don't embarrass me during the final assessment. All right then. Qin Zhang walked alongside Bai D and made her offer. Hey, Bai D, let's spar. He refused bluntly, his voice cold. No, I want a private room. She didn't give up, trying to persuade him. Don't you think we'd improve faster if we trained together? Did you really just reject me? Bai D just replied indifferently, yeah. Qingam beamed, her fighting spirit ignited. You've really fired me up now. Beside them, the friend with glasses lethargically tapped his knee and muttered, I'm at the bottom of the class anyway. Can I find a place to slack off? But the teacher suddenly appeared behind him. Not a chance, his voice stern. He stood in the middle of the icy room. Bai D whispered to himself, I'm already all too familiar with the warrior class, but as a mage, I'm still just a novice. I have to master it quickly. He clenched his fists on guard. I must keep this trump card hidden. No one can know that I possess another class. The school is under the surveillance of the Shinji Guild. Every move could be detected. Revealing it too soon would make me an easy target for them. Meanwhile, in the next room, Ching M was fired up, telling herself, Bai D, I definitely won't lose to you. A system notification rang out coldly, like a warning. It made Bai D think to himself. His inner voice was low but resolute. It's best to avoid all unnecessary connections, so I won't be distracted from my goal. But after school, as the sunset dyed the campus gold, he quietly walked his bicycle to the gate. His steps were hurried, not wanting to stop. Suddenly, two familiar voices called out urgently from behind him. Hey, Bai D, wait up. Hearing them, he let out a soft sigh, a look of annoyance on his face, as if he had already predicted they would show up. His two friends finally caught up, panting heavily, sweat dotting their foreheads. They managed to gasp, Why are you walking so fast? Looking at them, memories from his past life flooded Bai D's mind, as clear as yesterday. In his past life, these two had been his closest friends in middle school. The bottom-ranked kids, who were always getting picked on. They would always hang out together after school, to share their silly stories. I was second to last on this assessment. One of them had laughed. I improved. I'm fifth from the bottom now. What about you guys? I'm betting the three of us won't even make it to high school. Those were rare, fleeting moments of pure happiness. Throughout his challenging middle school years, But in this life, Baidi's sole purpose was revenge. A fierce fire smoldered deep within him. He wouldn't let any idle chatter slow his roll. He barely spared a glance for his friend, the one with glasses, then said nothing and zipped off on his bike, leaving them completely bewildered. The other friend's jaw dropped to the ground, his voice seething with frustration. "What's up with Baidi, anyway? Just like last Friday, taking off by himself. I thought we were the unbeatable trio of troublemakers." The friend with glasses, standing right beside him, spoke softly, his voice calm yet remarkably observant. "Didn't you notice? He's gotten considerably stronger. Don't you realize, ever since his awakening, Baidi is practically an entirely different person now. He's got this sharp, icy confidence he never had before. Why would someone on a bike wait for guys on foot?" Baidi abruptly stopped his bike by the road. He suddenly turned back, his voice calm but piercingly clear. "Hey, you with the glasses." Then, in a calm, almost cryptic tone, he dropped a bomb completely out of the blue. "When you get some free time soon, you should seriously get your lungs checked." The friend with glasses just froze in place, his eyes wide, swimming with confusion, only managing a bewildered huh? Meanwhile, his other friend, standing right beside him, with a beaming grin and a voice absolutely bursting with excitement, cheered as if he'd just uncovered something utterly amazing. "Aha! I knew it! You were waiting for us here, so we could all head home together, weren't you?" But before they could even finish their hopeful celebration, Baidi had already zoomed off on his bike once more, his figure rapidly fading away down the orange, golden road without a single backward glance. He left them with just one chilling sentence. "No, you guys simply can't keep up with me." Those words sent the other friend into a furious rage. He immediately yelled at Theo, his voice boiling with indignation and utter frustration. "What was that all about? Did you seriously just wait here to mock us? If I hadn't worn myself out running back and forth, I absolutely would have caught up to you." The friend with glasses, without a moment's hesitation, exposed him. "Didn't you only do 6 sets?" he asked calmly. The other guy shot back instantly, his voice sharp, "As if you did any more than I did." As he rode his bike down the empty road, Baidi let out a faint smile. His eyes glimmered with a touch of nostalgia. The memory from his past life came back crystal clear. Back in high school, his friend with glasses was suddenly diagnosed with a severe lung disease. This forced him to drop out, and he passed away not long after, leaving behind an endless regret, even though he'd decided not to befriend them again. In this life, focusing solely on his path of revenge, he still silently wished for his friend's safety and a long, healthy life. Meanwhile, the other friend was still fuming, muttering in annoyance, "Why did that guy suddenly get so cold? What a total jerk." His friend with glasses chimed in from beside him, his calm voice tinged with deep thought. "He really has changed a lot. But I can't shake the feeling. That he's still the same person at heart. That he's still holding on to some of that sincerity from the old days, far away in the Manhwa nation, within a rookie training area, filled with a solemn atmosphere. A man was lounging casually on a chair, looking completely relaxed. His voice was leisurely, yet held a note of curiosity. "I heard a new recruit just joined the Shinji Guild. His performance has been outstanding." Like a rising star, he smirked. A flicker of interest danced in his eyes. "You're the one who broke all the records, aren't you?" Under the dim, yellow light of a small dining hall, at the Shinji Guild in the Manhwa nation, the young man humbly bowed his head. His voice was humble, yet unable to conceal a hint of pride. "You flatter me, Lord Dongduong. I've come to give you my report." Monday night, May 25th, inside a cozy rental home, where the faint smell of food lingered in the air, Baidi sat at the dining table, his gaze serious as he looked at his mother. His voice was calm, yet filled with concern. "That's right, Mom. From now on, don't ever go out alone, okay? I'll come home early every evening and bring you food." He affirmed to himself, his resolve firm. His will burned as fiercely as an unquenchable flame. "This situation still isn't safe enough. I have to move Mom to a secure place quickly, a truly peaceful haven, as soon as possible." At the prison for the awakened, a heavy atmosphere clung to the cold, gray walls. A long line of inmates had formed. They waited patiently for their turn, to receive their meager meal. But when Lin Shang stepped up to the counter, his eyes darted around furtively. With a discreet movement, he skillfully slipped a bill into the cook's hand, accompanied by a meaningful nod. "I'll need your help with this," the cook whispered back, a confident smirk playing on his lips. "Don't worry, it's all been arranged. You'll be out by tomorrow." On Tuesday, on the tree-lined school grounds, sunlight pierced through the canopy, creating dappled patches of light.
Des stood silently.
Meticulously organizing a plan in his mind. "During this time, I've basically grasped the mechanics of the mage class," he told himself, his sharp eyes focused. "The key is mastering the timing of releasing magic, and to accurately calculate the elemental force, to optimize its power." In another training room, the freckled friend's face was flushed with effort. He gritted his teeth with fierce determination. He told himself, his sharp eyes focused. "The key is mastering the timing of releasing magic, and to accurately calculate the elemental force, to optimize its power." In another training room, the freckled friend's face was flushed with exertion. He gritted his teeth in resolute determination. "Today, I'll definitely run 10 laps. No giving up, not this Wednesday." On the school's outdoor track, where the harsh sun beat down, for eyes collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat and panting heavily. His body was pushed to its absolute limits, on the verge of collapse. But Baidi strode out of the training room, perfectly composed, his gaze razor-sharp. It was as if he'd just finished a light warm-up, not a grueling session. Two friends, still buzzing with energy, called out in cheerful, unified voices, "Let's all grab dinner together tonight." But Baidi didn't hesitate for even a second, bluntly refusing in a chilling tone. "I can't. I have to head home early tonight too." The freckled friend's face immediately fell. He let out a curt reply, a clear flicker of disappointment in his eyes. And as Baidi waved and turned to walk away, he suddenly spun back and called out, his voice calm yet carrying a sharp edge. "Your activation time for your marksman skill. It's far too long. You really need to practice your hand movements more." The freckled friend's spirits instantly lifted, the moment he heard Baidi's words. On a quiet Thursday afternoon, right after school, deep within the lush green campus, the doctor stood in the small school clinic. He was intently observing a detailed lung scan, his sharp eyes gliding over every faint, crucial detail on the screen. Then he spoke carefully, his voice low but burdened with serious weight. "It's a good thing you got this checked early, because this parasitic tumor in your lung, once formed, it will grow at a dizzying speed. It poses a serious, immediate threat to your health. If not dealt with swiftly, you need to head to a major hospital quickly, to schedule surgery. After the tumor is removed, everything will be just fine." For eyes, his face pale with fatigue, his eyes dazed by the utterly unexpected news, nodded slightly, in a weak voice. He managed, "Thank you, sir. I'll make an appointment next week." Baidi's words echoed, replaying endlessly in his mind, clear and haunting. "When you have time soon, you should definitely get your lungs checked." He stood frozen, his mind reeling with doubt, wondering how Baidi could possibly have known about his critical health condition, when he himself had never suspected a single thing. All this if it weren't for the routine health checkup organized by the school. He never would have gotten that lung CT scan, and that dangerous tumor would likely still be growing, silently waiting for the day it would erupt. What on earth had happened to Baidi to make him so mysterious? For eyes slowly made his way down the stairs, his steps heavy, his mind a tangled mess of unanswered questions. Suddenly, a lively conversation nearby snagged his attention. As he quietly passed through the hallway, an excited voice, tinged with gloating, chirped, "Hey, did you hear that kid Kwang Thin cheated again? He's already leveled up to E4. He's stronger than ever, at an incredible speed." Another voice chimed in, a mix of jealousy and curiosity. "He'll definitely top the charts during the evaluation. How did he do it? To level up, don't you have to risk your life fighting in a demon den?" "What, you don't know?" The first voice lowered, as if revealing a shocking secret, full of self-satisfaction. "He has his own private demon den right in his house, specially designed for military training. With those ideal conditions, he can level up, without taking the same risks as everyone else." For eyes hid quietly behind a wall, holding his breath so as not to be discovered, listening intently to the conversation. The first voice continued with excitement. That's right, and do you remember that guy who dared to challenge Kwang Tin last week? After school today, he's planning to teach that guy a lesson, to get back at him for last week's incident. See? I told you so. The other voice sneered, a mix of glee and contempt. With that arrogant temper of his, after taking a huge loss like last week, how could he possibly sit still and do nothing? I heard he's even bringing a weapon off campus. This time he clearly wants to kill someone, to make an example of them and assert his dominance. Overhearing the conversation from behind the wall, Eyes felt his heart clench, a wave of horror washing over him, and he bolted out of the school grounds. His feet were flying. His mind was a chaotic storm of anxiety. This is bad, this is really, really bad, he muttered, panting. Sweat rolled down his forehead. I already warned Baidi not to get involved with trash like Kwangthin, and now I have to find him fast. I can't let him face this danger alone. He imagined the scene, Kwangthin, with a vicious smile and a deep-seated plot, having already summoned a gang of lackeys to ambush Baidi, overpowering him in a deserted alley, where no one could intervene. But just as he burst through the school gates, his feet suddenly froze, his pace slowing. His heart grew heavy with hesitation and self-doubt. What can I even do if I go there? He mumbled, his voice trembling with insecurity. I'm just a weak, blue-level spellcaster. I don't even have a single attack skill to defend myself. For all I know, Baidi might be strong enough to handle Kwangthin on his own. Maybe I shouldn't get involved. To avoid trouble with that Hong guy, my rule has always been to steer clear of trash like him, right? And yet, standing before the armory door, a cold, killing aura seeping from its heavy seal, Eyes paused. A flicker of determination lit up his eyes. With a sharp crack, he decisively broke the lock, shoved the door open, and stepped inside with unshakable resolve. Baidi saved me, he thought to himself, his spirit blazing like a fire. I owe him my life. Even if I have to sacrifice myself, I have to go save my brother. He grabbed an axe from the wall, his hands tightening around the handle. His presence flared like a warrior ready for battle. Baidi, wait for me. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice rang out, making Eyes jump. His heart nearly leaped out of his chest. Why are you trying to break into the armory? Cheyenne stepped silently out of the shadows, her sharp eyes filled with vigilance. Suspicion dripped from her voice. What's wrong? Why the rush? Eyes couldn't help but shout, his voice trembling with overwhelming anxiety. I have to go save Baidi. Hearing this, Kayan's face paled. A hint of panic flashed in her eyes, as if a grave realization had just hit her. Meanwhile, in a hidden corner of a narrow alley, Baidi silently pushed his bike. The cold sunset swallowed his lonely figure, unaware of the danger stalking him. Under the crimson sunset that stained the narrow alley, Golden Baidi didn't look back, his voice, as cold as ice, and sharp as a blade cutting through the air. Come out, you've been following me since we left school. What do you want? Without a hint of shame, Kwangthin stepped out of the shadows. His posture was arrogant, resentment flashed in his eyes. Of course, I'm here to settle the score with you, the debt from last weekend. Baidi turned around, his eyes mocking. The corner of his lip curled in contempt. Yeah, you really think you can beat me now? Kwangthin roared. His body shot forward like a gust of wind. Killing intent flared within him. Of course, did you really think I'd just lose for nothing? This time, the system displayed backstab, appear behind the opponent and execute an attack. But Baidi's reflexes were lightning fast. He summoned his weapon. The blade flashed in the fading sunlight. Without even looking, he swung with perfect accuracy, shuttering Kwangthin's weapon in an instant. Kwangthin was stunned, his eyes wide with shock. Disbelief surged through him. His attack power is even stronger than mine. How is that possible? Baidi looked at him, his voice so cold it could pierce the soul. Did you think you were the only one who leveled up? With that, he spun his knife. The movement was as fluid as flowing water. He stabbed straight down, the blade flashing with a deadly silver light. Kwangthin's eyes widened. He was frozen with terror, utterly speechless. Back in their first fight, he hadn't realized the vast difference between them. But now, after a long, arduous period of harsh training, standing before Baidi, he could feel it clearly. Even though they were the same age, he knew he could never overcome this wall of power. In Kwangtin's eyes, Baidi now looked like a ferocious giant, exuding an overwhelming presence. His strength seemed limitless. He screamed in a panic, his voice trembling with confusion and sheer unwillingness. You've leveled up too. How many levels did you gain? How did you do it? Why? It's impossible.
Absolutely impossible.
I risked my life to train in the dungeon after school, and I only went up 4 levels. I put my life on the line. So, what right do you have to get stronger faster than me? Baidi's expression darkened, his voice was filled with contempt, and a hint of mockery, as if he were looking at a failure. Risk your life? Under the crimson sunset blanketing the small alley, Baidi's blade stopped just inches from Kwang Tin's head. The silver light glinted coldly, so sharp it seemed to want to slice the air in two. His voice rang out cold as ice.
Carrying en effortless menace.
Have you ever died? Though choked up, Kwang Tin still managed to yell, his arrogant tone mixed with helplessness. His eyes burned with defiance. Cut the crap. I'm in your hands now. Kill me or torture me, do whatever you want. Your mother has hated my guts for a while now too, hasn't she? Baidi's voice suddenly dropped. His reply calm. His eyes swept over Kwang Tin, as if seeing through his every thought. But it's not like I hate you that much. You followed me all this way, but you didn't try to ambush me. You didn't bring any of your lackeys either. You came here all by yourself. The truth is, you just wanted to test your strength against mine. Just to see how powerful you've truly become, right? His words cut like invisible knives, making Kwang Tin's blood boil even hotter. His face flushed crimson with rage. He roared, his voice trembling with pure fury. Stop talking nonsense. Either you kill me today, or you'll wait for the day I kill you. Don't you dare talk to me like that. Baidi smirked, a flash of contempt glinting in his eyes. His voice turned cold. You see right through me, huh? In that case, I'm taking back what I said about not hating you that much. Nearby, for eyes hid behind a wall, his heart pounding, he whispered to Chi Yen, his voice laced with worry, but also a hint of relief. Look, they're over there, but it looks like, with the situation heating up like this, we don't need to do anything, right? Baidi's tone suddenly shifted. His sharp eyes locked onto Kwang Tin, his words now carrying a deeper, unsettling meaning. Actually, I've been waiting for you. Let's make a deal. I can tell you how to get stronger, faster, but in return, you have to give me something. Friday, May 29th. In the school auditorium, the air crackled with tension. The teacher stood tall on the podium, his voice echoing clearly, full of authority. The 1-week training session has concluded. The simulated combat is about to begin. He paused, his gaze sweeping across each student. Then he emphasized, before we proceed, I want to repeat one crucial thing. Even though it's called simulated combat, you will be entering a real dungeon. Although most of the dungeon's power has been sealed by a barrier, it still holds lethal dangers. As before, under the dim lights of the school auditorium, where the air was as taut as a bowstring about to snap, the teacher stood on the stage, his voice echoing sternly, but not without a hint of encouragement. The dungeon contains countless ferocious demonic beasts. Therefore, you must all be incredibly careful. Know your own limits before you act, and avoid any unnecessary risks. He paused, his sharp gaze sweeping over each student. He then continued, to ensure your safety, the school has invited outstanding high school seniors to serve as your guides. They won't directly participate in combat, but they will intervene or interrupt if you face any mortal danger. Each team will consist of 4 to 5 people, led by a senior. 3 or 4 students will enter a dungeon together. Furthermore, you're free to choose either an F rank or E rank dungeon, the teacher emphasized, his voice lowering with a hint of warning. E rank dungeons are very difficult and require exceptional skill. So, if you're not confident, I advise you not to risk the challenge. Failing this final challenge could cause you to lose credits, which will affect your future. He raised his hand to signal. Now we will begin selecting the dungeon rank. After all students have made their choice, the school will form teams based on your levels. Anyone choosing an E rank dungeon, raise your hand. Among the rows of students, only a few hands were raised timidly. Chiyeen, with a fiery gaze, confidently raised her hand high. Beside her, another student, Jiang Chung, also volunteered without hesitation. His face showed its usual arrogance. Standing nearby, a freckled friend whispered, his voice filled with a mix of shock and worry. They're really confident. Huh? To dare and challenge an E-rank dungeon? Isn't that dangerous? The freckled friend burst out laughing, his voice boisterous. So what, if I didn't have a blue-tier profession? I would have too. The teacher glanced over the list, his voice clear. 180 students, and a total of 8 have chosen an E-rank dungeon. Chi-in was surprised, letting out a soft gasp with a look of astonishment. Huh? Bai-Di didn't choose an E-rank dungeon? The teacher continued, ignoring the murmurs. The remaining students will be randomly assigned to teams for F-rank dungeons. Suddenly, a hand shot up. Bai-Di's declaration cut through the air. With a resolute gaze, he declared firmly, "Wait, sir, I want to challenge the school's D-rank." Spirit King's Crypt. Under the flickering lights of the school auditorium, where the tension was palpable, thick, with the crowd's burning curiosity and utter astonishment, Bai-Di's bold declaration left the combat instructor utterly stunned and speechless. Took a moment for the surrounding students to fully process what he'd just said, before they all erupted in surprised shouts that echoed throughout the room. Standing in a corner, Jiang Cheng shot Bai-Di a dark look, his eyes flashing with jealousy and suspicion. The teacher, still reeling from disbelief, asked again, his voice trembling with skepticism, "Are you kidding me? Who would challenge a D-rank dungeon?" Before Bai-Di could finish speaking, a sharp, cold voice cut through the air. "That's not allowed." Bai-Di glanced towards the sound, and saw Hong Liang just entering the auditorium, his face stern as he firmly rejected the idea. A D-rank dungeon is too dangerous. Normally only D-rank awakened, or higher-level awakened, or third-year students are strong enough to enter one. Bai-Di remained unervingly calm, his gaze as sharp as a blade, and replied in a placid yet challenging tone, "Isn't it written clearly in the school's handbook? There's no rule forbidding a challenge on a D-rank dungeon, is there? The rule for the simulation combat is to allow students to choose a level according to their own abilities. The school's goal is to find elite talents for the Divine Guild, and the true standard for talent is courage, strength, responsibility, and exceptional gifts." He paused, a hidden meaning flashing in his eyes. A hidden meaning flashing in his eyes. His questioning voice carried a hint of mockery. "Could it be that you, teacher, wish to strip me of my chance to prove myself?" Teacher Hong Liang's face flushed with anger, but he still tried to find a reason to object. "But the school's dungeons require a team. You can't enter alone." Bai-Di unwavering, stated confidently, his voice firm. "I am strong enough to go alone." "Teacher," Hong Liang immediately retorted with a cold gaze. "This is a school regulation. For the safety of the students, no one is allowed to enter a dungeon alone." Just then Chi-in suddenly spoke up, her excited voice full of spirit. "I choose D-rank too." Her radiant face and sparkling eyes sent another shock wave through the auditorium. All eyes turned to her in utter amazement. Hong Liang looked at Chi-in in alarm, and tried to dissuade her, his voice urgent, "Are you crazy? If something happens to you, how am I supposed to explain it to your father?" But Chi-in didn't waver, replying enthusiastically, "I want to get the highest score too. Besides, I want to challenge myself." Her words were like adding fuel to the fire, making Hong Liang even angrier, his face bright red. Bai-Di's cold gaze swept over Chi-in's excited figure. He refused decisively, his voice devoid of emotion. "I refuse. I want to go alone." Under the dim lights of the auditorium, the air was suffocating with tension, as all curious eyes were fixed on them. Chi-in's face flushed with anger and she snapped, her voice high-pitched with discontent, "Hey, why did you refuse?" The combat instructor, standing nearby, gently patted her head, his soft voice meant to placate her. "His refusal is invalid anyway." Hong Liang seized the opportunity, and immediately started shouting. Both of their eyes were sharp and cold with displeasure. "First one of you, now two. It's only been a week since you awakened, and you already think you can fly. Is that it?" The combat instructor, after a moment of contemplation, spoke in a low, thoughtful voice. "All right, let's do this. The D-rank dungeon will only have the two of you, Chi-in and Bai-Di, but because of the danger, no senior wants to risk leading you." Just then, a hand suddenly shot up, shattering the silence. A smug voice rang out alongside it. "I'll go." Ziling entered the auditorium, leading a group of students. He carried himself with an arrogant swagger, his eyes glinting with brazen overconfidence. Our nation's precious flowers always need someone to watch over them. Seeing Ziling step forward, the combat instructor nodded in clear satisfaction, his voice now full of relief. All right, knowing you're here, Ziling, I can breathe a little easier now. Standing beside Bai Di, Chi-in leaned in close, whispering cautiously, Senior Ziling, I think he's about to join the supreme conglomerate. Bai Di silently observed the young man, who had just appeared, his sharp gaze sizing him up. Supreme conglomerate? Ziling? Never heard of him. Meanwhile, Ziling shot Bai Di a look of pure contempt, his lips curled into a mocking smirk. A peacock who clearly doesn't know his place. Are you so desperate to show off to everyone? Don't you even stop to consider your own capabilities? Right after that, the combat instructor raised his hand and spoke in a stern voice, his gaze sweeping across the students. All right, the teams have been finalized. Now, prepare to officially begin the simulation test. Don't you even pause to consider your own capabilities? Immediately after that, the combat instructor raised his hand and spoke with a stern voice. His gaze swept across the students. All right, the teams are now finalized. Now, prepare to officially begin the simulation test. Inside the dungeon, a professional device will be live streaming, recording the entire exam process. So, give it your absolute all. Let's see who claims the highest score this time. Bai Di, his gaze resolute, faced those words calmly, completely unfazed. The Academy for the Awakened was built upon the foundations of a massive dungeon that had long ago been cleared, and now it seemed to be waiting for him to enter, ready to challenge his strength and will. Inside the school auditorium, the air hung heavy, with a palpable mix of tension and excitement. Spatial gates, shimmering with magical light, led to various dungeons ranging from common to basic, stood imposingly like portals to mysterious worlds. The affiliated high school students, the newly awakened, would step through these gates to enter instance dungeons. Their strength and courage would be put to the ultimate test. A large, complex dungeon structure often comes with a series of low-level dungeons, perfectly designed for student training. Their ranks strictly regulated, ranging from F rank to D rank, ensuring just enough challenge, without ever becoming overwhelming. As the team officially stepped through the spatial gate, the simulated combat officially began. Every moment was recorded by the Pro device, broadcast live to every corner of the school by D. Leading the group alongside Ziling and Chi-in, he entered the Spirit Jade dungeon, silently reminding himself. His gaze was cold and sharp. I have to control myself. I can't reveal all my trump cards. When facing unknown threats, the Spirit Jade dungeon holds what I need. The three of them, each with a different mindset, finally set foot into the dark abyss. A chilling aura permeated the dungeon. Ziling, with his unchangingly arrogant demeanor, held his head high. His smug voice echoed through the gloomy space. Don't worry, kids, I'll protect you. As long as it's a sealed D-rank dungeon. The others and I have already conquered one. Chi-yin's eyes sparkled with curiosity, as she couldn't help but ask. So, are the magical beasts in a D-rank dungeon very strong? Ziling replied with a calm expression, his voice casual yet brimming with confidence. Normally, they range from E5 to D5, level 5 to 15, because most of the magical beasts in the school's dungeons have been sealed. It's very rare for a D-rank monster to appear, let alone a final boss. He paused, a glint of caution flashing in his eyes, as he deliberately emphasized, but even with all that, don't underestimate high-level E-rank monsters. Their attack power and speed can sometimes be terrifying. After all, you guys have only just awakened your powers. You're nothing but a bunch of chicks right now.
Chi-in listened intently.
Nodding seriously. Seeing this, Ziling nodded in satisfaction, his voice reassuring, your big bro here will do his best to help you find some low-level monsters to score points. Don't worry, your senior is here, so you won't get hurt, little sis. But just then, Ziling was startled. His eyes blazed with anger when he saw Baida walking ahead. He shouted a warning. Hey, if you walk ahead like that, you might startle the monsters. Before he could even finish, he was cut off by Baida's cold voice, a voice as sharp as a blade. You talk too much, Ziling. Before Ziling could even erupt in anger, he suddenly saw Baida slowly turn around. Baida's eyes were dark, his gaze fixed forward. Ziling's warning was cut short before he could finish. And he was once again cut off by Baida's cold voice. A voice as sharp as a blade repeated, "You talk too much, Ziling." Yet again, before Ziling could erupt in anger, he suddenly saw Baida slowly turn completely. His dark eyes met Ziling's, and his voice was low, but full of menace. "Just stay back there quietly. I don't need you to do anything." Those words made Ziling tremble with rage. He gritted his teeth and muttered, his voice filled with indignation. Every step the three of them took inside the dungeon was clearly displayed on the monitoring screen. Every single moment was being streamed live through a pro device. This year's simulated combat had officially begun, capturing the attention of the entire school. The remaining students, their eyes filled with a mixture of excitement and nervousness, gathered in front of a giant screen set up in the schoolyard. Even from isolated rooms, everyone was watching intently, waiting to see who would shine in this challenge. Inside a room, a plaque proudly displayed the words, "Supreme Student Council." The air practically crackled with curiosity and excitement. The vice captain, exuding a leisurely air, leaned casually against the doorframe, his eyes practically twinkling, as if he'd just stumbled upon a fascinating new pastime. He spoke up, "Captain, you really should watch this live broadcast too. It's quite something, you know? There's a student who chose a D-rank instance dungeon." A girl standing nearby heard this and tilted her head, her voice laced with curious surprise. "Oh, what class are they?" The vice captain didn't hesitate, a wide, excited grin spreading across his face. "Now, this is the most interesting part. Someone with the Blue Warrior class, the most utterly useless class out there."
Il suere, in asile de rank dungeon.
Where a chilling, suffocating aura hung heavy, and the terrifying growls of magical beasts echoed. A male student, his hands trembling frantically, shook a small bell, his panicked voice crying out in fear, "Don't you dare come over here." In front of him, a few of his teammates were giving their absolute all, fighting desperately against the magical beasts. Sweat and blood mingled on their grim faces. A girl from the same team, looking helpless but trying to sound reassuring, spoke in a gentle voice, "You're a caster, just stay in the back and buff them. You don't need to worry so much." Despite the encouragement, faced with the sight of two ferocious magical beasts, an E-rank firefall and an E-rank explosive cat, charging at them simultaneously, he couldn't help but scream in a trembling voice, "Why are E-rank dungeons so terrifying?" In another E-rank dungeon, where the ground lay shattered, and the air hung thick with the metallic smell of blood, a horde of ferocious monsters had gathered. Among them, a level 2 E-rank sharp-fanged leopard, and several other menacing sharp-fanged monsters, growling menacingly. A group of students, covered in injuries, lay collapsed on the ground, nearly exhausted, their breathing heavy. The student with healing abilities was absolutely drenched in sweat as he desperately tried to heal his teammates. "Are you still okay?" he asked, his voice laced with worry. Quang Tin stood his ground, utterly alone. He faced a terrifying horde of magical beasts. His eyes blazed as he roared defiantly, "Can't any of you handle this? Then I'll go it alone." He charged forward, plunging his blade straight into a massive magical beast. His heart absolutely refused to accept defeat. "I'll definitely take you down," he vowed to himself. Meanwhile, deep within the sealed D-rank dungeon, a place that felt both gloomy and frigid, Baidi stood before a glowing screen, displaying the magical beast's detailed stats. Violent Tier, Strength plus 32, Critical Hit plus 20, Lifesteal plus 15. He casually swung his blade in a sharp, deadly arc. A flash of silver, quick as lightning, cut down a magical beast in an instant. A system notification immediately rang out. Successfully killed a level 6 E-rank Wrath Beast. Received 30 experience points. And it wasn't just one. The ground around him was littered with the lifeless corpses of magical beasts. This was followed by a rapid series of success notifications. Killed a level 6 E-rank Rage Beetle. Gained 30 experience points. Back in the gloomy Jade Spirit Dungeon, where faint light from a brilliant magic circle barely illuminated the cold stone walls. Lang stood frozen, his mouth agape at the sight. Baidi had taken down the entire pack of magic beasts with unbelievable ease.
Meanwhile, Kian,
her eyes sparkling with sheer admiration, hurried over to his side, her voice brimming with excitement. How did you do that? Bai Di didn't answer right away, just silently turned his head. His sharp gaze swept over two giant, spider-like magic beasts that had just loomed out of the swirling darkness. Then he answered calmly, his voice always composed, as if completely unaffected by the surrounding danger. The monsters here have been sealed, so they only have half their usual strength. That's why they're not hard to deal with. Qi Yan stood silently to one side. Her admiration shone through, her voice still bubbling with excitement. Even at half strength, you took on so many at once. I guess I'm still nowhere near your level, huh? Bai Di didn't even glance back. He merely replied, his voice chillingly cold. But it held a much deeper meaning. There's no need to compare yourself to others. Then he added, his voice growing even more cutting, just be yourself. Qian remained completely unfazed by his distant attitude, staying enthusiastic with a radiant smile. Do you really have to be so cold? I'll work super hard, you know? Tu Lang, standing not far away, was absolutely infuriated by Bai De's attitude. His face flushed red as he thought, annoyance simmering. You son of a bitch, I'll let you act cool for just a little while. Unable to hold back, he stepped forward. His voice was deep and laced with warning. This is a D-rank dungeon, so don't get so cocky. Be careful, he paused, then continued, putting on an air of superiority. Even if your performance was truly noteworthy, this is your very first time in a dungeon, and a 3-path one at that. It won't be easy to clear. As your senior, I have some advice for you too. Bai De completely ignored him yet again. Tu Lang just turned to Qian, his voice firm. Qian, you go to the right and deal with those monsters. I'll take the left. He moved quickly, deftly avoiding the hand Tu Lang was about to place on his head, as if refusing any familiarity from him. Where they stood, the magic circle still glowed brightly. The ground was littered with the corpses of magic beasts, but new monsters were already slowly approaching, growling threateningly. But Tu Lang, having been left behind, muttered in anger, is he ignoring me again? Meanwhile, Bai De continued to speak with Qian, with his voice steady. The monsters on the right are a lower level. Can you handle them by yourself? Qian was slightly taken aback. Her voice was just a touch hesitant. Huh? All by myself. Tu Lang found himself ignored by both of them. He gritted his teeth, seething with fury. His eyes burned with righteous indignation. You brat, you have no respect for your seniors. Bai Di paid no mind to Tu Lang's simmering anger. He spoke seriously to Qi Yan. This combat simulation is a true test of individual ability. Didn't you come here to get a good score? Hearing this, Qi Yan's fighting spirit ignited. Her voice enthusiastic. I get it, I can do it. Tu Lang had been completely ignored by Bai Di. From start to finish, standing utterly alone. He cursed under his breath, his voice dripping with resentment. Damn you, you refused the easy way. So now you'll get the hard way. I get it, I can do it too. Tu Lang had been completely ignored by Bai Di. From start to finish, standing utterly alone. He cursed under his breath, his voice dripping with resentment. Damn you, you refused the easy way. So now you'll get the hard way. In a moment when no one was looking, he secretly summoned his weapon. A vicious glint flashed in his eyes. Outside the dungeon on a giant monitor. Set up in the middle of the schoolyard. The images of monster corpses. Littering the Jade Spirit dungeon. Made the students gasp in awe. Murmurs of astonishment and admiration. Rippled through the crowd. Bai Di managed to take down that many E-rank monsters? One student exclaimed, wide-eyed, their eyes sparkling with curiosity. What level is he right now? Another friend quickly replied, his voice full of excitement. The report still says E only, but his actual level isn't clear. Someone else chimed in, speculating, E3? Maybe even E4? The group of students continued to buzz with excited discussion, their admiration unconcealed. Not only that, he chose the monsters on the left, and told Qi Yan to take the ones on the right. He meticulously observed the elemental counter relationships. That's why he had the fire type. Qi Yan, deal with the spirit type monsters. Another student nodded, their voice brimming with admiration. Despite knowing this was a test of individual skill, he still assigned tasks with such logical precision. It seems Baidi has an incredibly sharp strategic mind. The combat instructor stood off to one side, listening intently to the student's analysis, nodding continuously with a satisfied gleam in his eyes. He suddenly recalled Baidi's words before entering the dungeon, the determined voice echoing in his head. "Sir, please believe in me. I won't let you down in this graduation showcase." The teacher then smiled with anticipation, thinking to himself, so this kid wasn't just all talk. Let's see what else he can do. Inside the Jade Spirit dungeon, where cold air mingled with the growls of magic beasts, Baidi fought while keenly observing his surroundings. His keen eyes missed not a single detail. He analyzed silently in his head. Most of the spirit-type magic beasts are emerging from the cave on the right. Not only are they low-level, but they're also completely countered by Qi Yan's fire-type element. His hands never stopped moving. His blade swung, cutting down every monster that charged at him. His movements were as fluid as flowing water and drifting clouds. On the other side, Qian was also performing brilliantly in her own battle. Her eyes were focused, her movements agile. Suddenly, a magic beast lunged from behind, baring its fangs with a snarl. But little Qi Yan didn't panic at all. With a flick of her wrist, she summoned a massive wall of vines. The lush green tendrils shot up, quickly ensnaring the monster, rendering it immobile. She followed up with another attack, letting out a loud shout. The monster, constricted by the vines and poisoned by their sharp thorns, quickly collapsed. Successfully killed a level 6 E-rank Ragemane. Gained 30 experience points. Qi Yan cheered, her voice brimming with excitement. "I did it again." Baidi, standing a short distance away, watched her quietly, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. He thought to himself, when a mage is at E-rank, they master the basic skills of their class. Qi Yan's skill is to utilize plants, creating a poisoned wall of vines, which belongs to the plant-type system. The wall of vines uses fast-growing plants to sprout, entangling tendrils. The thorns on the vines are capable of inflicting poison. He couldn't help but feel impressed. This is her first time in a dungeon, yet she's staying calm and dealing with monsters of a higher level than her. She even knows how to use the vines to surround and narrow the area, to eliminate them. He couldn't help but be impressed. In the gloomy space of the Lingyu demon lair, she remained calm. Light from a strange magic circle, with 5 brightly burning, 5-colored flames reflected off the cold stone walls. Baidi stood silently, his sharp gaze observing everything. He silently confirmed that all the D-rank demonic beasts here were sealed. Their power was only at half strength. So for now, Qi Yan was more than capable of dealing with them. He let out a soft sigh of relief, the pressure momentarily easing. He continued to calculate in his mind. For now, even with the professional live recording equipment, I can still hide the majority of my power and achieve a high score. But I also have to be careful, as there are still others who could enter with us. He frowned, his mind constantly weighing the next step. How could he execute the next plan to achieve his goal, without being too conspicuous? Meanwhile, Ziling, having been completely ignored by Baida, had reached the peak of his anger, his face flushed red, eyes flashing with indignation. He gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, "You think you're so skilled, and you have the nerve to disrespect your senior like this?" Unable to contain his explosive rage, he tightened his grip on the spectral bow, forged from his own formidable power, aiming it directly at Qi Yan. He flashed a wicked smile and a low growl escaped him. "Then try this on for size," he snarled. With a snap, he released the bowstring. The spectral arrows tore through the very air, whistling sharply as they blazed past Qi Yan, then embedded themselves with a thud, deep inside the dark cave looming ahead. Startled, Qi Yan spun around wildly, her eyes wide and brimming with panic, but only saw Ziling shrugging innocently. "I was just trying to help you," he claimed. "Why did you dodge?" She was about to speak, her voice trembling, but before she could get a word out, a monstrous lion beast burst forth from the cave, its eyes glowing ominously red. It let out a guttural growl and charged straight for her. A level 11, D-rank monstrosity, the two-headed lion fiend. From the other side, Bai Di instantly sensed that something was gravely wrong. His ice-cold gaze swept towards Qi Yan. The ferocious two-headed lion fiend was savagely tearing at the wall of thorns she had summoned. The vines trembled beneath its might. Panicking, she struggled desperately to defend herself, but searing flames from the beast's mouth quickly incinerated her thorn barrier. The two-headed lion fiend roared ferociously and lunged directly at Qi Yan, causing her heart to sink as a dreadful thought crossed her mind. This is it. Ziling stood to the side, a cold smirk plastered on his face as he gripped his weapon. Activate high speed, he muttered. His speed instantly surged by over 50 as he prepared to strike. But Bai Di was a step ahead. Darting forward like a lightning bolt, he swung his shimmering blade, confronting the two-headed lion fiend head-on. One of the beast's heads expertly dodged the blade's path, but the other immediately lunged for Qi Yan. Without a moment's hesitation,
Bai Di activated Flash Shield.
His speed instantly increased by a staggering 100. His body seemed to vanish, instantly reappearing in front of Qi Yan. His sharp blade flashed, hacking back one of the beast's aggressive heads, and shielded her in a split second. The moment he repelled the two-headed lion fiend, Bai Di swiftly pulled Qi Yan behind him, his keen gaze locked onto the beast, and he couldn't help but wonder, why is this monster's speed so abnormally fast? Meanwhile, Ziling stood aside, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold, smug smile. His voice dripped with mockery. I'm well aware the D-rank demon lair is sealed, but this two-headed lion fiend is an exception. His power hasn't been completely stripped away. No matter how arrogant you two are, you're nothing but newly awakened rookies. How could you possibly have the strength to deal with a D-rank monster, especially since I've already hit it with a strengthening skill? He cackled, a malicious glint in his eyes. Arrow of light, gravity reduced tenfold, while damage and speed increased significantly. This was now the fastest two-headed lion fiend, a beast bearing a wound on its face from Bai Di's earlier attack. It snarled madly, its eyes glowing crimson. Berserk state activated. Power increased by 10. Speed increased by 50. Bai Di calmly held his stance, his silver blade at the ready, but he couldn't help but feel resigned, thinking to himself, do I really have to use my full strength already? He put a hand out to shield Qi Yan, saying softly in a low voice, get back. You can't handle this monster right now. Qi Yan flinched at his words, a flash of self-reproach in her eyes. Damn it, was I just being a coward? She thought. Just then, the two-headed lion fiend lunged forward again, its fangs gleaming in the light of the magic circle. Qi Yan reacted in an instant, summoning a wall of vines. Lush green tendrils shot out from thin air, wrapping tightly around the beast and constricting it. As it thrashed wildly, she gritted her teeth, reinforcing the vines and shouting, another layer, 3 layers of vine walls. Under Qi Yan's skillful control, the vines multiplied endlessly, binding the lion fiend in an iron grip, could only snarl in helpless frustration. Witnessing her unwavering resolve, Bai Di was momentarily taken aback. A flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes. Qi Yan was utterly fearless now. She looked at him, her voice brimming with fighting spirit. Can I fight alongside you? I won't hold you back. Even if it's D-rank, I want to face it with you. Ziling stood rooted to the side, utterly stunned by her words. His mind reeled in disbelief. Is this girl out of her mind? That lion almost mauled her just moments ago. Bai Di, on the other hand, cracked a rare smile, his eyes twinkling with approval. I thought you'd be scared out of your wits. You recovered from the shock pretty fast. Huh?
Qi Yan replied fiercely,
her eyes burning with determination. Of course, I've worked too hard to be defeated here. As she spoke, she dramatically waved her hand, summoning another thicket of vines. Thorny vines rapidly shot forth, ready to confront the beast head-on. Bai Di's voice cut in, cold and sharp as a blade. You just cast 3 skill tiers at once. Your elemental power source is almost empty. You can't afford to waste any more. Qi Yan clenched her fists, her gaze resolute. Of course I know. Bai Di was suddenly lost in a memory. In his past life, Qian had been a brilliant star. Ever since middle school, a confident, radiant young lady, always brimming with positive energy. Even though she came from a powerful family, she remained approachable and kind to everyone. She served as the class president, with an admirable sense of responsibility. But after that, she suddenly vanished from public view. Perhaps she chose to live a simple, quiet life. Regardless, the Qian in front of Baidi right now was a trustworthy comrade. As long as there are no surprises, I can keep my true power hidden and pass this test. The two of them coordinated seamlessly. As they faced the two-headed Grandmaster Lion together, Tu Lang merely curled his lip, a cold smile, filled with contempt. Do you two seriously think your strength alone will be enough? This wall of vines won't hold it for more than a few seconds. Real combat isn't just about confidence, you know. With your current level of strength, there's no way you can handle this enhanced magic beast. He gave a faint, scheming smile. When you two are finally begging for mercy, with no choice but to ask for my help, I'll teach you your place. Just as he predicted, in an instant, the two-headed Grandmaster Lion roared and tore through the vines, breaking free with ease. Baidi immediately stepped forward, his voice calm and steady as he commanded. I'll lure the lion. It's a core type, so you have to time it right. Qian nodded curtly. Got it. The two-headed Grandmaster Lion charged like a storm, and the two of them swiftly split in different directions. As Baidi ran, he glanced back, confirming he'd dealt enough damage to make the beast focus on chasing him. Without hesitation, he dashed towards the nearby lake and jumped into the icy water. The two-headed Grandmaster Lion leaped in right after him. Without a second thought, underwater, the beast's speed slowed noticeably. Baidi yelled, "Now!" Qian immediately unleashed her technique. A wall of vines rose up, wrapping tightly around the beast. One of its heads was struck by the vines, drawing blood. The other head snarled ferociously. Qian channeled more power, tightening the vines. Just a few seconds later, the two-headed Grandmaster Lion was completely bound, unable to struggle. Its berserk state and core-type abilities began to fade, along with a poison effect setting in. Baidi jumped onto the shore, spinning the blade in his hand. The corner of his mouth lifted in a confident smile. It can't escape now. He looked at Qian, his voice filled with determination. Next, let's finish this test and get the highest score. Tu Lang stood there, stunned in disbelief. How is this possible? A wall of vines. They managed to restrain the two-headed Grandmaster Lion. Even he, with his enhanced beast, couldn't have pulled that off so easily. You bastards, he muttered, his voice laced with bitter resentment. Meanwhile, in the observation room, the teachers were deep in lively discussion. One teacher analyzed the situation. Luring the core-type lion into the water limits its power while significantly boosting the girl's plant-type abilities. The combat instructor nodded, barely hiding his admiration. By simply using a basic elemental counter and combining it with teamwork, those two took down a higher-level monster. That boy's quick thinking and leadership skills are truly outstanding. The top spot in this combat trial seems to have been decided. All that's left is the final blow to finish the beast. If the video of this fight is sent to the guild, it's sure to earn a record-breaking score. But suddenly the screen went black, startling everyone. The recording system was cut off. During the trial, the camera was smoking, and Tu Lang stood in a corner, with a sinister smile on his face. Without video evidence, you can forget about getting the highest score. But just then, a system notification rang out. System successfully killed a level 11 D-class two-headed lion. System received 100 experience points. Baidi let out a sigh of relief, murmuring, "Good thing we had your abilities." Qian quickly shook her head, deflecting the praise. "No, it was all thanks to your leadership." But Baidi cut her off, his voice calm yet firm. "No, it's because you trained your elemental resistance so well, that you could adapt a skill so flexibly. To restrain it?"
Qian repeated blankly,
looking confused. Elemental resistance? Seeing the two of them lost in discussion, Tu Lang lost his patience and interrupted harshly. "Alright, you've beaten the boss, so stop the useless chatter and go talk outside. That's enough with that." He turned and left in a huff. Baidi watched him go, his cold voice ringing out. "You're well aware of what a suddenly enhanced D-class monster means for new students. Entering a dungeon for the very first time, aren't you? Tulong couldn't hold back. He spun around, growling, I already told you. I was trying to help that girl get stronger, but who told her to dodge? Baidi didn't back down, retorting sharply, then your skills must be pretty poor. Tulong narrowed his eyes, glaring at him with hostility. But Baidi remained unfazed, and pressed on with his questions. You're a marksman. Isn't this the best you can do with your aiming skills? Chien suddenly understood, chiming in with a sarcastic tone. No wonder. You weren't chosen for the school's top student group. Tulong completely lost his composure. He drew his weapon and yelled, what did you two say? But neither of them showed any fear, staring right back, their eyes blazing with defiance. Realizing he wouldn't gain the upper hand, Tulong gritted his teeth, and reluctantly sheathed his weapon. This isn't over. You just wait. With that, he stormed towards the exit. As Baidi and Chien walked past, they noticed the camera was broken. Chien frowned, grumbling in annoyance. That senior's personality is the absolute worst. What are you doing? She asked, seeing Baidi pick up the camera to inspect it. He didn't answer, just observed it silently. He wondered, was it that guy? Did he do it to stop us from getting a high score? Now, no one can see what's happening in here anymore. If Tulong has already left, he'll need an entry permit to get back into the dungeon. But everyone else is far from this dungeon. This means I still have enough time. At this thought, Baidi couldn't help but smile smugly. He accidentally did me a huge favor. Now I have a chance to finish what's left. Chien asked blankly, what do you mean? What are you going to do? Baidi didn't answer, simply leading her quietly to a sealed cave. Within the trial area, Chi Yen cautiously peered in. He instructed, his voice low, Class Rep, can you keep what happens next a secret? Though even if you told anyone, no one would believe you, Chi Yen. Chi Yen, even more bewildered, asked again, a secret? What do you mean, no one would believe me? What on earth are you planning to do? Baidi remained silent, his hand delving into his pocket. He recalled his earlier exchange with Hong Changshang. But you have to give me something in return, the release magic stone. Now that stone was in his hand. Baidi placed it on a rock in front of the cave, and calmly explained, I'm going to completely release this. Spirit Jade Dungeon, he declared, just as he finished speaking. He channeled his magic into the stone. A terrifying aura erupted from the stone, causing Chi Yen to cry out in alarm. No, you can't. This is a D-class dungeon. If you break the seal, all these high-level magical beasts will get out. But it's too late. The mana from the magic stone is continuously pouring out, cracking the seal. Baidi stood up and calmly reassured her. Don't worry, their power is still weakened by the seal. Chi Yen was still worried, her voice trembling. Even so, with just the two of us, how are we supposed to deal with so many high-level magical beasts? Baidi spoke coldly. Draw your weapon. It won't take two of us. The energy around Baidi began to transform, causing Chi Yan's eyes to widen as she stammered. How are you able to do that? Baidi had switched to the mage class, calmly affirming, I alone am enough. Qian screamed in utter astonishment. How can you also be a mage? He offered no explanation. Baidi turned and ordered, you, guard the entrance. Just then, a pack of lions burst out from the seal. They shattered their iron chains, and charged straight for Baidi. Chi Yan's face paled as she screamed, watch out. But just as the lions were about to pounce, the staff in Baidi's hand flashed with light. He switched to a level 5 E-rank Cloud System Mage and unleashed an ice spell. Arcs of lightning snaked through the pack of lions, halting them in their tracks for a moment. Chi Yen gasped, covering her mouth, her eyes wide with sheer astonishment. A red-colored class. It took everything I had just to control one lion, and yet, you controlled 3 in the blink of an eye. After freezing the monstrous beasts, Baidi turned back, his voice calm yet confident. These monsters have been locked up for so long, they've probably gone mad, and they'll all rush out here soon. I need a bigger area. Chi Yen immediately understood. She quickly backed away, creating some much-needed space. I got it, but it was already too late. The mana from the magic stone was continuously pouring out, shattering the seal. Baidi stood up and calmly reassured her. Don't worry, From deep within the cave, the sound of frantic footsteps echoed. A pack of level 2, D-rank blazing flame leopards rushed out, their eyes burning. Bai D easily dodged their attacks, mentally calculating. These monsters are D-rank, but they've been sealed for years. Their strength must have been reduced by at least half. He cast his ice spell again. Moisture in the air condensed into sharp icicles, locking the leopards in place in an instant. Bai D cast one spell after another, his mind constantly analyzing. My mage skill is ice magic. I need to control all of them first. Suddenly, a level 3 D-rank flame swordsman suddenly circled around from behind to ambush Bai D. He instantly switched to the core system warrior class, swinging his blade to block the attack. The corner of his mouth curled into a smirk, his gaze cold and sharp. Trying to ambush me? The next moment Bai D vanished, reappearing above the beast's head. Switching back to the cloud system mage, he sent an ice spell crashing down. The flame swordsman was completely frozen. Qi Yen stood there, her jaw dropped in disbelief. She couldn't believe her eyes. He can switch classes at will, and what's more, seeing how he fights. I understand now why he wanted to enter the elemental chamber. Earlier, she had been pondering elemental resistance training. It isn't just about increasing your mana. The essence of a mage is controlling natural energy, or objects of the same element, within a certain range. I used to think that the more powerful your mana was, the more you could release and the stronger you'd be. But watching Bai D, I've realized that control over that power is what's most important. The 4 natural elements are wild and difficult to tame. Only when you completely master elemental power can one become truly versatile, to use even a basic skill, to create countless forms of attack. Watching Bai D fight with such ease, Kain couldn't help but be stunned. He's so used to this. He left all of us in the dust. A long time ago. She lowered her head, biting her lip, her fists clenched, filled with both admiration and awe. He's so damn cool. Just then, heavy footsteps echoed. The Lord of the Spirit King's demon lair, a level 15 D-rank hell mammoth appeared. Even with its power halved by the seal, it still radiated a terrifying aura. Bai D's lips curled into a satisfied smile. So you finally decided to show up. As soon as the mammoth saw him, it roared and charged forward like a hurricane. Bai D swung his arm, switching to the Dark System Warrior, and crouched into an attack stance. You have something I need. He leaped up, striking a fatal blow to the beast's weak point. Without stopping, Bai D dragged his blade, carving a long gash along its back. The mammoth staggered, unable to fight back. Bai D retreated, analyzing quickly. Behold, a level 15 mammoth, its power sealed. But wait, its true strength is even less than a level 10 lion's. The colossal beast shook its head, struggling to regain its senses. Then it charged again. Bai D instantly leaped into the air, unleashing a merciless rain of sharp blows upon its weak points. In just a blink, the mammoth collapsed, utterly unable to withstand the relentless assault. A sharp glint appeared in Bai D's eyes, as he channeled his pure land energy in one direction. It materialized as a searing blade of light, slashing down. A thrilling system notification rang out. Title activated, 1 against 100. A rapid series of notifications popped up, one after another. Successfully killed, level 2.
D-rank blazing flamme léopard.
Gained 170 experience. Successfully killed, level 11 D-rank 2-headed lion. Gained 100 experience. Successfully killed, level 15 D-rank hell mammoth. Gained 1,000 experience. Received 10 blazing bones, valued at 10,000. Received high-grade material King's Fong, used to craft the legendary Qi Yen Wushang, an S3 rank core system weapon. Bai D's elemental stats also skyrocketed. Fire system 3,500, core system 3,200, star system 1,450. He swiftly gathered his loot and approached the fallen mammoth. There, he discovered a sparkling jade stone. The king's jade, an item with a truly special function. Bai D sighed in relief, muttering, "Finally, I've got you." The cold, inorganic voice of the system suddenly echoed throughout the space. Notification: the core system warrior has officially broken through to level 13, reaching the D-rank threshold. Simultaneously, another notification appeared. The D-rank mage system has simultaneously been upgraded to level 13, bringing a significant boost in stats. Awaiting user click for more details. The corner of Baidi's lips curled into a slight smile, as he thought to himself with deep satisfaction. The mage class has finally reached D rank, and just below that, another glowing notification appeared. The title, 1 against 100, has evolved into One-Man Army. From now on, whenever you face enemies alone, all your attributes get a massive 20 boost. Plus, a powerful 10 life steal ability kicks in. In the distance, Qian stood absolutely frozen, like a stone statue, staring blankly at the horrific battlefield before her. Her eyes were wide, fixated with pure shock. She shivered uncontrollably at the ghastly sight of monster corpses, piled high, forming a grotesque mountain. Having finished the gruesome cleanup, Baidi slowly strode towards her, an ominous presence. He frowned, a flash of pure annoyance glinting in his cold eyes. "Do you remember what I explicitly told you?" Startled by his sudden, sharp question, the girl visibly flinched, her expression still completely dazed and utterly bewildered. At that exact moment, the status window suddenly flashed again, signaling that the incredible fire mage system had successfully blasted its way to level 7, E rank. The scene then abruptly shifts to another pressing development. The atmosphere was now an absolute maelstrom of chaos and tension. A worried crowd was murmuring anxiously, fearful of the absolute worst-case scenario unfolding. What if the seal were to actually crack open? Because this terrifying level of energy fluctuation they were witnessing is completely, utterly unprecedented. A few regretful grumbles could be heard from the crowd, blaming themselves for their oversight, that someone should have been assigned to stand guard right from the very beginning. Just as the teacher hurried down, his heart pounding, he caught sight of Zilong approaching, a disturbing calm about him, and froze in utter surprise, exclaiming loudly, "Why on earth are you out here? Shouldn't you be inside, protecting the junior students?" However, the sheer urgency of the escalating situation didn't allow him a single moment for lingering. He decisively shot forward, a surge of determination fueling him, thinking he had to get to the scene and check on things immediately. Seeing that frantic expression on his face, Zilong expertly feigned a look of sheer panic. The seal's been broken. He stood rooted to the spot, watching the teacher frantically retreat. The corner of his lips curled into a truly sinister smile. His heart absolutely screamed with triumphant glee. "See that, you pathetic bastards. Payback's a bitch," and it arrived with lightning speed. Soon after, with urgent footsteps, a team of 5 teachers burst through the door, filled with absolute bone-chilling terror, specifically for the safety of Baidi and Qian. But what they saw was the 2 students calmly standing there, completely unharmed, without so much as a single scratch. This left the teacher absolutely stunned. He thought he must be seeing things. Baidi casually slid his hands into his pockets, stepped forward and asked in a low, steady voice, "Why is everyone here?" Only then did the teacher's gaze sweep over the sealed area behind them, his brow furrowing in utter confusion. The formation was still perfectly intact, without a single crack. Could the warning system have malfunctioned? In any case, it was a huge relief that the students were safe. Time quietly ticked by, and soon, it was Friday afternoon, May 29th. Just before closing time, Zilong was busy arguing with a shadowy figure. His face was a mask of arrogance as he confidently declared, "Vice Captain, the documents I submitted this time should be more than enough, right, for the last spot on the team." But the vice captain was icy cold, simply pouring a bucket of ice water over his hopes. "My apologies. Our captain has already found someone." The words struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving Zilong stunned. "What?" he glared. "Who is it?" Straining to shout his indignant question. "Didn't you say the spot was being saved for the most valuable candidate? Are you telling me my skills and my background still aren't enough?" Suddenly, a captivating female figure slowly approached. "The most valuable person? We've already found him." She gently stroked her own chin with a long, slender finger, a smile of keen interest on her face. She then lavished praise on the boy named Baidi, saying he was utterly fascinating. This woman's identity was far from ordinary. She was none other than the notorious golden electric crane assassin. Night fell, washing away the noise of Friday, May 29th. In the corner of a dilapidated roadside eatery, wisps of smoke swirled around a young man. He flicked the ash from his cigarettes, narrowed his eyes, and issued a warning. "Hey, don't you go causing any more trouble. I went through a lot of trouble to get you out early, you know." The speaker was none other than Chen Jinyu, a C-rank investigator from the Blue Division's Divine Proctor monitoring team. Across from him, the other man frantically shoveled rice into his mouth. He didn't slow his chewing or swallowing, not even for a second, answering with a grunt. "Of course I know." Hearing this, Jin Yu's sharp eyes darted around, scanning every corner of the place. Once he confirmed it was safe, he leaned forward and lowered his voice to a near whisper. "I've got intel that Captain Hong is coming next Friday. Do you have a plan yet?" The other man didn't hesitate in the slightest, giving a slight, reassuring nod. Just as the last word was spoken, a piercing ringtone suddenly blared, shattering the quiet atmosphere. Looking at the number on the screen, Chun Jinyu's face contorted in annoyance. That old geezer was calling again. "I'm heading back to the team first. You should head home and get some rest too." In contrast to his partner's haste, the man lingered leisurely in his seat. Of course, the man, named Lin Shang, slurped up the last of the broth. The corner of his mouth curled into a chilling, sinister smile. "I have to get home early." Of course, the cycle of meeting and parting, orchestrated by the wheel of fate, often strikes more suddenly than one would imagine. Tied to that is a tale of heroic tragedy about the echoing jadeite. According to the epic records from the dawn of time, the lord who ruled the demon purgatory was struck by love at first sight for a mortal woman. The moment their eyes met, he was consumed by a deep longing. He poured his very soul into it, condensing the spiritual energy from demon crystals to forge the echoing jadeite, which possessed the ability of instant teleportation, intending to use it as a token of his love. Ironically, not long after the sacred artifact was created, the Lord's heart was stirred by another. How cruel! He heartlessly discarded both the precious jade. As the demonic purgatory's gloom descends, our focus now shifts to Lin Sheng. He looked like an utterly enraged, feral beast, his bloodshot eyes glaring at the pitch-black, empty house. A burning rage erupted in his chest, his heart screaming with bitterness. Where did that mother and son run off to? Utterly unhinged, he snaps, grabbing every object within reach, smashing them to pieces on the floor. The deafening sounds of shattering mix with his savage roars. "Son of a bitch, you think you can hide from me? Just you wait until I catch you." Veins bulge on his forehead as he throws a brutal punch, shattering the mirror in front of him. He gritted his teeth, hissing out venomous words. "I'm going to kill you both." In another hidden corner, Bai Di carefully uses his steady, meticulous hands to place a sparkling necklace around Ruyun's neck. That exquisite object is the treasure known as the echoing jadeite. His eyes shine with tenderness as he carefully instructs her. "You must wear this always from now on, Mom." The young man gently pulls a similar pendant from inside his shirt, smiling proudly. "I have one exactly like yours." To make sure she understands the gravity of the situation, he patiently explains every single detail. "If you're ever in danger, just crush this jade, and my jade will sense it. I'll come to you immediately. Without this, I really can't go out with peace of mind." His smile fades. Bai Di silently observes the sorrowful wrinkles etched on the face of the one who gave him life. A wave of sorrow washes over him. For as long as he could remember, not once had he seen his mother wear any splendid jewelry, privileges that every woman in this world rightfully deserves to enjoy. Seeing her son lost in thought, Ruyun anxiously begins to sign with her hands. "Son, don't just stick around me on the weekends. At your age, you should be out with your friends more." Met with her worried gaze, he simply laughed it off. "Don't worry, Mom. I don't really see the need for it." But his mother's anxiety still surged, her concern showing in every glance. She pleaded, "How can anyone not need friends? Everyone needs important people in their life, don't you?" Hearing this, Bai Di could only let out a long, reluctant sigh. He turned to face the clear mirror. The phrase, "important people," echoed relentlessly in his mind. A reel of memories suddenly flooded back, flashing past the faces of those who he'd faced life and death alongside. An overwhelming sense of uncertainty stirred within him, wondering if he would ever have the chance to meet them again in this lifetime. The clock's hands ticked mercilessly onward, striking 11:58 at night, standing tall before the entrance of the Dirank Wild Demon Lair. Baidi clasped his hands behind his back. His mind raced. The burden of his mother's safety, now entrusted to the Jedi, was lifted. His mind was now clear, ready for battle. Fixing his eyes on the swirling spatial vortex, he reminded himself this was the rare, hidden demon lair, etched into his memory. A place whose barrier opened only at the stroke of midnight and would be sealed away forever. Exactly 2 hours later, the window to clear this abnormally difficult hidden demon lair was extremely limited. The most urgent task now was to push his potential to its limits and maximize his power. Baidi's feet had just landed firmly on the ground of the new dimension. His eyes immediately locked onto the two giant, demonic beasts blocking his path. Memories of his past life flooded back. As a former top-tier warrior, he had once faced a level 15 D-class wild corpse orchid, facing a level 13 D-class blood-devouring flower. He spread his feet wide, muscles coiling with tension. Instantly, he snapped into his battle stance. But haunting images from his past life still clung to his heart, a scene of pure helplessness, watching his comrades fall, plummet into pools of their own blood. His brows furrowed into a tight, straight line. He gripped his weapon's hilt, pointing its sharp tip directly at the monsters. He bitterly asked himself, "Friends?" He didn't hesitate, not for a split second. The system's emotionless voice echoed dryly. Successfully eliminated, blood-devouring flower. Received 260 experience. The notification window continued to flash with bright text. Successfully collected, blood flower essence. The blade swung mercilessly. Another chilling thought flashed through Baidi's mind. So what if I make friends? The day will come when, under a god's command, his feet moved as swiftly as a phantom, not allowing himself to pause for even half a second. With terrifying speed, he became a flash of lightning, crashing directly into the middle of the beast pack, unleashing a fatal, destructive blow. Weak point, critical hit. At the same time, a bloody truth screamed in his mind, "We'll still die, without even a grave to mark our passing." The flames of ambition blazed in Baidi's eyes. He swore to himself he would shatter every limit to reach the pinnacle of power. Just as the thought ended, the familiar mechanical voice chimed in again. Successfully eliminated, Wild Corpse Orchid, received 320 experience. Even so, that number couldn't satisfy his growing ambition. He fumed, thinking this pace of slaughter was still far too slow. Faster, his mind screamed. He frantically rushed straight into the storm of monsters, with a burning desire to crush them all, and rise up stronger than any living being. His long, narrow eyes squinted, unleashing sharp, wicked glares. Like a soul-reaping god of death, his figure swept across the dark plains. Death's chilling melody echoed without end. Successfully eliminated. The wild corpse flower granted 320 EXP. Successfully eliminated. The wild corpse flower granted 320 EXP. Item collected, 6 corpse toxins. Clenching his bleeding fist tight, Bid forced himself to fight for his very life, swinging his sword with grim determination, keenly aware of his own terrifying insignificance. He gritted his teeth, a bitter taste in his mouth, realizing he wasn't even strong enough to withstand a single blow from that tyrant, let alone face a naturally born genius, especially one with the golden marksman class. Standing on the razor's edge between life and death, there were absolutely no shortcuts, no escape routes. Bypassing them, stepping over blood-soaked corpses, he silently pushed deeper into the den of evil, carving the rules of survival into his very soul. No matter how powerful the opponent, he absolutely could not retreat, fighting against tens of thousands of demons. With his strength alone, Bid flicked his wrist, swinging the sharp blade straight at the wild corpse flower's throat, perfectly unleashing the skill one fell swoop. Instantly, a brilliant emerald green radiance exploded, clearing all obstacles within its purifying radius. With a single, earth-shattering technique, he had uprooted a massive number of evil creatures. The system continued its announcements. successfully eliminated. The blood funnel granted 260 EXP, successfully eliminated. The wild corpse flower granted 320 EXP. At the same time, violent streams of golden, true energy surged around his toned body. Under the miraculous healing effect of the skill, every weary muscle fiber in Bid's body gradually returned to its peak condition. Mentally calculating, the spatial gate to the demonic cavern would completely shut in a mere 20 minutes. The pressing time didn't allow his mind to relax, not even for a single moment. The ultimate goal now, to mince the boss. The digital clock flashed 12 a.m., Saturday, May 30th. At the heart of the dungeon, a dark mass had been silently lurking, patiently waiting for its prey, for who knows how long, its overwhelming aura suffocating the air. Bidi raised his head, chin cocked defiantly at the colossal mountain-like demonic beast, a low voice rumbling as he declared, "You're next." But unexpectedly, that fleeting arrogance, which had lasted only mere seconds, was utterly shattered, replaced by a stunned expression, filled with pure terror at an unforeseen, horrifying development. The cruel beast didn't even deign to respond. Its colossal figure vanished in an instant, disappearing in the blink of an eye. A terrifying pressure suddenly descended, right onto his head. It had closed in on its target in complete silence. The enemy's status materialized clearly before him. Level 20, Leaf System Boss, nameless. But his superior reflexes allowed him to instantly channel all his formidable power into his hands, mustering every last ounce of his strength to unleash a world-shaking slash, severing the giant's arm, leaving it severely wounded. Yet, Nameless remained eerily calm. It displayed no hint of pain, no flicker of panic. Dark, swirling energy engulfed the wound, as it casually activated a healing skill utterly unconcerned, controlling every muscle fiber, regenerating it from scratch, weaving and molding a new arm, perfectly identical to the old. Witnessing that utterly unnatural miracle of recovery, Bidi's pupils violently contracted, utterly consumed by horror. Confronted by this terrifying regenerative superpower, it granted its opponent no time to even breathe. The cruel beast plunged its freshly regenerated arm deep into the very ground. Then, from the earth's cold depths, tens of thousands of sinewy roots erupted frantically, plowing and tearing open the very ground, extending their sinister, octopus-like tentacles from below. A sudden chill raced down his spine, a primal warning of impending danger. Bidi frantically spun around, ready to defend himself. But not far away, the swarm of blood-devouring flowers had fully regenerated. Standing tall as if they had never left, he scanned the revived army of monsters. Not a single scratch on any of them. A million bewildering questions swarmed his mind. Didn't I already kill these demonic beasts? Why do they keep coming back to life? A boss-level monster like that absolutely shouldn't possess such a heaven-defying, regenerative ability while his mind was still foggy. A sharp afterimage ripped through the air towards him. A moment later, a bone-shattering, flesh-tearing pain shot through Bidi's abdomen, and fresh blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He looked down, shuddering, and discovered a section of root, steeped in dark miasma, had pierced straight through his stomach. Gritting his teeth to suppress the agony, he struggled to turn and see the true identity of his attacker. The veil of mystery was finally lifted. Red information flashed before his eyes. Level 20 Wood System Boss, Nameless Leaf. To his horror, this was a twin clone of Nameless Leaf. This meant the dungeon contained two parallel bosses. Two killing machines stood side by side, their murderous aura absolutely overwhelming, vowing to chop the intruder into 1,000 pieces. The situation had turned too quickly, putting Bidi at a severe disadvantage, forcing him into a desperate 2-on-1 battle. The cruel gears of time turned relentlessly. The clock's display coldly ticked over to 12 a.m., early Saturday morning. A bright red system notification also appeared, announcing that at exactly 1 a.m. on Saturday, the entrance to the demonic cavern will be officially sealed. Trapped within this dimensional space, Bidi's survival was a complete mystery. The timeline jumps past 6 p.m. on Saturday, May 30th. The streets were engulfed in a torrential downpour, like a waterfall leaning against the window, gazing at the dense white fog. Her heart was burning with anxiety. Her stomach churned with unease. The thoughts circled in her head. That boy has been gone all day again. My messages to him are like stones sinking into the sea. His phone just rings and rings with no answer. Her intuition screamed at her that her son was deluding himself again, pushing deadly boundaries. Just like before, she muttered to herself. Then, decisively, she grabbed an umbrella. I got to go out and find him. Heavy rain poured down in relentless waves, pounding out a mournful rhythm, showing no sign of letting up. Hidden within the curtain of rain, Lin Shang staggered, his mind clouded by drink. He rambled insanely. You two, mother and son, thinking yourselves so damn clever. The rain splashing on his face couldn't wash away the bitter curses spilling from his alcohol-reeking mouth. He cursed them for daring to go behind his back, moving out on their own, renting a place. His eyes were bloodshot, staring intently at the nice apartment building before him. The flames of jealousy in Lin Shang's heart burned even more fiercely. He spat on the ground and let out a harsh, bitter laugh. Renting a pretty nice place, huh? Well, look at you two, knowing how to live it up. The drunkard's eyes were bloodshot and bulging. A cruel viciousness radiated from him, sending a shiver of terror down anyone's spine. Unfortunately, in that very moment, Nu Ven opened her umbrella and stepped outside, searching for any sign of Bai Di. The instant she met the drunkard's gaze, her body froze solid, like a block of ice. Utter panic filled her eyes, revealing a tremor that came from the very depths of her soul. Beneath the gloomy gray sky, streaks of lightning ripped through the air, with continuous, roaring thunder, as if to tear one's eardrums apart, a backdrop to this cruel reunion. Back on Bai Di's battlefield, his exhausted arm let the blood-soaked blade hang. Limply, his chest heaved with each ragged breath. He was worn out, staring intently at the horde of beasts, who remained completely unscathed. His fury surged to its absolute peak. Every time he cut them down, the damn demons just rose again from the dead. Though he was at the end of his strength, his fierce will to survive forced him to grit his teeth and stand firm, determined to fight to his very last breath. Every slash he unleashed was met. A steady notification from the system appeared. He successfully eliminated the blood-devouring flower. As a level 13 D-class, he gained 1 experience point. After a long, grueling series of battles, Bai Di discovered a harsh truth. Once these vile entities rose from their graves, cutting them down now no longer yielded a single experience point or any items. He gritted his teeth, swearing a silent oath to find the root cause of this endless cycle of reincarnation, no matter the cost. At that moment, 2 deathly statues stood casually, watching their prey struggle, with their arms crossed. Level 20 D-class Lord Yi Wuming, and beside him, level 20 D-class Lord Shi Wuming, the twin incarnations of Wuming. His brain worked at full capacity, analyzing the situation. Bai Di decisively formulated a counterattack. Target the enemy's healing ability. He understood the truth now. The problem wasn't just these small fry mobs. His gaze sharpened, like a priceless sword being drawn from its sheath, focusing his entire mind on the ultimate target. His figure flashed like lightning, streaking across the night sky. He unleashed his ultimate skill, Flash Step. Using its terrifying acceleration, he slipped past their defensive line. He brought down a powerful slash, struck directly into Wuming's thick flesh, a critical hit to a weak point. The lightning-fast ambush caught the demon off guard. It had no way to dodge, taking the full force of the damage. But ironically, the gushing blood didn't even last for 3 seconds. A cruel reality dealt Bai Di a heavy blow. He was witnessing the special privilege of these creatures.
Instant régénération.
A Lord-class monster. A strange, pale gray smoke once again enveloped the giant, frantically stitching together every severed meridian. A terrible memory flooded back. But even if he split the tyrant's skull in 2, that miraculous healing would still brazenly pull him back from the brink of death. Deep within his mind, Bai Di shrieked, a storm of curses erupting. This monstrous power, this hellish mechanic, that shattered every law of nature, mass resurrection of countless corpses, and instantaneously healing allies, even S-rank healers, who stand at the pinnacle of power, would be utterly helpless before this miracle. But the crucial question remained: what unholy power was pumping infinite, biological energy into it, or was there some kind of secret reservoir manipulating this immense restorative power? Unwilling to yield, Baidi gripped his sword's hilt. Reactivating Flash Step, he charged straight at Wu Ming. This time, it was beyond all expectations. The Lord unleashed a terrifying burst of speed, kicking off the ground to charge forward and meet the attack head-on. The skill it had just used was ultimate parry, using its weapon as a shield to effortlessly negate over 50 of incoming damage. In a clash timed to the millisecond, Baidi displayed superhuman reflexes, flexibly shifting his stance to respond. Based on the principle of counters, a perfectly timed parry could completely nullify 100 of an attack's power, and if the counter-slash was swung within the narrow window of 0.09 seconds, the chance to reflect physical damage back onto the opponent would be fully activated. Every muscle fiber in his body strained to its absolute limit. He could not afford a single mistake. The enemy narrowed its eyes and gave an arrogant smile, applauding, praising his genius for copying its technique after just one encounter. At the same time, Wu Ming's severed arm began to bulge as new flesh sprouted. For the first time since the battle began, its deep, cruel voice spoke. "You are very strong." The cellular reconstruction process was as precise as a program. However, this regeneration revealed a fatal flaw that instantly caught Baidi's attention, making his eyes widen as he began to dimly perceive the secret behind the mystery. Following a faint trail of light, the massive tree behind Wu Ming was continuously pumping a huge amount of life energy into it. Having grasped its core weakness, the corners of Baida's mouth twitched, and he burst with absolute joy. His fiery gaze bored into the giant tree's roots. He smiled triumphantly to himself, declaring he had found the enemy's Achilles heel. The true nature of this floral demon den was finally revealed. That giant tree was the reactor, supplying infinite life force. Without a moment's hesitation, Baidi used his momentum to launch himself toward the ancient tree. At wind-tearing speed, on his way, his blade flicked out, conveniently severing the Lord's metallic arm. He had completely figured out the dungeon's entire operating mechanism. The boss's mass-healing superpower was entirely dependent on that umbilical cord of energy from the plant creature. Realizing its life source was threatened, Wu Ming panicked out of its mind, letting out a series of piercing shrieks. The desperate screams only spurred the rhythm of Baida's swings. With each chop that landed on the tree trunk, his blade's aura blazed even more intensely. His will was boiling over. He roared excitedly in his thoughts. "All I have to do is chop this tree to bits, and I can send these demons to hell for good." Quick as a flash, he switched his card, transforming into a cloud-type mage, ready to unleash a nightmare, to sweep away all the remaining enemies. Seeing the situation spiraling completely out of control, Wu Ming roared helplessly and desperately, trying to grasp at its last sliver of hope. It screamed, "Stop him! Stop!" Ignoring the desperate cries, Baida didn't hesitate for a second. He decisively raised his staff, releasing a blast of freezing cold air. The ice sealed away all the remaining enemies, trapping them instantly in solid blocks. The entire horde of ferocious bosses froze solid, standing perfectly still. However, the tides of battle instantly turned once again. In an instant, a flashing red status window appeared. Level 20 D-Class, Lord Yi Wu Ming has switched to a warrior-type core. His cold, sharp eyes scanned the battlefield. Baidi decided to seize the initiative, determined to pull out the weeds by the root. With victory firmly in his grasp, he let out a confident, mocking smirk. "It seems I wasn't wrong. After you and the great tree fall, all of them will lose their ability to recover and resurrect." But with a flick of his hand, a raging fire erupted, burning the giant ancient tree trunk to ashes. At the same time, the system chimed with a series of victorious sounds. Successfully eliminated the level 20 D-rank Lord. Annihilator Voden received 2,500 experience points. Received high-grade item, 100 spirit herb. It can instantly restore 50 of stamina and heal most physical injuries. Having lost their life source, the surrounding blood flower buds withered one by one, drooping and collapsing to the ground. The thick layer of ice restraining Voden, now cracked and shattered. Baidi readied his weapon, pointing the cold tip right between the enemy's eyes. He growled, hissing each word, "Only you are left." Understanding that the outcome was set, Voden gave up all resistance. He slowly raised both hands in surrender. Facing death, this level 20 D rank lord, Voden, calmly made a bitter request. "Kill me." His strangely serene attitude made Baidi pause. A wave of utter astonishment washed over him. It was the first time in his life he had ever encountered a leader with such a peculiar mindset. The thought crossed his mind, his older brother is dead, so he doesn't want to live on alone. However, the pity lasted only for a split second. Everything quickly returned to its brutal course. A murderous aura exploded as Baidi lunged forward. Without a shred of pity or mercy, he delivered the chilling finishing blow. "Then I'll grant your wish." The blade whistled as it sliced through the air. The system immediately announced his victory, successfully eliminated the level 20 D rank Lord Thorn. Baidi received 2,500 experience points. His chest heaved as he panted. And after the life or death battle, Baidi clenched the loot he had just obtained. Received high-grade item, Poison Thorn, an important material for crafting. The Peerless Poison Piercer, a rank 5 Flora-type weapon. A series of upgrade notifications appeared, one after another. Core-type Warrior class leveled up to level 15. D-rank Cloud-type Mage class leveled up to level 13. D-rank received stat increase. Click to see details. Just as he defeated the final boss, his eyes caught a gleam of light. From the exit, another notification appeared. The entrance to the dungeon will now open. At that moment, a completely new status window materialized in mid-air. Lightning-type element, 0 out of 10,000. Flora-type element, 10,000 out of 10,000. Cloud-type element, 0 out of 10,000. Core-type element, 3,200 out of 10,000. Star-type element, 1,450 out of 10,000. Looking at the fully charged Flora-type energy bar, the system prompted, preparing to awaken a new class. Baidi couldn't hide his surprise and delight. His heart sang with joy. The Flora-type is full too. His heart pounded wildly. He clasped his hands and muttered expectantly, "What kind of class will it be this time?" As soon as the progress bar finished, the system signaled its success. Baidi's curiosity reached its peak. A memory surfaced, reminding him, last time it was a crimson-colored class. So what about this time? But the final result was like a bucket of cold water dumped on him, leaving him stunned. For several seconds, he stared at the glaring red text. Level 1 E-rank Beauty Queen Summoner. He sighed in disappointment, trying to console himself. Not just any blue class. It's a summoner, a class that barely needs any stats. What incredible skills does it possess? His eyes darted down, locking onto the detailed info panel. A flurry of descriptions popped up. Skill, Flora Spirit Contract. After defeating a Flora-type magical beast, you can contract with its soul, and command it at will. Completed contracts, 0 out of 2. Passive skill, Flora's Domain. You can perceive the freshly departed souls of Flora-type magical beasts. Baidi squinted, devouring every single word. His nerves jolted at a chilling realization. Evil Spirit Contract. His mind raced immediately, linking it to the spoils he'd just claimed. So does that mean the two bosses I just defeated will also? Just then, from the pile of ash and gore that was once the Vodan brothers, a faint, demonic aura began to surge. Two ethereal spirit forms floated obediently towards their new master. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Baidi didn't hesitate. He snapped his fingers and roared, "Activate Flora Spirit Contract." He lifted his chin, commanding authoritatively. With a wave of his hand, "You two, get over here." Not daring to disobey, the two nameless souls instantly shot forward, submitting completely at their master's feet. The scene shifts to a desolate street. The drunkard, Lin Sheng, was staggering closer to Baidi's lodging house. Suddenly, his phone's ringtone shrieked, shattering the quiet atmosphere, and making him scowl in pure annoyance. Pulling out his old brick phone, he cursed viciously, "Son of a bitch, which bastard is calling me at this hour?" Pressing the phone to his ear, he hissed through his teeth. "Officer Tran?" he asked, his tone initially aggressive. However, after hearing just half a sentence from the other end, Lin Cheng's scowl immediately vanished. It was replaced by a sycophantic grin. "That fawning smile, really? Yes. Captain Hong's banquet, and I get to attend too. Okay, I understand. I'll do my absolute best." He nodded his head repeatedly, as if the person were standing right in front of him. He chattered on, promising, "This time I'll definitely prepare a truly magnificent gift for him. Don't you worry, I know. I absolutely will not waste this rare chance to get back into the guild." Until the beeping signal sounded, a self-satisfied smile still hung on his lips, stretching from ear to ear. Putting the phone in his pocket, Lin Shang began to sing out of tune, ignoring the cold, raindrops splattering against his face. He was on cloud nine. He mumbled to himself, "Today is truly a beautiful day. Better go find my sweet little sister and reminisce." Returning to the timeline, 6 p.m., Saturday, May 30th. Under the eaves of the house, Nu Van was still anxiously waiting for her son. Just as her worry peaked, Baidi's figure finally appeared through the curtain of rain. Seeing his mother standing there shivering, he rushed over to share his umbrella. His chiding voice was filled with concern. "Mom, why did you come down here? It's raining." Nu Van lovingly stepped closer, letting her son put an arm around her and guide her into the house. Baidi smiled reassuringly. "Let's go home." At some point, an exquisite jade bracelet had appeared, settled on Nu Van's slender wrist. Stroking the small gift, Nu Van looked at him with eyes full of maternal love. This silly boy. He even said he went out tonight to get a makeup gift for Mother's Day. Her eyes shone with tolerance as she gestured a loving scolding. "Really, did you think that just because Mom can't speak, she doesn't know anything?" Night fell. His body, weary after a long day of grinding, relaxed on the soft bed, but Baidi tossed and turned. Unable to close his eyes, his brain was still buzzing, meticulously calculating his current arsenal of abilities. Right now, he boasted 3 classes: Green Warrior, Blue Summoner, and Red Mage. For now, both combat classes had reached D rank. He mentally recited the long-winded stat sheet. Cloud-type Mage, level 13, D rank x3, Strength 0, 8x3, Speed, 20x3, Stamina, 39x3, Luck, 31x3, Elemental Power, 62x3, Spirit Power, 40 plus 54x3, Single Core Warrior, level 15, D rank x2, Strength 0, 53 plus 77x2, Speed, 41 plus 50x2, Stamina, 61 plus 37x2, Luck, 26x2, Flower-type Summoner, level 1, E rank x 1.5, Strength 0, 10x 1.5, Speed, 10x 1.5, Stamina, 50x 1.5, Luck, 30x 1.5, Elemental Power, 20x 1.5, Spirit Power, 80x 1.5. He clearly remembered the operating principles of this new class. After defeating a flower-type demon beast, he could form a contract with its soul to use its will. Depending on the rank, the number of contracts could be increased. E rank, 2 times, D rank, 4 times, C rank, 6 times, B rank, 10 times. After ranking up, he could form contracts with demon beasts of any element. Despite his vast arsenal, he frowned with worry. This still isn't enough. But memories of that bastard stepfather flooded back, haunting his mind. He was arrested on the 21st. It's been 10 days now. He pressed his forehead, trying to analyze the situation. 5 more days until he's released. But knowing his personality, he'll likely bribe the warden to get out early. He knew he had to prepare a perfect long-term plan. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. "That's why I prepared that item, just in case." As Sunday dawned, Baidi packed his gear again, continuing to venture into the mysterious dimension. He told himself, hiding won't solve the problem in the end. Before I start on the path of cultivation, I need to resolve this completely. The moment the tip of his shoe touched the hazy plain, the system beeped, E rank. The secret dungeon has been cleared. Later that afternoon, All alone he weaved through the dense trees of the deserted forest. Baidi was pushing himself hard. I haven't let myself relax for a moment these past few days. I need to raise my class to C rank quickly. Suddenly a cold, killing intent grazed the back of his neck. At the same time, a glaring red warning panel appeared.
Des rangs secrets dungeon.
High danger level. Enter the dungeon. Time flew by and soon it was Sunday night. Baidi wearily dragged himself out of the gate, letting out a satisfied breath.
Des rangs secrets dungeon, cleared.
Standing under the night sky, he clenched his fist and swore a vicious oath. The next time I see you, I'll be even stronger than you. As he was checking his level-up notifications, a strange window suddenly popped up in front of him, making Baidi raise his eyebrows in confusion. The text displayed left him bewildered. New title received, Lone Wolf Hero. Condition, cleared a dungeon of a higher rank than your own. 10 times solo. Received the hero's reward. After meeting the conditions, the Tower of Heroes will be unlocked. He blinked and muttered to himself, what is this? Early morning on Monday, June 1st. The atmosphere at Awakener Junior High School was more heated than ever. Standing majestically at the podium, a radiant teacher Huang cleared her throat to get everyone's attention. I am very excited to announce this good news to all of you. Glancing around the room, she loudly declared the results. The final assessment results are out. Unable to hide her pride, the teacher honored the 2 most outstanding students. Our very own student Baidi and student Chi-in have achieved the highest and second highest scores in the entire school. She went on to reveal a shocking piece of news. The recording of student Baidi's test was sent to headquarters for a thorough analysis. The final result, the highest score ever in history. Hearing her name called, Chi-in gasped, her hand flying to her mouth, but down in the seats below, Baidi remained completely unfazed, as if nothing extraordinary had happened, as if this glorious moment had absolutely nothing to do with him. Therefore, this time around, you 2 have rightfully earned the privilege to embark on this journey of cultivation. Huang Laosher continued, her voice rising, to emphasize this unprecedented privilege. Thanks to student Baidi's truly outstanding performance, this time you 2 will also have the honor of an audience with the God Clan. Even with thousands of eyes fixated on him, our main character simply kept his eyes shut, calmly picking at his nails without a single word. In stark contrast, the crowd below erupted like a broken beehive. Whispers and discussions broke out in every single corner. An audience with the God Clan. A student clutched his head, shouting excitedly, my God, that's an incredible honor. Not even every divine class user gets to be so damn strong. But meanwhile Baidi just narrowed his eyes, meticulously calculating the pros and cons. An unexpected gain. I can meet those people directly now. A cute boy came closer, tugging at his sleeve coaxingly. If you achieve enlightenment, don't forget about the old folks back home, okay? In another corner, Lin Lu's sparkling eyes were glued to his steady back. She whispered with clear admiration, I knew it. I knew you would shine. Early in the morning, the scene shifts to the closed-off dean's office. A middle-aged man with furrowed brows tapped his fingers on the desk, asking again, are you sure you don't want to go with him? His tone carried a clear hint of persuasion. It wasn't easy for your father to come back this time, you know. You can absolutely go with him to headquarters for this journey of cultivation. Standing straight as a rigid pine tree, Chang Chang clenched his hands into tight fists, veins visibly popping on the back of his hands, as he replied firmly, I'm not going. I only ranked 3rd this time. If I'm not truly qualified, I don't deserve to participate. The defiant young man lifted his chin proudly, declaring his ideals, I don't want others to think he's the reason I have everything. His determination made the elder nod slightly. He smiled in approval, trying to calm him down. You've certainly got backbone. Your uncle is eager to see, too, just how much you've grown. But the conversation wasn't over. Chong Shang hesitated, then took a step forward, and pleaded in a low voice, but uncle, there's something I need your help with. Please grant me the authority to open the sealed D-rank dungeon. In the back mountains, the dean's eyes widened, as he looked doubtfully at his stubborn nephew. I want to get stronger on my own. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, a tragically comical scene was unfolding, of weeping and wailing. with tears welling in his eyes. Zealand slammed the table and threw a tantrum. I'm begging you, uncle, I absolutely have to participate in this training journey. The young master tried to leverage his family background. I'm the only heir of the Z family, you know. However, the man in the seat of authority remained as unmoving as a mountain, not swayed in the slightest by the crocodile tears. He was the principal of the Awakening Academy.
Ziyun King.
He replied in a steely voice, you yourself know that you're the only bloodline of the Z family, which is precisely why you can't act so recklessly. His razor-sharp eyes bored into his delinquent nephew. He slammed the table and roared, so tell me, why did you pull a stunt like that during the combat evaluation? Exposed. Zealand's face went pale, and he stammered incoherently. Yun Chang gave a cold, contemptuous snort, revealing his nephew's dirty little scheme, powering up a demonic beast to attack the underclassmen. He pointed a finger straight in Zeland's face, his words a furious torrent. Did you think the people in charge are all morons, that they wouldn't see through your pathetic little act? Every word carried immense weight, causing Xiling's legs to turn to jelly. If I hadn't suppressed this matter, do you really think you'd still be able to attend this academy? Unable to bear the pressure, the once arrogant young master crumbled to the floor. He repeatedly kowtowed, scrambling to confess his faults. I'm so sorry, uncle. I know I was wrong. I'll never do it again. Tears streamed down his face, blurring his vision, which was filled with murderous intent. Yun Chang roared, get up! But while Xiling was still cowering in fear, Yun Chang suddenly sprang to his feet, pacing with his hands clasped behind his back, as he analyzed the situation. However, thanks to your little stunt, the higher-ups have taken notice of that special kid. By mentioning that person, a wary glint flashed in his eyes. They think there's something not quite right about him. He stepped closer to his trembling nephew, and warned in a low voice, his progress is absurdly fast. Because of that, someone from the Divine Clan wants to meet him personally. This time, to settle the matter, he delivered his final verdict. You can go on the training journey, but you better rein in that temper of yours. Be a little more humble. If you cause any more trouble, not even I will be able to protect you. As if grasping a lifeline, Ziyang nodded furiously and hissed his thanks. Yes, uncle. Though he appeared obedient on the surface, the hands hidden in his sleeves were twisting madly. With hatred festering in his mind, he was already plotting his revenge against Bai Di. This training journey, just you wait. His arrogance didn't stop there. He even fantasized about the beautiful He Liao. Sooner or later, I'll make you mine. Let's turn back the clock to Monday evening. After school, Cat Min, a fellow classmate, was holding his head in utter disbelief. A prestigious invitation, stamped with the Central Apex Guild's insignia, in his hands. He read the sparkling, gold-leafed text aloud. Student by D. The Central APEX Guild cordially invites you to join our ranks. If you are interested, you are welcome to report to the guild office. The Central Apex Guild was overflowing with excitement. Catman's shout absolutely rocked the entire classroom. Oh my gosh, that's the strongest guild in our entire school. He eagerly started rattling off the benefits of joining them. And this also means, you get special consideration to join the Divine Guild, right? Isn't that incredible? The shocking news spread like wildfire instantly, drawing gasps of admiration and stares of pure envy. All eyes immediately zeroed in on Bai Di. A female student chimed in, adding more information. It was founded by Jinsei, the only assassin class we've had in recent years. The crowd began to murmur, discussing the sheer unfairness of fate. Up until now, everyone's had to struggle and beg just to get in. Someone else exclaimed, utterly shocked. And now they're sending a direct invitation. Isn't that a high school level guild? I can't believe they'd invite a middle schooler. Catmin stared at the envelope clutched in his hand, practically drooling, then pouted in pure envy. By D, you're on a whole other level. I think I'm gonna cry. But before all those jealous eyes, Bai Di just stood up, nonchalantly snatched the letter from Catmin's hand, and sauntered towards the back corner of the classroom. Just as his arm reached the trash can, he casually relaxed his fingers, letting the golden ticket slip down to the bottom of the bin, to be buried among the trash. That brazen act left the entire class utterly speechless. A stunned Catmin stammered, unable to form words, only managing to shout in dismay, You're rejecting their offer. Are you out of your mind? Without bothering with a long explanation, Baidi just gave a slight, perfunctory nod and tossed a single, cold sentence over his shoulder. I'm heading out. With that, he turned and walked out the door, leaving a crowd of dumbfounded students in his wake. Crouching next to the trash can, staring at the discarded treasure, Catmin clicked his tongue in sorrow. What a waste. Such a great opportunity. Just then, Lin Lu. She leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed. A knowing smile played on her lips as she spoke. It's one thing for them not to understand Baidi, but you don't understand him either. She gently pushed up her glasses. She made her confident judgment. It's one thing for them not to understand Baidi, but you don't understand him either. Exactly. He probably won't join anyone. But at that very moment, Baidi's solitary figure was already heading straight for the Forbidden Forest. Behind the school, his objective was crystal clear. Today's Baidi will always be a leader. Just as his footsteps halted before the barrier gate, a gruff male voice called out from behind him. I got us access to the D-rank dungeon. No one will bother us here all night. Quang Tin jutted out his chin arrogantly, pointing towards the roiling, black energy pouring from the gate as he gave an order. Get in. Baidi didn't move right away, merely squinting his eyes calmly, to sense the pressure of that eerie power. After taking his measure, he slowly gave his assessment. A D-rank dungeon is too difficult for me. Before he could finish, Quang Tin cut him off with a prideful wave of his hand. Stop your whining. I'm not going to be outdone by you. Seeing that stubborn attitude, Baidi fell silent and relented, mentally reviewing the deal he had accepted. I will demonstrate my combat skills and methods for getting stronger quickly. The condition is that you help me get access to the school's dungeon. But even as he was hacking and slashing his way through hordes of beasts, he never expected his impulsive teammate to be reckless enough to challenge every single
Dérank stage.
Turning around, the first thing Baidi saw was Quang Tin, lying flat in a mud puddle, bruised and battered all over. He sighed and asked coldly, "Need a hand?" However, the only reply was Quang Tin's prideful grunt. Back off, I can handle it myself. Wiping the blood trickling from the corner of his lip, the stubborn young man staggered back to his feet and let out a roar, and charged back in, ready to unleash everything against the monster, ignoring his friend's desperate struggle. Meanwhile, Bid stood to the side, silently assessing the entire situation. His gaze swept over the glowing status screen. The conditions to unlock the Tower of Heroes had not yet been met, preventing his entry. Tucked in his sleeve was the mysterious key, accompanied by a line of flashing text, stating the requirement: class must reach B rank. Turning on his heel, he stared straight into the cave, a den tangled with thick, gnarled roots, where hundreds of glowing red eyes blinked. Lying in wait, Bid calculated his next move. For now, I've practically swept through all the wild demon dens. The school's demon den is my only path to leveling up. By the third day after the invitation letters had been sent, the number of offers piling up in his inbox was staggering, but what concerned him more was the problem of leveling up. The higher the class rank, the more experience was needed to advance. After reaching D rank, his leveling speed had slowed down considerably. By the afternoon of the fourth day, the situation had become critical, as Quangton was once again pushed to the brink, exhausted by the brutal attacks of a hideous creature. I can't just stand by and watch like a mere phantom. Bid glided forward, launching a powerful kick straight into the beast's side, rescuing his teammate unexpectedly. Not only was Quangton ungrateful, he even snapped irritably. Damn it, I told you not to interfere. Bid clutched his forehead and sighed in exasperation, trying to reason with the stubborn guy. If I hadn't stepped in, you would have been a goner. Looking at the battlefield littered with corpses, he silently reassured himself. Luckily, the numbers here are quite high, so I've gathered enough experience. Time passed quietly until sunset on the fifth day, as he dragged his battered body out of the demon den's cliff face. Quangton's face suddenly lit up with a grin, stretching from ear to ear. He threw his arms wide and shouted in exhilaration. I finally reached D rank. Cracking his neck, Quang Tin smugly patted himself on the back. Yep, just as expected, diving into a demon den solo is way more thrilling than being trailed by a bunch of totally useless bodyguards, am I right? Biddy quietly watched his companion's stunning transformation, and deep down inside, a wave of pure excitement surged within him too. The warrior class has finally hit C rank. Right then, the system's clear, celebratory chime rang out loud. Rank up. Warrior class has been promoted to C rank. An image of that good-for-nothing drunkard, Ling Shang, flashed through his mind. Bai Di slowly clenched his fist, confidently assessing, my current stats are definitely enough to take him on now. Swelling with pride, he rapturously admired his stats chart, which was skyrocketing across the board, from strength, speed, stamina, and chance all the way to elemental force and spiritual power. And, of course, he couldn't ignore the shiny new skill tree. That had just unlocked itself. That evening, family dinner got a little awkward, when Ru Yun curiously signaled to him, with her ever-perceptive eyes, have you been going on dates with a cute girl these past few days? Bai Di, who was mid-bite of rice, nearly choked. He waved his hands frantically, explaining, his face caught between laughter and tears. No way, I'm still just a middle school student. His mother watched her son with gentle eyes, then she smiled, teasing him with sign language. So, if you're coming home late every day, are you just hanging out with your buddies? Having been hit right on the mark, Bai Di's expression suddenly froze. His hesitant, stammering demeanor was incredibly suspicious. It's not true, Mom. But before he could even find a reasonable excuse, she gently stroked his head, advising him warmly, it's perfectly normal to have a girlfriend. If you truly care about someone, you should be brave and pursue them. She paused for a moment. She then dropped some serious wisdom that made Bai Di's heart absolutely leap. Don't wait until it's too late to regret it. The young man's clear eyes slowly fell, hiding the storm raging within his soul. He silently questioned himself, the girl I like. As soon as that thought finished, a familiar figure immediately flashed into Bai Di's mind. It was He Liao, a golden lightning element, rank 1 assassin. The memories came flooding back, sketching out her radiant smile, as she opened her arms wide, whining playfully, how about a hug, Captain? In stark contrast to her bubbly enthusiasm, the Bai Di of the past had blushed furiously. Flustered, he avoided her, bluntly refusing. Who would want that? The scene continued, drifting to a desolate, smoke-filled battlefield. He Liao lay exhausted on the cold ground, but a victorious smile still blossomed on her lips. Captain, we won again. Bai Di, at that time, had only walked over quietly, extending a steady hand to help her up. The corner of his lips lifted into a warm smile. Let's go. Unwilling to get up right away, He Liao playfully stretched her arms into the air, teasing him coquettishly, can you carry me? The bold joke made Bai Di's face burn like fire. He hastily turned his face away, to hide his scorching embarrassment. Let me heal your wounds. Seeing his blunt attitude, He Liao pouted, stomping her foot sulkily. Captain, you're so mean. However, those sweet memories were suddenly choked, shattered by a cruel reality. The image of He Liao, her eyes closed forever, sunk into an eternal slumber. The soul-tearing pain crashed back, leaving Bai Di utterly stunned. His hands clenched so tightly they drew blood, a raging fire of hatred blazing in his eyes. He snapped out of that nightmare of the past. His heart sank again, heavy with sorrowful thoughts. In my previous life I only met He Liao, after Master rescued me from the death prison. The fateful moment of their first encounter, in the bustling capital of the Holy River Kingdom, appeared in his mind. He let out a soft sigh, mocking his own powerlessness. I don't even know where she is right now. It will be very difficult to meet her again. In this life he bitterly forced himself to accept the harsh truth of a life where only he remembered the memories of a past life. Even if we were to meet again, we would be complete strangers. At the same moment the dry chime of a text message sounded from the vice leader's phone. Guild leader Bai Di still hasn't replied. It seems he has no interest in our guild. Then in a luxurious room, He Liao sat cross-legged on a soft bed. After reading the report she let out a cold, arrogant scoff. She casually tossed the exquisitely carved invitation onto the mattress, the corner of her lips curling into a bewitching smile. He really is getting more and more interesting, bearing the title of Golden Lightning Element, rank 1 assassin, and also the powerful leader of the Zhongji Guild. He Liao gently stroked her hair. A rank 1 lightning element assassin. and the leader of the powerful Zhongji Guild. He Liao gently stroked her hair. A glint of challenge flashed in her eyes. So tomorrow, I'll go meet him and deliver the invitation in person. Alongside those calculations, a status board summarizing their progress, after many days of arduous training, was also clearly displayed. Van, a level 19 mage.
Ye Ranghua,
a level 11 summoner D rank. The hero's reward can unlock the Tower of Heroes. Once the class reaches B rank, time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was Friday by D's birthday. A carefully wrapped gift box suddenly appeared on the table. Nu Van looked at her son tenderly, her hands nimbly signing along with a gentle smile. This is a birthday present for you, my son. At first by D's eyes widened in surprise, and he mumbled in astonishment. A birthday present? Then he excitedly untied the ribbon, carefully opening the box lid, eager to see what surprise awaited him. The moment he pulled the item from the box, a piece of soft fabric slipped through his grasp, making him blink in utter confusion. Tucked alongside the gift was a neatly written letter. To my beloved son, may you always be happy and live the life you've always desired. Folding the letter, Bai Di scratched his head, utterly confused, and muttered, a scarf? But isn't summer just around the corner? However, in a flash, his sharp intellect helped him connect the dots. His entire body froze as if struck by lightning, and he snapped his head up. He stared at his mother, his eyes wide with astonishment. Mom, you knew I was gonna Hawkwak City? Nuvan simply nodded with a gentle smile, continuing to gently instruct her son. The temperature difference between day and night is huge over there, so you have to take good care of yourself. I'll take good care of myself too. Hearing those loving words, Bai Di nodded, almost unconsciously. An overwhelming sense of shock welled up inside him, as he thought, so, Mom, she's known what I've been doing all along. Before he could even recover, she shoved a wad of small bills into his hand, forcing him to take it. It's your birthday today, so treat your close friends to a meal. Holding the weathered money, Bai Di let out a long, helpless sigh, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He lamented, I already told you I don't have any friends. The very next morning, Bai Di wearily slung his bag over his shoulder, and went to school just as usual. But the moment he sat down, he nearly jumped out of his skin when he saw a shiny model kit sitting squarely in the middle of his desk. He furrowed his brows, curious. What is this? Sitting at the next desk, Catmin puffed out his chest proudly, showing off his prize with a smug look. How's this for a birthday present? This is my favorite model. Flashy enough for you? Bai Di's face went utterly blank for a moment. Then he shyly managed a timid reply, thanks. Just when he thought things had finally settled down, Lamlo suddenly rushed right over, pouting as she sharply criticized Catmin's gift. So crude, check mine out. Without making him wait, she gave a mysterious wink, pulled a square box from her backpack, and placed it firmly on the table. It's not easy to find something like this these days, and with just one glance at the cover, Bai Di's pupils contracted violently. He shot to his feet, so utterly shocked he was speechless. Trembling, he carefully picked up the treasure. He mumbled, almost unconsciously, an original tape of my favorite movie, The Ultimate Magic. The gift instantly brought back a distant, sad memory from his past life. They'd often sneak into the storage room to secretly watch old, banned films. Seeing Bai Di lost in thought, Lamlo quickly glanced around and whispered a sharp warning. Don't let the teacher see this. Hide it well. Snapping out of his daze, Bai Di hastily shoved the precious tape deep into his desk drawer. Patting his chest to calm his racing heart, he turned to Lamlo and gave a rare, radiant smile. Thanks. Seeing that smile, Lamlo also patted her chest, breathing a soft sigh of relief. But one surprise followed another. As Chi Yen also shyly approached, she was cradling a small, pretty box tied with a bright red ribbon. Her eyes sparkled with a gentle smile. Happy birthday. The moment they saw the faintly glowing object inside, both Catmin and Lamlo's jaws dropped, and they shrieked. That's an A-rank weapon indeed. The treasure that had them utterly terrified was the ultimate equipment for a mage, the gem of illusion. Before he could even process it, the sheer weight of the gift made Bai Di freeze. He quickly waved his hands, pushing the box back towards her. No way, this is too valuable. I can't accept it. But Chi Yen was very calm, and she resolutely refused to take it back. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to join. Let's follow his cultivation journey. Besides, it's not really that precious. My family has plenty of these, and it'll be incredibly useful for you right now. Despite Baidi's hesitation, she deliberately pushed the box right into his hand, putting him on the spot. Clutching the gem radiating pure magical energy, Baidi rubbed his chin, deep in thought. I really do need to power myself up, so there's no reason for me to refuse. At the same time, he secretly admired her sharp observation skills. Did she see me using that low-level mage weapon when I switched classes and decide to give me this? What a perceptive girl. His heart was a whirlwind of thoughts. He scratched his head, looking awkwardly at the three friends before him. I can't believe they all remembered my birthday, and they even meticulously prepared gifts for me. And here I was, planning to just abandon this place. While Baidi was lost in thought, Lamlo leaned in and whispered to Catmin, "Since when did those two get so close?" Catmin quickly waved his hands, refuting the idea. I don't think Baidi is into girls. As the two were gossiping enthusiastically, Qi Yen suddenly cut in, making them both jump. What are you two talking about? Back to Baidi, an intense internal struggle was still raging within him. Don't form any more connections with anyone else. However, in the end, his resolve was broken by his friend's sincerity. He cleared his throat, breaking the silence. Let's go eat together tonight. Shedding his usual cold demeanor, he offered a friendly smile. He repeated the invitation firmly. My treat, are you free? Receiving a personal invitation from their idol, the three of them were absolutely overjoyed, and cheered in unison, of course. Can I pick the place? Before they could fully celebrate, a chaotic noise from the hallway suddenly interrupted them. Hey, aren't those guys from the high school? Why are they here? The whispers reached them immediately, catching Baidi's attention. The crowd outside was pointing and buzzing with the latest news. I think they're heading straight for our class. A male student nudged his friend with an elbow, acting all knowledgeable. Don't you know? The leader of the Zhangyi Union has arrived. The rumor spread like wildfire. I heard the leader wants to come personally. A male student nudged his friend with his elbow, acting all knowledgeable. Don't you know? The leader of the Zhangyi Union has arrived. The rumor spread like wildfire. I heard the leader wants to come personally, to invite Baidi to join. Those who heard this stared in utter astonishment, their jaws dropping. What? Something like that happened? Have you ever met the guild master? The other guy puffed out his chest and boasted, never. I just heard from some people that she's a total bombshell. Realizing what was happening, Baidi heaved a long sigh, gently pushed back his chair, and stood up, muttering to himself, it seems it's better to just reject her directly. Seeing Baidi leave, Gummin and Lin Lu hurriedly followed him, their eyes gleaming with curiosity and excitement. Looks like we've got another good show to watch. A moment later, this shocking event had drawn hundreds of students, who all rushed out to crowd the school grounds. Among them was Ziling's swarm of lackeys, huddled together behind a tree. Ziling's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He ground his teeth and cursed. Baidi is just a stinking punk. Is he worthy of you doing all this? How disgusting. But then, his eyes went blank, as he caught sight of an exquisitely beautiful and very familiar figure amidst the noisy crowd. Baidi kept his hands in his pockets, maintaining a calm and composed demeanor, as he walked straight towards the center. Suddenly, a deafening crackle exploded in the air. A barrage of coiling lightning bolts rained down, blinding the entire area. They were so fast, they drained all the surrounding electrical currents, forming ropes of light that bound the unlucky students standing nearby. What's happening? Panic screams echoed everywhere. The true target of that electromagnetic net was none other than Baidi, but with his sharp perception, he had already sensed the deadly killing intent from those destructive bolts of lightning. The destructive bolts of lightning, tearing through the air, rushing at him from behind, while his path forward was blocked by a crackling, high-voltage wall of electricity, in stark contrast to the panicking crowd. Being thrown back by the shockwave, Baidi stood as firm as a rock, not even bothering to move. The very instant the sharp lightning bolts were just millimeters from his skin, he smirked and snapped his fingers.
Activating à fin, hidden technique.
At his summons, a gleaming short sword instantly materialized, as the serpents of lightning began to coil and surround their target. Bai Di was already in a solid stance, trapped amidst the ceaseless flashes of thunder. He swiftly scanned his eyes to the back left corner. In a flash, the tip of his sword extended with pinpoint accuracy, parrying a vicious strike aimed directly at his vital point. The impact created a powerful shockwave, leaving the onlookers staring with wide-eyed amazement. What just happened? It was too fast. Gradually, the smoke and sparks dissipated, clearly revealing the elegant figure of He Liao. Just a single glance at her face, and Bai Di's entire body felt as if it had been frozen solid, rooted to the spot, recalling her overwhelming magic. As the surroundings returned to normal, He Liao dusted off her hands and nodded in approval. As expected, your reactions are very fast. I didn't choose the wrong person. In stark contrast to his opponent's smug smile, Bai Di's expression grew dark and somber. In his mind, fragmented memories of her sweet smile rushed back, tearing at him. He remembered the day. The little girl ran towards him with open arms, her smiling eyes curved like crescent moons. "Captain, give me a hug," she whined and pleaded. In stark contrast to his opponent's smug smile, Bai Di's expression darkened, turning incredibly grim. In his mind's eye, fragmented memories of her sweet smile came flooding back, tearing at his heart. He remembered the day. The little girl ran toward him with open arms, her smiling eyes curved like crescent moons. "Captain, give me a hug," she whined and pleaded. "Captain, can I have a hug?" Seeing him stand still as a statue, she tilted her head, proactively asking again, "Then you hug me, okay?" He remembered turning bright red, hastily avoiding her, to get He Liao to treat her injuries. Then He Liao stomped her foot, clenching her fists in frustration. "Captain, you're so mean." But back in the present, He Liao stood with her hands on her hips, her chin held high in pride, and declared before hundreds of curious eyes, "We sent you numerous invitation letters, but we never received a reply. Therefore, I decided to pay a personal visit to see for myself." Hearing this, Lin Lu and Gay Ming stared at Bai Di at the same time, their jaws dropping as if he were some kind of alien. Jay Ming quickly covered his mouth and whispered into his friend's ear, "If he really rejects her to her face, this is going to be so awkward." Bai Di ignored the whispers. He Liao confidently stepped forward, flashing a polite, businesslike smile as she extended her hand. "Hello, allow me to formally introduce myself. My name is He Liao." Before she could finish her sentence, Bai Di suddenly shot forward like an arrow. Before everyone's stunned eyes, he threw his arms around He Liao, causing her to freeze. Her brain completely shut down for a few seconds. A single bead of sweat rolled down Qi Yan's forehead. The girl's jaw dropped, her eyes bulging so wide, they looked like they might pop out. Standing in a hidden corner, Ziling was also stunned, his eyes wide in disbelief, his chin nearly hitting the floor, burying his face in the crook of He Liao's shoulder. Bai Di took a deep breath of her familiar scent. His choked voice then called out. He Liao's eyes gleamed with years of aching longing. Suppressing a surge of emotions, he gently pushed her away, a wistful smile gracing his lips. "It's been a long time." While the crowd remained frozen, stunned by the shocking scene, He Liao calmly glanced to the side, observing the reactions erupting around her. Jimin frantically tore at his hair, and dramatically shrieked, "Holy crap, what a bombshell! To think they dare to hug so openly in public. Isn't this the real-life version of a class, transcending romance between an older sister and younger brother?" Annoyed by her friend's cheesy remark, Lin Lu jabbed her elbow into Jimin's ribs, hissing through gritted teeth, "She's not exactly an older sister. He Luo is actually the same age as us, but she awakened her powers back in the 6th grade, so she got special admission into high school." Qian stood rooted to the spot, blinking, unable to believe what she had just witnessed. Seizing the opportunity, He Lulu skillfully used a movement technique to slip out of Bai Di's firm embrace. Tiny, static discharges began to spark around her body once more, making him startle slightly, wary and cautious. Suddenly, He Liao extended a slender index finger and tapped lightly on his chest. She fixed her sharp gaze on him, a smirk playing on her lips, her voice probing, "May I ask, does this hug of yours mean that you've accepted my invitation?" Without waiting for Bai Di to answer, she waved her hand, and continued to use reason to recruit him. "The Central Apex Knights are fully funded by the school, so we have the best resources available. There are many ways to become stronger, far better than just grinding school dungeons. After class, we share the same goal of becoming powerful. Who knows, we might even be able to fight side by side. But contrary to her eagerness, Baidi remained as silent as the grave. Only after a moment did he finally lift his head. So, we have the best resources available. There are many ways to become stronger. Far better than just grinding school dungeons. After class, we both share the same ambition, to become powerful. Who knows, maybe we'll even get to fight side by side. But contrary to her enthusiasm, Baidi remained as silent as the grave. Only after a moment did he finally lift his head. His gaze was as sharp as a razor, uttering each word with firm resolve. I will not join the Polaris Guild, nor will I be staying here for long. Joining a school club is pointless. Baidi's dangling hand suddenly clenched around He Liao's wrist. Facing her surprised expression, he boldly declared his sky-high ambition. But soon I will establish my own guild. His handsome face radiated the arrogance of an emperor. He gave a self-satisfied smirk. When that time comes, we'll have a chance to fight side by side. Suddenly, a man in a black suit, his face drained of all color, frantically pushed through the crowd toward He Liao. Why did you run off here? The man bent over, panting as he frantically reported the emergency. Captain Hong has rebelled. The principal is ordering our guild to assemble and prepare to handle it. He Liao's expression hardened for a moment, but she quickly regained her composure. She extended a hand towards Baidi with a radiant smile. We'll meet again soon at Azura Citadel. Turning on her heel to leave, she didn't forget to look back and leave him with a mysterious promise. We'll talk more then. Just as her proud figure disappeared, Baidi gently bit his lower lip. He Liao's nagging question echoed in his ears. Why did you say long time no see? Standing in the crowd, Tulong's face twisted with extreme jealousy. A student drenched in sweat sidled up and whispered with a smack of his lips. He flat out refused the guild leader's invitation to join the Polaris Guild, and he even had the nerve to invite the leader to join his guild instead. The gossip spread like wildfire down the hall. He flat out refused the Polaris Guild leader's invitation, and then he invited the leader to join his guild instead. This instantly sparked fiery debates. What's he talking about? Establishing his own guild? How is that even possible? He's still a minor, besides. You need a ton of money to form a guild. Another male student sneered. There's a limit to bragging, you know. But I heard his assessment results were the highest in history. But the most shocking thing is what he did. He just hugged the guild leader. Someone else chimed in, adding to the shock. And the guild leader didn't even push him away. He watched as He Liao's figure slowly disappeared from sight. Countless jumbled thoughts raced through his mind. Baidi, I never expected to meet He Liao again like this. He had never thought that girl's image would once again invade his mind. The personal information of every member of the Divine Guild is kept strictly confidential. No one ever asked about each other's pasts. Recalling her meaningful smile as she left, he muttered to himself reproachfully, that's why I had no idea. He Luan went to the same school as me. I almost missed this reunion. The corners of his lips curled into a cheerful smile. I guess this counts as a nice surprise on my birthday, huh? That evening, on June 5th at Old Wong's barbecue, smoke from the grilled meat billowed up, obscuring Lamlo's grim face, as he glared daggers at Catman. You're the little brat who chose to eat barbecue, weren't you? Greedily snatching up one piece of marinated meat. After another, his mouth watering, Catman hastily defended himself. No way. Baidi himself said he wanted barbecue this time. I just recommended this restaurant. Delicately picking up a sizzling, slightly charred piece of meat, Chien looked up at Baidi and asked curiously, Baidi, were you serious about establishing a guild? Pausing her chopsticks, she tried to gauge his true intentions. You also said you wouldn't be here for long. Are you planning to drop out of high school? Idly swirling the ice in his glass, Baidi took a calm sip, answering with a relaxed tone. After his cultivation pilgrimage, he planned to settle down in the Holy River Nation. This answer dropped like a bombshell, leaving both Lam Lo and Catman utterly wide-eyed. They both shrieked. Even Chi Yen was so stunned, she dropped her skewer, stammering in disbelief, don't tell me. You're dropping out of your studies to go start a business? Stroking his chin, Baidi chuckled. He explained with a dismissive wave, no, I simply plan to continue my education there. Are you saying you want to apply to? 3 voices chorused in unison. The Divine Arms Academy of the Holy River Nation. The declaration echoed loudly, slicing through the rowdy barbecue restaurant. The scene shifts to the grand lobby of the magnificent Kai Shin Hotel. A sleek supercar screeched to a halt at the entrance. Just as Hong Bang stepped out of the car, Liang Gang rushed forward to greet him enthusiastically. He bowed 90 degrees respectfully, gesturing, Captain Hong, this way please. With a half-smoked cigar dangling from his lips, Hong Bang arrogantly strode into the grand hall. Hong Bang, captain of the Divine Guild. The appearance of this infamous figure instantly silenced all chatter around them. Kim Woo stood nervously in a corner, hands clasped, wiping sweat from his brow. Liang Gang spotted that drunkard, Lin Shang, standing among the ranks, his chin held high in defiance. Liang Gang frowned in annoyance, muttering under his breath, wasn't Lin Shang supposed to be detained for 15 days? Why is he out? Wasn't he detained for 15 days? Pointing an accusatory finger straight at Kim Woo, he demanded in a harsh voice, what is the meaning of this? Why was he released early? Kim Woo smirked slyly, tilting his head as he explained, unofficial rules, sir, double the bail money. Besides, the team leader already approved everything. The vice captain should just turn a blind eye. His anger flared up uncontrollably. Liang Gang ground his teeth, pointing directly at Lin Shang and barked, so why did you even bring him to Captain Hong's party? Kim Boo clapped Ling Gong on the shoulder, then whispered in his ear, feigning sympathy. Oh come on now, you know how it is, he was kicked out of the guild before, all for one measly mistake. This is a rare chance for him. He's just trying to test his luck, you know? Kim Boo's eyes darted over to the sparkling magic crystals in Lin Shang's hand, a mineral pulsing with extremely potent magic. They're notoriously expensive on the black market. He desperately wants back into the guild, so he brought his entire life's fortune here. We're just going along with it. What's there to lose? Then, unexpectedly, Hong Bang, who had been striding forward, suddenly stopped, eyes bloodshot and furious. He roared in anger, kicking the bag of magic crystals, and sending them scattering across the floor. Get out! Who the hell let you in here? The thunderous shout made Lin Shang tremble like a leaf. He hung his head, staring at the scattered gemstones, and stammered a plea, Captain. A thick cloud of smoke puffed out, as Hong Bang spat out each word with utter contempt. The Divine Guild booked this entire place. What if an outsider dog like you sneaks in and leaks our secrets? His menacing fury was so intense that even Kim Woo was too terrified to utter a single word. Lin Shang scrambled frantically on the floor, hastily gathering the magic crystals. All the while he muttered and begged, please, Captain, just let me explain. Hong Bang had lost all patience. He grabbed Lin Shang by the collar, lifting him effortlessly into the air. Cigar smoke blew right into the pathetic man's face, as he uttered a vicious insult. Who the hell do you think you are, to beg me for anything? Take this useless junk and get out of my sight. He threw the man to the ground like a piece of trash. Hong Bang turned and issued a steely command. From now on, no one is to allow the psycho into the group. Sprawled on the cold, unforgiving tile floor, Lin Cheng's eyes were bloodshot. He desperately reached out, clawing frantically at the pile of shattered magic crystals.
Suddenly, Hong Bang unleashed a violent kick,
crushing the remaining ores to dust. Fresh blood splattered everywhere around them. A wave of pure resentment surged in Lin Shang's throat. He screamed in his crazed mind, I'll kill every last one of you. How dare you look down on me? A blazing red killing intent erupted from him, swirling menacingly around his battered body. He limped away from the scene of his humiliation, cursing through gritted teeth. Just a worthless captain daring to humiliate me. Every word hissed through his teeth now, each one dripped with deadly venom. Damn it, it's one thing after another. Not a single damn thing ever goes my way. That hateful image overlapped with a new sight. A woman putting her key in the lock. A bloodthirsty roar echoed in his mind. I have to kill them. Kill every last one of them. He stood menacingly in front of the dark apartment complex. Lin Shuang twisted his lips into a sneer. When he saw a new van pull up, she jumped, and a cold sweat drenched her forehead. Lin Sheng raised an eyebrow, his voice laced with a threat. Well, isn't this my lucky day? Back at Old Wang's barbecue, Boxy's sharp, eagle-like eyes locked onto a group of people in black robes who had just pushed open the door. On their chests, golden emblems gleamed, the blindingly bright gold, exuding an overwhelming sense of authority. Catman curiously leaned close to Baidi's ear, whispering information. "Hey, look, it's the Guild of Gods." The young man continued his fantasy. "Baidi, if you get into the Divine Miracle Academy, you'll be cohorts with these people. No, you might even be their superior." He let his shoulders slump with a long sigh, lamenting mournfully. Who would have thought this meal would be a farewell party? Hearing those ominous words, Chi Yen frowned and retorted fiercely. "Who said it's definitely a farewell? I'm going to try to get into that academy too." Ignoring the two of them bickering, Baidi's mind was completely fixated on that mysterious group. His gut screamed that something was terribly wrong. The day had just been going far too smoothly. Sensing the mood turn heavy, Lamlo quickly lifted her glass of soda, forcing a bright smile to shatter the tension. Hey, let's worry about other things later. Today is Baidi's birthday." Catching the cue, Catman hastily raised his glass in agreement. "That's right, you have to go all out on your birthday." But contrary to his friend's enthusiasm, Baidi gripped his glass so tightly that his veins bulged, his lips pressed into a thin, straight line. "I have a really bad feeling about this." Still, he forced a smile and raised his glass, clinking it crisply against the others. The group shouted in unison, "Well then, happy birthday, Baidi." Meanwhile, in the shabby apartment, the jade pendant on Nu Van's neck suddenly began to vibrate violently, reacting intensely to the overwhelming killing intent. She trembled, her hands fumbling to clutch the token of their love. Her eyes widened in absolute terror as Lin Shang's demonic voice slammed into her eardrums. "You bitch!" He advanced menacingly, step by step, his large hands clenched into brutal fists, as he spat out crude insults. "You thought you could run from me and live comfortably, huh? Have you forgotten where your home is?" For every step he took forward, Nu Van took a step back in utter panic. "Or have you latched onto some other dog?" The madman's bloodshot eyes glittered with malice. He cracked his knuckles with a sharp sound, a grim reaper's smile spreading across his face. "Today, I'm going to make you remember everything." Suddenly, Lin Sheng raised an eyebrow, his narrow eyes squinted as the scene before him was completely beyond his expectations. He muttered in confusion, "Where did all this stuff come from?" The jade bracelet on Nu Van's wrist suddenly emitted a faint, pale blue glow, flickering in the dark space. Realizing something was terribly wrong, she frantically tried to hide the bracelet with her hand, shaking her head wildly in absolute terror. Lin Sheng, however, simply raised a hand to cover half his face, tilted his head back, and erupted in manic laughter. He laughed like a lunatic who'd completely lost it. His eyes were streaked with crimson, like a wild beast that had finally scented its prey. He sneered, his words dripping with cruel sarcasm. "No wonder you can afford to rent such a nice place." With that, Lin Shang's massive frame lunged forward, unleashing a powerful punch straight at Nu Van. As he struck, he taunted her despicably. "You've certainly aged, but you've still got your charm, haven't you?" His hand clenched again into a steel-hard fist, veins bulging as it tore through the air, carrying pure destructive power. But in that critical moment, when all hope hung by a thread, blinding streams of light suddenly erupted from Nu Van's bracelet. Amidst that brilliant light, the figure of Yi Wuming suddenly appeared, moving at a speed that tore through space itself. He swung his arm out with unshakable stability, tightly gripping Lin Shang's incoming wrist. At the same time, his voice boomed like thunder. "Stop!" Lin Shang was stopped dead in his tracks. His eyes, still filled with resentful suspicion, stared down. By now, both Yi Wuming and Shi Wuming were standing firm, like two unmovable mountains, their arms spread wide to completely shield Nu Van. A status panel immediately confirmed their identities. D-class plant type.
Summonet beast, Yi Wuming.
He bowed his head respectfully. "Master, rest assured." Beside him, his companion declared in unison. D-class plant type. Summoned beast, Shi Wuming. "We swear to protect you with our lives." Nu Van was so stunned her eyes widened, her jaw threatening to drop to her chest. Memories flooded back, recalling the moment Boxay had personally put the bracelet on her. Mom, This is your Mother's Day gift. At the time, Boxai had carefully stroked the bracelet, his eyes filled with worry as he instructed her. When I'm not around, you must always wear this. Got it. Giving the enemy no time to recover, Shi Wuming lunged forward, charging his opponent. With a powerful swing of his arm, he sent Lin Shang's massive body flying to the side. Simultaneously, Yi Wuming unleashed his potent control magic, weaving intersecting beams of raw energy that pulsed and flew around his body, taking a brutal, direct hit to the chest from Shi Wuming. Lin Shang staggered back a few steps, his hand instinctively shot to the hilt of the broadsword at his hip, a defensive reflex. A trickle of fresh blood snaked down Lin Shang's chin, but he only flashed a twisted, demonic grin instead. He roughly wiped it away with the back of his calloused hand. The trail of blood was still disturbingly warm, his tone chillingly laced with excitement. Just in time for me to vent some steam. A chilling crimson light flashed deep within the man's pupils, a clear thirst for slaughter. The scene now shifts to a different location. D was now sitting in a daze, his eyes vacant, glued to the plate of sizzling, grilled meat laid out before him. He unconsciously fiddled with the pendant hanging around his neck, lost in thought for a long, drawn-out while. Suddenly D pushed back his chair, then shot to his feet. He gave a quick, apologetic nod to those around him, and in a firm tone he declared, "I have to take care of something right now." Without waiting for a single reaction, he hastily left the table behind, leaving behind the hurried promise, "I'll just be a moment. I'll be back soon." But his hurried actions instantly piqued Lin Lu's curiosity, and she couldn't help but turn and call out after him, "Digesting that fast, are we now?" In a secluded, shadowy corner, D was leaning against a cold, unforgiving wall, pressing his phone tightly to his ear. His voice was strained, low and hoarse, tinged with palpable anxiety. "What did you find out about the matter I asked you to look into?" From the other end of the line, an acquaintance clear, calm voice came through, carrying truly shocking news. "It's confirmed. Lin Chang has been released early." He stood there, defiant against the biting cold. His gaze wandered, lost in thought as he continued. "What's worse, he crashed my father's banquet earlier today, and then he got violently thrown out." Hearing this, a cold drop of sweat trickled down Baidi's cheek. His chest hammered. He silently analyzed the terrifying situation. But after being forcefully ejected from the Kaitan Hotel, it's unclear where that man disappeared to next. Meanwhile, Nuvan's phone lay untouched on a wooden table. The screen was lit up bright, showing a continuous stream of alarming missed calls, but no one was picking up at all. Baidi's heart felt like it was being painfully squeezed. His mind reeled with countless, horrifying scenarios. Mom's not answering her phone. Did she not even take it with her? That hotel is right near the neighborhood. Where I rent my place. The worst possible thought flashed through his panicked mind, making him shudder. His brows furrowed tightly. If that man happened to run into Mom right now. Realizing the immense gravity of the situation, Baidi dashed frantically outside. His hands gripped the handlebars of his bicycle in a vice-like hold. He muttered, his voice laced with absolute panic. "Then Mom is definitely in grave danger." Stomping fiercely on the pedals, he tore through the night at a furious, desperate speed, hoping only to desperately shorten the distance. "I have to get back fast." The wind whipped brutally against his face, doing nothing to ease his mounting tension. Sweat soaked Baidi's forehead as he tried ceaselessly to desperately reassure himself. "Even though I left the Wu Ming brothers with Mom." At that very same moment, Lin Shang had unleashed his terrifying power, sending Shi Wuming violently flying. The man sneered, a look of contemptuous satisfaction on his face. "And here I thought you'd actually last longer." On the other side of the city, Baidi grew more and more profoundly uneasy. "But their power level is just too low. I'm afraid they can't possibly hold out for long." Seeing his comrade fall, Yi Wuming immediately moved, using his own body as a solid shield to desperately protect Nu Van. "Master, get behind me." This brave act of loyalty only further enraged Lin Chung. He let out a chilling, maniacal laugh. Suddenly, he noticed a slender stream of light, winding ominously around his feet from the ground. Shi Wuming desperately struggled, stretching tendrils out, trying to wrap them tightly around Lin Shang's ankle. A mechanical voice then blared out in desperation, "You shall not pass." Lin Shang's patience completely evaporated in an instant. He scowled, raising his gleaming blade high, and snarled through gritted teeth, "What a damned nuisance." He immediately reached out a large hand, channeling his power to crush Shi Wuming's resistance utterly, causing the creature to let out a pained groan. His bloodshot eyes glowed with a terrifying crimson hue. He continuously unleashed lethal blows, savagely hacking Shi Wuming to pieces. Witnessing the bloody, violent scene unfold, a horrified Nguyen covered her mouth with both hands, crying silently. Abruptly, Lin Shang shifted his razor-sharp gaze behind him, the sharp tip of his blade pointing directly at her. "Your turn now, you slut." Yi Wuming steadfastly held out his arms, determined to protect Nguyen. As the pressure from Lin Shang's heavy footsteps grew more intense, Yi Wuming's body trembled violently. Beads of sweat dotted his face. Facing such overwhelming power, he made a final, desperate resolution, charging forward recklessly to block the path of death. "Master, run!" Immediately, Yi Wuming's form transformed, becoming countless tangled roots that madly rushed to bind Lin Shang's limbs. Sacrificing his own life, he created a chance for her to escape. "Don't look back." Tears streamed down Nguyen's cheeks as she bit her bleeding lower lip, desperately trying to suppress her choked sobs. In absolute terror, she turned and fled for her life. With all her might, behind her, Yi Wuming was using the last of his strength to hold back the merciless murderer. Suddenly, he was horrified to see sharp, crimson bolts of lightning surrounding Lin Shang. With just one violent swipe, Lin Shang grabbed hold of Yi Wuming's core. Despite the creature's desperate struggles to escape, he easily turned the tables, completely overpowering and strangling its very life force. Before she could get far, Nguyen's steps faltered, as an ice-cold voice echoed right by her ear. In the blink of an eye, Lin Shang's massive figure had completely cut off her only escape route. His cold, sharp eyes were like two nails, pinning his terrified prey in place. He hissed through clenched teeth, enunciating every chilling word. "Where do you think you're going?" Nguyen's body trembled like a leaf caught in an autumn gale. She instinctively brought her hands up to shield her chest. He spoke again, his voice dripping with icy contempt. He then shouted threateningly, "Where do you think you're going?" Suddenly, he swung a brutish arm, crudely ripping the jade necklace from her neck. Lin Shang frowned, examining the piece of jewelry. His rough hand squeezed the gemstone. This piece of jade was a gift from that filthy bastard, too, wasn't it? Rage flared up inside him as he channeled his strength into his palm, crushing the jade into 100 fragments that scattered across the ground. He uttered a vicious curse. "Fucking D." His brutality shattered Nguyen's last line of defense. The tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes. Lin Shang gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with killing intent, as he raised his deadly blade. "You bitch!" On the very verge of death, Baidi's gentle voice suddenly echoed in Nguyen's subconscious. His image appeared, gently instructing her. "When you're in danger, Mom, crush this piece of jade. The moment it's crushed, I will appear by your side." Nguyen's eyes widened, her mouth agape, unable to believe the miracle that had just happened before her very eyes. In stark contrast to her relief, Lin Shang scowled in fury, his jaws clenched so hard they audibly ground together. Like a god descended to earth, Baidi appeared. He locked Lin Shang's blade-wielding arm. With just one hand, he raised his head, his gaze as sharp as a razor, as he sternly warned, "This ends here." Everything seemed to fall silent, making way for the tragic scenes of the past to return. 3 images of a tiny Baidi. Tears streamed down his face as he pleaded weakly, "Please, Dad, don't hit her anymore." Back then, Lin Shang was a true demon of cruelty. He swung a wooden stick down onto Nu Van's frail body. His mouth ceaselessly spewed hateful insults. "You worthless bitch," he snarled, raising the stick higher, pouring all his pent-up resentment into every brutal strike. "I work my ass off out there, and look at you too." The image of Nu Van, curled up helplessly, covering her head to endure the relentless blows, was reflected crystal clear. In the child's panicked eyes, Baidi screamed himself hoarse, as he watched the stick come down relentlessly. "Stop hitting Mom," the little boy sobbed, kneeling and begging his father on the cold floor. Nu Ven collapsed completely, her messy hair hiding her bruised and battered face. The scene of Bai Di, tied tightly to a post, forced to stare as he watched his mother being abused, returned in sharp focus. He recalled the root cause. It was the first weekend after I started middle school. Mom took me to the park for the whole day, but forgot to tell him. We didn't get home until dusk. A painful memory flashed through his mind, accompanied by the image of fresh, red blood, trickling from the corner of his mother's lips. That same day he had gone out looking for work, but couldn't find any. When he came home, he took all his frustration out on my mother and me. Returning to the memory, Lin Sheng tightened his grip on the stick. He turned his head, his gaze utterly demonic. All humanity seemed to have been swallowed by darkness. The demon inside him was completely unleashed. In the midst of utter despair, the iron chain holding Bai Di suddenly snapped. The boy rushed forward like a moth to a flame, to his mother's motionless body. He hugged her cold corpse and wailed sorrowfully. His mother had been beaten to death by that man. The rage reached its peak, tearing Bai Di's very soul apart. Activation. A mystical green light enveloped his body. He hissed in agony. I saw it all with my own eyes. His hands clenched so tightly they bled. He lowered his head to the ground, grinding his teeth as he sobbed. The shock was utterly immense. He had awakened for a second time. Bai Di snapped his head around. His yellow-red eyes blazed with killing intent. As he glared fiercely at his enemy, he had transformed into a holy swordsman. Yet, Bak Kim Lin Chang showed no fear. He roared, raised his stick high, and charged, attacking his own son. After that, he lost all control. With divine reflex, Bai Di's small hand shot out, and snatching and tightening his grip on the iron chain. With an unbelievable amount of force, he wrapped the chain tightly around Lin Sheng's neck, causing the man to choke and struggle. Bai Di used a brutal reversal technique to lift the man's massive body, hoisting him onto his shoulder. He decisively strangled the life out of his abuser. He had killed him with his own hands. Bai Di's face sank into the dark shadows, his heart twisting as he realized the bitter truth. But even so, Mom could never come back to life. 2 streams of hot tears flowed down his cheeks. He bit his lower lip raw in utter anguish. Dragging reality back to the ruined scene, Bai Di frowned, looking straight into the eyes of his enemy, from both his past life and this one. He swore a silent, vicious oath. In this life, pouring his magical energy into his hand, he crushed Lin Sheng's sharp blade, shattering it into hundreds of metal fragments that flew everywhere. I absolutely will not delay for another minute. Having lost his weapon, Lin Sheng's eyes widened in shock, his mouth gaping as he stammered incoherently. Soon after, annoyance took its place. He scowled and furrowed his brows, his eyes streaked with bloodthirsty red. He sneered, I was wondering which blind fool it was. So it was you, huh? Like a cornered beast, he swung his empty arm, screaming maniacally as he charged toward Bai Di. Perfect. I'll deal with you and your mother at the same time. In response to this aggression, Bai Di's expression remained as calm and composed as a statue, slightly pursing his lips. He summoned his light weapon, and moved with wind-tearing speed, and delivered a truly devastating kick, straight into Lin Sheng's lower ribs. 1,000,000 critical hits. The man's massive body was sent flying. He flew a good 10 meters, his 10 fingers clawing desperately at the ground, carving deep trenches to break his momentum. Internal injuries forced him to double over and vomit, violently spitting out a mouthful of dark red blood. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, he hissed furiously, that was my sharpest blade. Only when his eyes fell upon the glowing, short sword in Bai Di's hand, did his fury transform into a raging inferno. So it was you, you little brat. The sight of her son transformed into a powerful warrior left Nu Van gaping in astonishment. Not wanting to put his mother at any more risk, Bai Di glanced behind him and commanded in a low voice, Nameless brothers, I'll leave my mother in your care. Take her to safety behind us. Standing in opposition, Lin Sheng smirked cunningly, nonchalantly, wiping the blood from the corner of his lips. Interesting. So these 2 fire-type demonic beasts are your summons? He pointed a rough finger at him. He smugly came to a conclusion. That also makes you a dual elementalist. 1 in a million, right? A lightning element warrior and a fire element summoner. He chuckled with delight as he spoke. His boisterous laughter echoed throughout the deserted neighborhood. To have awakened 2 professions at such a young age. Excellent. You're truly worthy of being Bak Lin Shang's son. Bai Di ignored the disgusting flattery. He just shot the man a look as sharp as a razor, his brows furrowed in disgust. Seeing Bai Di remain silent, Lin Shang grew even more smug and strode forward. His tone shifted to sarcasm. But just inheriting my talent, that's not nearly enough. You moved out without saying a word? He said, clenching his fists. Jagged halos of red lightning began to crackle and detonated around his body. You dared to raid my safe without my permission. You even turned in your own father and had him thrown into prison. He bowed his head, concealing his twisted expression. From the shadows he bit out each word. Each and every one of those acts is unforgivable. His head shot up. His bloodshot eyes burned into Bai Di. He roared insanely, I get it now. You think you're all grown up? You've got 2 classes now. So now you dare to defy me? Is that it? With Lin Shang unleashed a furious barrage of crimson lightning orbs that ripped through the air, hurtling toward Bai Di. Fearing for her son's safety, Nuven struggled, desperate to shield him, her mouth letting out muffled, tearful cries of Xiao Di. Be careful. But Bai Di remained as steady as a mountain. He calmly extended his palm forward, condensing the elemental power of a cloud system mage. Instantly, dazzling blue lightning strikes descended, weaving a net of pure electricity that ensnared Lin Shang. Caught by the lightning-fast counterattack, Lin Shang's eyes widened in terrified shock. He stared down at his own body, which was now sealed by a layer of icy frost, and scowled in frustration. He tensed his muscles, trying to break the hold, muttering to himself, what is this ice? Why? Amidst the icy mist, Bai Di slowly walked forward. A brilliant aura radiated from his body. Dual classes. He stopped right next to his enemy, bowing his head in silence for a moment. His lips moved slightly, uttering each word, cold and sharp as a blade. How many classes I can awaken has nothing to do with you. He emphasized each final syllable. Hearing those words of absolute dismissal, Lin Shang's pride was mercilessly trampled. He gritted his teeth, half in fear and half in hatred, rendered speechless. Before he could even process it, Bai Di dealt another fatal psychological blow. You're not worth a single penny in my eyes. A burst of pure rage distorted his entire face. Lin Shang's eyes bulged, glaring at his unfilial son. You son of a bitch, what did you just say? But strangely, after the curse, he burst out laughing, his tone dripping with contempt. A little bit of praise, and you already think you're hot stuff. His eyes narrowed maliciously. You've only just awakened. I, on the other hand, am a battle-hardened C-rank, with an explosive burst of power. Lin Shang shattered the ice seal into dust. He bared his teeth threateningly. It seems you've completely forgotten who the strongest person in this house is. Utterly unfazed by the show of force, Bide casually drew a sharp dagger. He snapped his fingers, activating his damage reflection skill, just as he cleanly parried his opponent's attack. With a nimble turn of his hand, he gripped the dagger's hilt and slashed a perfect armor-piercing line straight into Lin Shang's blind spot. Pushed into a corner, Lin Shang broke out in a cold sweat, trying desperately to counter the blow. His brain was overloaded. This damage is completely unstoppable. It can't be. Seizing the moment of his opponent's confusion, Bide swung the blade, plunging it deep and fatally into the center of his chest. Taking the bone-deep, painful blow, Lin Shang clutched his chest, staggering in disbelief as he uttered, How could you do this? You just awakened a short time ago. An E-rank awakened. Can't possibly have this much attack power. Ignoring the dying man's questions, Bide continued to press his opponent, his voice a cold growl. From this day forward, looking at Lin Shang's face, now drained of all color, he delivered his final, steely sentence. We are no longer father and son. My mother will also have nothing more to do with you. Not yet satisfied, Bide took another step forward, finishing with the ultimate denunciation by Lin Shang. In my eyes, you are nothing. The sentence fell, and Lin Shang was struck silent. He froze, stunned for several seconds, but then his arrogant nature resurfaced. He threw his head back, laughing hysterically, like a twisted clown in his own mind. He still believed he was the ultimate savior. Do you have any idea, boy, who struggled to go out and earn money, who tried with all his might to make money, to support you and your mother? The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, blood rushing to his head, as he strained his neck and screamed, "You are the son of Bailan Shang, once my son, always my son. You can never change that." His reason blinded by rage, he swung his blade and charged at Bai Di. Like a moth to a flame, he cursed, "I'll kill you, you ungrateful wolf." That ferocity didn't even last 3 seconds. With a graceful turn, Bai Di unleashed a thunderous kick to his throat, sending his flabby body tumbling 3 meters away. Even so, Bai Di had no intention of holding back. He dashed forward to finish the job. Lin Shang struggled to get up, throwing a retaliatory punch, but he was completely outmatched by Bai Di's phantom-like speed. He was at a miserable disadvantage. His mind reeled with a single question: why? Before the word could even leave his mouth, Bai Di's 1,000-pound fists rained down on him, like a storm, beating him until his mouth bled. His head ringing, he still stubbornly screamed in anguish.
Yamacherang Hong Sa.
Ignoring the pathetic screams, Bai Di ruthlessly grabbed his hair and yanked his head back. His eyes, as sharp as razors, bored into his enemy. He interrogated him through gritted teeth. "Did you not hear what I said?" A torrential killing intent billowed off his body, his voice tinged with ridicule. "You were never a match for me." That statement awoke a chain of dark memories, of the beatings, of the near-death experiences in his past life. For over 10 long years in the past, he had abused them relentlessly again and again. Back then, Lin Shuang was nothing but a worthless piece of trash, who used the torture of his wife and child as a tool to enforce his pathetic authority. In his own home, both he and his poor mother were sacrificial lambs to his cowardice. It was all because you, yourself, didn't dare to face those stronger than you. Out there, under his brutal fists, I died and came back to life. Countless times, he spat out each word with contempt. You are nothing but a weak, useless piece of trash. The more he remembered, the brighter the flames of hatred burned. His very soul roared with indignation. A good-for-nothing piece of garbage. Years of suppressed resentment burst forth as his emotions reached their peak. You don't even deserve to be called a man. With that, he channeled all his strength and delivered a thunderous blow straight down on Lin Shang's head. Huddled in a safe corner, Nu Ven covered her face and screamed her son's name in terror. Xiao Di. Only then did Lin Shang truly taste the flavor of panic. He raised his hands in surrender, stammering and begging, wait a minute, Xiao Di." Not a single tear of remorse fell. The coward played the hypocrite card, to cling to his life no matter what. "I'm still the one who raised you. You have to show some consideration for family ties, right?" Those filthy, deceitful words were like adding fuel to the fire. It was the last straw. Bai Di could no longer hold back, and roared like a provoked lion. "Family ties," he glared, forcing out each chilling word. "Did you think of family ties when you were beating me?" Memories of the cruel beatings flowed uncontrollably. "When I was 7, you twisted my ear, leaving 3 scratches on the skin. That was just the beginning." This was the mildest of his barbaric tortures, smashing me against the wall again and again, despite the weak child's screams and pleas. "I'm begging you, Dad, please don't hit me anymore, Dad. I know I was wrong, but that beast, Lin Shang, simply turned a blind eye. No matter how much I begged, it was useless." The horrifying memory of a severed ear, the bloody, torn wound, haunted his mind. He realized with bitterness that he wasn't the only one who had suffered this tragedy. "How many times did you beat my mother? From the day I was born until now, was there ever a month she didn't have to go to the hospital?" He recounted the ridiculously absurd reasons. The man used to vent his anger. If the food wasn't good, he'd hit her. If she didn't do as he pleased, he'd hit her. If he came home in a bad mood, he'd hit her. Each accusation was like a slash, landing on Lin Shang's body. He was consumed by a frenzied desire for revenge. "As long as you were around, we never had a single day of peace." Casting a scornful look down at the man, crumpled on the ground, he questioned him sharply. "And now you dare to speak of family ties to me?" Regardless of whether the man was still breathing, Bai Di continued to pour out all his pent-up resentment. A man like you deserves family ties? Father, hearing his crimes laid bare, Lin Shang's swollen body trembled violently. He tried to put on a show of remorse, his mouth repeating the same fake refrain over and over.
I'm sorry.
I know I was wrong. I won't be like that anymore. I really mean it. The man's face contorted in pain. I'm sorry. I was wrong. However, that pathetic trick didn't fool Bai Di. He gave a cold laugh, exposing the despicable man's true face. You did this last time too. Lin Shang's swollen body trembled violently. He tried to put on a show of remorse, his mouth repeating the same fake refrain over and over.
I'm sorry.
I know I was wrong. I won't be like that anymore. I really mean it. The man's face contorted in pain. I'm sorry. I was wrong. However, that pathetic trick didn't fool Bai Di. A cold, mocking laugh escaped him, exposing the despicable man's true colors. You pulled the stunt last time too. You knew you stood no chance against me, so you broke down, crying and begging for mercy. Memories of his past life screamed at him not to relent. But just when I thought you had truly repented, it was just as I predicted. The moment he noticed Bai Di's guard drop, cunning, cruel glint flashed in Lin Shang's eyes as he seized the opportunity. He suddenly drew a dagger hidden in his sleeve and lunged at him. You grabbed a knife and tried to stab me. A furious rage erupted within Bai Di. The system frantically issued a series of bright, red warnings. With the blade in hand, his bloodline active, his wrath reached its peak. An overwhelming aura burst from Bai Di, forming a vortex of brutal energy that drowned out all reason and mercy. He would never lower his blade himself. Lin Shang was utterly terrified. His eyes bulged, pupils contracting violently. Without hesitating for another second, Bai Di raised the cold, sharp blade and brought it down in a fatal strike, carrying the power to destroy all things. It mingled with the system's dry, stark chime. One direction, pure land, bloodline evolution, bilateral judgment, witnessing the situation, about to descend into an irreversible tragedy. Manhwa stood outside, her heart burning with anxiety. She called out hoarsely, "Xiao Di." Meanwhile, at the center of the conflict, Bai Di was focusing all his energy on overpowering Lin Shang. He longed to make this wicked enemy experience true remorse. Every move he made, he carried the determination to sever the man's path of sin, to extinguish any chance for him to harm anyone ever again. Instantly, a powerful blow from him struck down, hitting its mark perfectly. Took a few seconds to register. Then the bone-deep pain shot to his brain, causing Lin Shang to let out a blood-curdling scream. My tendons. Even now, the coward put on a pious front, practically begging his own son for mercy. Calm down, Xiao Di, don't do this. Don't kill your father. But those pleas only served to fan the flames of determination. In Bai Di's eyes, Bai Di didn't bother to respond to the pathetic were father and son. He decisively unleashed a stream of frigid air toward Lin Shang. A block of pure ice instantly sealed the man's rambling mouth. Then he uttered a single frosty sentence. In my past life you died by my hand. What's one more time now? At the moment his killing intent peaked, a gentle and familiar voice suddenly seeped into his mind. Xiao Di, that's enough. Xiao Di, alto. His memory couldn't yet place the owner of the voice. The fire of rage within Bai Di subsided. Somewhat distracted, he paused slightly, wondering in confusion, whose voice is that? It was the voice of a woman. After a moment of shock, he realized the truth. It was Yi Wuming's ability. Is it transmitting my mother's voice to me? Outside, Manhwa was still using the last of her strength to stop her son from going down the wrong path. Xiao Di, don't become like him. His mother's words were like precious medicine, helping Bai Di's mind clear. He then realized that the man before him had lost everything that once made him so arrogant. Manhwa patiently continued to persuade her son. Bit by bit, from now on, he will have to live every day in regret and resignation. That is the greatest punishment for him. Although his chest still felt a little tight with the frustration of not being able to end his enemy. With his own hands, Baidi turned to look at his mother. "Mom, but She immediately sealed his resolve with a heavy statement, causing all the malicious thoughts within him to vanish. "I don't want to see you turn into the next version of him." In Yuwa's eyes, Baidi had always been her sweet, kind-hearted boy. "I don't want to see you become the next version of him, and I especially don't want to see your future spent living in darkness." She shuddered at the very thought of her son imprisoned. But at that very moment, a warm ray of light shone into Baidi's soul. Hearing his mother's reasoning, he fell silent in thought. After everything, Baidi just replied softly, "I understand, Mom." Although he agreed to spare his life, he was still determined not to let Lin Shang have any chance to disturb their lives ever again. "I won't kill him, but he will have absolutely no chance of ever getting near us again." Baidi tightened his grip on the hilt of his blade. He focused on using a supreme skill from his previous life. At that very moment, he unleashed his ultimate technique, bilateral judgment. This skill could only be used when an opponent was on the brink of death, releasing all accumulated energy to completely cripple the weaker party, completely stripping them of their magical power. Baidi's eyes shone brightly in the darkness. That blow, carrying the weight of 1,000 mountains, stripped Lin Shang of all his power. His awakened power vanished. He left him with just a shred of humanity. In the end, he lingered to make a cold proclamation. "Back, Lin Shang. I have completely nullified your awakened powers. From now on, you are no longer an awakened user." And even as he turned to leave, Baidi left him a narrow escape route. "Leave this city tomorrow. Stay away from my mother forever." To ensure absolute safety, he added a fatal deterrent. "I'll have Diepvo Dan memorize your scent. If you dare come within 3 kilometers of my mother." He glared and growled then, "Even if I have to spend the rest of my life in a prison for the awakened, I will come back and kill you." Without a moment's hesitation, Dad Lin Shang, with snot and tears streaming down his face, shook with agony, but still forced the words out. Through gritted teeth in the quiet of the night, only his cowardly reply echoed, "I understand." Later that evening, at Baidi's cozy apartment, Deep Voden gently helped his mother sit down on the sofa. The system info appeared: D-rank, transformation type, summoned beast, Deep Voden, and beside him was his brother,
D-rank, transformation type.
Summoned beast, Teach Voden. Baidi carefully instructed his 2 aides, "Heal my mother well." Brother Teach Voden winked playfully. "Don't worry, he hasn't harmed our mother yet." He sat down next to Nu Van, his heart still pounding. "It's a good thing I came back in time, otherwise." In response to her son's worry, she smiled gently and stroked his head. "Didn't those 2 already tell you?" Nu Van tilted her head, her eyes gentle.
"I'm alright, dear."
Baidi turned his face away, vowing to never let her fall into danger again. "Still, this isn't good enough. I have to find a way to get another protection gem." Suddenly, he flinched. His eyes widened as he stared at his mother. Nu Van wore the exact same stunned expression. "Huh?" Mother and son exclaimed in unison. "Mom, you're talking." Her emotions were a mix of excitement and deep feeling. It made Baidi want to cry. This time it wasn't telepathy. It was a real voice coming from her mouth. Nu Van covered her mouth, unable to believe it. "How can I speak again?" Deep Voden stood beside them, jutting his chin out proudly, as if he had just performed a great deed. Mother's speech system was affected. It was actually because she suffered such a great shock that day, so her nerves were damaged. "I can treat that." A few days later, as a crimson sunset filled the sky, a heartfelt conversation took place. "Master, you really can't stay here." Deep Voden tried to make Baidi change his mind. "Your mother and friends are all right here, if you're only willing to let this go." But in reality, he had already taken care of everything. "I've already paid the rent in advance. When I've saved up enough money, I'll buy that apartment. What's more, I've also prepared a new jade pendant for Mom. The moment she's in danger, I'll come back immediately." With the little time he had left, Baidi earnestly shared his wishes with his 2 subordinates. "I need you 2 to take good care of her." Hearing this, both Deep Voden and Teach Voden felt their eyes well up with emotion. He fondly remembered the meals his mother cooked. A wave of sadness washed over him. "Mom knows I'm about to join the pilgrimage of practice." Baidi had thought long and hard about leaving, although she always saw him as her child. But what she doesn't know is, I stopped being a child in her mind a long time ago. Countless fragments of horrifying memories suddenly flashed back, pushing him to shoulder the burden, a vendetta he had to confront. Baidi pulled an envelope from his pocket. He had received it a few days ago. His eyes hardened. I now have a ticket to the Shanghai Nation. He's there. This is my best chance. The person he was referring to was Bay Air. This ticket would be the first chess piece in his plan for revenge. I can get to the Shanghai Nation earlier than in my past life. The envelope was clearly marked as an invitation to the pilgrimage of practice, headquarters of the Gods Guild. Baidi was lost deep in thought about the association. I don't know if I'll succeed or not, or if I'll even make it back alive. Baidi let out a sigh. He looked up at the moon hanging in the sky. It was especially full tonight. This might very well be a one-way ticket, but I absolutely must get on this train. As they were walking, Nu Ven suddenly stopped, as if she had just remembered something important. I completely lost track of time. Baidi glanced at his mother, utterly bewildered. What time? Oh, it's June 25th, 2005, to be exact. Nu Van cheerfully clarified the situation. It's time for our annual prayers. Every year, on the first full moon of summer, the high priest of the Flower God Temple returns to Chu Shi County. He scratched his head, internally chiding himself. How scatterbrained of me to forget. Mom is a devoted follower of the Flower God sect. She hasn't asked about it, and he's kept silent about his departure tomorrow. She hasn't asked a single question, and I haven't told her I'm leaving tomorrow. Gazing at his mother's sincere posture, as she clasped her hands in prayer, he thought to himself, perhaps this is for the best. It's better if I just leave quietly. Baidi resolved to keep it a secret, because for him, facing her directly, to say goodbye would be the hardest thing in the world. Meanwhile, at the hospital in Lamlo's room, which reeked of antiseptic, the doctor was speaking with the family. The surgery went very smoothly, the doctor announced. It was only a non-invasive procedure, but he'll still need to rest for a few days. Luckily, your son discovered his problem just in time. The father hurriedly gripped the doctor's hand, his voice brimming with gratitude. Thank you so much, doctor. You saved our son's life. Meanwhile, his mother worriedly held Lamlo's hand and nagged him. Lie still for me. Don't keep moving around like that. Lamlo turned his head away, pouting as he replied. The doctor said it was just a minor surgery. His mother couldn't help but lightly pinch his cheek. There's no such thing as minor when it comes to surgery. You are not to move. Although he looked reluctant, Lamlo's mind was racing with his own thoughts. I forced myself to have this surgery today, and tomorrow, Baidi and the others will leave for the Shanghai Nation. This means I can't see them off. I don't know if I'll ever get a chance to see them again. For days later, on the day the pilgrimage began, the Shanghai train station was more bustling than ever. It was precisely 12:30 p.m. on June 26, 2005. Heartfelt instructions from worried parents resonated throughout the bustling platform. You absolutely must take good care of yourself there, okay? Chi Yan's mother, her eyes glistening red, embraced her daughter, her voice thick with emotion. Remember to call mommy, and when you see your dad, tell him not to stay up so late. She then leaned in close, gently pressing a kiss onto her little girl's cheek. Give mommy a kiss. Her sweet daughter Chi Yan blushed shyly, muttering, okay, mom. A station employee, observing the tender scene, waved a reassuring hand, a warm smile on his face. All right, everyone, time to head home now. It's just a short tour. They'll be back in half a month. No need to act like this is some life or death parting. The crowd slowly began to disperse, but the parents' gazes lingered. It was precisely 12:30 p.m. on June 26, 2005. Heartfelt instructions from worried parents resonated throughout the bustling platform. You absolutely must take good care of yourself there, okay? Chi Yan's mother, her eyes glistening red, embraced her daughter, her voice thick with emotion. Don't forget to call mommy when you see your dad. Tell him not to stay up so late. She then leaned in close, gently pressing a kiss onto her little girl's cheek. Give mommy a kiss. Her sweet daughter Chi Yan blushed shyly, muttering, okay, mom. A station employee, witnessing the tender scene, waved a reassuring hand, a warm smile on his face. Everyone, please head home. It's just a short tour. They'll be back in half a month. No need to act like this is some life or death parting. The crowd slowly began to disperse, but the parents' gazes lingered, watching their children with an undeniable, lingering fondness. While most students eagerly waved their goodbyes, only Baidi stood silently in a solitary corner. He exuded a strange, almost unsettling sense of solitude. His face remained as serene and still as a calm lake, without a single ripple. Liao noticed him and cautiously approached. "Why are you here all by yourself? Aren't your parents here to see you off?" Baidi offered no direct answer. He looked toward the distant tracks, his reply barely a whisper. "The train should arrive any moment now, shouldn't it?" Luluo let out a soft sigh at his response. "Have you become so used to being on your own?" Baidi cast his eyes down, a shadow of sadness crossing his face. "Alone." Just then, suddenly, the train came thundering in. Its wheels screeched piercingly against the tracks, before grinding to a halt right in front of Baidi. He just stood there, completely lost in his own world. "I'm so used to being alone, Mom." In his mind's eye, tragic scenes from his past life replayed vividly. The image of his mother, lying in a cold pool of blood, made him cry out in despair, "Mom! Mom! Please wake up." But the memory of his family soon faded, replaced by the crushing pain of losing his friends. "Have you heard? Lamlo died of lung cancer." They didn't even have time to finish the surgery. Then, as he grew older, another devastating piece of news struck. "You need to come back quickly. Tran Duong isn't going to make it." That was his own master. He even lost 2 of his comrades in arms. During a mission, he Luo and Tu Tichon. These deep emotional wounds cast a heavy shadow of melancholy over his face. "I'm used to it. One by one, they all left me behind. My whole life, I've grown accustomed to it, to constantly saying goodbyes." Baidi convinced himself. His heart had grown calloused from the endless loss. "I'm so used to it," gradually accepting the loss of everything. Luo's shout suddenly cut through his memories. "The train's here. Everyone, get ready to board." As the crowd surged forward, Baidi remained standing, frozen like a statue. It took him a few precious seconds to take a heavy step. Just then, a loud voice boomed from behind him, but he instantly recognized the familiar tone. He spun around, completely startled. Perhaps he wasn't truly used to it yet, the feeling of receiving warmth again. So he still wasn't used to the feeling of a fresh start. There, New Van was waving brightly, and right next to her was Catmin. He struggles, pushing Lamlo's wheelchair along. Catmin excitedly flaunted his success. "Baidi," he grinned. "You have no idea. Lamlo's parents were watching him like a hawk. If it wasn't for this kid here, who insisted I had to bring him here to see you off, otherwise, I would have been here this morning." Baidi, stunned, rushed over to Lamlo. "Lamlo, you should be resting and recovering. Why are you?" Lamlo patted his chest, laughing with a reassuring warmth. "Don't worry, I'm feeling much better now." He looked at Baidi, his gaze filled with unwavering trust. "We should be more worried about you. You have to take good care of yourself when you get there, okay?" Catmin suddenly pulled something out of his bag. "I didn't have time for a proper gift, so I picked out some clothes for you, and some snacks." Baidi waved his hand, refusing. "I can't. You two just got me a birthday present." Catmin didn't say another word. He then forcefully shoved the bag into his hands. "What's with all the fuss? I said take it, so just take it already." Nuvan gently placed a string of prayer beads on her son's wrist. "These are prayer beads I prayed over for you. The beads from the Flower God Temple are deeply blessed, you know." She held his hand tightly. Her warm gaze spoke volumes. "Mom just hopes that something will always be there to protect you." Baidi tightened his grip on the beads, his heart stirring deeply. "So that's why Mom went to the Flower God Temple. To pray for me. Could she have known I'd be gone for so long?" Liao urgently called out to the students. "Please hurry and board the train now. We're about to depart any moment." The cultivation journey was now officially beginning, being urged on. Baidi had no choice but to step into the carriage. Finding a seat, he offered a faint smile. "That's right. I've changed so much in this past month." Peering through the window, he looked at the familiar, dear faces waving at him. Catmin, Lamlo, and his mother. Their lives had also turned a new leaf. "Live well, little Baidi. Don't forget to eat well while you're gone, son." Take care, and don't forget to send us pictures of your journey. Bai Di offered a warm smile and waved goodbye. He clenched his hand around the bracelet on his wrist, his eyes burning with resolve. Back home, I've got people counting on me. They're waiting for me to fix everything. I'll return as fast as I possibly can. From the rooftop of a nearby building, the enigmatic figure of Lu Trongjiang silently observed the departing train. He murmured he boarded the train safely. He'll arrive in the Holy River Nation soon enough. That crucial item has been successfully delivered. A status window popped up. Sect Master of the Flower God Temple, Lu Trongjiang, S-Rank Synthesis Master. An ethereal voice echoed from the void, posing a question. Is there anything else that needs to be handled? He calmly replied, no, that's everything. On the train, Bai Di was deep in thought, studying the instructional leaflet. I suppose I can only put my trust in him. The system will now announce our route to the central hub. Our officers and captains typically take a full day. They departed one trip ahead of us to handle all the necessary exit procedures. We'll soon reach the border of the Jiang Nation. Directly across lies the Holy River Nation. She offered a bright smile. This cultivation journey officially begins now. Next, she gave them further instructions for the evening. Entering the Holy River Nation will take an entire day. As is tradition, we will stay at the Jiang Nation border tonight. We will be conducting an outdoor, practical training session. Not far away, someone was fixated on Bai Di with a chilling gaze. Bai Di, this border training. A grand spectacle awaits you today. As the train sped onward, Miss Hong stood to begin. As everyone knows, God created this world of ours, and it is God who has always protected us. Her words caused Bai Di's expression to turn unusually grim. The clans of the gods possess supreme, absolute power currently. The Holy River Nation, home to two powerful gods and their clans. So once they enter its borders, everyone must obey their divine laws. Absolutely no causing trouble. Understood? Bai Di intensely focused on the map, calculating the journey from their Jiang Nation. To reach the Holy River Nation, they'd need to pass through 3 checkpoints. The first checkpoint proved to be no challenge. It was simply the train ride itself. They'd already cleared the first gate. He had to present a special pass, just to get on the train. The invitation to the cultivation journey. When the train stopped, the next challenge awaited him. The second gate is located right here, in this border area. Behold, the inspection process. The security check here is unbelievably strict, requiring extensive information, registration, and a comprehensive inspection. Bai Di mentally calculated the time as he waited in line. Completing all these checks for everyone would usually take an entire day. It's never been sealed quite like this. They can only enter the country tomorrow. So, for an entire day, this would be the first stop on their training journey. It's a deserted island, surrounded by vast ocean and dense forests. Time for some practical training. June 27, 2005, in the border region of Jiangguohong. Wu Qian tilted his head, glancing at Bai Di. He chuckled, wearing these new clothes. You seem a lot more mature now. Bai Di's charm quickly spread through the crowd. Isn't that the guy who turned down the Apex Legion? He looks so mature. A curious female student from the cloud system approached him. Your name is Bai Di, right? I heard that during the middle school assessment exam, you got the highest score in history. The girl shyly covered her mouth. Can you take me with you later? A profile appeared. C-Rank Silver Singer, Electrical System High School. C-Rank Archer, Cloud System High School. Bai Di remained silent, coldly waving her away. But that coldness only piqued their interest even more. The way he rejected her is just so cute. He completely ignored all the flirting and focused entirely on observing the terrain. The monster ranks in this wasteland are far too low for someone of his professional rank. They're completely useless once you hit C rank. Leveling up becomes much harder and less. Right on cue, Triong Tuan appeared, looking incredibly smug. I got first place that year too, dealing with those sealed monsters at school. That is really no big deal. The monsters in the real world are completely different, you know. He casually slung his arm around a female student. That's why this kind of practical training is the only way to truly see someone's abilities. A profile appeared. Triong Tuan, C-rank warrior, Star System High School. Seeing his impressive rank, the girl immediately flirted with the school's hotshot. So, will you take me with you later? Me too. Triong Tuan grinned, enjoying being the absolute center of attention. She cleared her throat. This training trip is strictly for our most elite students. She then solemnly repeated the rules. Even though I've said this many times on the ship, I want to say it one more time. During combat training, you must remember this. 1. You may only train within the designated area. Absolutely do not go too far. 2. Try not to act alone. Know your limits when facing any monster. 3. You must all gather at the camp by 8 p.m. The high school students hurriedly cut her off. We know. Triong Tuan grabbed his friend's hand and rushed ahead. If you keep nagging, nothing will ever happen. This is a rare opportunity, and we're just dying to go monster hunting. But no one noticed a lone figure lingering at the back of the line. He smirked meaningfully, looking every bit like a formidable character. Meanwhile, in the territory of the Holy River Nation, the atmosphere was extremely solemn. Captain, you've returned. A subordinate bowed and reported to Hong Bang. The great hunt is about to begin. The captain of the Divine Peace Squad has been waiting for you for quite some time. Their high status was undeniably clear. This was a special privilege of the Apex Legion. Traveling alongside their captain meant they could bypass all checkpoints. Hong Bang cast a quick glance at Quang Tin, giving a curt order. Report directly to Team 5 and await my arrival. Quang Tin trembled slightly as he replied, Yes, sir. Meanwhile, in the desolate wasteland zone, Trung Tuan was expertly showing off his skills to two adoring girls who gasped in admiration, as expected of a C-rank red professional. So cool, the system promptly announced. Successfully eliminated an E-rank giant lizard. Though inwardly thrilled, he feigned humility. Oh, it's nothing special, just some basic moves. But, in a different corner of the zone, Bai D was intently reviewing his personal stats. All three of his professions had now reached C-rank. Milestone Cloud System Mage, level 21, 40 experience. Strength 32, Speed 80. Stamina 156, Luck 244. Elemental Power 784, Spirit Power 464. Fire System Warrior, level 22, 30 experience. Stamina 175, Elemental Power 70. Spirit Power 1120. Ice System Summoner, level 21, 35 experience. Strength 35, Speed 35. Elemental Power 70, Spirit Power 1120. His summoning skills had also seen significant improvement. The success rate, however, largely depended on spirit power. But Bai D couldn't help but let out a sigh. But I've been stuck at this level for over 10 days now. He realized the wasteland zone was no longer ideal for leveling up. To truly break through, he needed to face much higher level monsters. But the highest rank here was only D. The monster list here is just too lackluster. The wasteland zone was sparsely populated, and populated only by low-level monsters that even professional guilds don't bother with. Defeating them yielded only a tiny amount of experience. Elimination successful. Received experience +2, experience +1. Defeating monsters of a lower rank than himself was almost entirely useless. Just then, over on the other side of the wasteland, Triong Tuan unexpectedly ran into a truly tough opponent. A level 11 D-rank Wildfire System Warrior, the monstrous 8 Crimson Spider. He took a brutal hit, his face twisting in agony. All support from the cloud system proved utterly useless. Against the giant spider's relentless ferocity, the electric system user frantically charged forward. We can't handle a monster of this rank. Truong Tuan stared at his purple, smoke-covered hand, crying out for help, trembling desperately. Guys, someone detoxify me, quick! After all, it's a full-fledged D-rank monster. The cloud system user shrieked as the monster lunged. Watch out, the monster's coming for you. With just a casual flick of his sword, as gentle as a feather apparently, Bitey effortlessly split the hideous beast in two. The system then announced the victory. Successfully eliminated, 8 Crimson Spider. Experience +2. Received item, Poison Spider Leg. Witnessing that instantaneous kill, the three onlookers' jaws dropped to the floor. They stared, stunned and utterly speechless. In stark contrast to their amazement, Bitey just clicked his tongue in pure boredom, then turned and simply walked away. To him, right now, All the dropped items were just low-level, junk materials. Picking them up would just clutter his storage space. He was utterly disappointed upon realizing all the high-level monsters in this area had been completely wiped out by the Divine Guild, yet he felt no pity upon realizing all the high-level monsters in this area had been completely wiped out by the Divine Guild. Without a second thought, he tossed the poison spider leg into the bushes. As he walked, he grumbled to himself, "No wonder it's so hard for someone like me to level up." The harsh reality proved the common saying. Among professionals, the gap between C rank and B rank is truly a world away. Seeing such a valuable item thrown away so carelessly, the cloud system user's eyes widened in disbelief. Pointing at the smoldering spider corpse, she asked, "This D rank poison spider leg, you don't want it?" Bitey didn't even bother to open his mouth. He simply raised a hand, waving it over his shoulder, a clear sign of refusal. Then he trudged deeper into the dense forest. His keen eyes scanned the eerie surroundings, desperately searching for a glimmer of hope. But he recalled that, in this desolate wasteland zone, right on the Holy River Nation's border, a few high-grade magic crystals had been discovered. If he ventured deeper, he thought, he might be able to gather some truly useful materials. Just like that, the last rays of sunlight vanished, giving way to the oppressive, pitch-black night. The time was precisely 7:58 p.m. The desolate landscape was utterly shrouded in an eerie silence. After wandering for half a day, his legs aching, the only things that truly caught Bitey's eye were scattered,
Abandoned mana crystals.
It wasn't strange to see mana crystals. In fact, he'd already found quite a few. But as he picked one up for a closer inspection, a strange, unsettling feeling crept over him. "This is weird," he muttered.
Mana
Crystals with this much energy usually appear in monster lairs, or areas teeming with magical beasts. He casually picked up a large mana crystal, holding it up to the dim moonlight, his brows furrowed. The magic in all the crystals here seemed to be completely drained, as if it had been utterly absorbed. Notification panel. The system immediately confirmed his suspicion. Item acquired, unbroken,
depleted mana crystal.
Looking up, he was met with the sight of a withered, desolate forest. It was as if it had just survived a great drought, and the trees before him were no exception. It was as if all their nutrients had been sucked dry. Bitey's sharp intuition warned him that something was terribly wrong. What kind of magical beast, he wondered, could absorb the surrounding energy this quickly? He shook his head, dismissing the obvious theory. This couldn't be the work of a D-rank monster. Is a D-rank monster really that powerful? That after another 20 or 30 paces, Bitey's path was blocked by a roaring white waterfall. The path ended here. He crouched down, meticulously scanning the area along the stream's edge. His gaze landed on a shard of glass, coated in a foul-smelling, slimy green liquid. Picking up the shard to examine it, Bitey flinched as he read the faint words, printed on the label, Svang Industries. At that same moment, in a safe zone quite a distance away, the clock struck 8 p.m. The atmosphere at the camp was incredibly lively. Huang Laosher sat cheerfully by the crackling fire, delightedly skewering and grilling the spoils they'd gathered. That day, the students gathered around her, their eyes wide with admiration. The nighttime camping had begun. Did one teacher really take down that many D-rank monsters by herself? The four teachers smiled warmly, taking the opportunity to impart another survival lesson. Real-world combat training is essentially a realistic battle simulation. Foraging for food is also one of the most important survival skills. You all spent the entire day fighting today, so it's no surprise that almost none of you thought about this, she called out. The students glanced at each other, looking sheepish. Whispers of complaint spread, criticizing the organizer's strictness. Trilu didn't prepare any food? How cheap! One of the male students, his stomach rumbling, timidly held up a slightly charred meat skewer. He swallowed hard and asked, Is this stuff really edible? In stark contrast to his hesitation, Chinian sat obediently beside Huang Laosher. Her cheeks were puffed out as she greedily chewed on the most delicious piece of meat. Glancing around the crackling fire, the smile on Huang Laosher's face suddenly vanished. As she noticed something was wrong, Baidi and Ziling still hadn't returned. She looked down at the remaining skewers on the grill, carefully pushing them to one side, thinking she should save some for them. After finishing her dinner, Chinian wiped her mouth, blinked her eyes widened, and she whispered admiringly, "I always thought you only specialized in theory, Huang Laosher. I never knew you were so skilled in actual combat." Flattered by her student's praise, Huang Laosher beamed, her eyes sparkling, as she reminisced about her own fiery youth. Skilled? Hardly, actually. Before I became a teacher, my dream was to join the God's Hand Guild, maybe even become one of the God-ordained. Her voice grew quiet, tinged with a hint of regret. But in the end, I couldn't become one of the God-ordained. It's a shame, I just wasn't talented enough. I never even got the chance to take the test. She leaned in close to Chinian's ear and whispered, as if sharing a huge secret, just between you and me, this is actually my very first time visiting the Holy River Nation. So I really have you all to thank. She leaned back, a radiant, content smile spreading across her face. Thanks to you and Baidi, I finally have the chance to visit this holy land. I've always dreamed of. Chinian's eyes crinkled into a smile, as she replied sweetly, well then, miss, you should just then, from the deep darkness behind the girl, a pair of blood-red eyes, glowing like two demonic embers, loomed into view. The moment Huang Laosher looked up and met that gaze, her pupils contracted violently, her eyes widened in horror. At that same moment, the monster's hairy, thorn-covered leg swung high, aiming straight for Chinian's head. A teacher's instincts took over. Huang Laosher roared, grabbing the girl's arm and shoving her violently aside. Shunk, the sharp appendage, pierced straight through Huang Laosher's chest. Fresh blood gushed out, staining the front of her shirt deep red. A few hot drops of blood splattered onto Chinian's face, which had gone deathly pale. A scream of pure terror erupted from Huang Laosher. The shriek tore through the night, plunging the entire camp into absolute chaos. The students sprang to their feet as if on springs, their faces completely drained of all color, as they trembled and instinctively backed away. What is that thing? Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Baidi was running for his very life. Back toward the camp, he gritted his teeth, his expression grim and determined. I have to warn everyone. Get out of here now. This has to be it. The image of the glass shard, stained with that ominous green liquid, haunted his mind, ringing like a death knell. The risk here is extremely high. Back at the gruesome scene, Huang Laosher used the last of her dying strength to grip the thorny leg embedded in her chest. She struggled to force out each word, as blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. All of you, run. Flesh-tearing, bone-shattering pain contorted her face, but she still braced herself to scream one final command. Find the nearest guild party. The monster ruthlessly yanked its leg from the victim's body. It threw its head back and let out an unearthly screech, a mere substitute for my nutrients. My nutrients. Recognizing the grotesque creature, one of the male students shrieked in a panic. That's a B4 rank monster. The system interface immediately flashed bright red.
Danger, B rank monster.
Corpse wolf spider, possesses intelligence. Threat level, extremely high. Origin, Ding Xin Industrial Laboratory. Recommendation, if this monster is encountered, flee immediately and contact the nearest guild. Rewind to that very same morning. In a secluded corner of the wasteland, a shadowy figure lurked behind an ancient tree. The corners of their mouth, twisted into a malicious smile, let out a cold sneer. Baidi, ever since you appeared, you've stolen all the spotlight. The enemy was none other than Zealand. He caressed the glass vial in his hand. His eyes were shot through with venomous hatred. The words, Zifeng Industries, were clearly printed on the vial. Inside it lay the very seed of destruction, the celestial wolf spider. He gripped the vial so tightly, it was as if he wanted to crush Baidi himself. He hissed through clenched teeth, full of envy, always acting so high and mighty. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiling hurled the vial against a large rock. The sharp sound of shattering glass echoed, releasing the monstrous celestial wolf spider. As soon as it was free from its seal, the colossal spider frantically clawed at the earth and rock, burrowing underground and disappearing from sight. Staring at the trail it left behind, he let out a sinister, satisfied laugh. Go on, absorb all the nutrients you can find here. Pleased with his perfect plan, Ziline crossed his arms, harboring a dark ambition. I'll wait until they're completely out of options. Then I'll make my move. Let everyone see who the real savior is. At that moment, he was hiding behind a massive tree near the camp, which was now in a state of chaos. Ziling was drenched in sweat, his hands clutching a bough for defense. His face was contorted in panic and utter confusion. Damn it, why did it turn out like this? He swallowed hard, muttering to himself, it hasn't even been a day. He watched the colossal celestial wolf spider, with its steel-like armor, as it went on a rampage, sowing death everywhere it went. He trembled, asking himself, how did that stupid thing grow so fast? This was far beyond anything Ziling had anticipated. The monster had devoured enough nutrients to evolve to an uncontrollable level. With just a few sweeping attacks of its legs, the elite team of 5 led by Teacher Huang was completely wiped out. They lay strewn across the ground, bloody and groaning in agony. Just then, a sweat-drenched Baidi rushed onto the scene. Witnessing the carnage, he analyzed the situation. In my past life, I faced an S-rank celestial wolf spider. Even after I had advanced, it still took a massive amount of effort to defeat it. His hawk-like eyes scanned the colossal creature, carefully assessing the dire situation. Its body, a fortress of both offense and defense, makes it a master of stealth. In a one-on-one battle, it's undeniably superior. All students and teachers here are C-rank at best. Against a B-rank monster like this one, they stand absolutely no chance of winning. He clenched his fists tightly, mentally cycling through his arsenal of skills, as he grappled with the impossible dilemma. If I don't unleash my full strength, there's no way I can defeat it. But the severe consequences of revealing his true power made him hesitate. If I go all out, everyone will find out that I've awakened more than just one job class. Such an act might even attract the attention of the gods. His hesitation, however, came at a terrible price, as the celestial wolf spider unleashed a devastating blow, sweeping away the last remaining fighters, who finally collapsed to the ground, clutching a bleeding wound with both hands. Teacher Huang struggled back to her feet, bitterly accepting the overwhelming power difference. In just a moment, it had injured all the students. Looking at her trembling, blood-soaked hands, she discovered a horrifying truth. The monster's attacks also carried a paralyzing effect. She gritted her teeth and clenched her fists, utterly helpless, her heart screaming in utter despair. What do I do? Smelling the thick scent of blood, the celestial wolf spider's eyes flared like twin torches. It clicked its slimy mandibles together eagerly. It cried out in excitement, nutrients, delicious nutrients. Shiyin's whole body trembled uncontrollably. Pushing herself up with her hands, she struggled to sit up despite the intense pain. That small movement immediately caught the monster's attention. It snapped its hairy head toward the young girl, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. Just as her life hung by a thread, a series of sharp ice shards shot through the air, relentlessly hammering against the celestial wolf spider's armored head. Teacher Huang was using the last of her mana to redirect the monster's attack. She growled each word through clenched teeth. You will not touch my student. Enraged, the celestial wolf spider gaped its maw wide, revealing jagged fangs as moss-green drool dripped to the ground. It then shifted its terrifying gaze to Teacher Huang. A low, ominous growl rumbled from deep within its throat. Its gaze locked onto the struggling, weakened woman, as if delivering a chilling death sentence. And I'll start with you, it rasped as if speaking. Suddenly, a giant tentacle burst from the beast's head, blossoming into a gaping maw filled with razor-sharp, serrated teeth. That living meat grinder shot down from above, ravenously eager to swallow Teacher Huang whole. Just when it seemed the teacher's life was undeniably over, a sharp glint of a sword flashed into view. Like a bolt of lightning, it streaked across the dark sky. Schlick! The hideous maw was cleanly severed, falling to the ground with a sickening thud. As it twitched, a steady, cold figure landed nearby, standing directly between Teacher Huang and the monster, causing her to gasp in sheer astonishment. Why, you're Baidi? Her only answer was the young man's grimly set lips. Wasting no time at all, Bai Di immediately activated a rapid counterattack skill. With a decisive, fluid movement, he swung his short blade in a powerful diagonal slash. Bai Di then fully unleashed his chosen counterattack skill, executing another decisive movement, as he swung his blade in a devastating diagonal slash, piercing effortlessly through the celestial wolf spider's membrane, and dicing it into 100 furious pieces. Blindsided by the sudden counterattack, the beast stumbled back, shocked. It let out a deafening, guttural shriek, before Teacher Huang's stunned, disbelieving eyes. Bai Di's expression, meanwhile, remained cruelly impassive, as he slowly lowered the tip of his blade into a ready defensive stance. The celestial wolf spider then flew into an absolute rage, swinging its two massive, venom-coated forelegs as it lunged down from above. Aiming straight for the top of Bai Di's head, he tightened his fist slightly, his mind calculating the variables at incredible speed. The attack power of a C-rank warrior. Dot is still a bit too weak to deal with this, he mused. Quick as a flash, he swapped his job class card. He's switching to the mage class, and made a split-second decision. I have to control it first. And no sooner had he thought it, Bai Di raised the jewel-encrusted staff in his hand. Surprised by this counterattack, the beast took a step back. He aimed straight at the giant spider, and unleashed his ultimate skill, Frigid Bone Ice Blast, the C-rank control skill of an ice mage. It instantly drew massive amounts of moisture from the air, condensing it into a gigantic block of ice, at absolute zero temperature, that swept away everything in its path. The spider had no time to react, and took the full force of the attack. The frost spread at a terrifying speed, creeping up its leg joints, covering its hard armor, and freezing its entire body into a giant ice sculpture. The air fell silent once more. The students clumsily scrambled to their feet, staring wide-eyed at the towering block of ice before them. A male lightning class student clutched his chest, his jaw on the floor as he stammered, "I can't believe he froze a B-rank monster." A female ice class student stammered incoherently, "Hey, aren't you a melee warrior?"
Yong-yun pointed a trembling finger at byde.
Sweating profusely, "Don't tell me you're a dual-class user." Bai Di frowned, choosing to remain silent. After all, what was done was done. There was nothing he could do even if he was exposed. I can't just stand by and watch them get tormented. In this place, Teacher Huang weakly clutched her chest, calling out worriedly after Bai Di, "Are you all right?" But the joy of victory was short-lived. The sounds of cracking and splintering echoed from the direction of the ice statue. The giant block of ice began to show a web of intricate cracks. Large chunks of ice peeled off and fell, scattered to the ground. From within, Shi Longzhu's ghostly voice echoed out, filled with hatred, "You just wait. This isn't over." A bizarre scene unfolded. The monster's enormous body suddenly started to shrink, at an astonishing speed, when the block of ice, completely shattered into 100 pieces. Everyone realized in shock. Shi Longzhu had vanished without a trace. A panicked male student pointed at the empty space, shouting, "It's gone." The girl next to him covered her face, trembling. "Is it dead?" Maintaining his cold demeanor, Bide retracted his scepter, and calmly analyzed the situation. "It's not over. I only wounded it, so it will hide for now. It'll probably show up again." His eyes swept over the area. The students were trembling like leaves. He gave a decisive command. "My current strength isn't enough to kill it. We should take this chance to get out of here." Relieved by his words, the students gathered around to help Teacher Huang up. But unexpectedly, the teacher firmly pushed them away. "You kids go on ahead. I need to stay here." Chi Yin, who was supporting her shoulder, asked in confusion, "Why? Ziling hasn't come back yet." Hearing that cursed name, Bide's face darkened like a storm cloud. He didn't bother to say another word. Teacher Huang clenched her blood-soaked fist, resolute in her mission as a teacher. "However many students I brought here, is how many I must bring back." Looking at the dying, flickering fire, she added, "We agreed to meet here at 8 o'clock. If he comes back and doesn't see anyone, then..." Before she could finish her sentence, Bide took a step forward, and threw the shard of the glass vial, sticky with a green liquid, onto the ground, cutting her off in a cold, ruthless tone. "He's the one who released this monster." Those shocking words unintentionally stirred up a tragic memory. In Bide's mind, it was the image of a beaming, masked teammate walking in with a tray of food, a wide grin on his face. Today's breakfast is spicy meat wontons. Xiao Lin cheered with delight at the time. My favorite is the meat filling. Spicy enough. Bide also chimed in enthusiastically. I want 8 more, he Luo. Sitting beside him, she flashed a radiant smile. Her eyes curved into crescent moons as she spoke. Captain, you eat so fast, the masked teammate teased, tilting his head. Teasing further, Captain, you need to eat in moderation. If you get fat, then He Liao won't even look at you anymore. The joke made Baidi's face burn crimson with embarrassment. Meanwhile, He Liao stomped her foot and puffed out her cheeks, utterly outraged. That would absolutely never happen. But this idyllic scene was violently ripped apart as the clash of weapons echoed through the air. In the thick of the fight, Baidi's entire body seized up, completely paralyzed, utterly consumed by terror. He screamed silently, utterly helpless, his body refusing to obey. It was in that moment the traitor's true face was sickeningly revealed. The masked teammate then coldly spat out the cruel truth. For the past month, he hissed, your breakfast has been laced with paralysis powder. A murderous aura erupted violently from him. He then let out a triumphant, sinister laugh. If I'm gonna take down the strongest like all of you, I have to be well prepared, he sneered. Don't I? Snapping out of that horrific nightmare from the past. Baidi's gaze snapped to the glass shard on the ground, and he repeated forcefully, he was the one who released this monster. The words Zifeng Industries were emblazoned, clearly visible. Everyone gasped, and Qi Yin clapped a hand over her mouth in shock, then stammered out an explanation. Zifeng Industries, is the family business of our headmaster Zicheng Yun. Zicheng Yun, Zilin's father, is currently in charge. Baidi carefully picked up the shard, presenting it to the group like damning evidence. You see, their laboratories specialize in researching magical beasts, so they designed these specialized vials to hold large quantities of miniaturized objects. I found this broken vial deep in the forest. He narrowed his eyes, a cold glint appearing, as he laid bare the shocking truth. Other than a member of the Zifeng Industries family themselves, no one else would have access to these things, period. Hiding behind a nearby tree, concealed from view, Xiling heard every single damning word of the accusation. Enraged, he slammed his fist into the tree trunk, veins bulging menacingly on his forehead. A bitter, belated regret gnawed at him. If only he'd known, he would have just tossed that vial straight into the river. Meanwhile, the other students began to absolutely seethe with rage. Curses rang out, an endless torrent. Is he insane? Why would he ever do something like that? Exposed, Ziling gritted his teeth in fury. His resentful gaze locked onto Baidi, as he cursed him venomously under his breath. Baidi, it's you. Again. You again. It's always you. It's all your fault. His eyes, wide and bloodshot, bulged like a madman's. Every single time, it's you. But then, the condemning whispers continued to relentlessly pound in his ears. Why would he ever do that? Does he want to get us all killed? He should be thrown in jail immediately. Those words were like pure fuel to the fire of madness in Zilin's mind, causing him to completely, utterly lose control. Amidst the furious, chaotic crowd, a weak voice spoke up in his defense. Maybe it wasn't him. Immediately, someone else angrily dismissed the idea, scoffing, then why doesn't he dare show his face? A furious rage erupted within him, incinerating the last shred of Zilong's fragile sanity. But despite the truth being finally revealed, Teacher Huang remained firm, unwavering in her role as leader. She waved her hand decisively and ordered, no matter what, all of you need to run, now. Then take this radio rescue device, and run until you get a signal. She quickly threw the communication device to Qi Yin. The girl caught it with a visible start, stammering worriedly, Teacher Huang. Before she could even finish, an arrow, cloaked in brilliant, searing yellow energy, shot through the air. Whoosh! It shattered the rescue device in Qi Yin's hand instantly, into tiny pieces. What's happening? Teacher Huang screamed, her voice laced with terror. Baidi immediately glared in the direction the arrow had come from. Qi Yin clutched her profusely bleeding wrist, gasping, trembling violently in pain. The rest of the terrified students crowded around her, asking frantically, are you okay? Who shot that arrow? Baidi glared at the smoking rescue device on the ground, then at Qi Yin, who was gritting her teeth, racked with pain. A fierce fire of outrage blazed within Baidi's chest. Just then, a smoke grenade rolled out from the shadows, and into the middle of the crowd. "What is this?" the canister hissed, releasing a large amount of pungent, green poison gas. Caught off guard, the students inhaled the gas, and immediately began clutching their chests. Coughing violently, they hurriedly covered their noses and mouths. But one sharp-nosed person recognized the familiar smell. A piercing scream rang out. The fog reeked of paralysis powder. From within the thick, deadly mist, a chilling figure in a gas mask stepped out. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. "Who is that?" Baidi stood protectively in front of the crowd, his aura flaring suffocatingly. Behind the oppressive gas mask, Tulang's whole body trembled with agitation. As he stepped forward, muttering, "No, this can't be happening. It's all Baidi's fault." His face twisted into a mad, vicious sneer. "You made everyone know it was me. You're the reason no one can leave this place." Realizing who the culprit was, everyone was utterly horrified. Baidi's face darkened, and in an ice-cold voice, he named the traitor, Tulang. Tulang stared intently at him, his voice sharp as he questioned, "Are you trying to get everyone killed?" As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying wave of power erupted from Baidi, blowing away a portion of the mist. The poisonous fog grew thicker, and desperate, ragged coughs echoed through the air. A few students couldn't take it anymore. Their legs gave out and they collapsed to the ground, whispering in despair, "What is in this fog? I feel so tired. I'm about to." Before he could finish, he slumped to the ground, falling into a deep coma. Another student realized the truth and screamed, "It's paralysis powder. This is clearly a Birank tool, used for dealing with demonic beasts." Tulang still held the grenade firmly. His hand trembled ever so slightly. The student glared back with absolute fury. They couldn't believe their own eyes. "Why are you using this on us, too?" Beneath his mask, Lang's face contorted grotesquely. He admitted through gritted teeth, "That's right." His eyes bulged insanely as he roared with indignation. "This was supposed to be for those idiots. I was supposed to be the one who ran out, and saved all of you." He then shifted his hateful gaze to Baida. Tulang gritted his teeth, and hissed, "This is all your damn fault." He drew his bow, pulling the string taut. He aimed the arrow of death straight at Baida's chest. He screamed in desperation, "You ruin everything, every single time." Faced with Tulang's thick killing intent, Baida merely lowered his eyes, unfazed. His feet remained planted firmly on the ground, unmoving. Standing behind him, Huang Lao. She suddenly realized, the situation was about to spiral completely out of control. She spoke urgently to Tulang, "It's not too late to stop. Don't keep making one mistake after another." Hearing her plea, Zhuolang suddenly fell silent. The hand drawing the bow trembled violently, revealing his intense inner conflict. Huang Laosher clutched her chest, trying to stem the fresh blood seeping out. Her voice was broken with pain, but still full of compassion. "You just carelessly let the monster out, right? You didn't mean to put everyone in danger at all. Did you too?" Zhuolang slowly turned his arrow, aiming it directly at the teacher, who had just spoken up, defending him. His eyes were bloodshot, and his crazed tone filled with utter despair. No, it's too late. There's nothing left to salvage now. Don't lie to me." Huang Laosher frowned, cold sweat beading on her forehead. She bit her lip, enduring the searing pain. A sense of hopelessness rose in her heart. "I can't move at all. The Birank paralysis powder is too strong. If this keeps up, I'll pass out too." Just at that critical moment, Baidi abruptly swung his sharp sword, plunging it deep into his own thigh. Blood gushed out, but his face remained as calm as an autumn lake. He spoke composedly, "Teacher, he's right." Huang Laosher was startled by Baidi's ruthless act against himself, whipping her head around to look at her student. Baidi maintained his cold expression, casually adding another chilling sentence. "Everything he's done has been beyond saving." For a long time, hearing this, Huang Laosher's pupils dilated in horror. She couldn't believe her ears. Exclaiming in shock, Baidi gritted his teeth against the pain, and decisively pulled the blood-soaked sword from his thigh. The bone-deep agony stimulated his nervous system, causing the mana in his body to skyrocket. He lifted his head, his voice booming like thunder. "It doesn't matter what grievances you think you've endured, and it doesn't matter what damn Pathetic reason you have. Not far away, Tulong released the bowstring. The arrow tore through the air, carrying with it a heaven-piercing killing intent. The cruel image involuntarily overlapped with the memory of the traitor, who had stabbed Bai Di in the back in his previous life. The mana in his body raged like a tempest. Bai Di roared in fury, pouring all his contempt into his voice. How dare you aim your bow at your own allies? The very next moment, Bai Di swung his sword in a beautiful arc, splitting the deadly arrow that was flying straight towards him in two. Without giving his opponent a chance to recover, he used a movement technique, instantly teleporting right in front of Tulong, who jumped back, his eyes wide with terror. Without a hint of mercy, Bai Di brought his sword down in a fatal strike. Fresh blood sprayed out, dyeing his entire vision crimson. Tulong's arm, still holding the bow, was severed and sent flying. Even the gas mask covering his face wasn't spared. The icy mask cracked cleanly in two, hitting the ground. Tulong's face was ashen and contorted. In absolute panic, he let out a gut-wrenching scream. His severed arm thudded heavily to the ground. Right before his eyes, Bai Di growled, pronouncing his chilling sentence. Traitors will receive absolutely no mercy. But as the words left his mouth, he charged forward once more, landing another sharp slash across Tulong's chest. Losing his balance and reeling from the immense shock, Tulong collapsed. He clutched the stump, gushing blood, sobbing pitifully and screaming in despair. It hurts. You're insane. The excruciating pain made tears stream down Tulong's face. He whined accusingly, "This is your fault. It's all your fault." Ignoring the whimpering man at his feet, Bai Di stood tall like a god of death. Fresh blood dripped from the blade, pooling into a dark crimson puddle on the ground. He looked down from above, his cold eyes scrutinizing. "So, you've been hiding nearby this whole time, haven't you?" Seeing Tulong's silence, Bai Di pressed on, his voice sharp as a razor. "Just watching as disaster struck?" Tulong was frozen stiff. Cold sweat poured down his face, and his throat was tight, with a bitterness that choked his words. Looking at the coward trembling at his feet, Bai Di mercilessly exposed the truth. "You watched the disaster you created become more and more difficult to handle." Those revealing words were like a drill, boring through Tulong's mind. He remembered cowering behind a tree, too cowardly to show his face. He remembered the bloodthirsty monster everyone had struggled to fight, and his own pathetic, helpless weakness. The image of the corpse wolf spider's slaughter kept flashing, haunting his mind. Tulong's eyes revealed utter panic. He burst into a crazed laugh, stammering excuses. "My entire body is trembling uncontrollably." Trembling, he confessed his own cowardice. "I was scared. I was terrified. I just couldn't defeat it." He extended a blood-soaked sleeve toward Bai Di. "And besides, just let me explain." In response to such pathetic weakness, Bai Di merely raised his sword high, his intent chilling. An ear-splitting, tragic scream immediately erupted from Xilinx's mouth. He clutched at his bloody mouth, thinking in a panic, My mouth." Bai Di pointed the sharp tip of his sword directly between the traitor's forehead, and delivered a chilling verdict. "Since you've made your decision, you just have to accept the consequences." The color drained completely from Xilinx's face. He fell to the ground with a sickening thud, trembling as he thought of Bai Di. This lunatic. Absolute terror squeezed his very heart. He's the one who's insane. But never before had Xiling felt death so incredibly close. With tears streaming down his face, he realized with a tremor of fear that the man was actually going to kill him. Bai Di stood tall, his expression as emotionless as a glacier. He raised his sword high, delivering the final, brutal punishment. Without a shred of hesitation, the system immediately activated a warning chain. Bilateral judgment, used when the opponent is in a near-death state. It releases all accumulated power, can render an opponent of an equivalent or lower rank completely crippled, not to mention stripping them of all their magical power. The moment bilateral judgment struck, Xiling, drenched in his own blood, writhed in agony as he let out a horrifying scream. Bai Di withdrew his sword, his cold gaze holding not a single flicker of pity. Xiling was now a cripple, his awakening abilities completely gone. He lay on the ground, gasping for help. "Help! Help!" His face was smeared with mud and fresh blood, tears and snot streaming down. He whispered in despair, "Save my life." Bai Di was about to finish him off, ready to swing his sword and finish off the scum. A frantic shout suddenly pierced the air. He glanced toward the source of the sound, and realized it was his teacher's voice. His gaze immediately locked onto the corpse wolf spider, lurking menacingly within the thick fog. Bai Di's brow furrowed, his expression turning grim. He cursed under his breath. This damn beast is on the move again. The corpse wolf spider had changed its target, lashing out with slimy tentacles to grab several unconscious students. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Di spun around and shot off after the monster. Feeling his body grow heavy, he gritted his teeth and swore, "Damn it, the paralysis powder was taking effect." His movements and strength were clearly impaired. He grimly assessed the harsh reality of the situation. "Even if I go all out now, I can't defeat it." But, looking at the innocent people scattered on the ground, he gritted his teeth and steeled his resolve. "But there's no other choice. Right now it's just me. I'm the only one who can save them." Just as everything hung by a thread, a brilliant, golden light suddenly converged into a single, dazzling point. The beam shot through the air with incredible, wind-splitting speed. Not quite processing what he'd just witnessed, Bai Di's eyes shot wide open, his face a mask of utter astonishment. The golden beam, like a razor-sharp blade, sliced across the corpse wolf spider's body, cleaving through a section of its tough carapace. The massive jaw clamped around Chien was severed, falling to the ground with a heavy thud. From within the swirling smoke and dust, the figure of the hero who had just intervened slowly came into Bai Di's view. Despite being sliced apart, the corpse wolf spider, with its terrifying regenerative ability, quickly sealed the wound, and returned to its original state. Huang Laoshi rushed to support the unconscious Chien, eyes fixed on their savior. "Heluo, you came just in time." And the one who had appeared was none other than the golden assassin. Heluo gave a small, confident smile, then casually remarked, "This monster won't be easy to handle alone." As she said that, Heluo turned, raised an eyebrow, and asked. By now, the corpse wolf spider had fully recovered. Its massive body flickered with a strange light, then dissolved into thin air. Startled, Heluo went on alert. "It vanished," Bide explained in a low voice. "It has a camouflage ability. I wounded it badly before, and it hid to get away." He frowned, angrily gritting his teeth. Blood was still seeping from the open wound, on his thigh soaking through his pant leg. She saw Bide's deep wound. A flicker of pain crossed Heluo's eyes, and she looked like she wanted to say something, but held back. Bide, however, seemed to pay no mind to his physical injuries. He strained his eyes, scanning the silent space in front of them. With full alertness, he issued a warning. "The paralysis powder has fully kicked in. They'll be unconscious for a while." As soon as he spoke, all the students, who had been barely conscious, went limp, slumping to the ground. Heluo couldn't help but turn to Bide in surprise. "I can't believe you held out for that long." With that, she rummaged in her pouch, and tossed a small object toward him. With excellent reflexes, Bide raised a hand and cleanly caught the item. He heard Heluo add, "I only brought one recovery potion. You use it first." At the same time, his system panel flashed, announcing he received the item, Water of Purification. Without the slightest hesitation, Bide uncapped the vial, and downed the magic potion in one gulp. At this point, Heluo was only a C-rank lightning assassin. Her eyes frantically scanned the desolate forest, as she let out an impatient sigh. "Ah, the guild is so slow. Who knows when they'll finally get here?" Suddenly, Baidi's head snapped up. His senses on high alert, he muttered, "It's still nearby. It's trying to absorb more energy." But before he could even finish, out of thin air, the corpse wolf spider lunged, thrusting a leg bristling with sharp, deadly spines, a tentacle, sharp as a spear, aiming straight for Baidi's throat, hissing with hunger. But Baidi was ready. He reacted in a flash, swinging his sword to deftly deflect the vicious attack. His skill panel instantly displayed, "Parry method. Utilize your weapon to block incoming damage, nullifying over 50 of the impact depending on timing," and seizing the perfect opening. The moment the monster revealed its position, Heluo suddenly materialized right behind it. She unleashed a devastating lightning attack that struck the corpse wolf spider's shoulder, making it recoil. Damage, 4 million, surprise attack. The massive beast's body swayed violently as it staggered back several steps. He Liao landed softly beside Bai Di, calmly observing. I didn't expect it to recover so quickly. You still haven't answered me, so, can you still fight? The corner of Bai Di's mouth lifted into a confident smirk. He nodded in confirmation. Of course, let's give them a taste of real teamwork. He Luo and Bai Di were now in a perfect pincer formation, facing the thrashing Ti Lang Chu. As it struggled back to its feet, Bai Di glanced at the girl beside him, smiling faintly in praise. Your offensive reflexes are excellent, but at the end of the day, you're still just a student. Remember to put your safety first, alright? He Liao jutted out her chin, retorting with a sly grin. As if you're not a student yourself. The Ti Lang Chu dug its sharp legs into the ground, for leverage, tilted its head back, and let out a roar that shook the entire forest. Damn it, its eyes! They were glowing a menacing red, its menacing gaze fixed on the two small humans, as if ready to swallow them whole, giving the monster no chance to react. Bai Di roared, let's go. The command given, the two figures instantly became streaks of light, vanishing from their spots, with astonishingly perfect coordination. One from the front, one from behind, they unleashed a continuous barrage of attacks, pressuring the massive Ti Lang Chu. In the midst of the fierce battle, Bai Di's eyebrows suddenly knitted together. Just as he parried a razor-sharp leg, he was unlucky enough to be struck by a devastating blow from another of the monster's limbs. The powerful attack sent Bai Di flying backward. His heels carved two deep trenches in the ground, dragging for a long distance, before he finally managed to stop. And witnessing the scene, a horrified He Liao screamed his name. Sensing danger looming from behind, the Ti Lang Chu immediately whipped its head around. He Liao didn't falter. She continuously unleashed her skills, raining down a storm of attacks on the foul beast's head. However, her usually calm eyes suddenly filled with absolute shock. The sharp blade struck the Ti Lang Chu's blood-red eye, but only produced sparks as if it had hit cold steel. I can't break through, He Liao thought. Noticing something was wrong with He Liao's strategy, a worried Bai Di shouted a warning to her. In a split second, the frenzied Ti Lang Chu swung a leg, covered in sharp spines, bringing it straight down where He Liao was standing. Unable to react in time, the small girl took the full force of the brutal attack. He Liao quickly clutched her bloody chest, and used every last bit of her strength to leap backward and create distance. Struck by the wicked venom, her body weakened rapidly, her legs gave out, and she collapsed onto the cold ground, whispering in despair, "This is bad, its attacks have poison." Without a shred of hesitation, Bai Di immediately activated his flash step skill. In a flash, he stood valiantly before He Liao, with a mighty swing of his sword, to block the Ti Lang Chu's relentless follow-up attack. The system notification panel flashed on screen once more. Using a weapon to block an attack can nullify over 50 of the damage, depending on the timing. Shielded by Bai Di, a shocked He Liao looked up at his broad back. Under the immense pressure, Bai Di's entire body trembled. He gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his forehead, as he mentally assessed the enemy's power. Its defense has already reached the level of a peak B-class swordsman. Not even He Liao, with her incredible burst damage, couldn't even scratch it. Meanwhile, the Ti Lang Chu was still frantically extending its root-like tentacles, plunging them deep into the earth, and draining all the surrounding nutrients. It growled a vicious curse. You will all die. But only now did Bai Di grasp the terrifying truth. He was overcome with anxiety, his mind reeling. No, it's not just that, it's also absorbing the nutrients around it. He glanced at the surrounding trees, which were rapidly withering away. The rate of decay was horrifyingly fast. A chill shot down Bai Di's spine. Is still getting stronger. Both its physical power and its intelligence are evolving. He cast a desperate look at his unconscious friends. If this keeps up, the two of us won't last. Not until the guild association gets here. Behind Bai Di, a trembling He Liao used her sword to force herself upright. The brief distraction made him even more anxious. Our current strength is only C-class, and He Liao is injured. He furrowed his brows tightly. A glint of do-or-die determination flashed in his eyes. I have to break its defense as fast as possible. Standing on the precipice of life and death, Baidi remembered a strategy. Meeting with his old teammates, he had posed a grim hypothetical. If during a battle, we're totally outmatched here, facing an enemy many times stronger than us. So what's the move? But back then, Shaolin just scratched his head and laughed it off. The safe bet is just to retreat. But Huliao immediately shot that down, proudly and calmly declaring, the Divine Legion does not have the option of retreat. Afterward, Baidi pointed at Shaolin and stated firmly, this is the baiting plan I'm talking about today. Then, he pointed to his own chest, explaining thoroughly, first, I'll attack the enemy with everything I've got, focusing all of its firepower on me. Once the enemy has been successfully baited, it will focus all its energy on attacking the person directly in front of it. Snapping back to the present, Baidi refocused. He tightened his grip on his sword hilt and shot forward like an arrow towards the Tilong Chu. His eyes were razor sharp, his focus absolute, as he analyzed his opponent's every move. Next, I have to wait for an opening. At the same time, Huliao mustered what little strength she had left, and in a flash, teleported to a position behind the monster. Seeing her reckless move, a panicked Baidi yelled, no, Huliao, don't attack, just stay there and gather your strength. Hearing Baidi's shout, Huliao froze. The sword she had raised was slowly lowered. She frowned in confused speculation. Is he planning to face it alone? Worry was written all over the young girl's face. No, that's too risky. No matter how brilliant he is, he's still just a C-class green warrior. He's just a student, too. Huliao was suddenly struck by a bitter irony. I'm supposed to be the gold-class professional. So why? In her clear eyes, the image of Baidi standing tall, facing down the colossal Tilong Chu burned brightly. Witnessing his courage and extraordinary skill, Huliao couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Feels like he's the real leader. Baidi launched himself into the air. He swung his sword with all his might, bringing it straight down on the Tilang Chu's head. Crack! Piercing sound rang out. The Tilang Chu swiftly swung a hairy leg. Hard as steel, it blocked the sword's path, sending Baidi's weapon flying far into the distance. Disarmed, Baidi was left completely vulnerable. Liao's eyes widened in utter horror. Her heart felt like it stopped. She watched, paralyzed with terror, as he fell helplessly to the ground. The next second, tragedy struck. The Tilang Chu swung its spear-like leg, piercing straight through Baidi's chest. Fresh blood gushed out like a fountain. Lulua let out a horrified scream and dashed towards him. Baidi bit his lip so hard it bled, trying to suppress the gut-wrenching pain. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. As he weakly raised a hand, he feebly waved at Liao, signaling for her to stop. Seeing his gesture, Liao froze mid-stride. 1,000 questions raced through her mind. Is he telling me not to do anything? What does he mean? Could it be? Satisfied with its finishing blow, the Tilang Chu used the leg impaling his chest to lift Baidi's blood-soaked body high into the air. It brought him close to its hideous face. It curled its lip into a triumphant sneer, mocking its defeated foe. So this is all humanity amounts to. In the end, you're all just food for me. Just as its arrogant words faded, the tentacle on top of its head split open like a giant, four-petaled flower, revealing a maw filled with rows of razor-sharp fangs. It opened its deadly mouth wide, preparing to devour its delicious prey. Closing his eyes, Baidi counted silently in his head. It's time. Suddenly, he snapped his eyes open, blazing with fire. His blood-covered mouth opened and let out a powerful roar. Using the last of his strength, Baidi grabbed the monster's leg with both hands, the very leg that was stuck in his chest. To lock it in place, he yelled out a decisive command. Lulua, now! Receiving the signal to attack, Lulua instantly snapped out of it and replied firmly, got it. Her short sword shot up, clutching it tight against her chest, and then shattered her limits to unleash her ultimate technique. Toad God, potent, electric current surged through her whole body, boosting her movement speed to 10 times its normal rate. Meanwhile, the Tilang Chu's giant maw, dripping with moss-green slime, was slowly descending, ready to devour them whole. But even with death looming, his mind remained razor-sharp. pinpointing the enemy's core weakness. Every time it's been injured, it was always while devouring someone. This means when it feeds, its defenses plummet drastically. A serene smile touched his lips, his plan unfolding exactly as intended. The most crucial step in a baiting plan is what happens after the enemy has completely taken the bait. It will expose its weakness for a brief moment. That's when the hunter strikes, never missing this golden opportunity. Liao ignited into a brilliant, golden flash of lightning. She shot forward like a bullet, tearing through the air. She plunged her sword forward, channeling all her lightning power into a direct, fatal blow that pierced the Tilang Chu's chest from behind. The system notification window flashed repeatedly. The system notification window flared repeatedly. Godly skill activated. Strike the enemy's weak point. Increased chance of paralysis. Just look at that ice-cold face. Liao was utterly emotionless as she delivered the finishing blow. Dee then breathed a sigh of relief, felt like a massive weight had finally lifted from his shoulders. They had successfully brought down their opponent.
Liao est insane surprise.
Assassination skill pierced straight through the heart of that corpse. Wolf Spider, it completely shattered the creature's absolute defense and dealt a critical hit. The monster unleashed a horrifying shriek. Its enormous body convulsed, trembling violently. Then it collapsed completely. Bai Di tumbled from the monster's bloody leg, slamming hard onto the cold ground. He coughed violently, struggling for air, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. He thought to himself, next, I need to take the final step. Faint cheers rang out, signaling a tough victory, but a totally deserving one, echoing through the silent night. Unlike everyone else who was consumed by worry, Liao remained completely calm. She turned to reassure Bai Di. My control skill only lasts for a few seconds. What if it activates another skill? Don't worry, that's more than enough time. Hearing that, Bai Di pressed his lips together and nodded. He slowly propped himself up. His eyes flashed with iron-willed determination. I'm not letting it escape this time. Before he could even finish, a deep blue mana stream enveloped his body. Bai Di instantly transformed into a cloud system mage. Without a single wasted motion, he swung his scepter, bringing it crashing down. A chilling blast of ice. It froze the monster in place, utterly helpless, completely eliminating its ability to fight back. His job class transition was as smooth as flowing water. That seamless flow left Liao stunned for a few seconds. Her eyes widened in shock as she thought to herself, wait, you're a dual-class user. The moment the eternal ice locked onto its prey, Bai Di's aura shifted once again. The deep blue mana gave way to the blazing presence of a fire system warrior. He took a deep breath, pouring all his remaining strength into his greatsword. The power I've built up from my injuries and exhaustion. It's enough now. His gaze was razor-sharp as he unleashed his final, fatal skill, Pure Land Strike. A dazzlingly sharp blade of energy tore through space, slashing through the monster's tough armor, and finishing it in an instant. The system interface immediately popped up, with a series of glorious victory notifications. Congratulations, you've successfully defeated the Corpse Wolf Spider. You received 10,100 experience points, and 300 fire element points. His ice system mage level has soared to 22. Item received, Wolf Steel, a B-grade armor material, and with that abundant, level-up energy surging through his veins, Bai Di's numerous wounds began to mend, healing rapidly at a visible rate. Feeling his life force overflow, he smirked with satisfaction. Looks like you really have to defeat high-level monsters to get any good experience. After all, meanwhile, Liao still hadn't recovered from the shock of the overwhelming power Bai Di had just displayed. She silently sized up the young man before her. In this world, there are very few geniuses who can master dual elements, but for someone as young as him, to have awakened dual job classes, that's seriously unheard of. But before she could even recover from that shock, Bai Di hit her with another one. He casually switched to a third job class, a fire system summoner, right before her eyes. Ignoring Liao's shocked expression, Bai Di focused on his skill panel. Once a summoner reaches C rank, they can form contracts with 6 magical beasts. That means I have 4 empty slots left, he muttered. The condition for the Spirit Fire contract skill After defeating a fire system magical beast, you can form a contract with its soul, and make it serve you. His current progress was displayed before him. Contracts completed, 2 out of 6. Target acquired. He aimed his hand at the remains of the giant spider, and commanded in an authoritative tone, "You, come to me." The system responded instantly, "Congratulations! Contract successfully formed. You have obtained the E-rank fire system warrior, Heavenly Wolf Spider." Looking at the ridiculously long name displayed on his status panel, BYD frowned deeply. Heavenly Wolf Spider? That name's a mouthful. He waved his hand, deciding to rename his new pet right then and there. "From now on, I'll call you Chongja." The giant spider soul obediently bowed its head in submission. The status panel information immediately updated to Chongja, E-rank. It even clumsily let out a sycophantic sound. Chongja was ecstatic. After completing the subjugation ritual, BYD waved his hand, and his summon instantly returned to its storage space. Only then did Luluo finally step closer, utter shock still etched into her eyes. "Did you just switch to another job class? You have 3 of them?" She stared at him as if he were an alien, unable to hide her utter amazement. "You truly are full of non-stop surprises." BYD turned to her, giving a radiant but meaningful smile, as he gently placed a finger on his lips. Catching his drift about what she'd just seen, Luluo nodded slightly, understanding his choice to keep his talents hidden. "You have so many job classes, but you didn't show them off during the graduation exam. You don't want too many people to know, do you?" She patted her chest in assurance. "Don't worry, I know how to keep a secret." About 15 minutes later, the desolate area suddenly erupted with a flurry of noise, as reinforcements swarmed in. Team 26 is on the scene. The people in neat uniforms shouted their titles aloud. The Saints of South Korea, the Divine Guild, Donggyang's 26th troop. Seeing that the rescue team had fully assembled, someone sighed in relief. "They're finally here." The captain walked around worriedly, asking, "Is everyone all right?" However, when their eyes landed on the massive corpse of the corpse wolf spider lying there, everyone's expression twisted in sheer shock. Their jaws nearly hit the floor. "You mean you already dealt with the monster?" Shaking off their astonishment, Medical Team 5 immediately spread out to check on the students' conditions. A nurse just reported, "Everyone knocked unconscious by the drug has woken up." The captain nodded, giving an order. "All right, let's do another roll call." In another corner, Huang Laoshe gently helped Chi-in to her feet. The girl was still trembling, her eyes welling with tears. She asked, "Miss, I was almost eaten by that monster, wasn't I?" Huang Laoshe hugged her young student tightly, patting her back reassuringly. "Don't be scared. Don't be scared anymore. It's all over now." A few rescue team members looked over at Bai Di and He Liao with sheer admiration, whispering amongst themselves. The buzz was undeniable. A B-rank monster like this, even a whole squad of C-rank pros, would get totally wiped out. And yet, 2 students managed to take it down. No wonder then. They're the genius students from Tianjiang Nation, the students who just escaped death. All crowded around Bai Di, falling all over themselves to thank him. "This time we only survived thanks to you. Yeah, for real. If it wasn't for our hero Bai Di, we'd all be toast right now. Thanks for saving everyone." Meanwhile, a few others were carefully disinfecting and bandaging Lulu's wounds. A worried voice called out, "Captain, are you all right? Why did you run back by yourself? Don't you know how dangerous that was?" He Liao just laughed, brushing off their over-the-top concern. "Chill out. Everything's handled now, isn't it?" Seeing his subordinate freaking out, another member stepped in to defend their young captain. "Hey, don't you dare underestimate our captain. After all, she's got a gold-class job, a prodigy you only see once every few years. Like there's anything she can't handle, right?" Lulu just gave a knowing smile, thinking to herself, "Today, I met a truly, legitimate genius." With that, she glanced over at Bai Di, who was busy dealing with the other students. "Bai Di," she thought, "you're truly a mystery." But amidst all the surrounding chaos, Bai Di's gaze was fixated on something far off, his stare as serene as a glassy lake. The rescue team leader quickly snapped everyone back to attention, with a firm announcement. "All right, we've finished the roll call. We're just missing 1 student." He then swiftly laid out a plan. The rest of you, get on the special train first. The guild will handle the search for the remaining students. Meanwhile, deep within the dark wastelands, another monster container had just been violently smashed open. Zealand was running for his life, absolutely terrified, his face contorted in pure terror, like someone caught after committing a major crime. He screamed in desperation, "No, stop, don't come over here. I let you out, but not to eat me, you stupid idiot. You were supposed to go eat those other guys." But the colossal beetle monster couldn't care less about his pleas. Without a moment's hesitation, it lunged forward and brutally tore Zealand to shreds, savoring every single bite. Cutscene. Inside a special cabin, aboard the Berserker God Guild's train, Baidi was casually chilling, his fingers lightly swiping across his personal status screen. He silently sized up his new prize. This skywolf spider has immense potential for growth. If I raise it correctly, could become a really solid fighter for me. The current contract count now displayed 3 out of 6. Today, after I took down the skywolf spider, my mage class leveled up, but I'm still a long way from B rank. The system immediately updated his skill info panel. Pattern Mage C rank, level 22. Core Warrior C rank, level 22. And Fire Summoner C rank, level 21. He carefully reread the detailed description. For the Summoner class, after defeating a Fire-type monster, you can form a contract with its soul, making it serve you. The number of monsters you can contract with increases by level. E rank gets 2. D rankers get 4, C rankers get 6. B rankers, after a level up, receive 10. You can forge contracts with an unlimited number of monsters, but the contract's success rate hinges on your mental strength. Gazing at these steep requirements, Baidi rubbed his chin in deep thought. Monsters of C rank and above are practically under the control of the God Clan and the powerful guilds. I need a way to secure more chances to level up. Just then, the train's intercom crackled to life with the crisp voice of a guild member. We've successfully gathered all the students. They're now aboard a special train. Turning to peer out the window, Baidi quietly observed the passing view. As the high-speed train plunged into a pitch-black tunnel, he knew exactly what their next destination was. After this coastal tunnel, we'll arrive in the Shenhe Nation. The corners of his mouth curled into a chilling smirk. Long time no see, everyone. I'm back. The next morning, June 28th at 8 a.m., the train blazed into the station on the eastern campus of the Shenhe Nation's Divine Arms Academy. The second they stepped off the train, the students were utterly blown away by the sheer massiveness of the station. They all started gushing. No wonder, this is the Shenhe Nation. Even the platform is like 10 times bigger than ours. This is the richest country in the world, so of course it's on another level. A middle-aged man with a distinctly official air about him stepped forward to greet the group. Welcome, students, to the Shenhe Nation. He introduced himself by his official title. Now I will be guiding your tour through the top academy in the world. For the awakened, the Divine Arms Academy. The second he heard that all-too-familiar name, Baidi's blood began to boil. He clenched his fists, thinking to himself, Divine Arms Academy, that's where that bastard graduated from. Based on the timeline, he should be a student here right now. Chris, I think it's time we finally meet. The 4 directors led the group down a massive hallway, pointing towards a giant, imposing statue. This is CMR, Best, one of our 5 great creator gods. The students gasped in awe, their eyes sparkling. Wow, finally I get to see my idol in person. The Best family is the most powerful family there is. Man, I wish I was lucky enough to meet them. The student nudged his buddy, laughing. Keep dreaming, dude. They're all from the God Clan. But hey, didn't they say, the God Clan might actually take us in this time? I'm so hyped. The director smiled, continuing his proud speech. When the demon dragon appeared in the world, it slaughtered humankind and devoured the land. It was the great muse who rose up, slayed the dragon and helped humanity survive. Afterwards, in order to unite humanity's strongest forces, he was the one who founded the Gods Guild and the Divine Arms Academy. He paused for a moment, emphasizing how prestigious the academy is. The Divine Arms Academy is the top-tier academy academy in the world, for the awakened, and it's also the one and only one every year. Only 100 students between the ages of 12 and 18 are accepted from all over the world. He tapped his pointer. Furthermore, not only do you have to reach B rank, but you also have to pass the entrance exam, which is insanely difficult. Hearing that crazy requirement, one student clicked his tongue in disbelief. B rank. I worked my ass off in high school, barely scraped by D rank, in their basic and general courses, to hit C rank. The guy next to him nodded along. Yeah, for real. Only a handful of people in the whole country even awaken as B rankers, and they have to do it before they turn 18. So getting into the Divine Arms Academy is crazy hard. Hearing all the chatter, ID silently nodded in agreement. Damn right, even with the odds stacked against him, that bastard still graduated from the Divine Arms Academy. A distant memory suddenly flooded back, bringing with it the image of his very first day. Team 5, this is your new team member. His name is Chris. The hushed voice of the person who introduced them from way back then echoed in his ear. Oh right, even though you guys aren't supposed to pry into each other's pasts, I'll let you in on a little secret. He's the top graduate from the Divine Arms Academy. Freaking strong. Bidey clenched his fists. A fire of determination raged inside him. Based on the timeline, that guy should be at the Divine Arms Academy right now. Right now, I've got to hit B rank fast. I have to be stronger than him. I'm getting into the Divine Arms Academy too. Walking beside him, Chi-Yen shot Bidey a look, feeling a weird anxiety. She figured that, if Bidey said he wanted to stay at this school, he definitely had a plan. Suddenly, a respectful voice called out from behind, cutting through Chi-Yan's thoughts. Little princess, you came to the Shanghai Nation, so why didn't you go see your father first? Chi-Yan jumped and whipped her head around. Meanwhile, the students around them just looked clueless, having no idea what was going on. Even the head teacher, who'd been acting all high and mighty just moments before, rushed to bow to the newcomer. Greetings, Secretary General Chun. Hello, head teacher. After a quick greeting, the middle-aged man hurried toward Chi-Yen, his voice totally laced with panic. Your father has been working himself to death. He collapsed from exhaustion 2 days ago. He told me not to tell you. Hearing the bad news, Chi-Yan's face went pale, and she didn't hesitate for a second. She immediately hitched up her dress and bolted straight for the luxury car that was waiting. Chi-Yan's actions left the whole group of students totally stunned. Who the hell is this girl that even the head teacher respects her family's secretary deeply? Little did she know, the crowd's attention was suddenly stolen by an absurdly long, super luxurious limousine slowly gliding onto the platform. Well, what in the world is that now? Are all the cars in the Shanghai Nation this flashy? The car door swung open, and a servant scrambled out to hold an umbrella, welcoming a group of sharply dressed teenagers, who practically oozed arrogance from birth. The 3 head teachers quietly walked over, reminding them, you're late. A slick-haired punk merely snickered mockingly, his voice dripping with condescension as he said, oh come on, you know how it is. Students like us from the Dongjing Jigao private school have to train in the demon dungeons every night. We were totally wiped out after a huge battle last night, so we slept in. Cut us some slack, yes? Faced with such a bratty attitude, the teacher could only swallow his anger and turn to introduce them to the students, who were openly gawking. Let me introduce you. For this training journey, schools from our 2 nations will be participating together. These students are from the Shanghai Nation. These students are from the Shanghai Nation. These students are from the Shanghai Nation. They're from the Dongjing Jigao private school. The students in the back started whispering, oh, they're locals from the Shanghai Nation. Man, they dress so trendy. The teacher hadn't even finished his introduction. These students are, but he was rudely cut off by that same arrogant punk, waving a hand. Yeah, no need for intros. We already know they're from the vassal state, right? Probably all from commoner families. Those scornful words were like a bucket of ice-cold water to the face, leaving all the students from the other nation feeling utterly insulted and completely stunned. The guy just smirked, his eyes scanning their group as he counted them, his voice dripping with ridicule. There are only 5 of you? Could it be? The entire noble group erupted in laughter. A truly nasty sound. Indeed, told you they were just a bunch of hicks. Their leader continued his verbal assault. Is it really that weird, though? You've never even heard of a private school? We're from noble families in the illustrious Shanghai nation. So, obviously, the educational resources we receive are vastly different from what you guys get. It's not just that only 5 of us came. Our school only has 5 students. The 5 of us. He puffed out his chest, thumping it with obvious pride. All the school's resources are exclusively for us. And of course, a bunch of country bumpkins from a public school. Like you would never understand that. Rage instantly exploded. A male student from their group stepped forward to retort. You're talking down to us way too much. Why are we hicks? The rich kid took a step forward, getting right into his opponent's face, and challenged with a smug tilt of his chin. Talking down to you? We're going to be studying at the prestigious Divine Arms Academy. In the future, I'm only in 11th grade, but I'm already level 30. Just one more level and I'll hit B rank. We're here to get a feel for the school early. What about you? The pressure from his rank made the other student falter, stammering without finishing a sentence. Not willing to back down. Another person pointed towards He Luo's group and shouted to save face. Our group leader, Chong Ji, can definitely show you guys what's what. The nobles clutched their stomachs, howling with laughter at their opponent's sheer naivety. You really overestimate yourselves. The 5 of us have already achieved perfect coordination. We successfully cleared a D rank instance yesterday. That's a record-breaking performance for high schoolers. You know, another guy chimed in, waving his hand dismissively, like he was shooing away a bothersome fly. Hey, what's the point of talking to these guys so much? They've probably never even seen a D rank demon dungeon before. He shrugged disdainfully. How could commoners from the slums possibly know anything about the lavish lives of nobles? Those sharp, sarcastic words were like daggers, brutally stabbing at the commoner student's pride. Every single one of them felt it, clenching their fists in silent fury. Our goal is to become God's blessed, while they're stuck living their humble lives forever. Hearing that nonsense, Baidi just smirked, silently mocking their childish arrogance. God's blessed is the highest social status a commoner, one without the blood of the gods, could ever achieve. It's the ultimate goal everyone chases. It was also the final rank I reached in my past life. His eyes darkened, filled with a bottomless bitterness. Haha, a dog chasing godhood his whole life. Those days, I will never, ever go through that again. Suddenly, a piercing whistle ripped through the sky. An intricately designed, majestic airship glided right over everyone's heads. The students all gasped in amazement. Whoa, what the hell is that? Now that's an exclusive ride for the God Tribe. What in the world is it doing here? A cloud of white smoke shoots out from under the airship, and a figure in seriously fancy armor gracefully lands on the ground. Glancing over the crowd, they announce in a loud voice, "Looks like all the students are here." Everyone turns to look, their eyes full of fear and awe, as they start whispering, "That's the divine messenger of the Joseph clan." Lin Feng scans the crowd, then speaks up, "Then Baidi must be here too, right?" The unfamiliar name gets the noble kids buzzing. Who's Baidi? Why is Lin Feng looking for him? Lin Feng's sharp eyes immediately lock onto Baidi, who's just standing quietly in a corner. He walks over with a smile. You perfectly conquered a D-rank demon dungeon, all by yourself during the simulation test. The God Tribe, the Zabit clan, is very interested in your performance. On the occasion of the grand hunt hosted by our clan, we'd like to extend a special invitation for you to participate, an invitation from the God Tribe themselves. It hit everyone like a lightning bolt. The arrogant, noble student's jaws just dropped in disbelief. All by himself, he perfectly conquered a D-ranked demon dungeon. And now the God Tribe is inviting him. Lin Feng makes a formal gesture. Please, come with me. Baidi raises an eyebrow, mentally, running through the history lessons he knows by heart. 100 years ago, the world fell into an age of chaos. Tons of monsters with insane, magical power descended upon the human world. Humanity didn't have nearly enough strength to fight back against them. Then, 5 great gods descended upon the world. They protected humanity, slaughtered the powerful monsters, and the human world was kept safe, all under the protection of the gods. He sarcastically remembered the empty, brainwashing lectures. From then on, humanity deeply revered these gods, worshipping them for protecting mankind. Ever since, the gods have remained in the human world. They gave humanity immense power and knowledge, built powerful armies and established new laws. They even reproduced with humans to create the next generation, the direct descendants of the gods. They are called the God tribe. This is the history we're taught. Everyone in this world lives under the rule of the gods. Seeing Baidi hesitate, the noble students from the private academy quickly butt in, their eyes begging and full of envy. So, can we go too? One of them tried to justify it. The grand hunt is held in the God tribe's domain. Commoners probably won't ever get to go in their entire lives, let alone visit. Lin Feng turned to look at them and calmly replied, "The training pilgrimage was originally organized by the Robert clan. By rights, all students were going to be invited. This time, there's still some time before the tour of the Gods Guild. Any students who are interested can come along." A wave of pure joy erupted as the noble students started cheering like crazy. We all get a chance to set foot deep within the God tribe's domain. Whoa, only high nobles are allowed into a place like this. We're so lucky. Lin Feng simply shrugs, waving a dismissive hand. Leading the way, he announces, "Well then, everyone is welcome to come along." Suddenly, the scene dramatically shifts. Thousands upon thousands of feet into the air, we find the magnificent domain of the Robert clan. Sky Pond City peacefully floats in a sea of fluffy white clouds. It's a vast, fairy tale land, with high clouds, rolling mountains and magnificent towering castles. Peeking through the misty skies, Baidi keenly analyzes the scene, taking it all in. The power of the 5 god clans is sprawled across the land. For instance, the Holy River Kingdom is primarily home to the mighty Zabit clan. They are all direct descendants of the god Zabit himself, and right now, they wield the most powerful army in the world. They also run the esteemed Gods Guild and manage the Divine Soldier Academy. This means the Zabit clan oversees all military recruitment and management. They even control the Awakener academies across every country. But one major question still gnawed at him. They're interested in me this time because of my outstanding graduation exam performance. But why choose to meet at the grand hunt of all places? Before long, the group was led to a massive palace. Its intricate design screamed of a heroic, bygone age. The students couldn't stop gawking, their mouths wide open in awe. Whoa, this is where the God tribe lives. It's so towering. Guarding both sides of the gate stood an elite security team. Up front was the Zabit clan's divine guard. A corner of Baidi's mouth twitched into a smirk. It was a smirk, hiding some seriously deep and dangerous plans. God tribe, we finally meet again. A guard rushed into the palace, bowing deeply to report they have arrived. From inside, the lazy, arrogant voice of a young man rang out. My grandfather once told me that art is the only proof that humans ever existed in this world. But my father said that a pile of ruins is the only proof of existence. The system instantly identifies the figure as Sinbad, the very first heir of the God tribe. He sports a faint, arrogant smirk. But I believe that creating a pile of ruins is an art form. These high-minded, philosophical ramblings flew completely over the students' heads, leaving them utterly clueless. But I believe that creating a pile of ruins is an art form. These high-minded, philosophical ramblings flew completely over the students' heads. Yet, a primal fear buried deep in their very blood made them quickly nudge each other. Did you forget what our parents told us? Hurry, bow your heads and show some respect. How can you just stare at a member of the God tribe right in the eye, like some clueless country bumpkin? But Baidi alone remained standing tall and straight. His cold, sharp eyes were fixed upon the future ruler, Sinbad, the eldest son of the God tribe, the current leader of the Holy River Kingdom, the absolute pinnacle of power in this world. Keep moving forward. Lin Feng turned back to remind the group. Everyone bowing, this way please. The long line of hopefuls snaked their way toward the central area of Sky Pond City, where the grand hunt was underway. Standing before the enormous arena, the students couldn't help but gasp. So this is the hunting ground? It's huge. Look at all those magical beasts Far off in the VIP stands, the true big shots were lounging on velvet and silk thrones, surrounded by layers of tight security. Two curious kids whispered to each other. How many people are participating this time?
No idea.
They're about to announce it. In another corner of the stands, Kim was casually leaning back in his seat, tapping his fingers on the armrest. With his usual bossy tone, he told a guard, "Get me an iced coffee with 32 sugar." Shaking her head in refusal, Alice Kim coldly cut him off. "I don't need anything." A servant bowed respectfully. "Yes?" Standing in the middle of the crowd, Baidi's eyes scanned the powerful figures who had just materialized. He quietly assessed the unfolding situation. The two granddaughters of the OD clan, and the grandson and granddaughter of the Kim clan. They're all here. Didn't expect to run into them today. Huh? It seems all the god clans have gathered. Perched high on the main platform, Sinbad still casually propped his chin in his hand, his amused gaze fixed on the frenzied beasts. Roaring down below in the arena, standing beside him, Lin Feng cleared his throat and loudly announced the rules of engagement. The hunting festival was about to begin. Allow me to outline a few key rules for this hunting festival, so everyone fully grasps what they're about to witness. He gestured broadly around the enclosed competition area. The hunting festival is held in this massive arena. At the core of this festival is the battle between the awakened and the beasts in the hunting ground. All the beasts here are C-rank, captured by the Gods Guild from all over the world, and meticulously raised here. Next, an explanation of the participants. Lin Feng emphasized that all awakened are volunteers, who eagerly signed up themselves. They hail from all corners of the globe. To make the hunt more challenging, applicants' power levels must not have reached B rank. He smiled, continuing to explain the scoring system. Each participant will be their own faction. Every time you kill a C-rank beast, you'll earn 10 points. The final ranking will be determined by your total score. Down in the stands, the students began whispering amongst themselves, looking utterly bewildered. C-rank beasts, but the participants can't even be B-rank. Another student frowned, pondering the massive disparity. This means their power levels are about the same as ours. For monsters of the same rank, it typically takes a team of 5 people to take down just one. Someone then shuddered, remarking, "Those applicants have some serious guts." But amid the whispers, another student spoke up, "Monsters of the same rank. It usually takes a team of 5 people to fight one." Someone else shuddered, impressed. "Those applicants are unbelievably brave." But amidst all the excited chatter, only He Lu remained completely stone-faced, not uttering a single word, as she quietly calculated everything in her mind. Up on the podium, Lin Feng excitedly revealed the most thrilling part. This year's hunting festival coincides with a special anniversary celebration. Therefore, the Zabit family has prepared an incredibly generous grand prize for the ultimate winner. And now, please welcome this year's brave contestants to the stage. All eyes simultaneously turned towards the center of the vast, glowing arena. Under the dazzling lights, Lin Feng began to announce the names. This year, we have a total of 12 formidable participants. They are Li from the Holy Scripture Nation, and Lin Qing from the Nei Nation. Looking up at the sharp, weathered faces displayed on the big screen, the students couldn't help but gasp in admiration. Wow, these guys must be super experienced. But a moment later, the harsh reality hit them like a chilling bucket of cold water, dousing all their previous excitement. When facing just one monster of the same rank, killing it is already pushing your limits to the max. But there are hundreds, maybe even thousands of monsters in this arena, and only 12 players? This is seriously dangerous. One student nervously licked his lips, tempted by the prize. But if you win, the reward is going to be insane. I heard you can even snag S-rank equipment. Another student dreamed even bigger. Plus, if you put on a good show, you might even earn a reward from a god clan. Still, fear trumped greed. Most of them just shook their heads, sticking their tongues out in disbelief. I'd rather keep my life, thanks. If a monster like that were standing in front of me, I would have already pissed my pants. In stark contrast to the cowardice of his peers, Baidi stood ramrod straight, his sharp, cold eyes practically glued to the fiery arena. From his high perch, Sinbad tilted his head. His amused gaze locked onto Baidi. "So, you're Baidi?" He smirked, a challenging look etched onto his face. "Conquering a D-rank dungeon all by yourself. While still in high school, no less. You still haven't shown your true strength, have you?" He pointed down at the blood-soaked arena floor. "Now kill a C-rank beast for me." That arrogant command made the crowd gasp in utter astonishment. What? Making a student go one-on-one with a C-rank beast? How is that even possible? Yet, faced with the God Clan's absurd demand, He Liao merely smiled to herself, thinking no wonder they specifically invited Baidi. Recalling the feats he'd already accomplished, she had complete faith he could totally handle this. Dealing with this should be easy for Baidi. Before this, he and I successfully took down a B-rank demon together. So, killing a C-rank should be no problem at all. Before she could even finish her thought, though, Baidi lifted his head, a cocky smile spreading slowly across his face. Directly challenging the one in power, he declared, "Just one? How is that enough?" He spread his arms wide, his powerful voice echoing through the stands. "Since I'm already here, then let me join the tournament." "Me too, Sinbad." Silence enveloped Sinbad. He showed no emotion. He just watched quietly while the noble students, on the other hand, were so scared their faces went pale. They stammered, completely unable to form a sentence. "What is he talking about? Did I hear him right?" The three factions of the old family burst out laughing, their shrill cackles filled with blatant mockery. "He wants to join too? Is he joking?"
Lee kimsiniret.
Looking down at him with utter contempt, his lips twitching in sheer disgust. Ignoring the jeers, Baidi kept the smug smile on his face. His mind was racing, calculating all the pros and cons. Right now, he thought, there are no more C-rank beasts left in the world to level up to B-rank. This is my only and fastest chance. A fierce ambition flashed in his eyes. All three God Clans are here today, staring straight at those smug, superior faces. He roared in his mind, "I'm gonna give you all the most thrilling performance of your lives." Just as the atmosphere grew tense as a drawn bowstring, He Liao suddenly shot her arm into the air and declared loudly, "Wait a minute, I'm signing up too, and me too." Her sudden entry left everyone stunned. What the hell are these kids saying? After a moment of surprise, Sinbad clapped his hands and laughed heartily. "Their ranks are all C-rank. That fits the requirements perfectly." He rested his chin on his hand, his eyes gleaming with extreme amusement. "Oh, this is interesting. It's the first time we've ever had students participate in the hunting festival. I approve your request." The noble students whispered among themselves, their eyes full of envy. These country bumpkins are just trying to show off. For the God Clans, someone else was openly jealous. There was a case before where someone performed so well, they were chosen to be a god's apostle on the spot. "But you guys are getting way ahead of yourselves." Another student, caught up in the excitement, also yelled out, "I'll join too." Seeing the situation getting out of hand, Lin Fong frowned and warned in a low voice, "All of you, think this through carefully. The hunting festival has no teleportation system. If you run into danger, no one is coming to save you." Ignoring all the advice, the hot-headed teens were stubborn as hell. Of course they were. It's just a C-rank beast, right? What's the big deal? A blue-haired guy glanced at Baidi, looking kind of nervous but trying to act tough. "You think we're gonna lose to some nobodies from a vassal state?" Baidi just gave a slight smirk, completely ignoring the spoiled brat's meddling. The recklessness of youth had just added 8 more names to Death's list. The group of 5 from the St. River Private Academy, and the group of 3 from Zhang Country. In the VIP stands, the betting atmosphere started heating up. "Now this is getting interesting." El Kim's lips curled into a smirk as he looked around at the others. "So, who's everyone putting their money on?" A burly man took a slow puff from his cigar and declared with absolute confidence, "Naturally, I'm placing 1 million on the students from St. River Private Academy." Another voice chimed in, "I'm betting 1 million as well." He shrugged, his voice oozing with arrogance. "They grew up with the best education money can buy, the noble elite treatment, second only to us. How can you even compare them?" to just a bunch of random grubs, who crawled out of who knows where, listening to their chatter. Sinbad calmly raised his wine glass, and announced his surprising decision. Interesting. In that case, I'm betting on by D. That declaration made the entire table stare. By D? You mean that white-haired dude? Ha ha ha. One guy burst out laughing, shaking his head, pitying Sinbad's wallet. Well then, you better get ready to watch your money go straight down the drain. Kim didn't join in. Instead, he quietly observed the situation on the field, letting out a long, calculated sigh. So who should I bet on now? Suddenly, Lam Fong remembered something crucial, slapping his forehead in panic. I forgot to tell them. Whatever you do, don't go near the dark forest area in the center. But then he tried to calm himself down. They probably won't be stupid enough to go there. Down in the arena, the newly joined student group split into two separate teams. The team from Dongkan Private School tiptoed forward, their eyes darting around in terror. A monster, a C-rank monster. We've never fought one of these before. The team leader tried to play it cool, trying to rally the group's morale. What are you worried about? It's not like we haven't fought a D-rank boss in a real battle before. A C-rank monster's strength is only about the same as a D-rank boss. He cockily barked out orders. We just have to fight as a team like we always do, and show those country bumpkins what real elites look like. But in that same moment, Baida was still taking long, steady strides forward. Suddenly, his heart rate shot up abnormally, pounding relentlessly in his chest. He clutched his chest, his breathing ragged, sweat beading on his forehead. What's happening? My heart is suddenly beating so fast. Seeing his pale face, He Liao rushed over, worried, patting his shoulder to ask what was wrong. Hey, what's up with you? Baida waved his hand, and forced a smile, trying to brush it off. It's nothing. The blue-haired guy from their school quickly cut in, suggesting a safer plan. Hey, you two, since we're all here together, why don't we team up and fight as a group? He winked at He Liao, a teasing glint in his eye. Ever since you turned down the Central Knights invitation, the captain hasn't been able to sleep at night. In fact, he's been looking forward to working with you even more. Exposed like that, He Liao's cheeks turned beet red. She stammered, trying to defend herself. You, what are you talking about? Her friend just laughed, not letting up. Haha. So what do you say? Think about it. While they were busy chatting, the sound of light footsteps, prowling through the high treetops, grew clearer and clearer. There was a monster up there, waiting for the right moment. In another area, the private school's team was in utter panic, using a magic shield to fend off the frantic clawing of a giant beast. Damn it! The red-haired guy, Calavan, a level 30 C-rank core system mage, yelled commands at his chaotic 5-person team. Can you even keep up with me? The system information immediately displayed the target. Level 25 C-rank vein system giant beast, the Ice Burst Dragon. It was raising its sharp claws, aiming straight for the fragile group of students. The guy holding the shield was trembling, unable to stand steady as sweat poured down his face. As he saw the vicious beast get closer, and yet, he decided to charge forward. Gritting his teeth, he went all in. He roared, swinging his weapon with all his might. I'll risk my life to face you. He activated the skill, Poison Abyss Slash, a fire system combat skill, delivering a highly toxic slash attack. A fatal slash narrowly missed, then connected, slicing clean through one of the Ice Burst Dragon's arms, making it roar in agony. Seizing this chance, a female mage instantly cast an ice system spell, Ice Bone Realm, a channeled ice system skill. It freezes the enemy solid. Pillars of ice shot up from the ground, swiftly locking the monster's body in place from behind. Arrows whistled through the air, sinking deep into the Ice Burst Dragon's thick hide. Seeing the monster completely frozen solid, the female mage let out a relieved sigh, confidently shouting, I've got it under control. Nice job. Spurred on by their success, the remaining members unleashed their skills. All at once, strong poison water fire system archer skill. This arrow is imbued with potent poison attribute damage. Another male student also joined the fray. The Bladora, a weapon vein system combat skill. A normal attack, but wait. The next one transforms into a blade aura that can fly out to finish off the last member of the opposing team. Get ready. Let me finish it. It was none other than Calavan himself, holding a blazing fireball. Come on. Time to die. He leaped into the air and threw the fireball with all his might. It crashed straight down onto the monster's head. Just as the ice seal shattered, the ice-burst dragon took the full force of the destructive attack right in the face. Raging Flame Bomb, a fire system mage skill. After accumulating power for a long time, it unleashes a powerful bomb. The terrifying force of the explosion caused the monster's body to explode into countless fragments which flew everywhere, along with shimmering items. Whoa, we did it! The students erupted in cheers. The system then displayed their loot. You received Ice Dragon Phantom Bone, X2. You received Frost Dragon Tail, X1. Calavan's score immediately shot up by 10 points. He arrogantly puffed out his chest, bursting with pride. A triumphant grin spread across his face. Look at that, you guys. I told you I could do it. We are the elite of the elite. Haha, ha. We're the absolute best. I see Calavan got 10 points. We actually took down a C-rank wild monster. Bathed in cheers, Calavan became even more arrogant, waving his hand magnanimously. You guys helped me take down the first one. I'll leave the next few for you. Suddenly, on the giant screen behind them, the overall ranking board had just been updated by the system. Early in the morning, someone pointed at the screen, stammering in shock. Everyone, look, it's the leaderboard. On the board, He Liao was in the lead with 150 points. Sitting pretty right behind him was Xin with 130 points, and Bai Di rounded out the top three with 120 points. The private school brats stared at each other, their eyes wide in disbelief. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Those three, they've all killed more than 10 monsters already. How is that possible? Calavan's triumphant expression melted into confusion, then twisted into a dark scowl. The expensive crystal wine glass in his hand smashed to pieces on the floor. He cursed, "Son of a b." Meanwhile, in the VIP stands, the high rollers who bet on the private school team were freaking out. They slammed the tables, cursing how useless their team was. Elite education, what a bunch of failures. Fighting monsters that are a lower rank than them, and it's still taking them this much effort. We're gonna lose our again. Saudi turned to Sinbad, letting out a casual laugh, impressed by his rival's foresight. You got pretty lucky, huh? I never thought some random insect you picked would actually snatch third place. He mused, tapping his foot nonchalantly. Sinbad took a leisurely sip of his wine, his tone deep and almost preachy. Never underestimate the power of an insect. It's something my father taught me when I was young. The other guy just shrugged, looking utterly bored. Yo, I haven't even placed my bet yet. This whole hunt is way too easy, don't you think? Playing like this is a total snooze fest. Sinbad turned to him, Al-Kim, jutting his chin out, asking, "What are you scheming now?" Al-Kim leaned back in his chair, a sly grin spreading across his face. Me? I want in on the action too. I'm betting on myself with that. He reached out and twisted the ear of a guard, who was cowering next to him. His voice was cold and ruthless as he gave the order. But on one condition, I'm sending my little doggy in my place. He's a subjugator, you know. Someone else voiced their confusion. The rules only allow C-rank awakeners to participate. Al-Kim's smile was pure evil. He nonchalantly tossed aside all the regulations. The divine race's times are the times, the rules, and while you're at it, go ahead and release the high-level magic beasts from their chains. He shot the guard a sidelong glance, passing a death sentence, as if he were talking about the weather. If he doesn't take first place, just let him die back in the arena. Another group of students was facing their worst nightmare, a level 29 C-rank celestial beast. The behemoth, it was swinging a colossal leg, as thick as an ancient tree, bringing it crashing down on their heads. A blood-curdling scream ripped through the air. The stomp shook the very earth, crushing the body of an unlucky student. No, Lee, why? Why are there so many high-level monsters? All of a sudden, the survivors wailed, scrambling to escape. Help! Someone help me! I forfeit! Let me out of here! But the system remained cold and merciless, emitting a cruel, chilling notification. Beep beep, beep beep. Lai has been eliminated. The audience outside was absolutely glued to their screens, horrified by the brutal spectacle unfolding. Hey look, another Awakener just got eliminated. They obviously tried to forfeit. This is just too cruel. The teachers, watching their own students get massacred, couldn't help but tremble with despair, filled with utter anguish. Huang Laoshichin looked up at the VIP section, her eyes burning with raw, unbridled hatred. It looks like they're actually enjoying this. And sure enough, up on the platform, Sadie was clapping and laughing his head off, absolutely thrilled by the carnage. Haha, now this is more like it. This is what I'm talking about. A little give and take makes things interesting. He turned to taunt Sinbad. Hey, Best, if you've got any trump card monsters, you better let them all out. Sinbad didn't even dignify the provocation with a response. He remained deep in thought, his cold, sharp eyes glued to the screen broadcasting by Dee's team. Right now, his team was locked in a brutal fight with a giant beast, a level 28 C-rank celestial type, the stone ape. The monster roared in fury. It slammed its steel-hard arm into the ground, creating a deep crater, and sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Then it immediately charged straight for Hailuo, like a runaway tank. The stone ape speed was so shocking, it even startled He Liao. It's missing a leg, and it can still move that fast. But in a flash, Bai Di flew in out of nowhere, planting a lightning-fast kick, straight into the stone ape's face. The powerful blow sent the monster's colossal body flying. The teamwork between the three of them was flawless. The monster was seriously wounded, huffing out plumes of smoke from its mouth. It tilted its head back and let out a furious roar. Yet, no matter how savage this beast was, couldn't escape the grip of human control. Skill. Injishin, a C-rank celestial mage, immediately cast his spell. Suffer from speed reduction pressure. Suffer from speed reduction pressure. I've got it pinned down. The pressure mark skill targets a single enemy, hitting them with extreme force, and completely locking the beast's movements. Seizing this perfect opportunity, Baidi raised his blade high, which was now glowing with a brilliant golden aura. With a single clean slash, he sliced the monster in half. For system notifications chimed with the good news. Successfully killed level 28 stone ape. You have received 4 meteorites. Baidi. Accumulated points, plus 10. Watching the flawless kill, He Liao couldn't help but be impressed by Baidi. This is the 3rd time he saved my ass. Even though we're supposed to be a team, he's the one who's been calling all the shots. She frowned, intrigued. And on top of that, he's only been using his warrior class. Sheathing his weapon, Baidi looked at his personal status screen, with a satisfied smirk after that kill. He'd gained 1,700 experience points. Hey, I definitely came to the right place. In just a short amount of time, his warrior class had already leveled up twice. 4 stats were updated. Core system, warrior level 24. C-rank, strength 53, plus 119. Agility 41, plus 92. Stamina 61. Luck 26, elemental power 8, spirit power 11, max multiplier. He began to plan his strategy for getting stronger. Any class I use in a fight gains experience. I can't just go around revealing my other classes. Suddenly, his gaze landed on a patch of thick, dark fog floating high in the air, deep within the jungle. A gut feeling told him he needed to check it out. I have to figure out a way to get some space for myself, and go see what's up with that black fog forest. Stroking his chin, In Jiuxing clicked his tongue smugly. Damn, our little squad works together perfectly. His gaze locks onto the scoreboard. He excitedly dives into analyzing it. Then he throws in a taunt. He Luo and Don Chi-tin are both tied for the top 2 spots, both holding an impressive 250 points. Looks like first place is ours for the taking, one of us 3. The 4th place score is getting left in the dust. But before his smile could even fade, he Luo freezes, pointing a finger at the leaderboard, which is now jumping around like crazy. Hey you guys, look at that. In the blink of an eye, a strange name has shot up to the no. 8th spot, his points skyrocketing at lightning speed. Bai Di narrows his eyes, his gaze razor sharp, as if he'd already recognized the hidden player, Gannicus. Why is Gannicus competing too? In another dark corner of the hunting grounds, the B-rank divine blessed the cloud system. Warrior Gannicus, just sliced off a monster's head. The system announces, successfully killed a level 29 tree elephant, but his eyes are as cold as ice. He casually flicks the blood off his sword, then silently continues his brutal hunt. His name quickly climbs to the third-place spot, with 240 points. In the stands, Kim laughs his ass off, slapping his thigh. Haha, my guy's ranking has already surpassed the best. The guy he picked is just
so-so.
I'll be taking first place this time. Another guy sneers mockingly. Humph. Letting a divine blessed fight for you is straight up cheating. So dirty. But then again, you've never lost a bet before, have you? Looks like we'll finally get to see you lose. Ha ha ha. Sinbad doesn't even bother arguing. He just slowly glances down at the noisy crowd and raises his voice, taunting them. Any of you want to raise the stakes? Feel free to swap out the person you're betting on. He taps his finger on the table, calmly raising the bet to an unbelievable number. And I'll raise the bet by another 100 million. On Baidi, you dare to match it? That challenge makes the Soji brothers turn pale, stammering in terror. Are you nuts? Today, 100 million is a full week's tribute money. Lee Kim just maintained his smug smirk, with absolute faith in his ultimate trump card. Gannicus is the most loyal dog I've ever trained. If you just want to throw your money away, then by all means, go right ahead. After getting an affirmative nod from the other bettors, Shin gestured to his bowing servant. Add more prize money to the game. Yes, understood. Right after that, a booming announcement echoed across the entire competition area. To all competitors, the final stage of the Grand Hunt has officially begun. Even more powerful monsters will be released. That sudden announcement sent a shiver of pure fear down many contestants' spines. Right now, all competitors may choose to either stay in the hunting grounds or join the actual hunt. Then, a few trembling voices spoke up as the announcer continued, sweetening the deal with a priceless reward in addition. The Zabit family is offering a special new prize. The first place winner will receive a Saint's Edict item. It's a ring. As soon as he heard Saint's Edict, Baidi's expression turned dead serious. He immediately remembered the rumors about this legendary treasure. The Saint's Edict is a unique ring that each member of the God Clan can only give away once in their entire lifetime. A normal person who receives a Saint's Edict basically has a get-out-of-death-free card. Even if you commit a crime punishable by death, you can be pardoned once, thanks to the edict. But the memories of his past life came flooding back. In my past life, Master used the Saint's Edict to get me out of prison. The Awakened One, the sheer audacity of this door. The best family left Baidi stunned. I can't believe this family is willing to spend this much. This time, realizing how brutal the coming game would be, he carefully calculated his next move. At this rate, the fight is only going to grow more intense. I don't have much time left to level up. Don't cheat, and hurried over to suggest a change in strategy. Team combat has a much higher success rate, but our points are racking up so slowly. Plus, the monsters around here are dwindling fast. So, how about we just fight solo? From now on, that new guy is about to leave us all in the dust. On the leaderboard, Gannicus's score had just updated, firmly placing him in first with 350 points. Following him were He Liao with 270 points, Don Cheating with 260, and Baidi with 250. Baidi turned to He Liao, his deep voice a quiet, serious warning. Can you guys truly protect yourselves properly? He Liao, reading Baidi's thoughts, grinned. Just as I thought. He only agreed to fight as a team because he was worried about our safety. She puffed out her chest, confidently accepting his silent challenge. Don't underestimate the Central Guild. Let's have a race to see who snags first place. But meanwhile, in a deep, dark corner of the forest, the killing machine, Gannicus, was still coldly slaughtering monsters. Kim's cruel threats echoed endlessly in his head. That's right, just keep doing that. Rip those damn beasts apart. If you don't get first place, you'll die in there. Now get the hell out of my sight. He swung his sword like a madman, slaughtering monsters without a moment's rest. Watching from the screen, The nobles laughed smugly, mocking Sinbad. Ha ha ha, see that? The guy I'm backing is a damn hunting dog. Sin, you've already lost. They pointed at Bai Di's screen with bitter sarcasm. Look at that Bai Di guy you picked. Even his own teammates ditched him. What a useless piece of trash. Ha ha ha. But contrary to their gloating, Bai Di did something completely unexpected. He glanced directly into the camera lens, a wave of cold air radiating out, scrambling the signal, and making the image flash before going black. Sin flinched, his brow furrowed. Why was his live stream cut? What the hell is going on? Despite his surprise, deep down he had a feeling he knew what Bai Di was planning. So you're finally about to show your true power. Just as he predicted, Bai Di had intentionally split from the group, heading straight for the most dangerous central area, the forbidden zone no one else dared to approach. He smiled triumphantly. Now that the spy camera was disabled, that piece of trash live stream device is broken. I used my mage class abilities to freeze and paralyze it. He was fully using the survival experience from his past life. Besides, Master taught me all the places where monsters in this forest like to hide. He strolled confidently, as if he were walking in his own backyard. So finding these bags of EXP is a piece of cake. Right in front of him now were 3 level 29 thunder rocks, giant C-rank monsters growling menacingly, facing 3 killing machines. Bai Di didn't even flinch. The corner of his mouth curved up into a radiant, ambitious smile. If I want to level up every single one of my classes, then this is the fastest way to do it. Outside the arena, the giant live screen was still broadcasting, but Bai Di's display window was completely black-filled. With crackling static, the students and the teacher started pointing and making a fuss. They whispered among themselves, full of anxiety. Why did that kid's screen suddenly cut out? He's not in some kind of danger. Is he? What on earth happened to Bai Di? Suddenly a male student in the front row pointed straight at the electronic leaderboard, mounted in the far corner, and screamed in utter shock. Hey look at Bai Di's score. All eyes shot in that direction. And sure enough, the numbers next to Bai Di's name started to dance like crazy. How did his score suddenly skyrocket like that? The tens digit was spinning dizzily. In the blink of an eye he had jumped 30 points, shooting straight into second place. But his momentum showed no signs of stopping. His score just kept accelerating like a runaway train. He gained another 20 points. He's in first place now. The ridiculously fast climb made the crowd unable to believe their own eyes, even doubting the system itself. Is the system bugged or something? Why did that punk score shoot up right after his live feed got cut? In the VIP box, Lin Fong leaned over. He kindly explained to a scowling Li Kim, the point system doesn't make mistakes. We've connected a chip to every single demonic beast. Only when they're killed are points awarded to the participant. Are you upset because your trump card got knocked down the ranks? Li Kim flew into a rage. He threw the entire cup of hot coffee right in Lin Feng's face, growling, damn it. You think I need you to explain it? Like I don't already know the guy. La Queen Elizabeth, who was sitting casually nearby, jabbed at Zabet. Doesn't the blessed one of your family understand the rules of God? Since when was it his turn to butt into the conversation? But Sinbad didn't get angry at all. He just calmly took out a handkerchief to wipe the corner of his mouth, smirking at Li Kim's bitter frustration. But are you really that afraid of losing? Without bothering to argue further, he turned his eyes back to the black screen, the corners of his lips curling into an appreciative smile. Bai Di, you're more interesting than I thought. Inside the Hellu hunting ground, she swung her sword, lopping off a monster's head. While glancing quickly at the sky, an illusion was displaying the leaderboard. She smiled faintly in admiration. I figured you'd catch up after you started fighting alone, but I never thought it would be this fast. At this rate, you'll definitely take first place with ease. 3 on the gold list. Bai Di's score had now reached an unbelievable 621, leaving his closest competitor utterly in the dust by a jaw-dropping 170 points. Meanwhile, in a different zone, Yoon Ji-tae had just dispatched a challenging foe, wiping a bead of sweat from his brow. He glanced up at the updated scoreboard, his jaw dropped, his eyes widening in utter shock. How is that even possible? Is this something a human can even accomplish? He muttered to himself, grabbing his head in sheer frustration. Don't tell me Bai Di was holding back his true power when he was fighting alongside us in a team, but that deadly score just kept climbing higher and higher. 750 points. A fierce spark of ambition ignited in Yoon Ji-tae's eyes. This was a rare, golden chance to showcase his strength. In front of the very gods, no less. He narrowed his eyes, looking intently toward the foggy central region, and made a decisive, risky choice. The central area is undoubtedly dangerous, but there must be far more monsters concentrated over there. I'm heading to the central zone too. At the very least, I can't let my rank plummet too much. He psyched himself up, trying to steel his courage. I just have to steer clear of the black mist forest. It should be fine. No sooner said than done. Yoon Ji-tae readjusted his weapon. He decisively shifted his direction, heading deeper into the very heart of the battlefield. Meanwhile, in a desolate, gloomy corner, the darkest part of the black mist forest, Bai Di was casually strolling, followed by two enormous, silent shadows escorting him. He looked up at the pitch-black canopy that completely blotted out the sky. Bai Di calmly assessed the situation internally. So the black mist has finally arrived. Huh? On the way here, I've already annihilated most of the demonic beasts. On the outskirts, he opened his personal status window, checking his results with clear satisfaction. After a crazy grinding spree, his pattern system, Mage, had reached level 25, his core system, Warrior, was level 27, and his flower system, Summoner, was level 24. He clenched his fist, feeling the immense power surging within him. He confidently estimated that, all these classes, my levels have shot up quite a bit, and who knows, I might even upgrade the Warrior to B class. Today he's switching to the Skills tab. He's taking account of his summons. He's managed to contract 2 more. The Flower Spirit contract skill clearly states, after defeating a flower system demonic beast, you can form a contract with its soul, making it work for you. His current progress? 5 out of 6 contracts. Completed. He glances up at the dark shadow circling high above. He'd assign tasks to Shaolin. Use it to help me find enemies, and scout the surrounding environment. Otherwise, use it to fight alongside me. He cranes his neck, ordering his scout bird. Shaolin, help me. See if there are any demonic beasts left around here. Just then, an invisible shockwave blasts through, causing a violent tremor in the very space around him. Bai Di feels a sharp pain in his chest. His whole body feels weak and uncomfortable. His legs give out, and he collapses helplessly onto the damp ground. This familiar pain instantly awakens a haunting memory. Of course, it's this feeling again. It's in here. He snaps his head up, his sharp eyes piercing through the gloomy darkness. He growls, "Is that you calling out to me?" A scene from his past life appears vividly before him. It was Bigu who granted him the privilege of rebirth, to start his life over. Bigu floats in midair, a demonic smile on his face as he whispers, "Let me give you a hand. Consider it a welcome gift from me to you." Bai Di questions the mysterious being suspiciously. "So, why do you want to make a deal with me? What's the catch?" Bigu doesn't answer right away, just gives a dangerous smirk, leaving him with an ambiguous line. "Wait until after you've returned to the past." Then, he mumbles a few more incomprehensible, ancient words. It leaves Bai Di stunned. Back in the present, Bai Di grits his teeth, slowly getting back to his feet, brushing the mud from his knees. His gaze was unwavering. "Looks like it's time to make good on my promise to you." Outside the arena, the betting atmosphere was heating up. The audience was glued to the info board. Bai Di was holding strong to his throne, with a towering 750 points. One person remarked on the unexpected turn of events, "I never thought the hunting festival." And just like that, the situation totally flipped. Of the top 4, 3 of them are students from Jiang country. Everyone else was nodding along, like, damn, Bai Di is on another level, but they still haven't shown his live feed. No one has a clue how he managed that. He's probably already made it to the central zone. In the crowd, some students start recalling the theory lessons from before this whole cultivation gig. This dude Tri Lu is just yapping away, explaining to everyone around him. before the Zenith Legion even started this cultivation journey, they got a crash course on the hunting festival. For real, the place where this hunting festival is held is massive. We can't see the whole thing. That's why we have to watch it through a pro's live stream recording. He grabs a stick and sketches 3 diagrams in the dirt. The hunting ground is split into 3 zones: the basic hunting area, the high difficulty hunting area, and the black mist forest. Right now, what's in front of us is the basic hunting zone. The monsters that show up here are pretty low level, and there aren't many of them. The deeper they go, the higher the monster levels get, and their numbers increase too. So for Baidi to rack up a high score so fast, he must have gone way deep inside. After hearing the explanation, everyone nods, finally getting it. But one girl shivers and gives a warning. The Black Mist Forest in the very center is a place you should absolutely never go. Rumor has it that place is cursed. If you go in, you're definitely not coming back out. Her brow knits, utterly bewildered. But why would the vice captain venture into such a place? Meanwhile, back in the hunting grounds, Yoon Jasung strolls, his eyes darting around. He aims to push further in, intent on grinding for points. Suddenly, he freezes in his tracks, realizing he's already taken one step over the line, straight into the Black Mist Forest. He muses to himself, but wait, why is Baidi here too? Is he planning to enter? Doesn't he know how perilous the Black Mist Forest is? Spotting Baidi's faint silhouette up ahead, Yoon Jasung begins to raise his hand, ready to call out, but then his hand slowly drops. A selfish thought flashes through his mind. Well, this is just perfect. If he disappears, it'll be much easier for the gods to notice me. He gulps. Yoon Jasung quietly stands there, watching, as Baidi's unwavering figure is completely swallowed by the pitch-black mist. Deep within the black mist's core, the deeper Baidi ventures, the more eerily familiar the scenery becomes. The landscape repeats itself, like some freaky, endless loop. I'm back in this exact spot again. He extends a hand, touching a slash he'd carved into the bark of an ancient tree. After I carved this symbol, I continued straight forward. I didn't turn at all, yet I still ended up back here. His gaze drops to his feet. He sees white bones scattered everywhere. Proof of the unlucky souls who met their final end here. He clicks his tongue, muttering, "It's a ghost wall. Looks like, in the past, many hunters became permanently trapped here." Baidi frowns deeply, unleashing his mana to scan his surroundings. Someone unleashed immensely powerful magic here. But why? Why is there magic in this place? What exactly is the Black Mist Forest secret? Meanwhile, outside, time marches on relentlessly. The leaderboard is being drastically reshuffled again. Gandicus's score suddenly surges to 830, leaving Baidi stuck at 750 points, far behind. The students erupt in a confused buzz. What's going on? Why did Baidi's score just stop at 750? Just then, Yoon Jasung turns and approaches He Liao. In a surprisingly friendly tone, he says, "Captain." He Liao casually wipes blood from her sword and asks, "Have you seen Baidi?" Yoon Yi Shung note, trying his best to fake concern. His score hasn't changed in a really long time. He Liao sighs, her unease written all over her face. "Yes, I saw him. He's in the high difficulty hunting area. It looked like he was heading toward the center." Her voice drops. "Don't tell me. He accidentally wandered into the Black Mist Forest? Did he suddenly?" Baidi's avatar and info on the leaderboard start flickering like crazy, then just blink out completely, leaving behind the cold, hard words, "Connection lost." This incident causes all the ranks below him to automatically bump up one spot. He Liao, who was number 3, naturally jumps up to the number 2 spot. Seeing the error message, the students freak out, screaming, "Baidi!" Baidi's score just vanished. Could it be that he, in the stands? Huang Laosher covers her face, her eyes welling with tears as she stammers a prayer. "No, no, you have to be safe. You hear me?" Deep within the black mist, Baidi stands as still as a statue, his eyes squeezed shut to block out the deceiving illusions. He tells himself with intense focus, "Don't trust what you see or hear. Trust what you can feel." He calms his mind, relaxes his body, and follows the heavy thumping deep inside his chest. Follow the rhythm of your heartbeat. It's getting closer and closer. Gradually, his magical senses start to sketch out the true structure of his surroundings. The misty layer of illusion slowly fades away. When Baidi snaps his eyes open, He shudders, realizing he's standing precariously on the edge of a bottomless, black pit, just half a step away from death. A pebble tumbles down into the chasm. An echo rings out. Baidi is secretly amazed. I can't believe there's a giant abyss like this inside the hunting ground. In my past life, I never saw this in any of the records. Gazing up at the hazy sky, he bitterly uncovers the God Clan's deception. The skybound city is absolutely hiding a secret. Without a moment's hesitation, Baidi activates his class card, switching to a fire-type summoner. He lets out a piercing whistle, summoning his majestic mount, Shaolin. Let's go check it out. Baidi leaps onto the colossal bird's back. He gently pats its neck, ordering it to slowly dive downwards. The darkness is thick, and the wind howls in his ears. He wonders what horrors lie at the bottom of this abyss. But the moment his feet touch the ground, he's greeted by a scene of utter devastation. Giant, shattered boulders lie scattered everywhere. He glances left and right, carefully trying to make sense of it all. Where the heck am I? Did a huge war happen here or what? A swirling mass of dark energy, like a phantom radiating pure killing intent, suddenly blocks his path. A booming voice, like an echo from the underworld, bellows out, "Who is it?" Baidi whips around into a defensive stance. Huddled behind that giant shadow are about 10 monster minions, ranging from level 27 to 29. Their leader is an imposing boss, standing with its arms crossed, giving orders. Its info displays in a dangerous, bright red. Warrior Lord, level 36, B-rank Death Soul Warrior. Possesses intelligence. Abilities, unknown. Danger level, extremely high. The Death Soul Warrior lets out a roar that shakes the entire cave, pointing its weapon straight at Baidi. It declares his sentence. You dare trespass on forbidden ground. Kill him. While Baidi was gearing up for a fight to the death, He Liao was outside, meticulously checking out the impossibly clean slice. On a monster's corpse, she lightly touched the edge of the wound, noticing that even though it was frozen solid by magic, there were still burn marks from a high-speed slash. Yep, this was definitely Baidi's handiwork. She straightened up, glancing down the trail now littered with monster bodies, and knew it for sure, the entire area had been swept clean. And this trail of carnage? Definitely his handiwork. The monsters around here were mere chump change for him, so he must have gone inside. Hearing He Lu's emotional breakdown, Stargazer got all antsy, pragmatically suggesting, shouldn't we just hurry up and head in to kill some monsters? But He Lu shot that idea down instantly, her eyes locked on that ominous, pitch-black fog. If he's still alive. No, screw that, I'm going in there to find him. Stargazer's eyes practically popped out of his head. What? Lulu bit her lip, utterly blaming herself. It's all my fault. I should have warned him. How truly dangerous the Blackbone Forest is. And just like that, she tightened her grip on her sword, and took the first damn step into the forbidden zone. Stargazer freaked out, yelling after her, "Captain, that's the freaking Blackbone Forest." When he saw she wasn't turning back, a nasty smirk spread across his face. He stroked his chin, thinking like the snake he was, she's just gonna waltz in there like that, huh? Guess that's one less competitor for me, right? The smug grin on that opportunist's face just got wider and wider. And what do you know? The second Lulu stepped into the core zone, her live feed window went all statusy, then just poof, went dark. The exact same crap that happened to Baidi. Up in the stands, El Kim slapped his thigh, laughing his ass off. He totally mocked the young girl's guts. Ha! Is she insane or something? Daring to run into the black mist forest all by herself. My. Now what do we do here? I really thought this was going to be a fun little competition, but now, it looks like the top spot belongs to my little lapdog. Hearing that gloating tone, the betting bros curiously turned to ask, so what the hell is actually in that dark, creepy forest? How come nobody who goes in ever comes back out? He just waved a dismissive hand and shrugged, acting like he couldn't care less. Who gives a crap about that? He's about to hit the final stage anyway. Only a few minutes left until noon. Amidst all the jeering and laughing, Sinbad remained deadly silent, his expression utterly unreadable. His distant gaze seemed to pierce through space itself, as if he could see every secret hidden within that abyss. June 29, 2005. At 11 a.m., Sky City Hunting Grounds. A group of rich kid students from Dongjing Private School were dragging their exhausted asses along, finally stopping under a massive tree. One of the pretty boys was gritting his teeth, trying to tough it out, while his buddy patched up a nasty bleeding wound. "Ah, that freaking hurts." The guy next to him, drenched in sweat, patted his shoulder. "Hang in there, man. The match ends at noon." "Yeah, but damn, it really hurts for real. They said we could choose to retreat, but there's literally no way to get out of here." After that, Calvin slicked back his messy hair, letting out a sigh of relief. "Good thing we found a spot with hardly any monsters to hide out in. Who cares about the score anymore? We just gotta survive till noon." The whole crew nodded along, showing their true yellow-bellied colors. "Yeah, for real. Our lives aren't as cheap as those low-life commoners. We have to make it out of here alive." Right at that moment, the system chime rang out. "Ding dong. Time's up. Attention, hunters. The standard phase has concluded. The official phase of the competition has also ended." The rich kids practically jumped for joy, hugging each other. Is time really up? It's finally over. But their celebration didn't last long. The system's deadpan voice totally rained on their parade. "We will now begin the final surprise. The boss battle." What the hell? A unified shriek of pure terror ripped through the air. For final bosses have just appeared on the hunting grounds. This would be the hunter's last chance to turn the tables, but before it could even finish, the ground under the noble's feet started shaking like crazy, cracked into huge, gaping pieces. The earth rumbled like a massive quake. "Is this an earthquake?" One of the noble girls, scared out of her mind, started bawling. Her tears smeared her perfect makeup. "Why isn't it over yet?" The system just coldly finished its bait-and-switch announcement. "Whoever defeats a boss will receive 1,000 points. The final reward awaits you." Calvin's face went absolutely ghost white as he screamed at the sky like a maniac. "Are you freaking kidding me? A boss? What damn boss? Let me out of here. You said the stupid hunt would be over at 12. Let us out. I don't need your damn final reward. I'm a noble." But just a second later, Caliban's screaming choked off in his throat. His face went rigid, his eyes rolling back into his head. A huge, slimy, thorny, monstrous tentacle had punched right through the backplate of the Death Soul warrior. It shot up from the ground, straight through his chest, and hoisted his body high into the air. But in the blink of an eye, Caliban's once jacked body looked like it had been sucked dry by a vacuum. His flesh and blood withered away, turning him into a damn mummy. From behind him, a giant shadowy figure rose up, covered in a ton of deadly tentacles. Seeing their leader get wrecked so horribly, the rest of the rich kids were scared out of their minds. They huddled together, screams getting stuck in their throats. "Caliban, he's dead." The system info panel immediately popped up with the nightmare stats. Flora type, mage, level 36, Lord Class B rank, soul-devouring corpse. One student stammered in pure despair, stumbling to the ground. Why is there a B rank boss here?" Pure terror was strangling any shred of logic they had left. "Even if every single one of us awaken, charged in together, we couldn't even beat a C rank. And this is a B rank boss. We're so screwed, there's no way to win this." Back in the deep abyss, the abyss region on the second floor of Sky City, D tightened his grip on his weapon. His eyes blazed as he stared down the massive monster, lumbering towards him wielding a death axe. He growled full of defiance. "You're the only one left." After a whole day of non-stop grinding, all of his job classes had leveled up like crazy. Now, his 2 combat classes were almost at the peak of C rank: core type warrior level 29 C rank, cloud type mage level 27 C rank, and flora type summoner level 26 C rank. He glanced over at his flora. Spirit contract. Skill contracts completed 5 out of 6, but based on my single class stats, there's no way I can take on a B rank. He analyzed the enemy in front of him. So this is the final boss in here. A level 36 Lord class warrior. B rank the Death Soul warrior. A smirk crept onto Baidi's face, his eyes glinting with confidence. But my biggest advantage is having a ton of different classes. Not about to let this thing get the first hit. He shot forward, charging straight at the Death Soul warrior. The boss roared, bringing its giant axe down in a soul-crushing blow that tore the ground apart. Quick as a flash, Baidi dodged the lightning-fast strike and flipped right behind the damn thing midair. He secretly switched to his Cloud Mage class, swinging his staff to blast it with a freezing spell. But hell, the boss's reflexes were insane. It spun around in a flash, swatting the ice orb away with its axe. Baidi's ice attack shattered into nothing. Asterisk freeze failed asterisk. He was like, no way. Pure instinct kicked in and he backflipped, creating crucial distance. Seizing the opening, the boss went absolutely ballistic. It charged, its axe wildly swinging like a madman. With no other choice, Baidi switched back to his core warrior class. Sword raised, he used a melee skill to parry the devastating blow. Steel shrieked against steel, sending a shower of sparks flying, and a powerful shockwave blasting through the entire cave. Gritting his teeth against the immense pressure, Baidi swiftly cooked up a brand new plan. The key, his incredibly powerful summon, which had been leveling up like absolute crazy. Without a second thought, he secretly summoned his shadow assassin. From the shadows, an invisible C-rank summon shot forth, sinking its razor-sharp sword deep into the target. The blade plunged all the way to the hilt, proof of the summon's insane power. I'm not going down without a fight. This thing's power was easily on par with a C-rank. The awakened sneak attack seriously messed up the Death Soul warrior. It roared in pure agony, its movements faltering for just a split second. But it wasn't over. The summon yanked its sword out and landed another fatal blow, stabbing straight through the monster's skull. Seeing his enemy stumble, Baidi seized this golden opportunity. He poured every last ounce of his strength into his blade, and with a massive upward slash, split the giant boss right in two, ending the deathmatch once and for all. For crisp system chimes rang out. You have successfully killed the rank B boss, the Death Soul warrior. Core warrior has risen to level 30. Cloud warrior has risen to level 28. Fire summoner has risen to level 27. Baidi, panting and leaning on his knees, started collecting the precious loot that dropped from the monster's corpse. Forehead drenched in sweat, he cracked a satisfied smile. Finally took that thing down. Man, fighting monsters way above my level is seriously tough. Staring at the giant, sealed stone door behind him, he muttered, alright, time to open this big-ass door. Just then, the system suddenly blared a series of urgent warnings. Warning, warning. Sufficient stellar type elemental energy has been accumulated. D stared in shock as he opened his palm. Glimmering specks of stardust, like a miniature galaxy, swirled and shone brightly in his hand. He was floored. The stellar type element is already full. A new class is awakening. Meanwhile, in another part of the Sacred River Kingdom, Patrol Team 8 from God Guild 6 was on duty. A couple of guards were slacking off and gossiping. Hey, ever hear the secret about the Sky City? Nah, what about it? Inside this tower, there's a secret space where they've got a ton of crazy, powerful monsters locked up. The other guy just waved him off, totally skeptical. No way, dude, that's the gods' territory. You've been listening to too many urban legends. Whatever, man. If you don't believe me, I'm out. He pouted. The other guard shot back. Yeah, right, like you've ever actually been inside. Their conversation was cut short by their captain's booming voice. He stomped over, furious. Who the hell gave you two permission to chat on the job? The two soldiers jumped immediately, snapping to attention. Sorry, Captain. The captain growled at them. This mission is critical. Our duty is to protect the safety of this territory, the eastern domain of the gods. Today is the great hunt. There is absolutely no room for screw-ups. You two have been here for 3 years, and you still don't get it. Acting like a bunch of rookies. He pointed to a figure standing guard, perfectly still, not far away. You should learn a thing or two from Chris. At that moment, Chris was staring up at the towering spire, muttering to himself a mysterious space in the Sky City. Anyway, back to D after the light in his palm faded. He felt himself pulled into what seemed like some kind of alternate dimension, awaiting the moment his new class would awaken. Then, the system's cold, mechanical voice rang out. Beep beep. Acquisition successful. Star Mage class successfully awakened. He stared at the glowing class icon that instantly appeared. Baidi's eyes shot open wide in surprise. A red Star Mage. The info panel made it crystal clear. Star Mage, E-rank, level 1, he thought to himself. So Yin Jitong is a class 2? Suddenly, out of nowhere, a sharp, crushing pain exploded in his chest, bringing him crashing to his knees. He clutched his chest tightly, gritting his teeth against the soul-crushing agony. The pain just kept getting worse and worse. His blazing eyes were locked on the massive, sealed stone door. It's probably behind this door, he thought, fighting through the searing pain. Baidi transformed back into his core warrior class. He swung his heavy sword with immense force, cleanly cutting the iron chain as thick as a thigh that was sealing the door shut. The broken links crashed to the stone floor, smashing deep craters into the ground. Baidi reached out, placing his hand on the cold stone. As if guided by some unseen magic, the ancient stone door rumbled and automatically swung open. He stepped inside the dark, cavernous space. The sight that met his eyes was totally bizarre. In the middle of the room, tons of giant, iron chains were wrapped around a massive stone pillar, imprisoning some earth-shattering secret. Baidi looked toward the center of the dark space, an indescribable feeling washing over him. 5 hell chains were bound to one of his arms, and in front of him, a level 5 soul lock shackled a person, hanging in the middle of the massive stone pillar. The prisoner, hanging in midair, slowly lifted his head. His stringy hair covered half his face. He stared at Baidi with a totally mocking look. A hoarse, raspy laugh echoed through the room. "Ha, sent someone else to humiliate me, have you?" Baidi stood tall and boldly declared the man's name without a hint of hesitation. "You're Samuel?" Hearing a name he hadn't heard in ages, the man's eyes shot wide open in pure shock. The mocking look on his face instantly vanished. "How the hell do you know that name?" Baidi looked the prisoner dead in the eye and calmly announced, "Because I'm here to save you." Samuel was utterly stunned, completely silent. His deep-set eyes flickered with a strange intensity, his mind racing with a torrent of unreadable thoughts. Suddenly, the ominous grinding sound of gears echoed, brutally shattering the suffocating silence. The giant stone door at the entrance rumbled to life, slowly sealing shut. By the time Baidi whipped his head around, all light was mercilessly cut off, leaving him trapped in a dark tomb with absolutely no way out. The door had slammed shut. He was totally screwed. Before he could even process it, the ground beneath his feet began to shake violently. Demonic roars echoed from deep within the stone floor, shaking the very earth. Suddenly, there was a deafening cracking sound, like something massive was about to burst out. From a gaping fissure in the ground, a familiar, menacing figure emerged. The system info popped up again, like a damn recurring curse. Stellar Warrior, Lord rank, level 36, B-class, a Death Knight. Again, Baidi gritted his teeth, pissed off and wondering, what the hell is this? I swear, I already killed this guy. But the horror didn't stop there. An icy breath on the back of his neck made him flinch violently and spin around in an instant. Another freaking Death Knight had materialized right behind him. In just a few frantic breaths, the cramped space was swarming with grotesque monsters, and strong ones at that. In a blink, several more Death Knights had been chillingly summoned. Baidi took half a step back, breaking out in a cold, clammy sweat. His brain went into overdrive. How is this even possible? Why are there so many of them? Just when he thought it couldn't possibly get any worse, the ground cracked open once again. This time, a creature of truly overwhelming size slowly rose up, completely dwarfing all the smaller fry around it. Its body was utterly massive, far more colossal than anything he'd ever encountered. The system's data blared bright red, screaming out extreme danger. Stellar Warrior Chieftain Lord, level 40, B-class, the Death Knight General. The massive monster pointed its blazing greatsword directly at Baidi and roared out his chilling death sentence. You've set foot in a forbidden place. The only way out is death. A chilling sweat ran down his spine. As Baidi swallowed hard, a dry gulp escaping him, realizing just how brutal this battlefield truly was. This is going to be incredibly tough to handle. Seeing the small young man surrounded by an entire army of the dead. The Demon King Samuel burst into uproarious laughter. His laughter echoed throughout the entire space. Ha ha ha, a little brat like you actually made it all the way in here. You've lured them all out. Bitey wasn't in the mood for his taunts. He cut him off with a defiant shout. Cut the crap. What do I have to do to free you? Samuel merely smirked, sneering at his perceived powerlessness. You couldn't even find the key, and you dare say you've come to save me? Those words shot through Bitey's brain. Like a sudden lightning bolt. The key. His eyes darted wildly around the room. Finally, they landed on the greatsword, blazing in the Death Knight General's hand. The sheer size of that weapon was a perfect fit, plus it just so happened to be radiating powerful. Stellar energy. A logical conclusion formed instantly. The sword in its hand. That's the key. Samuel raised an eyebrow, impressed by Bitey's quick thinking, but his tone was still dripping with challenge. You're a quick one, but you should know. Saying you want to save me is ridiculously arrogant. With your current skill set, you'll just end up as another ghost on its blade. Bitey finally put all the pieces together. The whole conspiracy woven by those high and mighty beings, the hunting festival organized by the God Clan. They made it so no awakened above C-class could get involved, because they wanted to hide everything within. They knew deep down that, even if a B-class awakened found this place, they'd still get absolutely wrecked. Samuel chuckled darkly, confident that Bitey would give up. Ha! Looks like you've figured out your fate. Huh? But to his surprise, Bitey held his head high, a fire igniting in his eyes. In a flash, he activated his class change card, switching to a shadow-type warrior. He pointed his blade straight at the imprisoned Demon King, boldly proposing a deal. Want to make a bet? If I get you out of here, you'll have to do whatever I say. He raised an eyebrow provocatively. What do you say, Demon King Samuel? Seeing the young man's arrogant, unflinching attitude, Samuel noted internally that this kid wasn't scared at all. A crazed smile spread across his lips again. Interesting, then go for it. If you can actually set me free, the Demon King will agree to any of your conditions. The deal was barely struck when the chieftain raised its greatsword and brought it down in a thunderous strike that split the air. His sharp reflexes kicked in, and Bitey flipped backward, dodging it by a hair's breadth. The blade slammed into the stone floor, creating a deep fissure. The sheer force was terrifying. Bitey thought in horror. Damn, that attack power is insane. But before he could even catch his breath, the Death Knight General swung its arm, following up with a diagonal slash from above. No way to dodge this time. Bitey spun around and raised his blade to block. With expert skill, he used the opponent's momentum against it, forcing the greatsword to slide off to the side, and deflecting the immense pressure. Just then, another Death Knight dove down from above, swinging its axe straight at Bitey's back. Just when it looked like he was cornered, a sharp clang rang out, and just like that, another sword intercepted the deadly axe. It was timely support from Bitey's summon, Kong Kong. Taking advantage of the moment the monsters lost their balance, he skillfully landed safely, dispersing the impact. But before he could even steady himself, 3 more warriors charged at him, like a pack of hungry wolves. Still stunned by the appearance of reinforcements, he nimbly retreated to create a safe distance. Witnessing this flexible response, Demon King Samuel narrowed his eyes in surprise. A summoner, so he's a dual-class human? Not bad at all. But what you're facing is the Legion of the Dead. Bitey panted, wiping sweat from his forehead, and muttered to himself that this was seriously not easy to deal with. On the other side, the chieftain roared again, leaping towards Bitey and swinging its sword. Without flinching, Bitey also swung his blade to meet the attack. As the 2 weapons clashed, sending sparks flying, he expertly used his force deflection skill to nullify the blow, then followed up by sidestepping out of the way. Pushed back by the enemy's relentless combo chain, coupled with the huge level gap, he was forced to retreat just to stay alive, while activating his parry and counter skill to defend himself. The system was constantly flashing bright red warnings about his critical condition, his life force draining away, while his mind was racing trying to figure out a plan. 2 other Death Knights flanked him from both sides, closing in like a pincer. Bai Di frantically twisted his body, swinging his blade to parry an axe that grazed his side. He bitterly admitted the truth. Even though he was now at the peak of C-class, facing this many B-class monsters was just pushing it. Trapped in the vicious encirclement, a short monster swung low at his feet, forcing him to use his agile footwork to leap high into the air. Mid-air, he twisted his body and threw an axe straight down. He then pulled off a few cool flips. Bai Di's face twisted with raw worry. He gritted his teeth, bracing for the worst. But luckily his summon,
Kong Kong, bravely charged forth.
It used its rock-hard body to block the fatal slashes, aimed straight at its master. Terrified of losing his best partner, Bai Di screamed, panic rising.
Kong Kong, no.
Get back here. He quickly threw his hand out towards Kong Kong, instantly activating the recall command. Summon recall successful. Bai Di gasped, his brain working overtime to figure this out. He was sizing up the grim situation. Every single one of these monsters was a higher level than him. He'd already burned through all his energy, just killing one undead warrior. And now, 10 warriors, plus an even stronger commander. The level breakdown was crystal clear. The Chieftain Lord Commander was level 40, while the Chieftain Lord Warriors were level 36. And from the top of the stone pillar, Samuel let out another cold taunt. In the face of absolute power, the weak have no hope. A smirk crept across Bai Di's face as he shot down the Demon King's philosophy. Nah, the point of this fight isn't some head-on death match. And just like that, he came up with a killer plan. He snapped his fingers, summoning another beast. Right behind the enemy's formation, he yelled his command, Kong Kong, giant bird Shaolin, attack them from behind. Shaolin spread its massive wings. The level breakdown was clear. The Chieftain Lord Commander was level 40, while the Chieftain Lord Warriors were level 36. From the top of the stone pillar, Samuel dropped another icy taunt. In the face of absolute power, the weak have no hope. A smirk crept across Bai Di's face as he shot down the Demon King's philosophy. Nah, the point of this whole battle isn't about some life or death slugfest. And just as he thought of a killer plan, he snapped his fingers and summoned another beast. Deep behind enemy lines, Kong Kong yelled out his orders. The giant bird, Shaolin, struck from behind. Shaolin spread its massive wings, opened its beak wide, and unleashed tiny but highly damaging ice bone attacks. All the monsters could do was throw their arms up to cover their faces and take the brutal hits. Their attention was immediately diverted. All their hate was now locked onto his bird. They all spun around at once, growling as they faced Shaolin. Seizing this golden opportunity, Bai Di activated his blink skill, slipping right through their now sloppy defensive line. He got right up in the commander's face. The blade in his hand morphed into a scepter. As he switched to a cloud system mage, he raised his weapon high and unleashed a freezing skill. Caught by the surprise attack, the commander instinctively threw up an arm to block. A part of his body was instantly frozen solid. Finding his moment of paralysis, Bai Di thought, right now he's totally focused on getting rid of the ice I created. Okay, time to go all out. The scepter morphed back into a sharp blade, pouring all his strength into his arms. Bai Di swung his blade in a critical strike, aiming straight for the greatsword in the commander's hand. The smart, powerful slash worked. It knocked the sword right out of the boss's grip. Having lost its weapon, the commander roared in fury. Without missing a beat, Bai Di planted a hand on the ground as a pivot. He launched himself into an awesome spinning kick, recalling his own tactical philosophy. This fight isn't about trading blows. Until one of us drops. The tip of his boot slammed a critical hit into the sword's hilt, sending the blade flying towards the lock that held Samuel prisoner. The sword tore through the air, zipping past the monster horde, which was still busy chasing the bird, Shaolin. A smug grin spread across Bai Di's face. He completely dominated the battlefield. Absolute control. He'd finally cracked the mission's secret. But just as the sword hung suspended in mid-air, he instantly called forth Kong Kong. the nimble monkey materialized, swinging wildly from the cliff face, reaching out to snatch the sword's hilt. Baida practically radiated with confidence. Whoever snags that key now is the winner. Little did he know, everything was about to go horribly wrong. Just as Kong Kong's hand brushed against the hilt, a grotesque, clawed hand shot out of nowhere and seized it. With one clean, brutal slice, the summoned monkey's arm was brutally lopped right off. It happened so fast, Baida's eyes went wide with shock. Too stunned to even react, the commander swung the sword for another crushing blow, sending the monkey's lifeless body slamming into the cliff wall. The system's cold, metallic voice announced, "Your summoned beast, Kong Kong, has been killed." The commander flicked the crimson blood off his blade, and slowly, menacingly turned his head to look down at Baida. With murder glinting in his eyes, down in the abyss, absolute despair crashed over him.
Baida stared, frozen.
Numb as his companion's body vanished into nothingness. He screamed in anguish, "My Kong Kong!" He cursed himself for getting so incredibly cocky, for totally underestimating their true strength, because this thing was the level 40 elite Lord Chieftain, the sole General Samuel, from up high. Samuel reminded him once again just how terrifying these monsters truly are. These undead are on a whole different level from the beasts you've faced before. They used to be my subordinates. Before he could even properly grieve, Baida was once again swarmed by the Legion of the Dead. Even though his body was screaming from exhaustion, he stubbornly raised his blade, taking a defensive stance and waiting. The commander roared, gripping the great sword with both hands. It charged right at him. Baida quickly used an instant dodge skill, barely escaping death's grasp. But he'd no sooner dodged that attack when another warrior pounced from above, raising its axe to split him in two. With senses razor-sharp, he glanced up, and a smirk played on his lips. It was as if he'd already calculated every single move. He leaned back, dodging the axe blade by a hair's breadth. Quick as a flash, he stomped down on the axe blade, using it for leverage. He launched himself into the air, twisting his body to unleash a powerful kick. The powerful blow slammed right into the monster's face. That devastating kick left the monster with no time to defend itself. It staggered backward, but the pack of hungry wolves gave their prey zero chance to breathe. Another one rushed forward. Baida expertly twirled his blade, switching to a reverse grip, grabbing the very end of the hilt. He aimed the blade behind him with lightning speed. He jammed the pommel hard into the monster's arm joint. This caused the monster so much pain, couldn't even lift its axe. Watching this flawless display of close-quarters combat, even Samuel had to nod in appreciation. Damn, he's got skills. Baida continuously used his parry skill, neutralizing every attack coming from the horde. Observing the entire battlefield from above, the Demon King offered a sharp-tongued critique. He's even maxed out his class abilities. For a scrawny human, you're seriously one of the best. But you're all alone and they're a team. And just as the Demon King said, in a single unguarded moment, Baida was slammed by the handle of the commander's axe. It sent his body tumbling across the rugged ground. Samuel delivered his cold verdict. No matter what you do, you have zero chance of winning. Baida forced himself up, jamming his sword into the dirt for support. He panted heavily, completely exhausted. He muttered bitterly, "A team? Huh? Yeah, I had one once. But I don't need a team. I'm better off alone." Those words triggered a sad memory from his past life, from back at the headquarters of the Gods Guild. His master's deep, warm voice echoed, "You're not used to fighting alongside other people. I know you think you're so damn talented that everyone else just gets in your way, don't you?" The younger Baida frantically waved his hands, trying to explain, "Hey, that's not what I meant. I'm just not good at being around other people. That's all." His master stubbed out his cigarette. He chuckled, "Nonsense. We get along just fine, don't we? That's because you're my master." His master patted his shoulder, giving him a sincere pep talk. "Stop with the excuses and just give it a try. They're all powerful warriors that I went to great lengths to choose myself. Besides, it's about time you made some friends." Remembering his teammates, a bitter smile crept onto Baidi's lips. First, I thought that, since we all had different personalities and came from different backgrounds, we'd never get along. but who would have guessed we'd end up spending so many years together? He gripped the hilt of his sword, his eyes burning with determination. I wasn't fighting alone before, but ever since I came back, I've had to be on my own. I always carry their vengeance with me, their fierce conviction. Biddy switched to the star-type mage card. He swung his hand, casting a special skill. Terrain manipulation, star eruption. The ground rumbled violently, cracking open into huge chunks. Giant slabs of rock under the monster's feet suddenly shot upwards, launching them into the air. Biddy skillfully controlled each slab of rock, isolating every single monster in a separate corner. The massive stones closed in, crisscrossing each other to form solid cages. He clenched his fist, sealing the barrier, and trapping the monsters so they couldn't even move. Then he opened his hand, letting the stone cages slam down to the ground. He had them completely under his control with ease. Now, on the battlefield, it was just a one-on-one fight between him and the general leader. This time, it was just him against the boss. A general is a master at switching between powers, Biddy confidently affirmed. I've been familiar with all sorts of different classes. It's been a long time coming, so controlling them is an absolute breeze. Everything was perfectly aligned. He once again took on the form of a core-type warrior. Grabbing his blade, he charged straight for the leader, his sole objective to seize its weapon. Because that very blade was the key to unlocking the Demon King's seal. The leader, Samuel, roared with fury, channeling a massive surge of dark power into its formidable greatsword, preparing to unleash a devastating killing blow. Biddy's expression tightened, becoming incredibly tense. Then, shink, a dull, dry sound suddenly rang out. The sharp greatsword pierced clean through Biddy's shoulder. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he let out a dry cough. A single strike from a B-rank lord is truly vicious, but this was all meticulously part of his gambit, to sacrifice a pawn to take the king. Ignoring the searing, overwhelming pain, Biddy's hand shot out like lightning, locking onto the opponent's sword arm with an iron grip. He smirked triumphantly, a glint in his eye. You can only cut through ice with that weapon. But now, in an instant, he swiftly switched to the cloud-type mage. He channeled all of his potent ice magic, from his hands straight into his opponent, from his hands to his target. Now, you won't be cutting anything. The leader's arm was instantly frozen solid, encased by a layer of permanent ice. The Demon King Samuel cracked an arrogant smile. To push past his very own limits, Biddy activated his elemental power to the absolute max. World of Bone, a C-rank skill of the cloud-type mage, completely drains his energy, but in exchange it grants absolute freezing power. It affects the individual directly in front of him. This dramatically raised the probability of success to its absolute maximum. The general leader stared wide-eyed as its own body was slowly petrified by the creeping frost. Couldn't even utter a single sound. Biddy's audacious recklessness and sheer brilliance left even the Demon King Samuel utterly stunned. Genuinely impressed, he mentally analyzed the master-level strategy. First, this kid unleashed his star-type mage skills, luring the grunt away to isolate it, setting up a perfect one-on-one fight. Next, he cleverly used himself as bait, allowing the enemy's weapon to strike a non-lethal part of his body. The instant his foe was disarmed, he switched to his mage class and froze them solid. With the boss completely locked down, Biddy reverted to his core-type warrior form. He swung his blade, now seething with raw killing intent, and unleashed the devastating triple severance. One slash ripped through space itself, severing the leader's arm clean off. He had completely disarmed it. Though he stood all alone, his fighting style was as mighty as an entire army's. Even though he was by himself, he fought with the power of an entire team. The system registered the ultimate skill. Skill triple severance. Releases all stored power, can bypass defense to sever objects. After use, the user will enter a state of fatigue for a period of time. A skill of the core-type Holy Warrior. It evolved from One-Way Pure Land, a skill now lost. Having lost its powerful arm, the leader could only stare helplessly. It watched its precious sword fall right into the enemy's hands. With its dominant arm now gone, the leader could only glare helplessly as its sword was taken, letting out a furious curse. Son of a bitch, Biddy gritted his teeth, forcefully yanking the greatsword. Lodged in his shoulder straight out. Fresh blood gushed out. He gave a faint smile towards Samuel. "Sorry to keep you waiting. The key is here." Using all his strength, he hurled the greatsword. It flew straight toward the giant lock, imprisoning the Demon King. The leader screamed in a panic, Don't you dare." It struggled frantically, trying to escape the icy grip, but it was too late. The sword plunged deep inside the lock, automatically engaging the gears and twisting sideways. With a dry, metallic clank, the 1,000-year seal finally broke. Samuel roared with delight. His booming laughter rattled the very cave walls. "Ha ha ha, you actually pulled it off." The colossal dark magic of the Demon King of Wrath, suppressed for millennia, was finally unleashed, engulfing the entire area. Meanwhile, Baidi was utterly sapped of all strength and energy. His body swayed precariously. His knees threatened to buckle on the cold ground. He struggled to gaze up at the one who had just been freed. "You said you'd grant any condition I asked for, right?" He hadn't even finished his sentence before a monstrous, hairy hand clamped around his neck, lifting his frail body into the air. The Demon King had shattered his prison of ice, and was now furiously unleashing his wrath upon him. At the same time, the stone prisons holding the other monsters also began to crack. The splintering sounds grew louder and louder, signaling that catastrophe was about to erupt. Despite suffocating, Baidi remained chillingly calm. His voice came out as a hoarse rasp, as he reminded Samuel of their deal. "Now it's time for you to fulfill your promise. Deal with the entire legion now." His voice was laced with deadly killing intent. "It's time you kept your promise. Wipe out the entire legion." You don't have to tell me. I was going to do it anyway." Veins of dark magic began to blaze to life, snaking all over his body. His muscles swelled back to their peak strength. From his forehead, a sharp, wicked horn sprouted. He roared with pure rage. "I won't spare a single traitor." His power exploded, and Samuel's body levitated into the air. His blood-red eyes radiated an overwhelming, killing intent. But in the blink of an eye, he teleported, appearing right in the middle of the monster horde. A thunderous punch, filled with destructive power, tore through a warrior's chest from behind. At the same time, a massive surge of lightning energy burst forth. It instantly turned the traitor's body into nothing but a cloud of ash. But he wasn't done yet. The Demon King ripped through space once more, appearing right behind the enemy general. He shot out his massive hand, grabbing the arm that was choking Baidi, and crushing it with terrifying force. He shattered the bone to pieces, ripping the arm clean off the general's body. At the same time, he delivered a devastating kick, sending the general flying a good 10 meters. Freed from the chokehold, Baidi collapsed to the ground, coughing his guts out. He quickly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The general slammed hard into the cliff face, carving out a deep crater. Rocks and debris rained down. Samuel just scoffed. He casually tossed the general's severed arm onto the ground. Behind him, the rest of the idiotic monsters growled and charged, desperately trying to fight back. But the Demon King just sneered coldly. "Looks like you morons still don't get how badly you've screwed up." As a massive axe swung down, Samuel vanished in a blur. He zipped past the huge warrior, his demonic hand clamping down and completely covering the attacker's eyes. He ruthlessly unleashed his ultimate skill.
Instant et le punissement.
A massive current of lightning gathered in his palm and shot out, piercing straight through the enemy's skull. The instant the skill ended, the warrior's body was incinerated into fine dust, leaving nothing but a single charred skull. Samuel crushed the skull as if it were a rotten egg, bone dust trickling through his fingers. Even after witnessing that destructive power, the mindless monsters felt no fear and just kept stubbornly charging to their deaths. Samir roared, furious at the stupidity of his own minions. Ungrateful bastards who bite the hand that feeds them. He showed off his brutal physical power, throwing a series of simple punches. Each blow carried earth-shattering force. Every punch exploded a head, tearing right through their reinforced armor. He continued the relentless slaughter, screaming curses. "This is our damn domain." Samuel relentlessly unleashed abyssal punishment, mercilessly slaughtering every monster, the instant they came close. Meanwhile, in a safe corner, a bird was applying healing magic to Baidi, mending the numerous wounds covering his body. Samuel's voice echoed, dripping with millennia of resentment. The gods were the ones who invaded our land, but instead of fighting back, you chose to betray me, to be their lapdog. Is that truly better than serving under me? Is that what you worthless trash really think? Better than serving me, is it? Beaten to a bloody pulp, the general lay flattened in the crater, weakly trying to justify his betrayal. My lord, we did it to survive. We had no other choice for survival. Is that why you became a traitor? Samuel roared furiously. With a single brutal chop of his hand, he unleashed a blade of energy that sliced off the general's lower body, completely crippling him, hopeless and unable to fight back. The general trembled as he begged for death. Please, please, just kill me. Samuel let out a vicious laugh. You betrayed me, and you think I'll let you die that easily? He raised his hand, summoning a bolt of lightning from the heavens that struck down, roasting the general's flesh, and making him shriek in absolute agony. All the demon king's pent-up fury finally erupted. I'm going to chop your body into 1,000 pieces, then use my thunderous punishment to torture you endlessly. His eyes flashed with extreme cruelty. I'll keep carving you up, until you don't have a single drop of blood left. The general screamed, tears streaming down his face, as he slammed his head on the ground, over and over again, begging for a quick end. Please, I'm begging you, just kill me. Suddenly, a sharp, deadly flash of a blade ripped through the air. From right behind, the general's mangled body was sliced cleanly in two. By Baidi's swift sword, the system chimed in with a brilliant notification. You have successfully slain the dead soul. General received 100,000 experience points, having his toy stolen mid-torture. Samir whipped around instantly, glaring at Baidi, eyes blazing with furious rage. You dare interrupt my judgment? Who the hell do you think you are? Back in his memories, Bihu's tone turned serious, mysterious. After you return to the past, I need you to find 6 others for me, then set every last one of them free. Baidi's eyes went wide. 6 others. Bihu nodded. A smug smile, mixed with pure hatred, spread across his face. That's right. How to put it, they are the 6 great demon kings. Seeing Baidi's shock, Bihu calmly explained the setup. When the time comes, the heart I gave you will automatically sense them. They hate those damn gods just as much as you do. So you all share the same goal. Once you free them, make them your power to help you kill the gods. He burst into insane laughter, a sound filled with the mad ambition to overthrow the very heavens themselves. Just the thought of it is thrilling, isn't it? The hero and the demon kings joining forces. Haha, but those stupid, ugly gods brought all of this on themselves. Let's work together to bring down this filthy world, ruled by them. Back in the brutal present, Baidi showed no mercy, swinging his sword for the killing blow. He ended the general's life. The system immediately lit up, with a glorious stream of notifications. You have successfully slain the dead soul general, received 100,000 experience points. You have obtained the S-rank item, Attendant Soul Lock. Core system, warrior upgraded to rank B. Vein system, mage upgraded to rank B. Star system, mage upgraded to rank C. The hero's key has met the opening requirements. The hero's tower can now be unlocked. However, Demon King Samuel was in no mood to give praise. He glared at Baidi, his eyes ringed with red, as his killing intent roared to life. You dare interrupt my punishment? Attendant Soul, locked. Core system, warrior upgraded to rank B. Vein system, mage upgraded to rank B. Star system, mage upgraded to rank C. The hero's key has met the opening requirements. The hero's tower can now be unlocked. However, Demon King Samuel was in no mood to give praise. He glared at Baidi with his crimson-ringed eyes, his killing intent roaring. You dare interrupt my punishment? Who the hell do you think you are? Before Baidi could even get a word in, a barrage of freaking lightning bolts rained down from above, zapping him as a warning. Even though his whole body was numb and throbbing with pain, Baidi's glare was still sharp as a knife, totally unfazed. The deal I gave you was to take them out immediately. You failed, so I handled it myself. That sheer nerve left Samuel stunned for a moment. He growled, his oppressive aura flaring. Don't tell me you actually think that, just because you helped unlock me, you have the right to bargain with me? Pushing himself up with his sword, Baidi coldly revealed his trump card. You should know that on your own you can't get out. The very existence of this tower is the power that suppresses you. If you want to stay in here for the rest of your life, then you can kill me right now. That hard-hitting statement struck a nerve, leaving the arrogant Demon King speechless. Knowing he had his opponent's weak spot, Baidi slowly delivered the final psychological blow. You still remember Belphegor, don't you? The moment that ancient name was spoken, Samuel's pupils shrank in shock. Baidi calmly continued, clarifying his mission. Finding you and freeing you completely is the condition I promised him. Samuel's eyes narrowed, filled with suspicion. He scanned him from head to toe. A mere human like you, how could you possibly know Belphegor? Baidi pressed his right hand to his chest, right where his heart beat powerfully. He spoke in a low voice. This heart, this life, he gave them to me, and I'm determined to never be in his debt. Helping you get unlocked is just the first step. Demon King Samuel's killing intent receded. He furrowed his brow, asking with genuine interest, so what exactly do you plan to do? A corner of Baidi's mouth curled up, in a half-smile of insane arrogance. I'm gonna raise some serious hell in this place. With their agreement sealed, the two, both harboring a seething hatred, strode through the stone door together, venturing deeper into the second level of the wasteland, at the bottom of the abyss. As they walked, Samuel recounted the bloody history of this land. This place was once our city. I don't even remember how many years ago, but I led the demon race and we finally found a home, a land filled with magic crystals and mana. But it wasn't long before a group of beings, calling themselves the God Clan, led their army straight into our territory. His eyes burned with absolute fury. They attacked us while we were building our homes, and on top of that, they stole our land. We became their slaves. He pointed up at the dark cave ceiling. They built this place into Sky Mound City. It's divided into 2 levels. The upper level is dedicated to the God Clan's pleasure. It's insanely extravagant. The lower level is used to imprison humans who tried to resist the God Clan, and my former subordinates. He gritted his teeth. Those damned God Clan members set up a barrier above, trapping us here forever, pointing to the lifeless stone statues all around. Samuel said with bitter sorrow, those who are enslaved can only repeat these tasks, day in and day out. Many have already transformed into mere or endlessly absorbing energy. Also, Sky City can remain flying high, fueling the upper level's lavish pleasures. The resentment was practically oozing, dripping from his every single word. These people clearly committed no crime, yet they're humiliated beyond measure. Some have even forgotten their own names. If not for those God Clan bastards, who couldn't truly harm me, and could only imprison me here, I would have probably sunk to this level too. After listening, Baidi let out a heavy sigh, summing up a harsh truth. Sky Mound City. It's the truest depiction of this world. The powerful sit comfortably in their lofty positions, looking down and tormenting the lowly masses. Fairness has never existed in this world. But then, a cunning glint flashed in his eyes. But if Sky Mount City's energy source all comes from right here, well then, this just got a whole lot easier to handle. Seeing his confident demeanor, the Demon King stared blankly, waiting for his instructions. Decisively, he laid out his plan of attack. You'll unlock everyone on this level, then destroy the energy furnace. I will return to the upper level to destroy the barrier imprisoning all of you. Samuel frowned, skeptical about the mission's feasibility. Destroy the barrier? You alone won't be enough. The God Clan wouldn't create a barrier. That could be destroyed from within. Baidi scoffed, confidently patting his chest. Who said I'm alone? I left a backup plan in place. Before entering the hunting grounds, everything has already been arranged. He looked the Demon King straight in the eye, his tone like steel. I will help you all leave this godforsaken place, and help everyone return to their original worlds. I want to dismantle this divine tower. Meanwhile, up on the first floor, the situation was critical. The students were cornered, desperately fending off the devastating attacks. From the level 36 overlord, a fire mage appears and one student student cries out, screaming in complete helplessness. Even if we all teamed up, it wouldn't be enough. Even if all the contestants charged at once, we couldn't beat a C rank awakened. There's no way in hell we can beat a B rank. Boss Calivan's body is now shriveled up, reduced to a soulless husk, lying lifelessly on the ground. Seeing his teammates panic, a male student stammered, trying to raise their morale. Don't panic. We can fight it together. Maybe we can defeat it. Immediately, a cowardly noble shot him down, shouting, "Are you insane? Do you think our lives are as cheap as you commoners? We're from noble families. We attend a private academy. If I had known it was this dangerous, I would have never entered, not even if it meant death." The fire mage overlord opened its giant, fang-filled mouth, greedily devouring the remaining spiritual energy and life force from Caliban's corpse. Witnessing the horrific sight, a male student pointed a trembling finger at the figure, standing leisurely above. "Look, does that thing look like a normal monster to you? Or he's not like you people who had to join this ridiculous tournament just for some paltry sum of money." The other person retorted bitterly, tears welling in their eyes. For money? Stop deluding yourself. We never volunteered to compete in the first place." A cruel memory came rushing back, and just like that, a death warrant was thrown right in his face. "Congratulations. You've been chosen for this season's grand hunt." He remembered the scene of him kneeling and begging. "She just had a baby. She's still nursing. Can I go in her place?" The God Tribe's rep just sneered. "What, you want to defy the God's orders?" Back in the present, the young man choked out the grim truth. The great hunt in reality, it was just a slaughter, crafted by the gods for their own twisted amusement, were nothing but mere playthings to them. Meanwhile, back in the lavish VIP room, the nobles were pointing and gawking at the screen, howling with laughter, absolutely losing it. "Haha, just look at those fools. They look like they're seconds from biting the dust. This is absolutely hilarious. Come on, boss. Hurry up and make your move. I want to see the greatest hunt ever." Yet, amidst all that chaotic revelry and noise, only Sinbad remained completely silent. He stood there, arms tightly crossed, his deep-set eyes intensely fixed on the screen, not uttering a single word. Back on the battlefield, the group cowered, paralyzed by absolute terror, watching the boss grotesquely finish its meal. One person, voice trembling, stammered out the news. "It's completely devoured Caliban now, and now, it's looking right at us." To everyone's utter surprise, the grotesque boss appeared capable of speech. It clicked its massive jaws, and a deep, terrifying voice, thick with the stench of fresh blood, rumbled forth. A terrified woman simply couldn't take it anymore. She crumpled into a corner, clutching her head, her entire body convulsing violently. Her mind had gone completely blank, utterly incapable of processing anything. With a chilling focus, it locked onto its target. The boss whipped its colossal tentacles and shot towards the woman. "Honey!" A gut-wrenching scream tore through the air. Splat! The sickening sound of flesh being pierced. As it turned out, in that desperate split second between life and death, her husband had bravely lunged forward, using his own body as a shield for his wife. "My love!" Without a shred of mercy, the boss violently flung the man 10 meters away, leaving him a bloody mess. "Honey!" The wife shrieked, tears streaming down her face. She looked up in sheer horror at the colossal figure, blocking out the sky, slowly lumbering towards her. Not far away, a trembling coward was huddled behind a rock, clamping his hands tightly over his mouth, not daring to utter even a sound. Terrified the boss would turn its attention to him. The merciless monster loomed menacingly over the woman. From a distance, her husband, barely conscious in a pool of his own blood, could only raise a weak, desperate arm to stop it. "No, don't!" Just as the maw of death opened wide to devour her, a barrage of sharp, ice spikes shot through the air from afar, sinking deep into the boss's rough hide. From the sky, a figure clad in majestic ice armor descended. Wind-type warrior skill, ice lance javelins. He flicked his wrist, unleashing dozens of spears made of pure ice. At the boss, the piercing force drove the countless ice spears deep into the monster's body, stopping it dead in its tracks. The woman's eyes widened as she stared at her savior. The ice armor slowly faded, revealing the cold face of Gannicus, the divine punisher of the Kim clan. The coward hiding behind the rock peeked out, his eyes lighting up. That's the number 1 ranked guy on the leaderboard. We're saved. We're saved. We're saved. But Gannicus's next words shattered all their newfound hope. From the moment you stepped onto this battlefield, your fate was sealed. No one can escape this place. This is the God's game. Through the communicator on his wrist, Kim's arrogant voice rang out, giving a cold, inhuman command. Hello? Who told you to show up now? You idiot, you're interrupting our show. A noble at the same table frowned, glaring at Gannicus. What the hell is that supposed to mean? The Sod brothers sitting nearby also started whining, annoyed that their fun was ruined. He's totally messed everything up. Our rare bit of fun is over.
Kim smirked wickedly.
What's the rush? I've got other games. I want to see something a little more stimulating. He tilted his chin, giving a cold order through the communicator. Now, ignore the monster. Turn around in front of everyone. Kill that girl. The poor woman, still in shock, shrank back, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Back with Baidi, still deep within the abyss, he was laying out his audacious plan to Demon King Samuel. Your first task, free everyone trapped on this floor. Next, you'll demolish the energy furnace. I'll ascend and shatter the barrier that's holding you all captive. But Samuel remained unconvinced. Shatter the barrier? You alone aren't strong enough. The God tribe would never design a barrier that could simply be shattered from the inside. Baidi merely smirked, his confidence unwavering. Who said I'm alone? I've already set my backup plan into motion long before I ever entered this hunting ground. Everything is already in motion. I will help you all escape this hellhole and ensure everyone returns to their own worlds. I'm going to tear down this goddamn tower. Hearing this utterly insane, impossible plan, Demon King Samuel paused, utterly stunned for a second, then threw his head back and let out a booming, hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, the one chosen by Belphegor is truly fascinating indeed. I once promised to grant you a single request, and I still haven't fulfilled it. Suddenly, the intricate magical veins on the Demon King's body began to blaze brightly once again, signaling his immense power was finally fully restored. Then allow me to decide on my own this time. Consider this an advanced thank you gift. With that, he swung his colossal arm and condensed a brilliant, raw bolt of lightning, aiming it straight at Baidi's chest. The lightning itself was blinding. Belphegor's heart can absorb any elemental power. I'm transferring all the elemental power I've accumulated over countless years directly to you. Baidi didn't even try to dodge. He closed his eyes and spread his arms wide, fully embracing the pure, raw energy. The intense, crackling currents of lightning coursed violently through his meridians, seeping into his every single cell. Crackle, crackle, such an overwhelming amount of elemental power. The system's info panel flashed relentlessly, displaying a dazzling array of text. You have awakened the electric-type mage profession. Baidi snapped his eyes open, utterly stunned. I can feel this incredible new power. I'm already fully charged with electric elements. In an instant, I've gained my first gold-tier profession. But the surprises weren't over yet. The Demon King then slipped a ring from his finger and tossed it to Baidi, declaring, "Take this too. This Baidi is my magic ring. It boasts infinite storage space, but it has another crucial function. Can transmit your voice directly to me. Just shout into the ring, and I'll instantly pinpoint your location." He dramatically slammed a hand against his chest, his voice booming heroically. Lu Yun, swear it right here, no matter where you are, to the very ends of the earth. As long as I hear your voice call out, I will immediately rush to your side. Baidi dazedly caught the ring. Lu Yun, I thought your name was Samuel? The Demon King waved his hand dismissively, a thoughtful look in his eyes. That was my original name, but after some things happened, I changed my name to Lu Yun. Only a handful of trusted individuals know this name. He carefully tucks the ring away, and Baidi nods. I get it. Lu Yun then snaps his fingers, activating a card as blue light engulfs his body. Class change, Fire Summoner. Shaolin senses his time is drawing short. He turns to give one final order. There's not much time left. It's time for my ascent. Once the barrier is shattered, you have to get everyone out of here. Immediately, he whistles for the magnificent Kong bird. The giant Kong swoops down toward Shaolin. Lu Yun turns to leave, shouting out a promise. Next time we meet, we're definitely drinking until we drop. Bai Di leaps onto the bird's back, letting out a hearty laugh. You got a deal, Lu Yun. In the gloomy space, the two allies shout in unison, determined to tear down the very world order. Let's go wreck the gods' playground. Shaolin spreads its mighty wings, carrying its master high into the sky and out of the abyss. Meanwhile, up in the arena, things are still super tense. Anarchus's 5 swords hang menacingly in the air, coldly staring down the cowering crowd. Elkim's annoying voice keeps badgering him through the comms. Now turn your damn head and look at me. Kill that bitch right in front of everyone. The dying husband on the ground strains his neck, trying to stop him. Hey, what are you trying to do? Hurry up. But the cowardly nobles outside are actually cheering on the murder. Yeah, kill his wife right in front of him. El Kim, you're so twisted. Ha ha ha. But that's what makes it fun, right? To their surprise, Gannicus just scowls. He reaches up and yanks out his earpiece. He raises a hand, tearing the earpiece from his ear. He crushes the annoying comms device in his hand into tiny bits. Turning to the panicking, innocent people, he lifts his chin and gives a cold order. All of you, get out of here. I don't care if you have to crawl. Just go. Gannicus's 2 sudden acts of rebellion shut the laughing crowd right up. They just stare at each other, stunned. What's he doing?
El Kim's face turn purple.
He slams the table and shoots up, cursing, that damn animal. The fake demigod's insolence leaves the Soji brothers, completely floored in total disbelief. How dare a fake demigod act like this? El Kim roars in fury. You dare crush my earpiece? Just you wait. When we're out of here, I'm gonna slice you to ribbons. Suddenly, someone in the group points at the leaderboard, his voice trembling. Dude, look, the rankings. In second place, Ingji Xing's profile picture starts glitching out. After a few seconds of static, another picture glitches in, pushing his down. The name and score for Bai Di pops up, taking over the runner-up spot. The nobles are all slack-jawed in shock. Bai Di's score is back up. He's not dead. Back with Bai Di, he's ridden the bird out of the abyss, landing solidly in the black mist forest. And stepping out of the shadows, he looks up at the illusory sky, a sarcastic smirk playing on his lips. This whole hunting festival, from start to finish, it's just a game for the gods. Whether you're a demon or an awakened one. Competing here, he quotes, everyone who steps into this place is just a player in a game you guys created. His eyes are razor sharp, but you're still missing the most important player. Gripping the hilt of his sword, he throws down a challenge. Now it's your turn to join the game. Glancing around, he analyzes the true nature of this deception. This world is like a massive, dark, foggy forest. Once you're under their control, you can never find the right path again. Memories of his past life, where he was nothing but their obedient lapdog, come flooding back, leaving a bitter taste in his mouth. In my past life, I lived my entire existence, caught in a web of lies spun by the gods. Looking back now, I can see it was full of holes, just like this black mist forest. Using his sharp senses, he pierces through the illusory fog, and sees the true form of the mastermind hiding within. The system info immediately flashes. Red Flower System Mage, level 39. Lord B-Rank Great Illusion Demon. Specializes in creating illusions. He glares at the massive entity, constantly spewing out toxic smog, which powers all the illusions in this place. He speaks coldly, so you're the source of this black mist, huh? Looks to me like you're just another pathetic pawn, trapped here by the gods. Meanwhile, in another corner of the forest, Kiluo is trapped in a nightmare, created by the black mist, horrifyingly real. Memories from her childhood are playing out. Hey, Xiao Luo, wake up, Xiao Luo, you gotta wake up. An urgent voice calls out. A groggy little Xiao Luo rubs her eyes open and asks, huh, bro, what's wrong? But her brother doesn't say anything. A large hand grabs hers and roughly yanks her along. Hurry, come with me. The two of them dash into a dark, empty room and quickly slam the door shut. The confused little girl starts to ask, bro, but a rough hand instantly clamps over her mouth. He motions for her to keep quiet. Not a sound escapes from outside. Heavy footsteps echo, accompanied by a cruel, raspy voice. "Let's see where you little pests are hiding." Liao cautiously peeks through a small crack in the door. Her eyes land on a giant monster, going on a rampage, and slaughtering innocent townspeople. Its terrifying roar makes the air thick with dread. "Where did you run off to?" Tears stream down Hulua's face, her tiny hands gripping her brother's shirt. In absolute terror, she whispers through her sobs, "Dad." The vivid image of her father, lying in a pool of his own blood, his eyes staring blankly, and her mother being brutally dragged away, tears her apart inside. Suddenly, the monster freezes. Its bloodshot eyes lock right onto the small door, where the two of them are hiding. Just as the terrifying illusion hits its peak, a familiar voice echoes in her ear, trying to pull her back to reality. "Don't wake up, Liao." Hearing his voice, Liao jolts awake, snapping out of the nightmare. She's gasping for air, drenched in sweat, with tears still streaming down her face. "Ah no, stop." In front of her, Bai Di is crouched down, gently explaining, "You were just trapped in the black mist's nightmare, but you're okay now." Realizing who saved her, Liao quickly wipes away her tears. She asks in a daze, "Is that you, Bai Di?" She glances around, still wary of another illusion. Bai Di gives her a reassuring smile, and gently pats her shoulder. "It's over now." In front of her, Bai Di was crouched down, kindly explaining, "You were just trapped in the black mist's nightmare, but you're okay now." As she realized who her savior was, Liao quickly wiped her tears and asked in a daze, "Is that you, Bai Di?" She glanced around, still wary of another illusion. Bai Di gave her a reassuring smile, patted her shoulder gently, and said, "It's over now." And just like that, the glorious ranking board sealed its fate. Liao's name was shining bright, securing a solid 4th place. The rich kid audience immediately started buzzing and pointing. "Look, that Liao guy got his score in 2. Haha, now things are really heating up." The two gambling bros spun around, ready to rub it in El Kim's face. "Wasn't this your brilliant idea, El Kim? Looks like you're about to lose yet again." The other one chimed in, "Yeah, absolutely. And now even your own blessed one is defying your orders. You're losing serious face, dude." Enraged by their taunts, El Kim's face instantly darkened. His hands clenched into furious fists. Trembling with fury, he whipped around to face Sinbad, growling his demand with pure, unadulterated spite. "Sinbad, I'm ordering you to release the demon enhancement drug." Sinbad frowned, visibly concerned, trying to talk him down from this insane proposal. "The enhancement drug? That stuff is far too dangerous. If a B-rank lord keeps getting juiced up by it, they'll..." Before he could finish his warning, El Kim sharply cut him off, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. "Exactly. I don't give a damn about winning or losing anymore. I just want them to die in here." A chilling "let's vote" signaled the start of a cruel bloodbath. The 5 gods participating in the vote were all twisted souls, craving the ultimate thrill. They wanted the show to be even more bloody and brutal. The two gambling bros laughed hysterically, gleefully joining in on the evil. "Things are really about to get interesting. Of course we have to watch." He then turned, mocking El Kim. "You don't feel bad for your own blessed one, not even a little?"
El Kim merely sneered, "Bro."
"This is absolutely brilliant. That's 3 votes. With this overwhelming result, El Kim arrogantly rose from the floor. A tile automatically detached itself from the floor. It floated into the air, carrying a top-secret control panel. He looked at Sinbad and urged, "Hurry up and release it." Sinbad shrugged, deciding to humor the maniac. All right, this ranking board is blocking my view. Get it out of here. I want to watch them die with my own 2 eyes." The moment the order was given, down in the arena the ground began to violently shake. Massive metal pipes, filled with liquid, slowly rose from underground. An automatic valve system sprang to life, spraying streams of foul-smelling, reddish gas all over the enclosed space. The students instantly panicked as they inhaled the bizarre gas. "What's going on? What are these things?" Jenica stood there, stunned, his eyes wide as he watched the monsters around him, frantically inhaling the sinister red gas. The change was immediate. The frozen monster suddenly roared, swinging its massive tentacles to shatter the ice that held it into tiny shards. The system immediately updated with horrifying stats. "Fire Mage Lord, Level 36, B rank, Ni Ling Shi. Status, Berserk, enhancement drug received. The boss, Ni Ling Shi, went insane and leaped high into the air. It opened its massive, hungry mouth wide, sucking in all the red gas floating around it. The stats board went wild. Attack power increased. Stamina increased. Elemental power increased. The absorption process was so intense, it drained the very life out of its surroundings. The lush vegetation instantly withered and crumbled into pieces. Every living plant withered away and fell to dust all at the same time. Meanwhile, monsters from deep within the forest also began to surface, their numbers growing larger and larger. Gannicus frowned, quickly assessing the situation. These monsters have been enhanced. His expression became incredibly tense. Up in the stands, Kim was smirking, satisfied with his handiwork. That's right, this is what you get for not listening to your daddy. You worthless low-level trash deserve to die. But before his smile could even fade, the giant screen started glitching again. The image on the screen flickered on and off, as if it had lost control. A deep, provocative voice echoed throughout the VIP plaza. You little ants, you actually deluded yourselves into thinking you could ever escape my control? You're nothing but vermin, mere mice your whole lives. You've only ever deserved to crawl in the sewers. Don't you ever dare think of resisting us, the gods. Immediately after, a piercing alarm began to blare repeatedly. Warning, warning. Power system failure. Power system failure. The protective shield is about to fail. The protective shield is about to fail. Kim's face paled, his smile twisting into an ugly grimace. What is this? What the hell happened to the shield? Before he could even fully react, the optical defense system surrounding the VIP area flickered, then went out completely. The final barrier, separating gods from beasts, had completely vanished. That barrier, separating gods from beasts, had completely vanished. Giant insects had started to swarm, covering the outside of the glass windows. Inside, the noble gods screamed in panic. Hey, isn't this thing supposed to separate us from the monsters? How could something go wrong with it? Sinbad immediately pieced the events together, and realizing the true severity of the situation. Someone sabotaged Skymount City. Suddenly, the Berserk boss tore through the air, charging straight toward the area where Kim was standing. It pressed its grotesque face against the glass shield, its bloodshot eyes glaring ferociously at the one who'd ordered the drug's release. It growled, spewing a cloud of poisonous gas onto the glass. Don't look death in the face. Kim was so utterly terrified, his legs were trembling uncontrollably. Tears streamed down his face. Gannicus, save me. But Sinbad tried to remain calm, searching his memory for the design of this sky fortress. To ensure Sky City could forever float in the sky, it was designed with two distinct power systems. For the city, one system is the furnace system, the power source for the second level. The lower level requires constant labor and magic crystals to supply energy to the upper level. Then there's the second, external reserve system. This system stores an immense amount of energy, enough to keep the entire Sky City running. For at least a month, he had calculated. This offered a vital sliver of hope. Should the primary power system ever face an issue, the secondary reserve system would instantly kick in. This was designed to ensure that Sky City would forever remain floating in the heavens, even if dangerous elements somehow managed to infiltrate the gods' territory. The two combined power systems were more than enough to guarantee the safety of everyone within its borders. Basically, no one would ever dare invade the gods' territory. Sky City was meant to stand eternal, above all others, back in their chaotic reality.
Kim shrieked, questioning Sinbad.
What the hell is wrong with your shield? Sinbad's brow furrowed tightly. His mind was stretched to its absolute limit. The shield had failed, proving someone had sabotaged the power source's furnace. But who could it be? The very power source for the entire Sky City. Meanwhile, deep inside the second level of the abyss, the brutal mining operations were completely shut down. The slaves' chains and shackles lay smashed to pieces. They watched towering refinery buildings crumble, one after another, as dust and smoke billowed everywhere. A satisfied voice cut through the chaos. We've wrecked the energy furnace. It's all on you now in the central control room. The AI system was blaring red alerts. Energy source system compromised. Activating backup power. Activating backup power. The God Clan zone immediately activated its secondary defense system. A light blue energy shield once again materialized, surrounding them and sealing them off from the horde of monsters, who were going totally berserk outside. Kim clutched his chest, breathing a sigh of relief. Drenched in sweat, he gasped, "You scared the hell out of me. I can't believe you actually had a backup plan." But that sense of security didn't last for long. The system cruelly announced their doom. The backup power source? Totally sabotaged. Their backup power source was completely sabotaged. With a sharp crackle, the light blue shield vanished. The barrier was utterly gone. Just like that, the grandstand's propulsion system was completely malfunctioning. The God Clan's supposedly safest freaking hideout was now suspended in mid-air. Suddenly, it began to shake with violent force. The energy lights flickered wildly, then died completely. The massive grandstand lost all propulsion, utterly. It began a terrifying freefall into the abyss. The God Clan screamed out in utter, raw despair. What in the hell is even happening here? What kind of utterly crappy backup power was that? In that dire life-or-death moment, Sinbad gritted his teeth, determined. A glint of admiration, even for his opponent's genius, shone in his eyes. This is no damn accident. Someone sabotaged the equipment and on purpose. And wouldn't you know it? He was absolutely right. At the Sky City's central hub for backup power, the massive skyscrapers had been utterly reduced to rubble. The bodies of guards lay scattered in crimson pools of blood. Standing tall and menacing amidst the ruins was a giant, terrifying praying mantis monster. It raised its razor-sharp scythes, this hungry maw sucking up the raw, pure energy, leaking from the severed pipes. The energy here is seriously delicious. As it ravenously devoured the power, it telepathically reported its complete success to its master. "I have perfectly completed the mission you assigned me." This terrifying creature was none other than Chang Zi, one of Baida's most formidable summoned beasts. After completely destroying the reactor, it glowed. "My current level has jumped straight to 8. You'd better have a hefty reward waiting for me." From far away across the distance, Baidi heard the triumphant telepathic message, and a small, satisfied smirk played on his lips. Satisfied with his absolutely flawless plan, Baidi sent a telepathic message through his magic ring, giving a crisp, clear directive to the gloating Chang Zi. "Don't get cocky just yet. The most crucial part of the mission isn't done yet." On the other end, Chang Zi's voice obediently replied, "Yes, boss." Meanwhile, in another corner of the arena, He Liao looked up toward the sky, as swarms of demonic birds and monstrous flying beasts were circling in utter chaos, like a disturbed hornet's nest. Panic was plastered across her face. What in the world is happening here? It's like everything's suddenly spun out of control. But the other students had also realized it. The protective barrier was gone. Seizing this golden opportunity, the scene was one of total devastation. In another corner of the arena, He Liao looked up at the sky, where swarms of demonic birds and flying beasts were circling, chaotic as a disturbed beehive. Panic was plastered across her face. What on earth is going on? It's like everything has suddenly gone out of control. But the other students had also realized the protective barrier was no more. Seizing this golden opportunity, the crowd scrambled to find an escape route. "Hurry, we can get out of here. We can finally make it back alive." But contrary to the students' joy, the God Clan was now facing a real nightmare. With the protective shield gone, a giant monster emerged from the mist, heading straight for the VIP section. "Quick, notify the nearest God's Guild branch," one of the nobles shrieked. The enraged boss was relentlessly chasing Kim, the one who'd ordered the release of the stimulant gas. The guy was scared out of his mind, cursing as he ran for his life. "Damn it, why are you only coming after me? You useless losers, help me kill this thing." The two lottery-loving brothers cowered behind expensive chairs, using their servants as human shields, as they stammered out orders. "Don't you dare let that monster near us. If I get even a scratch, you're all dead." The bodyguards had no choice but to form a line in front of them, to block the beast's path. Even though they were trembling, these guards had to grit their teeth. tighten their grip on their weapons, and charge the monster. Meanwhile, Lin Feng stood guard, ensuring Sinbad's absolute safety. He drew his sword, taking a battle-ready stance. Even though these monsters aren't exactly high-level, you still need to watch your back. Amidst the chaos, Sinbad remained terrifyingly calm. He narrowed his eyes, meticulously analyzing the situation. Lin Feng, no matter how you slice it, there's only one possible explanation for all this, right? After all this time, someone actually dares to rebel against the God Clan. And simultaneously, the system's info panel began flashing like crazy, displaying crucial data about the boss who's being swarmed by guards. Fire-type mage, level 36 lord, also known as a level 8 necromancer. Status, bound, severely injured. A flashing red warning text read, "Killing is not permitted under these circumstances." Seeing the monster finally cornered, El Kim reverted to his true sadistic self, pointing and screaming, "Damn it, that beast almost killed me. I want a single." The escape gate is open. Suddenly, Baidi materialized as if from thin air, standing silently, lurking right behind the raging monster. He calmly switched his card, transforming into a core-type warrior. Looking at the utter chaos among the nobles, Baidi offered a faint, sarcastic smirk. Enjoy this moment of chaos. He saw right through the pathetic nature of those in charge. Whether it's a powerful demon or an arrogant human, in El Kim's hands, they all become nothing more than toys to be abused. He's the most direct, idiotic, and cruel embodiment of the God Clan. But still not satisfied, El Kim kept egging on the guards to torture the beast even further. That's right, keep electrocuting it. In that exact moment, Baidi struck from above. He swung his greatsword down in a single, lightning-fast blow. The massive body of the necromancer lord was split clean in two, stunning absolutely everyone. He coldly delivered the final word. So it ends here. The system's triumphant chime echoed repeatedly. Successfully defeated the necromancer. Gained 88,000 experience. Obtained item. Hua Tiangu successfully killed boss. Cumulative points, an additional 1,000. His sword stood firmly planted in the ground. Baidi slowly raised his head. He cast a defiant gaze towards his so-called superiors. This little hunting game will definitely have a winner, now completely deprived of his cruel fun. El Kim furiously cursed, "Damn it, who told you to interfere?" Just as Baidi straightened up, the entire arena began to violently tremble. Once again, terrifying rumbling crashes echoed from deep within the earth. The force kept slamming into the stands. Boom, boom, boom. The panicked gods desperately clung to their seats. What the hell is going on? Sinbad's face went pale as he gritted his teeth, realizing his initial guess was completely, utterly wrong. No, this isn't just some protest. Deep inside the tower, the mantis, Qiangzi, was still enthusiastically swinging its sickles, wrecking everything, destroying it all, without a single pause. It smugly sent a telepathic message to Baidi, "Master, it's just like you said. The Sky Tower structure is super weak. They totally didn't see this coming, us wrecking it from the inside out. I finished the mission you gave me. No problem." The destructive force was insane. It made the tower's core structure visibly crack. The tremors and the sound of collapsing rock grew louder and louder, the noise now deafening. The gods and all the students alike were all scrambling, desperately seeking something to hold on to, running around like absolute maniacs. The protective barrier, that had been so solid for so long, was now getting utterly annihilated. Huge chunks of the Sky Tower cracked, shattered, and rained down into the endless abyss. Watching this very symbol of power crumble before them, Sinbad bitterly grasped the devastating truth. Those rebels, they've declared all-out war on the rule of the gods, just when it seemed like everything was about to end. From the absolute deepest depths of the abyss, a roar that shook both heaven and earth tore through the mist as a giant figure shot up from below, shattering every single seal. A mighty black dragon, its colossal wings blotting out the entire sky, its sword skyward, brimming with destructive power. Right behind it, thousands of figures soared, the enslaved, plucked from society's lowest depths, finally rescued, cheering wildly for their freedom. And that giant dragon? It was nothing less than them. They were finally free, their cheers for freedom ringing out. That giant dragon was none other than the very embodiment of unbridled rage. The SSS class Demon King, Lu Yun, in his monstrous dragon form, and this time, he and Baidi had joined forces to ignite a revolution. The eastern sector's guards watched, stunned, from a distance, as the towering citadel, long thought invincible, slowly cracked and crumbled, piece by agonizing piece. Their eyes widened, gripped by pure horror. It's actually collapsing. The four captains quickly snapped out of their stupor, and quickly commanded the 8th Squad, "You lot, go secure the backup power system, and find out exactly what the hell just happened." Orders received. All units, gather intel and move out with me, sir. Yes, sir. Just then, the Black Dragon's monstrous figure streaked past the guards' formation, wherever its colossal shadow passed, plunged the sky into darkness, unleashing an utterly terrifying pressure. A soldier pointed skyward, stammering, "WH, what is that?" The system info immediately flashed a blazing red. SSS-class Demon King, Lu Yun, dragon form. Along with its roar came blinding bolts of lightning, from high above the churning clouds, pounding down like a relentless rainstorm. The soldiers scattered, fleeing in utter terror. What the hell is that now? On the rapidly collapsing stands, a frantic noble clutched his head, demanding answers. It was merely B-class. Then what the hell is that giant dragon? Frozen to the spot, Sinbad's mind raced to a hidden legend. Not even the ancestors could slay that great dragon. And now it has actually appeared in the sky. Dark clouds swirled, completely eclipsing the sun. Lightning tore across the sky, relentlessly striking down, blow after blow. It slammed directly into the colossal stone statue, the very sacred symbol of their gods. That majestic statue began to crack and crumble. The crowd erupted in panic, trampling over each other. The mighty statue fractured and began to fall apart. Total chaos. The crowd panicked, trampling each other. The statue's imminent collapse. A noble shrieked out in utter despair. "That's Lord Camus' sacred statue, and it just got obliterated by a devastating lightning bolt from that dragon." Now the dragon soared majestically through the heavens, and let loose a thunderous roar. A roar brimming with a millennium of burning resentment. "You bastards have kept me buried underground for who knows how long. Now it's payback time." It spread its colossal wings wide, unleashing potent streams of crackling lightning, annihilating everything in its destructive path. Seeing a deadly lightning bolt hurl directly, about to strike Sinbad dead-on, Lin Feng completely ignored the looming danger, using his own body as a living shield right in front of him, and yelled, "Get the master out of here. Dodge it." Lin Feng winced as he braced himself against the immense, invisible pressure. This dragon's aura is overwhelmingly powerful. It's gotta be S-class at the very least. I absolutely must keep Sinbad safe. But Sinbad's face remained utterly blank with shock. He just stood there, completely frozen in place, unable to believe what he was seeing with his own eyes. The very symbol of their divine power was crumbling right before his astonished gaze. In what felt like the blink of an eye, the god's domain had suffered such a catastrophic hit. The elite nobility of Sky City, the revered prestige of the gods, it was all utterly and completely annihilated. Gloating, watching the widespread destruction, Lu Yun condensed a monstrous energy ball right in the air. He opened his mouth and fired a devastating blast, combined with dozens of searing lightning bolts, streaking straight down into the central arena. In an instant, absolutely nothing was left intact. Around the devastated arena, the ground was torn asunder, thick with smoke and raging fire. Faced with the dragon's overwhelming destructive power, the once arrogant gods could only clutch their heads in disbelief, and sobbing their hearts out, absolutely inconsolable. Even a noble was on his hands and knees, desperately pleading for help. "Just let me hide, anywhere," he shrieked like a maniac, desperately trying to buy his way to safety. "Damn it, can't someone just go kill that dragon? I'll pay 100 million. The person running beside him scoffed at his utter delusion. "Are you out of your mind? How could anyone possibly beat that dragon? Not unless the divine army itself steps in." Meanwhile, up above, Lu Yun continued his relentless roar. The low-level monsters, who'd been caged for mere entertainment inside the hunting ground, also seized this golden opportunity to break free, and frantically assaulted the remaining players. nightmares. The entire situation was now utter chaos. The captain of the royal guard roared his urgent command. Everyone protect the gods. The entire guard squad quickly assembled in formation. At the temporary shelter area, the lower class awakened, were huddled together, hiding within the ruined buildings. The thick dust made someone choke and cough violently. A hacking cough echoed. Did anyone get crushed by a falling building? Someone else tried to reassure the others, feigning bravery. Relax, we're all awakened. It's not that easy for us to get hurt, but everyone has their breaking point. A few of the weaker students started sobbing their hearts out. Sob after sob filled the air. I want to go home. I never want to come here again. A couple held each other tightly, whispering in utter fear. We absolutely must get out of this hunting ground. Amidst the complete chaos, pleas for help continued to rain down on Sinbad. Sinbad, hurry up and call the divine army. When are they going to get here? Sinbad, say something. Despite all the desperate yelling, Sinbad remained as still as a statue, his lifeless eyes scanning the absolute devastation. His vacant eyes took in the horrific destruction. His mind, however, was putting all the pieces together, devastating the gods' sacred territory, unleashing the demon king from the depths below. This was a sabotage meticulously planned for ages, aimed squarely at the god clan. His eyes narrowed in suspicion. One thing was certain. A traitor had undeniably infiltrated this competition. Just who in the blazes could it be? While the god clan spiraled into utter chaos, Baidi calmly, effortlessly blended into the crowd, pretending to be just another ordinary player, viciously battling his way through the monsters. Capitalizing on the chaos, he raised a hand to his mouth, speaking quietly to Lu Yun. Through the magic ring, you're still injured. Get your crew and get out of here. It's not a good idea to stick with me now. After pulling a stunt this massive, the god clan isn't going to let this slide. They'll find out you went to the abyss real soon. Lu Yun's hearty laughter boomed through the ring. Don't you worry, I've got it all planned out. The moment I decided to join this hunting festival, I had everything sorted out. Running into you was just a coincidence. For this god, the hunting game has only just begun. Baidi looked up at the scattered figures of the god clan. On the ruined stands, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Now, it's time for my revenge. Lu Yun laughed out loud again. Haha, you're a seriously interesting guy. I'm starting to see why Bigu chose you. Baidi frowned, reminding him, stop messing around, or the god clan's army is going to be here soon. The demon king replied arrogantly, what can the god clan's army do to me? If it weren't for the humans here, I'd be dead set on tearing the Sky City apart with you today. But they've suffered way too much because of me. It really is time to get out of here. The demon king, ever arrogant, replied, what can the god clan's army do to me? If it weren't for the humans here, I'd be dead set on tearing the Sky City apart with you today. But they've suffered way too much because of me. It really is time to get out of here. Lu Yun's voice suddenly deepened, filled with gratitude. Baidi, you showed the demon clan the magnificent sky again. This is a debt that I, Lu Yun, will never forget in this lifetime. I'll be waiting for your summons. Eventually, the day will come when we, together, will completely overthrow the god's rule. After saying his goodbyes, the black dragon, along with his rescued comrades, all beat their wings in unison, becoming tiny black dots, before vanishing over the horizon. Baidi smiled faintly, whispering into the ring, see you around, Lu Yun. At the same time, in another corner of the arena, In Jixing was showing off his power. He swung his staff, casting the star-type mage skill Gravity Crush, creating a terrifying gravitational force that slammed the monsters to the ground, pinning them down. The agonizing screams of the beasts echoed continuously. Showing no mercy, In Jixing used supergravity press, squashing the monsters that were trying to get close. With the threat swiftly handled, In Jixing put away his scepter and walked over to the two trembling lottery brothers, asking gently, "Are you two gentlemen all right?" One of the nobles peeked out and stammered, "The monsters, are they dead just like that?" Seeing how useless their own subordinates were, doing absolutely nothing, the two brothers flew into a rage, kicking them relentlessly. "You useless pieces of crap. The monsters almost killed me." Then the noble turned to In Jixing, nodding in approval. "You're not bad, kid." In Jixing bowed with a fake smile. "Thank you for your praise. In his head he was seething with schemes. You tried to screw me over, in front of these pathetic commoners. This is so damn humiliating. After that terrifying experience, another guy complained, the hunting festival took a huge loss this time. With this much insane destruction, I don't know if Sky City can even be rebuilt. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was still running around, reporting the situation to Sinbad, over the walkie-talkie in his hand. Every monster on site right now has been completely wiped out. The giant dragon has flown past the borders of the Holy River Kingdom. God's army has been dispatched in pursuit. Understood? Sinbad asked coldly. And the power source? Lin Feng pressed the button on his walkie-talkie, connecting to the squad in the basement. Squad 8 on the other end of the line. The captain's voice came through loud and clear. Squad 8 reporting. The backup power system has been restored and is operating normally. The backup power has been activated. The electrical system has been restored. A broadcast announcement echoed automatically throughout the arena. Power has been restored. The barrier is now operating normally again. Faint green streams of light from the barrier system flickered back into view. The flashing lights from the ruined buildings once again shone brightly, chasing away the darkness from a distance. Bai watched the barrier system reactivate, his lips pressed together in silence. The quiet after the storm brought a wave of relief to many. It's finally over. Yeah, we're okay now. The gods' vassals have cleaned up all the monsters. That dragon got away too. The hunting festival is completely over. Many could only hug each other and cry, overjoyed to have survived. Along with the power system, the giant scoreboard in the middle of the arena flickered a few times, then lit up brightly. It was back on. Everyone stared and pointed in confusion. What is that? At the very top of the golden board, huge, dazzling letters spelled out BYD's name, sitting alone at the top, with a record-breaking score of 1,750 points. The entire stadium roared with chatter. The leaderboard, that's the score from the hunting festival. The female teacher gasped, covering her mouth with both hands. She couldn't believe her eyes, seeing her young student pull off something so absolutely incredible. From the VIP stands, Bai clinched first place. Sinbad stepped onto an anti-gravity magnetic rock. The rock slowly lifted him high into the air, commanding everyone's attention. Sinbad cleared his throat, declaring with authority, there were quite a few unexpected events, but the competition has finally concluded. The promise of the God Clan will not change, for any reason. With that, he snapped his fingers. Lin Feng immediately stepped forward, respectfully pushing a finely carved golden chest. A student whispered, he's still thinking about the competition. At a time like this, Sinbad's got some serious nerve. From up high, Sinbad looked straight down at Bai and said in a cool tone, Bai, congratulations on becoming the champion. Bai walked forward calmly, looking at the golden chest before him. This belongs to you. As soon as Sinbad finished speaking, the heavy chest popped open on its own. Information for the two priceless items inside instantly appeared on the screen. S-rank weapon, System Zulu, and S-rank ring, Holy Edict. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai picked up the exquisitely jeweled ring and slid it neatly onto his finger. You have successfully equipped the Holy Edict. Then he picked up the short sword, designed like a specialized combat dagger. He admired the razor-sharp blade. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. I was surprised too. So it was this time's weapon. Meanwhile, as the award ceremony was happening, Security Team 5 was still frantically reporting. Over their comms, the power system has been fully supplied. The Sky Tower is temporarily back online. Check again to see if we missed any injured soldiers. The squads began to spread out, carefully examining every severed power cable, and the bodies lying scattered on the ground. At the circuit breaker area, the captain of Squad 8 squatted down, shining his flashlight on the clean, precise cut through the cable bundle. He frowned, analyzing the damage. These are clearly signs of a physical attack. Why would anyone deliberately target the power system? Could a monster have gotten in here? Nearby, Chris knelt on one knee, touching a patch of dried black blood on the ground. He quickly drew a conclusion. That bloodstain wasn't from a summoned beast. He shot to his feet, thinking logically. This attack on the power system wasn't random. Felt more like a pre-planned attack. Doubt began to creep into Chris's mind. But this was just way too weird. In his past life, the Sky Tower definitely never collapsed. Over at the medical station, Helga was still having her wounds bandaged by the nurses. Even so, her eyes never left by D for a second. The nurse, who was casting a healing spell on her, couldn't help but praise the item in by D's hands. An S-rank weapon. A national treasure. This is the first time I've ever seen one. I wonder if the blade has been awakened yet. The others also craned their necks, curious to get a look at the divine weapon. Yun Chaesong, however, was grinding his teeth, his eyes red with envy as he silently cursed by D. All of that was supposed to be mine. I had one last trick up my sleeve for the Lord. I was gonna fry it, but he stole my damn chance. The chance to show off in front of the gods. That S-rank weapon. You stole it all, right from my hands. And it went to Bai D. Bai D just silently tested the knife swing, feeling its perfect weight. This weapon again. The silence was shattered by a string of vulgar curses. Kim was furiously kicking Gannicus, who was curled up in a ball on the ground. God damn it, you idiot, why aren't you dead yet? A B-rank alchemist like you, and you can't even beat some worthless bum. From the sticks, he snarled, grinding his heel into Gannicus's head, smashing his face into the mud. Didn't I tell you to just die in there, if you didn't get first place? You worthless piece of crap. You made me lose 100 million, unable to watch any longer. Bai D stepped forward to intervene. Kim, stop. Everyone's watching, show a little decency. Kim looked up and snapped back, pointing a finger at the barely breathing man at his feet. You look closely, this is my personal divine class user. I decide whether he lives or dies. He glared, turning his venom on Bai D. Just because some petty thief from the Bunas got lucky and beat me, you think you can walk all over me now? Bai D looked at Gannicus, who was drowning in humiliation. He thought to himself, asterisk. So it's Gannicus asterisk. Kim kept running his mouth to save face. If they fought fair and square, how could he possibly be a match for Gannicus? Hearing this, Sinbad fell into deep thought. A month from now, a cold glint flashed in his eyes, as he made a ruthless decision. Then why don't we have them fight it out for real, huh? Kim was stunned. Sinbad strode forward, declaring in a voice that carried absolute authority. In the name of the god of death, I hereby order an additional duel between the awakened. The two duelists will be Bidii and Gannicus. He gestured towards the empty air. The winner will take the 100 million that I won from Kim. The sudden decision sent a roar through the arena, as everyone started buzzing. What a duel between the awakened. He wants Bai D and Gannicus to go one-on-one. Sinbad glanced at Bai D, overcome with curiosity.
Asterisk, I'm truly curious.
Bai D, just how much of your real strength are you hiding? Asterisk, asterisk. Prove it to me. Were you involved in this little drama or not? Asterisk, seeing a chance to win back his losses. Kim let out a hearty laugh, clapping his hands. Haha. Wow, I never knew you were so quick on the uptake. He bent down, landing another brutal kick right in Gannicus's ribs, hissing a venomous threat through gritted teeth. I'm giving you one last chance. Win back every single cent you made me lose. If you lose again, I'll personally take you on a special little trip, back to your hometown. Got it? Pushed into a corner, Gannicus's face became incredibly tense, but he had absolutely no other choice. Sinbad looked at the two opponents, then asked probingly, so, regarding this duel, do you two awakened have any objections? Gannicus struggled back to his feet, wiping the blood from his mouth. After a moment of thought, he lowered his head and answered, no objections. Bai D. Also understood the unwritten rules of the gods. Sinbad had invoked the name of the god of death. To refuse his order would be the same as directly challenging a god. He took a deep breath, telling himself that now wasn't the time. He looked up and answered firmly, no objections. Yes. Sinbad nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Then the duel will proceed up there. Being killed, surrendering, or falling from the stage will all be considered a loss. The crowd of onlookers whispered excitedly, is this sudden death match for real? So they're gonna start fighting right here. Stepping onto the makeshift stage, Bai D drew his brand new Chulu sword, his eyes locked onto his opponent. A familiar feeling washed over him. Gannicus, to think we'd meet again on a dueling stage. In this life, a familiar feeling welled up inside Gannicus as well. To think we'd meet again on a dueling stage. In this life.